Chapter 1 It's You, Lao Chow. The father and son of the Chow family sat opposite each other. 2 cups of fragrant tea, half a pack of cigarettes, 1 cigarette per person. Father Chow said with a hint of melancholy, I have something to ask. I have something to do too, said Chow Chang. Father Chow smiled and said, You speak first. You go first. Okay, I'll go first. Father Chow took a puff of his cigarette, raised his head and looked out the window at a 45-degree angle, with a melancholy look on his face, 3 parts free and easy, 3 parts melancholy, 3 parts unruly, and a hint of reserve. Chow's father is free and easy. She is in her 40s, and all day long she is either Aunt Lu, Aunt Li, Aunt Chang, or Aunt Chen. All the surnames are almost complete. With his looks and temperament, he is particularly attractive to women. Especially older women. The old sea king is it. After pretending to be speechless for a long time, Chow's father finally spoke slowly, I want to go to the shore. Chow Chang's hand holding the cigarette paused slightly. Very surprised. Chow's father is an old captain who has been riding the waves for years, but he actually wants to go ashore? Not wasting time anymore? Became a good woman? Facing Chow Chang's surprised look, Chow's father smiled slightly, his eyes full of memories. I met a person, a woman. That day, the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was not too dry. To me, it was just an ordinary small town in the south of the Yangtze River. Every brick and stone in the town spoke of loneliness, and every old wall covered with vines hid the loneliness of the years. It is like an octogenarian who has experienced many vicissitudes of life, old, simple, ancient, and weathered. The only thing is, it lacks some vitality. But the appearance of that woman brought this small town back to life. I still remember that she was wearing a long dress that day. She was very lonely, but she smiled beautifully. I fell in love with her smile right away. I prayed to the Buddha for 500 years, all I wanted was to meet the right person in a small town. Chow Chang has always known why those ants like the old Chow in front of them. Isn't it because old Chow is so sexy? Chow Chang laughed, how old is she? Father Chow sighed, age is just a unit of measurement. It doesn't mean anything. Especially in front of love, age will only look so pale and powerless. Chow Chang glanced at him and said, Can you please speak properly? Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Ahem. I'm used to it. Father Chow smiled and said, She is about the same age as me, 1 year younger than me. Is it ugly? No, she's beautiful. So you are attracted by her beauty? Not entirely. It's mainly because I'm attracted by money, but that's not right either. It's mainly because of her smile. It's like Cupid's arrow, which shot into my heart and blinded me, making me see no other women. She is the only light in this world. Do you know how great her smile is? Chow Chang couldn't help but interrupt him and concluded, So she is rich? She is the female boss. I see. Why didn't you say that earlier? Put away all the damn prelude and let's have a good chat. Just tell me straight, when do you plan to get married? Father and son, who doesn't understand each other? This is a lot of foreshadowing, and it's so touching. Isn't it just that you want to remarry, but you're afraid that Master Chow won't agree? Ahem, did you figure it out? We're planning on traveling and getting married. Chow's father explained repeatedly, I didn't get married before because you were still young. I was afraid that you would have some ideas, and I was also afraid that your stepmother would treat you badly. But now you have graduated from college, and it's time to have your own life, so your father also has to find his own life. This is all Chow's father has left. He can always find an excuse for his shamelessness. But Chow Chang also knew that his father had not had a proper job in these years, and he was raised only by relying on his mouth. Actually, I don't care. I don't have any ideas. As long as you are happy, that's all. Chow Chang said. Father Chow clapped his hands in delight and said, You are worthy of being my son. I knew you could understand me. I believe you will like this stepmother, too. Chow Chang shook his head, It doesn't matter whether I like it or not, as long as you like it. You also said that I should have my own life. There are too many trivial things in this kind of family of middle-aged couples, so we should live separately. I will live here, and you can go and have your own world with her. Father Chow hesitated for a few seconds and said, Okay. Chow Chang asked, Where is she from? Shanghai. Oh, Auntie Shanghai? Yes. Father Chow nodded with a hint of shyness. The distance is several hundred kilometers. My father is marrying far away. Chao Chang asked, when are you leaving? What do you mean? Why do I feel like you are a little impatient? Father Chao was stunned. Chao Chang's eyes were full of sincerity. How could that be? I just hope you can find love soon. Although you have been surrounded by women in stockings these years, I can see that you are lonely. You need a stable love, a stable haven, so that you can accommodate your lonely heart. Now that you are going to dock, I am happier than you. Yes, I am very lonely, but you understand me. Father Chao sighed, his old eyes gradually becoming profound. Chao Chang rolled his eyes at him. You are worthy of being called Lao Chao. You just back down when I give you a way out? Father Chao suddenly thought of something. Oh, you just said that you also have something to say, go ahead. I'm fine now. Chao Chang smiled and shook his head. The conversation between father and son ended here. Actually, what Chao Chang wanted to say was that he had awakened his innate wisdom and golden finger. Or a memory. Last night he had a dream. In the dream he went to a place called Earth, which was very similar to his own blue planet. He spent a lifetime on Earth. It was not until he died of old age in 2099 that he woke up from the dream. It's a dream. Instead, it's a bit like the soul traveling through time and space, integrating the memories of two lives. It feels amazing. It's so wonderful that it's beyond words. The most obvious change is in his eyes. As the memories of the two lives merged, Mr. Chao's eyes, which were originally slightly clear when he graduated from university, gradually became deep and bottomless, revealing the breath of time's baptism. There is another system. It's called Emotion Energy Ring. Well, the name seems a bit sloppy, but the effect seems to be very powerful. After learning more, I found that I can stimulate the emotions of people around me, especially negative emotions, and then calculate the emotional value based on the level of emotions of people around me and their identities. And the emotion value can be used for lottery. It's that simple. Chao Chang went to see Chao's father today to ask him for some money as startup capital, and to stimulate Chao at the same time to see how much emotion he could get out of it. It is only 2006 on Blue Planet now, which is nearly 100 years different from the timeline in the dream. There aren't too many opportunities to make money. Can you become the richest man easily? Pity. Chao's father's twilight romance disrupted Mr. Chao's future plans. He didn't know how to start talking now, and it was not good to provoke him. Mainly looking at his happy face and good mood, he should not have many negative emotions. Oh, right. Chao's father took out his wallet, took out a photo from the wallet and handed it to Chao Chang. This is a photo of me and your Aunt Ren. Please recognize her face and change your words when you see her next time. She has 4 daughters. If we have a chance next time, let's take a family photo together. Good job. 4 daughters. She is quite fertile. 4. Are the figures still acceptable? Lao Chao is becoming less and less restrained in his diet now. Chao Chang was too tired to complain. He took it and looked at the photo, and his eyes immediately widened. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chao's father. No, why would she like you? Is it because you don't take a shower? Or because you look old? You, what do you mean? Am I, your dad, a bad guy? Chao's father shouted dissatisfiedly, with tears on his forehead, and he was furious. He looked none of his usual cool and pretentious elegance. But there was no feedback on his emotional value, which shows that he is now very capable of withstanding stress. People in love are different. Chao Cheng shook his head and said with more strength, it's not that you are bad, but that you are not worthy. How can she be 1 year younger than you? Judging from her face, the age difference is at least 10 years. Does she lack fatherly love? Or have you caught her with something? We can't do anything illegal, Lao Chao. I don't want to be an orphan. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. How can you belittle your own father like that? Chao's father said with a gloomy face. Still no emotional feedback. The system is a fake, right? Chao Chung couldn't understand it, he couldn't understand it at all. Or are people in love really so arrogant? 1T you be angry? But the ant in this photo is really beautiful. This also made Chao Chang very puzzled. Although Lao Chao has been carefree for half his life and has charmed the aunties on the surrounding streets, his level is only that of a neighborhood auntie. And the female billionaire from China overseas in the photo is so beautiful, what is she looking for? She is tired of eating the bran and can't tell the good from the bad, right? Wait, you said she had 4 more daughters? And some of them were twins? Yes, they are all a little older than you, so from now on, you have 4 more sisters. Actually, Chao Chang muttered, I don't really object to married couples. There's nothing wrong with living together. The old Sea King looked at the young Sea King speechlessly. The old Sea King's eyes flashed with 3 parts of relief, 3 parts of understanding, 3 parts of contempt, and 1 part turned into palm power, and he patted Chao Chang on the shoulder to show encouragement. Chapter 2, When people are speechless, they really laugh. That's what I say. Laughing is laughing. But living together is impossible. How can you be so stubborn? It makes it seem as if the father and son of the Chao family married into the family together, making it easy for people to look down on them. Although Chao's father said that Aunt Ren was a kind-hearted person, she even took the initiative to ask Chao's father to take Chao Chang to live with them, as they are a family after all. But who knows if it's just a compliment? What you say during the sweet period is basically bullshit. Don't let their relationship break down and both father and son be kicked out of the house. That would be so embarrassing. Besides, young Master Chao is no longer the same young Master Chao as before. Putting aside the system, he still has 100 years of experience. Moreover, since you carry the memories of 2 lives, it is not appropriate for you to live under someone else's roof. The future is destined to have many secrets. So, it's better to live alone. Naturally, he would not really enjoy the daily life of being surrounded by beautiful sisters. Even looking at Aunt Ren's appearance, one can guess that the 4 sisters should be pretty good. But no rush. Fine Bran. Choose slowly. Give me $100,000. Master Duo? Before Chao's father left, Chao Chang's true intentions were revealed. Chao's father was horrified and shouted without any manner, why don't you go and rob? It's 100,000 yuan. Do you think I'm worth 100,000 yuan? Ding negative emotions plus 11. Wow. He gets angry when talking about money? It turns out to be my biological father. Chao Chang laughed. People really laugh when they are speechless. Chao Chang said, I want to start a business. Chao Chang will not tell Chao's father some things now. After all, Chao's father is going to Shanghai to marry into the family. If some memories are known by other people, it may not be a good thing. Even if I tell others about my dream, they will just treat it as a joke. But once Chao Chang realizes his dream in the future, others will no longer think so. It's easy to get into trouble. If you have a stepmother, your biological father will most likely become your stepfather, so you have to be careful. Besides, how can we talk about things like the system? I dedicate the system to Lao Chao? Stop it. You want to start a business? What kind of industry requires 100,000? Aren't you studying computer science? Aren't you going to work for some technology company? You get several thousand a month just after graduation. Why don't you go to such a good company? Chao's father didn't understand all this. He just felt that Chao Chang was acting on his own accord. If Lao Chao wasn't in a hurry to leave, he would have to have a good talk with Chao Chang. Don't worry about it, just give me the money. Chao Chang said. I don't. You have. For some reason, looking at Chao Chang's calm eyes, Chao's father felt guilty. The lie on his lips hesitated for a moment, and the topic changed to, did you peek at my passbook? Chao Chang smiled but said nothing. Chao's father cursed, Mom, you little ungrateful bastard, that's your father's retirement money, only 180,000. Ding negative emotions plus 3. So I left you 80,000. Besides, you are getting married soon. If you don't give me this money, it will be your marital property and will be divided up when we get divorced. Even though the other party is rich and may not care about this, we are poor. Isn't it better for us to keep some money as a reserve? Chao Chang said, besides, when I make money in the future, I will return your principal with interest. Even if you are kicked out by the rich woman in the future, I will take care of your retirement. I don't trust you, I don't even trust myself. Chao's father snorted, don't curse me, I won't divorce you. Oh, as long as you are happy. Ding negative emotions plus 3. Chao's father cursed and swore, losing his composure. But in the end, Chao's father still agreed to give 100,000. It's considered as hush money. No. It should be a do not disturb fee. He really couldn't wait to experience some time alone together. Chao's father left. go to Shanghai to marry into the wife's family. And in the old house in his hometown Sanjiang City, Chao Chang was the only one left. There is also a newly issued bank card on the coffee table. There are a full 100,000 in there. 100,000 in 2006 is very valuable. Although this amount of money is still not enough to make Master Chao do something big. But there are many things that can be done. The memories from the dream are still vivid. The memory content in the mind is like a movie replay, every frame is crystal clear. As long as I have seen it in my dreams? Even if you just take a quick glance, you can now rewind in 1080p Full HD, fast forward, rewind, pause and zoom in. Unfortunately, throughout his life in the dream, Mr. Chao never paid much attention to stocks and he did not trade in stocks. So I only roughly know when there is a bull market and when there is a bear market, and these memories are all learned from news reports in my previous life. I just took a quick glance and couldn't get down to specific stocks. I only know some of the leading stocks in popular sectors, as well as some of the monster stocks that have been in the news. But that's enough. We can't be too greedy. As long as you have a general direction, even a fool can make a fortune. For example, in the whitewater industry in the next 20 years, Mahjong will be far ahead. Even if you don't understand, you can sell your house and buy thatched cottage now, and then don't move. In 10 years, you will easily become a billionaire. It's that simple and crude. There are also some new energy sectors 10 years later. Real estate sector. Semiconductor. And from what I remember, it seems that if you enter the market blindly this year, you can make money. There will be a super bull market next year, which will be the peak of the next 20 to 30 years. In addition, gold. How much is the gold this year? It seems to be more than 100 per gram. 30 years later, it's over 1,000. 30 years later, there are more ways to make money. For example, General Artificial Intelligence System. With this system as an interface, it can be extended to various industries, including medical care, games, travel, communications, industry, aerospace, aircraft, etc. Sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette, quietly sorting out the messy thoughts in my mind. I quickly sorted out these thoughts. All say, people who have died once will not care much about money. Mr. Chao said, bullshit. Only those who have died once know that it is better to make money early. Make money early and enjoy it early. It's best to let others make money while you enjoy it. Although it is just a dream, it is almost the same as real life, so it can be considered as dying once. So, I worked hard in my previous life but didn't make much money, so I should live a carefree life in this life, and become the richest man. Otherwise, wouldn't this dream be in vain? And putting aside these memories, this system, whose name seems so sloppy, seems to be able to make people successful. Lao Chao contributed a total of 17 emotion points. Too little. If Lao Chao wasn't in a relationship, today's wave would have reached at least 50 points of emotion. According to the system introduction, the lottery requires 100 points to start. The description of the prizes that can be drawn can be summed up in 4 words, all-inclusive. It's a bit of an exaggeration. Chao Chang didn't doubt anything. Because it is 2006 in Blue Star now, there are few online articles. But in the dream, the later online literature was still very powerful, especially 20 years later, when counter-invasion against foreign countries had already begun. What online articles has Chao Chang not read? With so many adaptations into TV series, it's hard not to watch them. So he had no doubts now, but instead was somewhat expectant. Chapter 3 Ding Negative Emotions plus 20. This night. Far in the Middle Sea. In a villa, the 4 sisters of the Ren family were having a meeting. A candlelight party unique to the 4 sisters. Growing up, the 4 of them have their own secrets. But once it concerns the family and involves 4 people, they will light various candles at night and chat around the candles. This tradition starts when they are around teens. Even now I am older. The eldest sister, Ren Yuege, is 26 years old this year. My second sister, Ren Fanqing, is less than 25 years old. The third and fourth children are twins, Ren Yuege and Ren Yuege, who are only a few months older than Chao Chang. But this traditional custom has not changed. The eldest sister Ren Yuege was holding a book and sitting on a chair with her beautiful legs crossed. Her beautiful legs extended from her knee-length nightgown, plump and straight. The long white legs glowed a charming pink under the candlelight. This posture, coupled with the gold-rimmed glasses, makes her look slightly intellectual, adding a sense of abstinence. The second sister, Ren Yuege, was cold, arrogant and heroic. She sat cross-legged on the ground with a pot of wine at her side. She loves drinking. Never drunk. As for the third child Yuchang and the fourth child Yuege, they are twins. People who are not familiar with them really can't tell which one is which. In front of the intellectual eldest sister and the cold and arrogant second sister, they are as obedient as quails. You can tell from their pajamas that they are like children who have not grown up at home. 2 sets of cartoon pajamas concealed her fully developed body. The fireside chat has just begun. The second sister Ren Yuege took a sip of wine and asked, "Third brother, how is the investigation going?" The third child, Ren Yuege, opened his laptop and said, "Uncle Chow hasn't had much work in recent years. I asked someone to visit Sanjiang City. Many neighbors don't even know what Uncle Chow does, but he has a good reputation and is a very enthusiastic person. But I heard that Uncle Chow has close relationships with many women, and some of them are unclear. The specific situation is still under investigation, it will take time." Hearing this, second sister Ren Yuege raised her brows slightly and said, "In other words, he probably approached our mom just for money? I don't know what kind of magic potion he used to trick our mom." The third brother nodded. "This is what we found out from the investigation." Big sister. The second sister turned around and said, "I was against it from the beginning, but you said you would wait and see. What do you say now?" The sisters all stared at the eldest sister. Eldest sister Ren Yuege slowly moved her eyes away from the book. Her voice wasn't as cold as her second sister's. On the contrary, it is very gentle. She is the one who looks most like her mother among the 4 sisters. 4 words to describe it. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. Dignified and elegant. Intellectual and elegant. Shensi is just as its name suggests, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, not hot in summer, not cold in winter, but extremely warm. What's the hurry? The eldest sister Ren Yuege shook her head gently. If the third brother can find the information, can our mother find it? You don't think our mother is so easy to deceive, right? The second sister, Ren Yuege, was still cold and frosty. Love makes people lose their minds. I have seen many such cases in my workplace. For the so-called love, many people are irrational. When they wake up, it is too late to regret. My mother hasn't been married for so many years. I guess she is longing for love, so it's natural that she will be easily taken advantage of. Old 3 and old 4, what do you think? The 2 kids nodded quickly. Those who are suppressed by their bloodline dare not express their opinions. They respect their eldest sister. They are afraid of the second sister. The eldest sister Ren Yuege smiled slightly. Maybe what you said makes sense, but don't you police officers rely on evidence when doing things? What's the point of just guessing? If you put the evidence out, I will naturally go talk to our mother. Otherwise, no one can persuade our mother now, not even me. The second sister Ren Yuege nodded, I will. After I finish handling this case, I will go to Sanjiang City to investigate in person and close the case soon. Third brother, please continue to have someone investigate and give me all the information when you get back. Also, there is Chao Chang. His son's name is Chao Chang, right? Investigate this Chao Chang as well. Maybe we can find out more through him. I understand, second sister. When the sisters were talking, the fourth sister Ren Yuege seemed like a nobody. However, the little transparent eyes flickered a few times. A touch of cunning, like a little fox who came up with some new ideas. But the sisters didn't notice. In a blink of an eye, Lao Chao has been gone for 7 days. General. You're dead, give me money. Chao Cheng chuckled and stretched out his hand to the old man in front of him. A group of old men were watching the fun nearby. The old man across from the chessboard grumbled, took out a crumpled 10 yuan note with a painful look on his face, threw it on the chessboard, and said unconvincingly, "Come again." Chao Cheng collected the money, picked up the thermos cup, shook his head and smiled, "Oldly, you lost 20 today. If you continue to lose, I'm afraid you won't even have money to buy groceries. Come back tomorrow." Lao Li shouted, "I just don't believe it. I've been playing chess all my life, but I can't beat a little kid like you." Old Li snorted heavily and started to arrange the chess pieces. So stubborn. I haven't won a single game these days, but I just don't believe in evil. Slurp. A sip of tea. Ha. Chao Cheng spat out the tea leaves and said, "Oldly, playing chess depends on the layout and brain, not age. If age is useful, the 1,000-year-old turtle's chess skills are the best in the world." There was laughter all around. Ding negative emotion +1. Old Lee's face darkened. "Don't be complacent, kid. Come again if you have the guts. Then it's the last game. If you lose, give up your seat. There are so many people waiting." Chao Cheng pointed around casually. The old men around also started to make a fuss. Lali was helpless. Okay, I don't believe it in the last round." As expected, after 20 minutes, Lali threw down 10 yuan and gave up his seat. Chao Cheng took the money with a smile. Another old man sat down. When it comes to chess, Chao Cheng can be said to be a veteran. Before he died in his previous life, he was still holding chess manuals and studying various killing moves. After all, the killing techniques 100 years later have thousands more variations than those of this era. Just showing a few of them would be enough for the old men in the square to learn from them until they die. The time left for them is running out. These days, Chao Cheng successfully infiltrated the square group. He played chess during the day, danced at night, and occasionally played table tennis. He became the coolest guy in the square. Avoid taking a century-long detour. And, as far as I can remember, the opportunity to make money has not arrived yet. It will come the day after tomorrow. At this time, on the street beside the square, there was a black Mercedes-Benz. Two stunningly beautiful women were holding binoculars, looking at an area where a group of old men were gathered. "Old third, is he Chao Cheng?" "Right. Is he really 22? "Yes." "Are you sure he comes to play chess every day?" "Well, sometimes I dance square dance with the old ladies. In the afternoon, I play table tennis or basketball, and more often I play Mahjong." The second sister Ren Fanqing frowned, squinted her eyes and gritted her teeth. "It's really colorful." She seemed to see the old director who had just retired, holding a thermos cup in one hand and a string of walnuts in the other, playing chess, planting flowers, buying vegetables, and making walnuts. She didn't think it was comfortable or cool. "I just feel that this kind of leisurely life without desires and demands is built on the funds of their Ren family." She guessed that her mother must have given a lot of money to the man surnamed Chao, and that man surnamed Chao had given a lot of money to his son. Otherwise, does his son have nothing to do all day? Still playing chess and mahjong? Ren Fanqing said coldly. "How much money did his father give him when he left?" Ren Yuege whispered, "I used my connections to check the bank. When Uncle Chao left, he left him 100,000 yuan. "Ha!" Ren Fanqing sneered. "Really? 100,000, what a shame." 100,000 is a drop in the bucket for the Ren family, but for an ordinary family, it is definitely not a small sum. "Mom, you saw it. This is like keeping a gigolo for no reason." Ding negative emotions +20. Chapter 4 Inexplicable Negative Emotions? The sudden system reminder almost caused Chao Cheng to drop the thermos cup in his hand. 20? Is this a critical hit? Chao Cheng looked at the old man in front of him. "Sure, Lao Zhang, we haven't even started yet. Why are you so negative just by placing a chess piece? Didn't I just win $20 from you yesterday?" Lao Zhang felt Chao Cheng's gaze and looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong? What's that look in your eyes?" Chao Cheng chuckled and said, "Old Zhang, I didn't realize you were so narrow-minded." "What?" Lao Zhang looked confused. Okay, stop pretending. The most I can win from you today is $10. Chao Cheng said generously. It was not that he was polite, but he was afraid of making the old man angry to death. After all, he was over 70 years old and I heard he had high blood pressure. The most important thing is that Lao Zhang brought 20 points of negative emotions. Let him win 2 games, give him some hope, and then slowly fleece him. You can't kill it all at once. We need to take it slow and steady. One meal after another is enough to satisfy your hunger. Master Chao understands this. 18 minutes later. Chao Cheng lost. This is the 3rd time Chao Cheng has lost in a week. Lao Zhang happily took the 50 yuan. If Chao Cheng wins, he gets $10, and if he loses, he gets $50. Otherwise, how could so many old guys allow him to be the banker all the time? The $50 made the old men around him shake their heads in envy. Actually, the money is not a big deal. The main thing is that Xiao Chao has been very popular recently. Who doesn't know that this guy is good at chess? If I can beat him in one game, I'll have something to brag about when I go back. Oops. Xiao Cheng pretended to shake his head and said, "It's just a matter of one move, it's just a matter of one move, old Zhang, you can go back and study the chess manual secretly, right?" He. Old Zhang laughed like a 70-year-old child, with a mouthful of broken teeth sticking out. What the hell are you laughing at? Look at your teeth, it would be a shame if you didn't make a movie. But these people are not related to me, and their status is not very high. They are just ordinary people, so the average negative emotion they can provide is only about 1 point. This also resulted in Master Chao only gaining 53 emotions in a week. Adding Lao Chao's 17, the total is 70. And there was the sudden critical hit just now, 20 points. I only need 10 points of emotion to participate in the first lottery. According to this system, the first lottery draw will have a lucky hit and will definitely produce good items. Xiao Cheng became more and more expectant. According to this situation, it will take 3 days at most, or even today if things go well. Ding, negative emotions plus 5. What the hell? Here we go again. Xiao Cheng looked at old Zhang in silence, who was grinning. No, this old guy still had negative emotions after winning? Are you playing depression with me? Sunshine depression? The louder you laugh, the faster you die, is that what you mean? Wrong. Xiao Cheng also reacted at this time. Not Lao Zhang. Looking around, I didn't see any old man looking angry. They are not actors, so it is impossible for them to hide their micro-expressions so well. After all, Xiao Cheng has a century of experience. If nothing else, at least he is very good at judging people. It definitely wasn't these old guys around here. That's weird. Who would have negative emotions about themselves for no reason? Lao Chao. It's not him. Lao Chao is on his honeymoon abroad now. He even made an international call yesterday. According to the system, only the emotions of people nearby can be collected, at least within a city. They cannot be collected outside the city. The system is not omnipotent. Unless the system is upgraded. Now that it is beyond a certain range, even if someone wants to kill him, no emotional value will be collected. So, this sudden surge of negative emotions, which was 20 points before and now is 5 points, was most likely originated by someone nearby. Xiao Cheng stood up and looked around further away. There are many retired people in the square park in the morning. In the distance, there were 3 bald men cracking whips. Snap, snap, snap. A little further away is the table tennis area and basketball. On the other side, people are practicing Tai Chi. Some people just walk around the square to exercise. I didn't see anyone staring at me, nor did I see anyone angry. How strange. Xiao Chao, what are you looking at? Lao Zhan was puzzled. Nothing, come again. Xiao Cheng sat down confused, picked up the teacup and took a sip, frowning and thinking. In the car not far away. The second sister Ren Fanqing became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, but fortunately she was able to control her temper. If she were younger, she would have probably stepped forward and overturned the table. In the following time, Xiao Cheng did not collect any sudden emotion values. A full 2 hours. It's almost noon. Finally made the old men angry 5 times. I collected 100 emotion points in no time and could go back and draw a lottery. I'm done for today, please come early tomorrow. Xiao Cheng took the 50 yuan profit, whistled, and left with the thermos cup. Looking at Xiao Cheng's smug look. The old men were so angry that they gave Xiao Cheng 3 negative emotions again. Xiao Cheng almost laughed out loud. These old guys really refuse to admit defeat. Just wait. Let our master Chao teach them what it means to live and learn. Before leaving, I went to the square management office and got a free cup of hot water. I didn't go home at noon and went straight to the Mahjong hall. The Mahjong hall provided free lunch. After dinner, I went to the table to play cards, paid 20 yuan for the table fee, and bought 2 packs of cigarettes. We continued to have dinner in the Mahjong hall, with 4 dishes, 1 soup, and meat. There's no rush about the lottery. When I get home at night, I will burn incense, take a bath, and wash my hands thoroughly. The first lottery draw. We have to have a sense of ceremony. I won 8 emotional points in the Mahjong hall in the afternoon. People who lose money are prone to negative emotions. After dinner, I didn't go to the square, but continued playing cards. Until 9:30 p.m. Chao Chang returned to the old house with the thermos. He didn't notice that there were two people following him from a distance. Ren Fanqing's tracking ability is extremely strong and ordinary people can't detect him at all. Second sister, he has returned home. I'm not blind, I can see. The third sister shrank her neck. Throughout the day, she felt that her second sister became more and more cold and beautiful. It was clearly summer, but it was as if the air conditioner was on around my second sister. It's so cold. The second sister Ren Fanqing said, it's really a day of doing nothing, but also very fulfilling. How did he express the word parasite so vividly? The third brother whispered, I think it's pretty good. What did you say? The second sister frowned and glared at her younger sister. The third brother shrank his neck and said repeatedly, I mean, it would be great if our mother could rest like this for a while. She is just too tired. Humph, do you think our mother will be like him? She has made no contribution to society and went to college for nothing. It's a complete waste of educational resources. That's it. Xiao told our mom how good his son is. He studied computer science and is going to work for a big company. Is this called working? Is this called a big company? The square is quite large. I will definitely tell our mother about this matter. I will also ask Xiao in person if he is telling the truth. Faced with the second sister's anger, the third sister dared not say a word. But the third brother could also understand why the second sister was so angry. The Ren family had no pillar, and the entire group company was supported by their mother until the sisters grew up. My eldest sister has now started to help out in the company, and my second sister is quite busy at work. Many times she doesn't go home for several days and doesn't even have time to get a good night's sleep. As a result, Chao Chang was suspected of taking Ren's family's money and living a leisurely life that they could not imagine. In contrast, everyone will feel psychologically unbalanced. They don't even have time to properly consume the Ren family's assets, so why should they let an outsider spend them at will? Let's go. Second sister Ren Fanqing turned around. The third brother asked, shouldn't we go meet him? What's so good about seeing him? This kind of person is disgusting if I say one more word to him. The third sister reluctantly followed her second sister's steps and asked in a low voice, do I need to continue investigating him and visit the neighbors and his former classmates? No need, it's a waste of time. Oh. The third brother pursed his lips and sighed in his heart. I had heard from my mother before that there would be another younger brother in the future, and the third child was quite happy. She and the fourth child, Ren Yuege, are the youngest. She had wanted a younger brother for a long time. And Chao Cheng does look good, he's handsome. Although we haven't communicated directly with each other and haven't observed him closely, from a distance he seems to have a really good temperament. There is an indescribable sense of freedom and spontaneity. The third sister still liked this feeling very much, but unfortunately her second sister was angry and she didn't dare to disobey. I can only hope that this cheap little brother will have good luck on his own. Ding, negative emotions plus 20. What the hell? Chapter 5. After the lottery, my mother was no longer afraid that I would be beaten to death. Ding, negative emotions plus 20. What the hell? Step into the room and close the door. Then a reminder sound came in my mind. Another critical hit? Chao Chang was dumbfounded. Where does this negative emotion come from? 20 points of negative emotions, which means that the other person's social status is not low and he is definitely not an ordinary person. If it were ordinary people, how could there be so many? Everyone has his own destiny and luck. Those high-ranking officials, wealthy businessmen, and celebrities, regardless of class issues, at least their luck and fortune are not too bad. In addition, it is also unlikely that it is someone you don't know. The probability of having so many emotions about someone you don't know is low. Who would inexplicably hate someone they don't know? So, there should be some connection. At worst, we're just nodding acquaintances. Could it be? Is someone watching me? In just 3 seconds, Chao Cheng came up with a reasonable explanation. That is, starting from this morning, there should be people watching me around the square. Then, I don't know why, but I felt such a strong resentment. Until I returned home just now, the other party should still be following me, and I felt an inexplicable hatred towards him. Otherwise it cannot be explained. There is no way the system could go wrong. There must be someone following us. Bang! Chao Cheng turned off the lights in the living room, and the whole room became dark in an instant. Chao Cheng came to the balcony and looked down through the window. In this old residential area, the distance between the front and back buildings is not very large. There isn't much greenery down there either, just a row of small garages. So it won't block your view. Chao Cheng looked around downstairs. Suddenly, I saw the backs of two people leaving in the distance. They seemed to be women, but they soon turned the corner of the building and could no longer be seen. Chao Cheng didn't hesitate for a moment and turned around and walked out. He ran down from the third floor in one breath, chasing after the two figures. This old neighborhood only has one exit, so we didn't lose him. Soon they were caught up, hanging far behind. It's confirmed that they are two women. I can't see their faces, but they have good figures and great temperament. It can definitely be called the killer from behind. Just a back view can make a man imagine some irresistible thoughts. Chao Cheng didn't know whether these two people were following him or not, maybe they just happened to pass by. But it is better to follow the wrong one than to miss it. Soon, the two of them left the community. The old man at the doorstep looked like he was dead inside. He didn't react at all to the people coming in and out. He just played the radio loudly. Chao Cheng slowed down. The street lights outside are very bright, unlike the dimness inside the community. So, if you follow too fast, the other party will look back and see Chao Cheng. Soon, the backs of two women got into a black luxury car on the side of the road. Chao Cheng took a step back and let his figure disappear into the darkness of the community so that the other party could not see him. The luxury car started slowly and turned around in the street. Chao Cheng finally saw the license plate clearly. Zhenghai's license plate. Shanghai. Chao Cheng's eyes changed for several seconds. China overseas. Aunt Ren? It's no wonder that Chao Cheng directly suspected Aunt Ren. After all, the person Chao was looking for was the wealthy woman from Shanghai. And Chao Cheng has never offended anyone. So, did Aunt Ren's husband find out about Lao Chao and hire someone to follow her? The son pays for the father's debt, bringing disaster to the whole family? Don't be billion. Well, wrong. Chao Cheng shook his head to deny this speculation. Lao Chao is a bit flirty. But never destroy other people's families, this is the bottom line. At best, Lao Chao just flirts with some widows. So, those two women just now, who looked very young from the back, should be two of Aunt Ren's 4 daughters? Is she your cheap sister? Why were they following me? Why is there so much negativity? You can't win money just by watching yourself play chess, right? That doesn't make sense. Xiao Chao. Fuck, you scared me. Suddenly there was a voice behind me. Chao Cheng was shocked. Looking back at the skinny old man who was the security guard, my heart beat faster. What are you doing standing at my door? It's okay. Chao Cheng turned and left. The old man at the security room was full of questions. But fortunately, this old man does not have a system, otherwise, Chao Cheng could instantly provide him with 10 points of negative emotions. It's so fucking scary. Back home, Chao Cheng took a shower. While washing, I thought about what happened just now. In the case of information asymmetry, Chao Cheng couldn't understand why they provided so much negative emotions. But there is one thing Chao Cheng knows. That is, Aunt Ren's daughter seemed to have something against herself, or perhaps against Lao Chao, which led to her hating herself as well as Lao Chao. It makes sense if you think about it this way. They are already so old, and if they suddenly have a stepfather, most people won't accept it. What's more, their family is rich. There were no sons in the family, and the property was divided among the 4 daughters. But now there is a stepfather, so half of the property must be given to the stepfather, and even the stepfather is the first heir. If things go wrong, the 4 daughters may not get much money in the end. When he thought about this, Chao Cheng felt that this made sense. It seems that it was Lao Chao's fault. Lao Chao's life will be difficult from now on. Chao Cheng shook his head and didn't think any more about it. He burned incense, took a bath, and drew the lottery. This is the first thing. Moreover, Chao Cheng discovered another way to earn emotional points. Shanghai now has a road. The risk is a bit high. But the profits are awesome. If I had known earlier that I would go to Shanghai with Lao Chao, it would have been because of the existence of the 4 cheap sisters. Since they hate Lao Chao so much, it would probably provide a lot of negative emotions to our Master Chow. There are many more of them than the old guys in the square. After Lao Chao returns from his trip, he will find an opportunity to visit Shanghai. Half an hour later. Master Chow sat on the sofa. Lighted 3 cigarettes. There is no incense, so use cigarettes instead. The sense of ceremony is full. Moment. There was smoke all around my eyes, which was a bit irritating to the eyes. Calling the system in the mind. Lottery. A lottery treasure chest in the void is constantly changing colors. Sometimes it was iron, sometimes copper, sometimes silver, sometimes gold, sometimes diamond. Final. The color changes slowly, and it becomes a golden treasure chest. The first draw will definitely produce good products. 100 points of emotion value, directly upgraded to the gold treasure chest. Open. Golden light is everywhere. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the golden treasure chest and obtaining the mixed martial arts grandmaster. This reward is great. Mom is no longer afraid that I will be beaten to death. Moment. Countless memories came flooding back. It was like having an extra 100 years of memory, but this memory did not contain anything else but the experience of various fighting techniques. So, in an instant, Chao Chang looked like he had practiced Kung Fu for 100 years. I also learned what mixed martial arts is. It integrates and blends many traditional Chinese martial arts techniques. It includes a variety of techniques such as boxing, kicking, palm, fingering, and body movements. There are also various standing postures and breathing experiences. Not only that, there is also experience in fighting enemies, weaknesses of the human body, and so on. In other words, Chao Chang now, apart from his physical fitness which remains the same, has become a master in terms of fighting techniques and experience. Then all you have to do next is exercise, and you will get stronger day by day. The progress is quite astonishing. It is no problem to make rapid progress. Chao Chang also learned about the skill levels that appeared in the treasure chest. The worst is entry, followed by minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and grandmaster. The corresponding ones are iron treasure chest, copper treasure chest, silver treasure chest, and gold treasure chest. In other words, even if the iron treasure chest reveals skills, they are only entry level. Only gold treasure chests and above can open grandmaster treasures. After the gold chest comes the diamond chest. And after the grandmaster. Chao Chang didn't know what it was either. You will only know when you open the diamond treasure chest. Chapter 6. I don't recognize this kind of brother. This night, the 2 sisters drove back to Shanghai from Sanjiang City. The first thing the third sister did after returning was to drive home, while the second sister Ren Fanqing went directly to Ren Group. Come to the General Assistant's office. Bang! Almost broke into the door. The eldest sister Ren Chensi frowned slightly, raised her eyes and looked over. After seeing who was coming, her brows relaxed and she complained softly, "Did you eat gunpowder so early in the morning?" Although it is a complaint. But this soft and tender Wu dialect sounds both angry and doting. The second sister Ren Fanqing sat directly across from the desk, with a cold face. "I went to Sanjiang City yesterday." The eldest sister was stunned for a moment, then realized that Sanjiang City was Uncle Chau's hometown. The eldest sister had a slightly curious expression, and then? "Seeing you look so angry, something bad must have happened to you, right?" "It's very bad." The second sister almost gritted her teeth. The eldest sister laughed and asked gently, "Tell me about it." Soon. The eldest sister also understood why she was so angry. She understands her second sister well. What her second sister despises most is trash, regardless of gender. Even at home, when the 2 younger ones did not study seriously, she would teach them a lesson directly. To this day, the third and fourth children still have a natural fear of her. So, it would be strange if she was not angry when she saw Chao Changshi, who was like a parasite and a good-for-nothing who only knew how to play cards and chess every day, not doing his job, and was suspected of spending the Ren family's assets. If Chao Qingzhen was her biological brother, she would never be so angry because she would have attacked him directly. After the fight, the anger will subside. It's because we are not familiar with each other that I can only sulk. The eldest sister Ren Chensi smiled warmly. "Regarding your impression of him, I mostly agree. This boy is indeed a bit unprofessional, but you may have misunderstood one point." "Which point?" The second sister was puzzled. "Money." The eldest sister explained with a smile, "I help our mother with the accounts." I know exactly whether there is money flowing out and money coming in from the company and the family. I have to admit that my mother did think about giving Uncle Chow some money. But as far as I know, Uncle Chow refused. He never took a penny from our family. At least not yet. So the 100,000 yuan should be Uncle Chow's own savings. Hearing this, the second sister, Ren Yuege, was stunned for a few seconds, then snorted coldly, he is also a waste. He didn't work after graduating from college and lied to his father that he had found a good job. In the end, he spent 100,000 yuan and just ate, drank, and had fun. I don't recognize this kind of brother. I understand. The eldest sister nodded with a smile. If you don't want to recognize each other, then don't recognize each other. We are all adults, and there is no rule that requires us to recognize each other. Even if they are brothers and sisters, they should separate at this age. There are many people who have bad relationships with their sisters. No one will force you to have a brother. But one thing is, don't embarrass our mother. The eldest sister didn't force anything, which made her feel much calmer and not as angry as before. In this family, I guess only the eldest sister can comfort her. The eldest sister raised her hand and looked at the gold watch on her fair wrist. It's almost noon, let's have lunch together later. Good. Then wait for me for a moment. After saying that, the eldest sister continued to process company documents. Looking at my busy elder sister, she looks more and more like my mother. The second brother unconsciously thought of Chao Chang in Sanjiang City. When he thought of his leisurely life, he suddenly became angry again. Waste. Oh. With a mouthful of tea foam, Chao Chang held the thermos cup and stared at the chessboard calmly, not urging the old man opposite him who was flushed with arrogance. The more you watch, the more interesting it becomes. This old man. I hope you don't pass out. Losing a game only costs $10, it's really not worth it. But it seems that with this kind of mentality, there will definitely be emotional feedback if you lose. At this time, Chao Cheng didn't know that hundreds of kilometers away in Shanghai, there was a sister who was scolding him as a waste. Certainly. Even if they know, they will spit with contempt, you know nothing. Our Master Chao has lived 2 lives as a human being. A century of experience. It also comes with gold fingers. Do you know what the Son of Destiny is? This is called the Son of Destiny. For the Son of Luck, Square Park is a hunting ground for the novice village. Do you really think I am doing this just for the negative emotions of these old guys? I'm here for fishing. Who knows if one day you might meet a retired old man who has an amazing granddaughter. And he also has a very cool identity. At that time, Chao Cheng only needed to casually talk about the future situation, and instantly become a guest of honor and step into the upper class. Then he would attend some high-class banquets from time to time, and might encounter villains jumping out and waiting to be slapped in the face. At that time, wouldn't the emotional value take off? The more prestigious a person is, the more emotional value they provide. Have you read the novel? Cut. Evening. As the sun sets, some elderly women in the old neighborhood are outside, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans, enjoying the cool air and chatting. I haven't seen the guy from the Chow family recently. Is he away on a business trip? I heard that something seemed to have happened to Lao Chow. Lao Qian watched Lao Chow leave with his luggage. That guy was in a hurry as if he was afraid that someone was chasing him. Lao Qian casually asked, "Are you going on a long journey? Do you know how Lao Chow got back?" The middle-aged woman, Aunt Wang, looked mysterious and spoke in a low voice. The context was full of suspense. What's going on? The aunties around who looked like they were from the intelligence bureau were all curious. Aunt Wang snorted and laughed. Lao Chow said at the time, "Go abroad." Wow. That's incredible. You're going abroad right now? I didn't expect that Lao Chow's life would become more and more prosperous. TSK. Aunt Wang snorted disdainfully, "What's the point of being prosperous? Do you take it seriously?" Ha! The aunties around were all stunned. Aunt Wang leaned forward and whispered, "Don't you know what kind of people the Chow family is? In our old cotton mill community, the Chow family is the only unemployed vagrant. Where did they get the money to go abroad? Even if they sold their house, it wouldn't be enough." The people around nodded. It's true. Yes, since he was laid off in the 1990s, I have never seen Lao Chow doing any work. Every day he either chats with the young widow or shows off his literary talent with the eldest wife. Isn't it just that he was born with a good-looking face? What's the big deal? Who wouldn't say that? You can tell that some people have a sour tone.
Aunt Wang snorted and laughed. Actually, I suspect that Lao Chao got into some trouble and ran away.
Ah?
How do you say that? Aunt Wang was mysterious again, leaning forward. The aunties around her also leaned forward subconsciously, forming a small circle, for fear that their words would be revealed and heard by others. Aunt Wang said, a few days ago, a few strangers came to our neighborhood to ask about Lao Chao. From what I know, they included a Lin who sells rice, Xiao Feng who sells breakfast, and the butcher. In short, these few days, almost all the merchants around have been asked about Lao Chao.
Yes, I remembered it now that you mentioned it. There was also a little girl asking me about Lao Chao. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time.
Now it seems that there is really a problem. The lady surnamed Jean suddenly realized. It seems that Lao Chao is really in trouble.
Oh, I knew this person couldn't be idle. If he was idle, something bad would happen. That's not right. If Lao Chao ran away, why didn't he take his son with him? Xiao Chao is still at home. I saw him yesterday.
An old lady was puzzled.
Who knows? Even a husband and wife might flee when disaster strikes, let alone a father and son. Ah!
Suddenly an old lady screamed. The aunties around were all scared. 2 small stools fell down, and the 2 middle-aged ladies sat on the ground with their buttocks grimacing in pain.
Everyone looked back and saw clearly.
I don't know when Chao Cheng came and mixed into their circle. He squatted and listened to them talking, and his smile was so wicked. The screaming old lady was frightened when she suddenly saw Chao Cheng next to her.
Ding negative emotion +1. Ding negative emotion +1. Ding negative emotion +1. Ding. Chapter 7, The First Pot of Gold, Easy and Enjoyable.
A familiar middle-aged woman slapped Chao Cheng on the arm in a bad mood, with a negative expression on her face. You stupid kid, you came here without making a sound and scared me.
That's right, Xiao Chao, when did you come?
Chao Cheng held the thermos cup and smiled. I just got here a short while ago, but I heard everything you said.
Keep talking, I haven't heard enough.
A group of old ladies looked embarrassed. Although everyone knew that the village's intelligence bureau would always talk about people behind their backs, it was still a bit embarrassing to be encountered and heard by the person involved. After all, what they are best at is talking about people behind their backs. How could they say it to their faces?
We have to be polite, don't we? Aunt Wang. Hey, Aunt Wang smiled awkwardly. Chao Cheng smiled and said, Is your youngest son's college entrance examination over?
Yes, it just ended yesterday. The date of the college entrance examination has been changed. In the past few years, it was held in July, but in the past 2 years it has been changed to June.
Just ended. How did you do on the test?
It's okay.
That's not right. I heard that your youngest son got the questions wrong.
His performance was average.
He probably won't even get into college. Will he repeat his studies next year? Or go to a technical school? Aunt Wang's face turned dark. You're just bringing up something that's not relevant, right? Chao Cheng smiled and said, It's okay. This society is not like before. It's not so easy to starve to death, even if you have to beg for food. Ding negative emotion +1. Hey, kid, how do you talk like that? Aunt Wang became anxious. Chao Cheng waved his hands and said, Aunt, don't misunderstand me. I'm not cursing you.
I mean, you must tell your children that failing the college entrance examination is not a big deal.
In the future, there will be many failures in society. This is just the beginning. But no matter what, even if we have to beg for food, we can't commit crimes. You. Ding +1. But Aunt Wang, your youngest son's grades are so bad, and you still have the mood to care about other people's affairs? You are so free.
Aunt Wang's face twitched, she stood up with the bench, turned around and left. The other aunts were also preparing to leave.
So embarrassing. And this guy has a very bad mouth.
He only pokes at people's weak spots and hits them in the face.
It's a lack of martial ethics. I'm so scared. Slip away.
But Chao Cheng waved his hand, Don't worry, everyone.
I have some information to share. The aunt who was about to leave sat down obediently after hearing this.
Out of curiosity, they stared at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng grinned, I heard that Aunt Wang's son was in love, so he had a bad performance in the college entrance examination.
Real? Hey, Xiao Chao, tell me something. When did it happen? No wonder you didn't do well in the college entrance examination. You're in a premature relationship.
Aunt Wang had not walked far when she vaguely heard these words and a well appeared on her forehead.
Whoever leaves first should be the one to say it, right?
Aunt Wang felt that her intelligence career had suffered an unprecedented blow.
You little bastard, just wait for me. Aunt Wang, I will teach you a lesson later. Ding negative emotion +1. Ding negative emotion +1. Ding negative emotion +1. Bite. Chao Chang was very happy.
This community used to be the housing estate for the employees of a cotton mill.
So they all know each other.
Compared to the indifferent society of a few decades later, there is still a little humanity now, at least people know their neighbors' last names.
But this incident made Chao Chang think a little more. It seems that someone is really investigating Lao Chao's past. Keep an eye on yourself. It should be that Aunt Ren's daughters didn't escape. There is another possibility, that he is Aunt Ren's suitor. After all, she is a wealthy woman, and with her looks, there must be a lot of men eyeing her, but Lao Chao got there first. Chao Chang could imagine that Lao Chao would definitely not have an easy time in the future. Why bother? Don't you know that people are despised when they leave their hometown?
I don't know how prosperous it is in Sanjiang City, why would I look for a Shanghai aunt? In 10 years, there will be Shanghai ants everywhere.
Just drink when you want to, why rush? Chao Chang was not worried that anything might happen to Lao Chao. Lao Chao was very slippery. If he really encountered danger, he would definitely run away. In a blink of an eye. 2 days. The opportunity to make money in memory has come. Early morning of June 10th. The World Cup in Germany opens. As the opening match ended, Germany defeated Costa Rica 4-2.
The moment the final whistle blew, Chao Chang knew he had won.
This life is stable. Even without a system, you can easily become the richest man.
A century of memories is his greatest wealth.
Dreams are real. Exactly.
Fortunately, this is football lottery, not welfare lottery, otherwise even if Chao Chang knew the winning numbers of welfare lottery, he probably would not win the jackpot.
A time traveler may not be able to defeat the director of welfare lottery.
Fortunately, Mr. Chow is a football fan. For events like the World Cup, even if he doesn't watch every game live, he will watch the post-match highlights of every game.
So, Chao Chang knows many football games down to the second. From this day on,
Master Chow put on the cloak of God of Gamblers. There is no future sports lottery these days, only a single way to play football betting. For example, 4 goals, 6 halftime goals, and 8 wins and losses.
Although single. But the top prize remains 5 million.
What Chao Chang wanted was the 5 million. He was not greedy. As long as he accumulated the capital to 5 million, the next bull market would be able to make him soar to the sky.
On June 11th, Chao Chang bought a multiple choice ticket, spending 1,152 yuan, and when the game was over, he won 74,825. The rate of return is as high as 6,200%. This day,
the lottery shop owner has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. He just congratulates the young man on his wealth and envies his good luck.
June 13th. Chao Chang spent another 1,152 yuan and won 53,794. Return rate up to 4,400% plus. On this day,
the lottery shop owner began to realize something.
June 15th.
Chao Chang raised the bet, spending 1,728 yuan to buy another duplex ticket. The lottery shop owner couldn't help but say, "Young man, you are a master."
Chao Chang, who had been wearing a mask, responded with a smile, "Lucky, boss, do you want to play one too?"
Looking at the multiple bets that cost nearly 2,000, the boss shook his head quickly. "I don't dare to play such a big game. 2,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount these days." Chao Chang knew the score and the result of the game very well. In fact, he could win so much by spending 2 yuan, but he just wanted to buy a multiple ticket. The first is to prevent people from copying the tickets, especially since the prize money today will be very high, so we need to increase our investment to discourage those who want to copy.
The second is the fear of being targeted.
If you spend 2 yuan and win tens of thousands of yuan, it's okay once or twice, but if you win every time, that would be unacceptable.
This time, Chao Chang's winning amount is 818,264. Rate of return, 47,000%.
When the lottery shop owner woke up in the morning and saw the results, he was so angry that he didn't even have breakfast. He stamped his feet and beat his chest, wondering why he didn't buy a ticket.
Regret. I regret it so much.
But no matter how angry he was, he still had to make a banner to congratulate the winner of the grand prize of 800,000 yuan. He placed firecrackers at the door of the store early in the morning, waiting for the young man to come. Many old lottery players came after hearing the news. The shop owner greeted him with a helpless smile and boasted about Chao Chang eloquently, so much so that the legend of Chao Chang had already spread even before he showed up. But no one noticed that the shop owner's heart was bleeding.
The more I think about it, the more I regret it. Why didn't you buy one yesterday?
The young man even invited him, but he thought it was too expensive and he was afraid of losing.
And he always felt that since this young man had won 2 games in a row, he would definitely lose based on probability, right? Result. Not only did we not lose.
Instead, he struck while the iron was hot and won 800,000.
800,000. I can buy 3 houses in the urban area of Sanjiang City.
Even if you go to Beijing, you can buy a house of 100 square meters.
Damn. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to slap myself.
He swore that he would buy one from the young man next time. In this wave, he gave Chao Chang 38 points of negative emotions. It's not a one-time thing, but a continuous occurrence of negative emotions.
I guess the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more you think about it, the more you lose.
This was the first time Chao Chang had seen such a situation.
I can probably guess what the reason is.
But Chao Chang did not come to the lottery shop. He wore a mask and took the lottery ticket to the football lottery center to claim the prize and deduct taxes. The next day, Chao Chang still did not go to the lottery shop. He changed districts and changed lottery shops.
These days, don't show off your wealth.
It has only been a few years since the ban on guns, and there are still many people among the public who keep guns privately. Chao Chang has lived for 100 years after all. Even if he has a certain ability to protect himself now, he will not act too dangerous.
It's meaningless. It's not the right time yet. Do you really think you are the son of destiny? There are no retired old men in the square. We can't take this risk. June 17th. Spent 25.92, won 357,142. Change store again. June 19th. Spent 25.92, didn't he win? June 21st. Spent 25.92, didn't he win? June 23rd. Spent 25.92 and didn't he win?
I deliberately lost 3 times in a row and lost several $1,000s.
Until the last round of the group stage.
Chao Chang spent 25.92 and won 5 million.
Stop it.
Chao Chang tactfully stopped.
Count it down.
It took more than 2 weeks and cost 16,992 yuan.
Winnings, 6,304,025. Taxes paid, 1,260,805. Final profit, 5,043,220. Final return rate, 29,480%.
In just over 2 weeks, Chao Chang had achieved his goal.
The World Cup is only halfway through.
With these 5 million in hand, he will be able to take off when the bull market comes in a few months.
Being worth over 100 million is not a dream.
In 2006, cash flow exceeded 100 million.
It's scary to think about it.
During the time he played the lottery, Chao Chang was not idle and lived an ordinary life as usual. Play chess in the morning, play cards in the afternoon, chat about gossip in the evening, stay at home at night, practice standing meditation and cultivate the body, both inside and outside.
The strength changes every day.
And the emotion value reached 200 that day. But Chao Chang was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. Because the first chance to draw the guaranteed good product is gone, the next step is to collect 1,000 emotion points and play 10 consecutive draws. This will increase the chances of gold boxes or even the legendary diamond boxes appearing.
Chapter 8, a unique martial arts move, can you resist it?
In the following days, Chao Chang became richer, but also busier. In addition to the daily tasks, I also have to go to the securities exchange. Enter the stock market little by little, build positions in batches, and focus on the hot stocks. Fortunately, many bullish and bearish stocks have been reported in the news, and Chao Chang was able to find them in his memory. Some of the stocks that have been suspended, and Chao Chang was unable to get on board.
For example, Runha has been suspended since April.
The news I remember seemed to say that it would be suspended for a year and then resume trading next year, with a direct increase of 1,600%.
Pity. Couldn't get on the bus.
But it doesn't hinder Chao Cheng's plan.
We still have stockings, right? Lang Sha. It's no wonder that men like stockings.
Not only are they nice to look at and play with, they can also be used to rob people when you're down and out. But in the stock market, it can be considered a monster stock.
If you enter now at 4 yuan, it will only take a week at the beginning of next year for the price to rise to a maximum of 84. Just tell me if it's weird enough. No wonder it made the news. And
there shouldn't be too many of these hot stocks and bad stocks that make the news. What Chao Cheng needs to consider is not whether to buy or not, but who to buy first and who to buy later, so as to maximize his benefits.
Certainly. Strictly speaking, Chao Cheng doesn't understand finance, so naturally he wouldn't use things like loans, leverage, or financing. After all, even if you don't use these, as long as 5 million can roll around in it, the result will be an astronomical figure. Why bother with leverage? If you make a mistake, it can easily affect the changes in details. Not only will you not make any money, but you may also be framed by others and your position may be liquidated, with all your money gone. Although the margin call will not really hit Chao Cheng, he will definitely recover in the future, but this would be a waste of time. So, after much consideration, Master Chao decided to proceed step by step. Without using financing leverage, the worst outcome is nothing more than being trapped. But facing the general trend of 2006 and the current low stock index, who can trap him? A month later, there is less than 50,000 left. In addition, the emotional value has reached over 900.
I am less than 100 emotions away from doing 10 consecutive draws.
This day, there is more and more hope. Xiao Chao, your dad hasn't come back yet? Early that morning, I met Aunt Wang at the gate of the community.
Aunt Wang was very concerned about the Chao family.
Chao Cheng smiled and said, Aunt Wang, your youngest son hasn't decided whether to repeat his studies or not?
Aunt Wang said with a fierce face, My child, I care about you, why don't you know what's good for you? Chao Cheng said, I know Aunt Wang cares about me, but I also care about your son.
Why do you think I don't know what's good for me? Is it because you judge others by your own standards? I. What about me? Why do I have nothing to say? Is it because you don't understand what it means to judge others by yourself? You. Then ask your son to come. He's a high school student.
Although he didn't get into college, he should be able to talk to me. My son was admitted to university.
Aunt Wang shouted with her face flushed. Yes, that's right, junior colleges are indeed considered universities, I can't refute that.
Don't criticize me, Lao Chao graduated from junior high school, I don't look down on junior colleges, I just have a strong desire to survive.
Puff. This round, Chao Cheng won completely. It's been 8 consecutive wins. This time I gained 25 emotional points.
Chao Cheng discovered that if he caught a person and pulled out all the resources he had, he would get more and more because her anger would accumulate a layer of buff every day.
The more it accumulates, the more negative emotions will erupt.
Chao Cheng took the thermos cup and walked away without caring about his relatives, while Aunt Wang continued to provide negative emotions.
Recently, Aunt Wang ranks first in terms of negative energy. The first aunt on the list.
If it weren't for her existence, Chao Cheng would never be able to reach an emotional level of 900, at most it would be over 700.
Thanks Aunt Wang.
I hope his son can get into a good college after repeating a year.
What are you so proud of? Pa Aunt Wang spat fiercely after Chao Cheng walked away. The aunt next to him advised, Hey, why do you bother him every day?
He is young and smart.
If you really start a quarrel, you can't win the argument with him. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Aunt Wang looked unconvinced and shouted, Just wait and see, sooner or later I will deal with this kid.
Aunt Wang doesn't believe in evil.
She has never lost an argument in her life.
Especially when facing young people, who can last 3 rounds in her hands. On the contrary, it is the older widows who are her rivals. Result?
I never thought that I would fall into trouble with a young boy today. This has caused her to be in a bad mood recently. After returning home, she kept replaying the incident in her mind and simulating the process of the quarrel with Chao Cheng. The most annoying thing is,
win every simulation. But it's really noisy and we can't win.
The main reason is that she gets angry when she sees that kid, which affects Aunt Wang's performance.
This has also led to a gloomy atmosphere in her home recently.
Her son is trembling with fear and is scolded by her at every turn.
A loving mother and a filial son. Her son indirectly provided Chao Chang with 10 emotional points. Catch him. Just arrived at the square.
Not far away in front of me appeared the scene of me chasing you and you couldn't escape even if you had wings. A man in front was wearing a baseball cap and holding a lady's purse in his hand, running away frantically. A man followed closely behind him, shouting as he ran, "Catch the thief, stop." Behind this man, there is a woman, hanging at the end in misery, and the distance between them is getting bigger and bigger.
It's a robbery. Chao Chun understood what was happening in an instant. Look. Isn't good fortune coming? Is this kind of thing something that ordinary people can encounter?
Only I, the son of destiny, can do it.
But let me tell you one thing. The environment is really chaotic these days.
20 years later, such incidents have almost disappeared.
Occasionally, if you see a group of kids riding electric scooters, it will make the news.
But look now, late at night, the streets are full of gangsters. For example, in the dream, Mr. Chow went to work in a technology company in Pengcheng. In 2007, he lived outside the Great Wall. In 1 year, 3 of his cell phones were stolen on the street. At that time, an old colleague told him that outside the Pengcheng customs, if you have never had your cell phone and wallet robbed on the street, you have not been to Pengcheng. The situation inside the Great Wall is relatively better, but at the same time, if you have not been robbed, you cannot be considered to have lived inside the Great Wall.
The chaos is evident from this. Sanjiang City is not much better, especially the railway station, which is a mess.
After all, it is a thoroughfare connecting 9 provinces and has a large floating population.
Get out of here, get out of here. Don't get in the way, get out of the way, everyone.
The robber in the baseball cap in front was waving a dagger in his hand and was coming towards Chao Chang. There was no way, Chao Chang had just arrived at the square and this was the exit. It's just such a coincidence. And looking at the robber's appearance and the words he shouted, I felt something, just like in many novels.
Brother's luck is coming. Swoosh. The thermos cup in his hand flew out.
Chao Chang possesses unique skills, but he would not rashly try to snatch a sword with his bare hands.
Do you really think this is a movie?
In real life, if you encounter someone with a knife, run away if you can. Chao Chang threw the thermos cup, which was a sign of his skill and courage.
Bang.
In a blink of an eye, he rushed towards the robber.
Very powerful.
The robber fell to the ground. Chao Chang stepped forward and used his unique martial arts skills, pressing his knee against his neck. The robber was subdued in an instant.
Ding negative emotions +2. Ding negative emotions +2. Ding negative emotions +2. The robber was stunned.
I also felt a little breathless and couldn't utter a harsh word. Only negative emotions kept popping up. I screamed in my heart, I can't breathe, I can't breathe.
Chapter 9, Fourth Sister Comes to Visit?
Young man, you can.
Good job.
The man who caught up with him, breathing heavily, gave Chao Chang a thumbs up.
No big deal.
Chao Chang was in a good mood and responded with a smile. After a few casual chats, Chao Chang also found out that the man chasing the robber was a policeman.
Today is my day off.
And the woman who was robbed.
Well. Let us not talk about it. Looks average. Average figure. The family is average. Something is wrong. In previous online articles, this kind of woman would at least start out as a female president. Otherwise, would the robber be mentally ill to rob her? But she is really just an ordinary middle-aged woman without stockings.
It was just because I was withdrawing money from the bank just now and was targeted by robbers.
He kept thanking Chao Chang. Looks grateful.
But positive emotions only provides 1 point in total.
This.
It's not even enough to pay for the loss of a thermos cup.
Negative emotions are easier to collect.
For example, this robber, after being handcuffed by the police, also provided Chao Chang with 12 points of negative emotions.
A total of 30 points, more than Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, Aunt Wang. I'm not sparing any effort to criticize you. I've beaten you 8 times, but your accumulated negative emotions are not as much as that of a robber? What do you say you are? Nothing. Chao Chang didn't notice.
In the distance, there was a BMW car and a girl was looking at Chao Chang with burning eyes. There was some emotion in her eyes that was difficult for outsiders to understand. It's a pity that Chao Chang didn't see her.
Otherwise, he will definitely say, I am lucky and the heroine will come to me automatically.
Chao Chang was like a hero at this time, being praised by a group of old men playing chess.
But Chao Chang was not particularly happy. I thought I was a lucky boy. It's been a month.
I finally encountered a robber, but it seems that the plot is not right.
In the novel, wouldn't the police chief be very surprised? Then he would thank her personally and finally meet the best policewoman? Isn't this a common routine?
But in fact, they just praised you a few words and then took the prisoner away without even asking your name.
Do you think he'll come back to thank you? What a pity.
If this happens 10 years later, after releasing this short video, I can buy a house in the local area.
And
I've been playing chess for so long, but I've never met any awesome old guys.
Suddenly,
at the chess stone board, an old man caught Chao Chang's attention. This old man is unfamiliar and it is his first time here.
The momentum is very strong.
The look in his eyes was hard, too. It was as hard as if he was used to seeing dead people, without any emotion at all.
Chao Chang's eyes narrowed. Seeing that the old man was over 60 years old, could he be a retired general?
When Chao Chang asked, he found out that the old man was from a crematorium. He had been cremating corpses for more than 20 years and had just retired recently.
Never mind. Not in the mood to play chess? Let us play cards instead.
Soon Chao Chang left the square and went to the Mahjong hall. Inside the hall, some of the familiar female poker friends looked at Chao Chang unkindly when they saw him. A face full of negative emotions. It's not because of how much money Chao Chang won from them.
In fact, Chao Chang deliberately lost a lot of money to them. Only,
Chao Chang plays cards in a way that hurts others and does not benefit himself.
Even if he doesn't win, he won't let others win.
He would tear his cards into pieces, making it impossible for anyone to touch or eat them, which would make others very miserable.
Ladies, come on, come to the table. I'll pay for the table. Chao Chang shouted.
Chao, please don't fight around today.
Oh, Sister Lin, it's not my fault. I just started learning, so it's normal that I can't play. Please bear with me, ladies. I'll treat you to drinks and cigarettes. I'll also treat you to chicken legs at lunch. Chao Chang's words sounded nice.
But once it was on the table, it started to get annoying. First he played the hesitant game, holding the cards, but hesitating and procrastinating. This was done by several older sisters, who were eager to help him play. Looking so conflicted, Chao Chang even tried to learn how to shuffle cards.
After touching the cards, he didn't look at them, but just kept shuffling them, shuffling.
After shuffling for a long time, he still shuffled the cards wrong.
He showed it and shouted, 90,000. The result is 8 tubes. This is a world of difference. It's so lonely.
When the elder sister from the next house saw the 8 tubes, her eyes lit up and she thought it was edible. Chao Chang took the cards back instantly. I made a mistake, I won't play Batong.
The eldest sister from the next house looked resentful.
But after the big sister next to her removed the 8-tube piece, Chao Chang played out the 8-tube piece again, and the big sister almost overturned the table.
Then,
Chao Chang began to chant again, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000, his little mouth was as if covered with honey. The tight-fitting curse made the older sisters feel dizzy. And occasionally throw the cards.
Bang, bang.
He slammed his hand on the table, startled. If it weren't for the fact that this guy paid for the table fees and drinks, and if it weren't for the fact that he was handsome, the sisters would have really beaten him up.
Collecting a lot of negative emotions like this is a bit of a waste.
After lunch, Chao Chang left with 50 points of negative emotions, feeling satisfied.
Recently, the daily harvest is several times that of before.
Mainly, acquaintances will add negative emotions, and they provide a lot. Unlike at the beginning, when there were only about 10 points a day at most.
Change to a mahjong parlor in the afternoon. He was also afraid of being beaten.
In a blink of an eye, it was dark.
A little after 7 in the evening, Chao Chang returned home.
I had a great harvest today. It seems that I can draw 10 times in a row. In the future, as everyone has more intense negative emotions, the collection speed will be even faster.
Life is getting better and better. If you do it well, you will be able to make 10 consecutive draws in the next few days. Delicious. Knock knock knock. As soon as Chao Chang returned home and sat down, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Is this Uncle Chao's house? A very gentle voice came from outside the door. Just hearing the voice but not seeing the person, I felt that this girl's score would not be too low. Chao Chang opened the door with doubt. Then I was fascinated by the scenery in front of me. This girl is quite pretty. Exquisite facial features. Advanced fashion sense. In this era when non-mainstream is still popular, it is rare to see such a refreshing girl. Now the streets are full of Chungu. Everyone still believes in Chungu and will gain eternal life. So, the girl in front of me is definitely a top-notch beauty. Even after more than a decade, this refreshing and beautiful outfit is definitely at the forefront of fashion. Especially the appearance. A true goddess indeed. Chao Chang, who lived 2 lives as a human, had only dated one person in this life, but he had had many contacts in his dreams over the past 100 years. After all, you learn what skills from whom you follow. With an old sea king at home influencing him, no matter how devoted Chao Chang was, he couldn't help wanting more. But even so, the appearance of the girl in front of me is definitely one of the best. Even many stars on TV, when they are at their most glorious in front of the camera, are still far inferior to her. The girl raised her hand to touch her hair and chuckled, "Sister, do I look good?" Chao Chang was speechless. Are you asking this question in such a familiar way? Who are you? I'm your sister, Ren Yuege. Ren Yuege chuckled. Although she pretended to be a lady, the lively and agile look in her eyes showed that this girl was actually restless. Ren Yuege, are you Aunt Ren's daughter? Chao Chang suddenly reacted. Smart. Ren Yuege nodded at Chao Chang with admiration. How can I take my mother's last name? Never mind. Chao Chang would not delve into the other person's family background. The relationship isn't that close. And Chao Chang was speechless. This girl seemed a bit outgoing. Have we met, sister? Ren Yuege lifted her silk legs and stepped into the house. A wisp of body fragrance passed in front of Chao Chang. After entering the house, Ren Yuege looked around and said to himself, the environment is okay. Although the house and furniture are a bit old, they are still clean. It's much better than I imagined. But the smell of smoke is a bit strong. It's not good for your health, brother. As he spoke, Ren Yuege went to the balcony and opened the window, then went to the kitchen and opened the window to facilitate ventilation and get rid of the smell. Hello. Chao Chang was speechless. I just turned on the air conditioner. So you have to open the window to get rid of the smell. Otherwise it will smell terrible. Can't you smell it? It's not a question of whether I can smell it or not. It's that you don't seem to have my consent, right? But I'm your sister. Chapter 10, Family Grudges Among the Rich? Chao Chang felt a headache when he saw the familiar and slightly dominant little girl in front of him. The experiences of the 2 lives combined means that he has lived to be 115 years old. Having been a father for half of your life and a grandfather for half of your life, you are now being controlled by a little girl? Elder sister? Go and ask for it. Judging from her experience, she is indeed a little girl in front of Chao Chang. Ren Yuege was like a lioness patrolling her territory. From the living room to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bathroom, then to the master bedroom, the second bedroom. Finally returned to the living room. Ren Yuege praised, the environment is indeed good, quite warm. I will live here for the next few days. You won't object, right, brother? Please stop it for now. Chao Chang waved his hand. First of all, we are not very familiar with each other. Secondly, my father and your mother don't seem to be married yet, right? They just went out to travel. At most, it can be considered a trial marriage. So, strictly speaking, we have no relationship, neither in terms of blood nor in terms of law. Well, if you live here, and word gets out that we're a single man and a single woman, it'll be bad for my reputation. Ren Yuege's brain froze for a moment. For a moment I suspected that I had heard it wrong. You said, it's bad for your reputation? What else? This is the old cotton mill family compound. Most of the families are former cotton mill employees. We see each other every day. We all know each other. I'm a virgin. If I let you live here and the news gets out, how can I live my life?
I might as well jump from the third floor and die to prove my innocence. Chao Chang said seriously. These days, the internet era has not yet arrived. This kind of nonsense caused great confusion in her mind. Oh. For a long time. Ren Yuege was happy. When people are speechless, they laugh. You are very interesting, brother. Ren Yuege said with a smile. Are you trying to imitate Long Outian's way of speaking? Ren Yuege picked up the bag and took out her cell phone. Mobile phones of this era all have buttons, but they also have camera functions, although the image quality is not as clear. Look, this is my mom and your dad's marriage certificate. Although the household registration has not been merged yet. But legally speaking, we are brother and sister. See clearly, brother? Don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. Looking at the photos on the phone, Chao Chang was in a trance for a moment. You got the certificate so quickly? This rich woman is stupid. Aren't you afraid of having your property divided after getting married? Lao Chao, it's okay. No wonder. No wonder so many people have been investigating Lao Chao recently and are targeting me. It seems that someone is anxious. This Ren Yuege in front of me is probably also. This time she came. Most likely he wants to stare at me closely, right? He wanted to find something to hold against the father and son so that he could kick Lao Chao out of the house without having to divide the property. Do you want me to call Uncle Chao and let him talk to you? I don't believe Uncle Chao will kick me out, and I don't believe he will refuse to let me in so late. Ren Yuege put away his phone and looked at Chao Chang with a smile. That's such a shameless thing to say. You can stay here as long as you are happy. Chao Chang shrugged. He had already brought up old Chao, so what else could young Master Chao say? Actually, Chao Chang doesn't mind living with a girl. Especially one this beautiful. Only. Chao Chang knew clearly that the sisters had bad intentions. Plus Chao Chang has a secret. So I don't really want to have any more outsiders in my home. Unfortunately, Lao Chao didn't know that these girls were plotting against him. If Ren Yuege in front of him called him, Lao Chao would definitely agree and would ask him to take good care of this sister. Here. This is a meeting gift from my sister. I picked it specially for you. See if you like it. The next moment, Ren Yuege took out another box from her bag and handed it to Chao Chang with a smile. If Chao Chang didn't know that the sisters were plotting, he would have been easily deceived by her appearance and smile. If you don't know, you would really think that the sisters are friendly and the brothers are respectful. Chao Chang took the brocade box and opened it. Although he didn't know what series it was, Chao Chang knew this brand of watches. An extremely famous high-end luxury brand. If it is authentic, any low-end men's watch will start at 100,000. This thing is not cheap, right? Chao Chang was a little surprised. Of course, I picked for a long time. The shopping guide said this is the latest limited edition. Do you like it? Ren Yuege said softly, with a hint of expectation in her tone, looking forward to Chao Chang's response. Chao Chang blinked. I started to feel a little puzzled. She doesn't seem to have any grievance against Lao Chao. Are you pretending? Chao Chang shook his head secretly. He had seen all kinds of life and could tell at a glance whether someone was pretending or not. Unless she is a professional veteran actress. And even if he was pretending, if he really disliked the father and son of the Chao family, he would probably have negative emotional feedback in his heart. But from the time they met until now, Chao Chang hadn't expressed any negative emotions at all. Could it be that? Aren't the four sisters a group? It's possible. It's a feud between wealthy families. How is it possible to be harmonious? After all, wealthy families are full of interests. This should be good. Was the one last time a female villain? It's okay, how much is it? Chao Chang said. Ren Yuege smiled and said in a sweet voice, it's good that you like it, but don't talk about money. It's not expensive for a sister to give a brother a gift. What matters most is the thought. Then thank you. Chao Chang didn't act pretentiously, but his vigilance was not dispelled so quickly. Can you go out with me now? What are you going out for? Buy some things. I only brought a suitcase, but I don't have any other daily necessities. And you have to help me lift the suitcase out of the car. There's no elevator in your building, so I can't carry it. Chao Chang was about to say no, but when he saw her smiling face and expectant eyes, he swallowed the words back helplessly.
Forget it, since you gave me the watch, I'll go with you. It's only about 7 in the evening now. Many large supermarkets are brightly lit. Drive there. When entering the supermarket, Ren Yuege wore a mask to hide her perfect face, but even so, she attracted a lot of attention along the way. Good figure and good temperament. There are also thin silks on the legs. In this era where non-mainstream is prevalent, this kind of fine chaff is rarely seen. There are too many chaffs in society now. Life these days is not as good as it will be in the future. Many families are suffering from nutritional deficiencies, so there are not as many naturally beautiful girls as there will be in the future. Many children in families are dull. It is precisely because there are too many scumbags in society that the shamat style becomes popular, because the non-mainstream hairstyle can cover up the ugly short and fat body and square face of many girls. This is one of the reasons why shamat became popular for a while. Enter the mall. She naturally took Chao Cheng's arm and said excitedly, "Let's go, brother. You have to help me carry things today. Of course, sister won't let you suffer any loss. I will give you a set of clothes later." Then he started shopping like crazy, carrying bags big and small, and in a moment Chao Cheng's hands were full of things. She actually gave Chao Cheng a set of clothes. A work suit. Chao Cheng was confused. This girl is a bit vicious. Want him to work? Does our master Chao look like someone who can work? It is impossible for me to work. I will never be able to work in this life. I can only do nothing every day, play cards and chess. It's so annoying. She spends money like water. Even though Chao Cheng made millions, he was soon shocked by the way she shopped. A set of men's suit, a 3-piece suit plus a tie and a belt, cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. In other words, this set of clothes is the retirement money that Lao Chao has saved for his entire life. Chapter 11. Just because you are my sister, you have to take care of me. Back home. Carry the bags upstairs. Actually, I'm not tired. Chao Cheng's physical condition is very good now. It was a bit cumbersome at best, and it took 3 trips back and forth to get all the things upstairs. He also carried the luggage from the trunk of the car up. Then I looked at the things in the room. Chao Cheng fell into deep thought. Didn't you say you were staying for a few days? Do you need to buy so many things for a few days? Ren Yuege smiled sweetly. Yes, I will stay for a few days, but the things are left here. I will come and stay here when I am free. Is that a problem? I am your elder sister. Ren Yuege kept saying the word sister, which made Chao Cheng feel a headache. Chao Cheng couldn't understand her. Did she really want to be a sister so much? Is she the youngest of 4 sisters? You are the 4th one, right? Chao Cheng guessed. How do you know? Uncle Chao told me? No, Uncle Chao hasn't recognized all of us yet. How did you know? Ren Yuege was curious, looking at Chao Cheng with a pair of curious big eyes blinking. Chao Cheng held his forehead with his hand. It is indeed so. Brother control? I guessed. Take your time to clean up. This is your house from now on, your boudoir, and I can't come in again. Chao Cheng found an excuse to go out and be lazy. Cleaning the house is the most tiring thing. This room was previously occupied by Lao Chao. After Lao Chao left, Chao Cheng paid someone to clean it up. He originally planned to use it as a studio or a game room. As a result, before I even bought the computer, my sister came and took over my house. Hello? Ren Yuege shouted, my dear brother, aren't you going to help me? No help unless you call me brother. Then I'll do it myself. Ren Yuege snorted. Chao Cheng found out with just a few words that this little girl really didn't want to be the youngest. Otherwise, I wouldn't care so much about my sister's identity. Master Chao really didn't help her. He was expecting a wave of negative emotions, but he didn't expect that she wasn't angry. This character. It really makes people speechless. If a girl doesn't get angry, is she still a girl? It seems that there is nothing to be gained from her. Which sister were those 2 last time? I'll ask her later, and then focus on that sister. After all, that sister can deal a critical hit. Moment. Chao Cheng stood at the door holding a teacup, looking at the busy figures and grinning. Sister, do you need any help? Pa Ren Yuege spat. Chao Cheng was not angry either. He smiled and asked, last time I was followed by 2 women. Which one of them was it from your family? Ren Yuege's eyes flashed, but he didn't respond.
Xiao Cheng said, if you tell me, I can consider calling you sister.
Ren Yuege hesitated for a second, then decisively betrayed, it's my second and third sisters.
Oh. Xiao Cheng nodded, turned and left.
Ren Yuege shouted, you haven't shouted yet. Sister, I lied to you. You.
Xiao Cheng walked to the sofa, still without any negative emotions.
Hi. This little girl has such a good temper? This is troublesome.
Xiao Cheng shook his head helplessly.
Is the business of collecting emotions going to collapse halfway? I don't believe it.
Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes and began to think of bad ideas.
10 minutes passed.
Xiao Cheng came to Ren Yuege's door again. She was packing clothes and bedding, and was sweating a little.
It's too hot after all. It's summer. Sanjian City is a thoroughfare connecting 9 provinces and is also a hot city.
Although the air conditioner was on, the window was also open, and waves of heat from outside rushed in. It would be strange if it wasn't hot. Ren Yuege looked at Xiao Cheng, snorted, and refused to give in, continuing to clean up herself. Xiao Cheng rolled his eyes and sighed, oh, forget it, I'm a kind-hearted person, I'll help you clean it up.
Ren Yuege was easy to coax. She smiled brightly at just one sentence and said, you still owe me the name of sister. Okay, I'll call you again when I have the chance. You have to let me be mentally prepared, right? After all, this is the first time we meet.
Xiao Cheng said.
Okay, then I'll wait for you.
Ren Yuege raised her eyebrows, looking very pretty.
Xiao Cheng entered the room, looking at the bedding that has been made.
Xiao Cheng started to help her clean up.
1 minute later. Ren Yuege yelled, what are you doing? Ouch. I laid it out with great difficulty, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You naughty brother, you bad brother. I'll clean you up. Ding negative emotion +1. Ding negative emotion +1.
Xiao Cheng laughed out loud and was driven out of the room by her.
Still want me to help you clean up? You are blinding your mind. Am I the kind of person who helps others? TSK. Really? Girls who get angry are still the cutest. He almost became Brother Cohen. Knock knock knock. After a few minutes, Xiao Cheng knocked on the door and asked, do you need my help, sister? Get lost. You stinky little brother. Ding negative emotion +1. Ha ha ha.
Xiao Cheng was overjoyed and shouted at the door, if you need help, just let me know.
I'm right outside. Unnecessary. Ding negative emotion +1. Okay. It's good as long as the defense is broken.
Xiao Cheng happily sat back on the sofa and drank his tea leisurely.
In fact, I didn't do anything. I just lifted the mattress. It wasn't very destructive, but it could easily make people angry. By the way, let's see if this method can be used to drive her away. Because Xiao Cheng really didn't know what her purpose was. I don't want to live with someone whose background I don't know. What if he discovers some secret?
The most important thing is,
our Master Chow is so handsome. Another innocent boy. What if she has bad intentions? A while later, Ren Yuege left the room. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Cheng and snorted, stinky brother.
Xiao Cheng laughed and shook his head.
Why is he so vindictive? It's been more than 20 minutes, and he's still angry? Oh. Woman. Your name is, Careful Eyes.
Ren Yuege continued to get busy, taking some newly bought sheets and quilt covers, and went to the washing machine on the balcony.
After adjusting it for a long time, she couldn't help but ask, stinky brother, how do you use this washing machine? What are these rotating knobs? Xiao Cheng's bottom was heavy, so he didn't even get up. You can't even use a washing machine?
My sister has an aunt at home,
Okay. Are you just showing off here?
Xiao Cheng had no choice but to stand up and help him adjust it. Washing machines of this era are really not easy to use, and the letters on the knob have faded. After all, this washing machine is more than 10 years old.
Still semi-automatic.
After washing the clothes, you have to take them out and put them in the spin bucket on the side. Xiao Cheng tried to adjust it for a long time, and Ren Yuege learned it very smartly.
Xiao Cheng said, from now on, you will be the one washing all the clothes at home. Why? I'm your sister. Just because you are my sister, you have to take care of me. If you can't even take care of me, what kind of sister are you? How about I take care of you and you call me brother?
No, you naughty brother.
People are like this sometimes. If you make a girl angry, your relationship will become closer. If she's not close to you, it means she's not interested in you at all. So if you make her angry, then what's the big deal? Right? Chapter 12. This waist is definitely not ordinary. 10 o'clock.
After taking a bath, the scene of the beauty coming out of the bath fascinated Chao Cheng again.
This girl has a really big heart.
Even though they are sister and brother, this is the first time they meet after all.
Do you understand your nature? Do you know his character? How dare you take a shower here without restraint? Still wearing only a nightgown after taking a shower? Very convenient, isn't it? Stinky brother. Where's the hair dryer?
Chao Cheng found a hair dryer from the cabinet.
Thank you, stinky brother. Can you remove the word stinky? Can the words thank you and stinky be used together? You are just a stinky little brother. Who told you to lift my bed? Humph. Ren Yuege snorted and said, by the way, stinky brother, can you help me check if the things in the washing machine are done? If they are, can you please help me spin them dry?
Chao Cheng curled his lips. She bought several sets of bed sheets and quilt covers. Except for one set which is new and ready for use, the other sets need to be washed. It can only be used after washing, but there is nothing else for her to use at home today, so she can only use the one she just bought. Just wait until the newly washed sheets are dry tomorrow and then change them.
One night is not bad. Soon.
From the balcony on the left came the rumbling sound of the washing machine spinning.
On the right is the sound of hair being blown.
For some unknown reason, the family became more popular. Chao Cheng couldn't describe the feeling, but it was definitely different from when Lao Chao was at home.
Maybe it's because there's a new woman in the family.
For a moment, Chao Cheng felt as if he was back in his dream. That was the feeling at home after he got married at the age of 34 and had a child.
There is always a woman busy.
After Ren Yuege finished hanging the second load of clothes, she sat back on the sofa and wiped off her sweat. Let's wash the rest tomorrow.
There's no place to dry them on the balcony now. Oh yeah, there are some new clothes that need to be sent to the dry cleaner tomorrow.
Brother, where is the dry cleaner nearby? Chao Cheng put down his teacup. I'll take you there tomorrow morning.
Thank you, stinky brother. If you open your mouth, you're a stinky brother. If you close your mouth, you're a stinky brother.
In just a few hours, I got used to calling him young Master Chao. Chao Cheng had reason to suspect that this woman was well versed in Pua brainwashing and had learned it by herself.
Add to that her background, financial resources, looks, figure, personality.
I guess when she was in school, she treated a bunch of boys like dogs. Chao Cheng glanced at the beautiful legs beside him, which were extremely white.
All right.
Under these conditions, most boys are willing to be bootlickers.
I was even afraid that I wouldn't even have a chance to lick it. This woman. There is no solution. Ren Yuege noticed Chao Cheng's gaze and also looked at her white calves exposed outside her nightgown. Your eyes are dishonest, little brother. You're just leaving it here anyway, so let me see what's wrong.
Ren Yuege was amused by the scoundrel's words and raised her hand to pat him lightly.
Not heavy.
Instead, it sounds a bit like acting like a spoiled child. Then Ren Yuege lifted her calves, looked left and right, and muttered, you know what, my legs are pretty good looking, right?
Chao Cheng was happy.
I think so too, but I don't know which bastard will get the chance in the future.
That's right. Ren Yuege nodded in agreement.
At this moment, the two people seemed to have found a confidant. Then they looked at each other.
Ren Yuege chuckled, stinky little brother, don't have any bad thoughts. I'm tired and going to sleep. Good night.
Looking at Ren Yuege's slender back, Chao Cheng sighed softly.
Let us be honest.
This girl is indeed pretty and seems to have a good personality, but Chao Cheng doesn't have that kind of interest.
Maybe it's because they are still very defensive. Or maybe because I don't want to spend time trying to win favor. Some things happen just by chance. It's best if you hit it off right away, and when you're attracted to each other, you just do it right away. This is the easiest. Instead, I went after someone.
Especially when trying to win someone's favor by haggling over other people's ideas, that's the most speechless thing. After all, with 100 years of experience, Chao Cheng is no longer the kind of young man who seeks novelty in everything, so naturally he doesn't want to spend too much time on the final hit.
With this skill, Wouldn't it be nice to make more money? I have money. What kind of thing can't be found? Inside the house. Ren Yuege held the phone. Sent a text message, I'm at his house. The person on the other end of the phone replied in seconds, so fast? Didn't you just go to Sanjiang?
Yeah, I was shopping all day, and then I came after dark.
Opposite, does he recognize you? Ren Yuege replied, he didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. He seemed to be a little wary of me.
Besides, he knew that you came to Sanjiang and that you followed him. The other party didn't reply to the message, and a phone call came directly.
The call is connected. The voice of the third sister Ren Yuchan came from inside. How could he know? Did you tell him? How could I possibly tell him?
Ren Yuege whispered, afraid that Chao Chang outside the door would hear her.
The third sister was surprised. How did he know?
It was the second sister who was following us at the time.
With the second sister's detection and anti-tracking abilities, it would be impossible for ordinary people to find out, right? Ren Yuege whispered, I don't know. Anyway, it wasn't me who told me.
He just suddenly asked me who the two women who followed him last time were.
The third sister hesitated for a while, then did you tell him it was us? Well. Ren Yuege smiled awkwardly and said repeatedly, don't worry, he is not angry. The third sister sighed, how can I not be angry when being followed? But, he is a little bit unusual. Really? Who among the sisters doesn't know how powerful the second sister is?
My second sister is already the deputy captain of the criminal investigation squadron at such a young age, but it's not because of money from her family.
That's it.
After tracking him from such a long distance, he was still discovered by this waste, as my second sister called him.
It can be seen that this waste is definitely not ordinary. Ren Yuege nodded. It is indeed different from what my second sister said. I just came here today. Guess what I encountered? What? Mugger. Ah. The third sister on the phone was startled. You are not hurt? Ren Yuege shook his head. It wasn't me who bumped into him. It was him. He went to the square at that time, and there happened to be a robber holding a dagger. Ren Yuege recounted what he had seen and heard.
Finally, he said, although I was a bit far away and didn't see exactly how he attacked, he is definitely not a powerless college graduate. Just the speed of his attack and the way he subdued the robber was enough to tell he was extraordinary. An expert can tell whether he is good or not just by looking at his moves. The third sister pondered for a moment and said, it seems that our brother has a lot of hidden things. Ren Yuege nodded, I feel the same way, especially after meeting him. His aura doesn't seem like that of a college graduate in his 20s. I really can't understand his eyes. The third sister whispered, then you should get in touch with him more and see. I will keep your visit to Sanjiang to find him a secret for you. Well. I'm going to sleep first. I'm so tired today. I just washed 2 buckets of clothes. The third sister was surprised, you can do housework? He didn't help you. Humph, I get angry just talking about this. This stinky little brother not only doesn't help me, but also makes trouble for me. I'm so mad at him. Ren Yuege angrily recounted what happened just now. I finally made the bed myself, and before I could even appreciate my masterpiece, he directly overturned it. I was almost mad to death at that time. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 13 I'm giving you a chance to please me. The chattering sounds in the house could not be hidden at all. Chao Chang could hear it even when he was watching TV in the living room. I just couldn't hear what was said specifically. I guess he is reporting his own situation? These sisters. No good intention. The next day. Early in the morning. Chao Chang took Ren Yuege out. She's sending her clothes to the dry cleaners. Get in a BMW. When I left the community, I saw a group of older sisters from the intelligence station sitting at the door. Chao Chang rolled down the car window in a hurry. Then he stuck his head out and shouted. And Wang. A group of middle-aged women who were picking vegetables and gossiping turned around when they heard the sound. Aunt Wang was also among them, and seemed to be saying something. When she heard someone calling her, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Chao Chang. Chao Chang put his hands to his mouth and shouted, you will never be able to ride in a luxury car if you go to junior college. Go repeat your studies. The luxury car drove out in a flash. You little bastard, stop. Aunt Wang was jumping up and down. He chased him for more than 10 meters while carrying the beans. He jumped up, pointed at the back of the luxury car with his beans and shouted, "I don't know what he was saying, he spoke too fast, and all he said was asterisks." It was not until the BMW turned off the road and its taillights were out of sight that Aunt Wang sat back in her chair, breathlessly, and threw the beans into the basket.
So angry. It hurts so much that I'm angry. Although at her age, this thing is of no use. But the pain is still fatal. The aunties around were all watching a good show, laughing and having fun.
Aunt Wang rubbed her chest and cursed, "This little bastard, he made me so angry."
What's so great about him? It's just a broken BMW. Bah!
An old lady next to him said, "That's a 5 Series.
My son's boss drives one.
My son said it cost more than 700,000 yuan. Aunt Wang's face darkened. Well, that's nothing big, he's just a passenger, the car isn't his, ugh. Another middle-aged woman asked, "But the woman driving the car seems pretty.
Is she Xiao Chao's girlfriend?" Bah, how come this little bastard has a girlfriend?
What woman would be blind to fall for him, bah?
Aunt Wang blushed. If she wasn't his girlfriend, why would she go out with him so early in the morning?
And the license plate of her car seems to be from Shanghai.
Shanghai's wife is rich and prestigious. Bah! The Chow family's father and son are not good people, bah!
A group of middle-aged women hid their vegetable bowls behind them, fearing that they would be soaked in water and not crispy anymore. Chao Chang constantly receives negative emotions. In a blink of an eye, it's over 30, and it can increase by 1 point from time to time.
Today we broke through the big defense. It's a critical hit.
Chao Chang clapped his hands and laughed.
Over 1,000. Over 1,000. You can draw 10 times in a row. Thanks to Aunt Wang and her whole family. Ren Yuege found it funny. Do you have a grudge against this Aunt Wang? No grudge. Hate? No hate. Then why did you provoke her? What do you care about me? Drive your car carefully and turn left ahead. Stinky little brother. Ren Yuege pouted.
They soon arrived at the dry cleaners. Ren Yuege took the clothes she had bought yesterday down from the back seat, then paid some money for expedited dry cleaning and would pick them up tomorrow.
Once you're done, get in the car. Ren Yuege asked, "Where are we going now?" Go home.
Chao Chang said lightly.
Ren Yuege asked subconsciously, "You're not going to the square today?" Chao Cheng smiled and said, "It seems you have followed me too?" How could I?
I heard from my second sister that you either play chess or cards every day.
Ren Yuege betrayed the female devil in her family in an instant. Chao Cheng asked, "Second sister?" She has a bad temper, right? How do you know?
Ha! The case has been solved.
The one who caused the critical hit last time should be this second sister. I remember it. Next time I have a chance, I will grab her and pull her away. Second sister, right? Very good. I'm going to turn you into a fool. Let's go home. Oh.
Chao Chang had no plans to go to the square or play cards today. With a stranger at home, Chao Chang had no mood to play.
Go back. Enter the community. Chao Chang rolled down the car window. Aunt Wang. The ants. Ren Yuege.
Aunt Wang felt her hair stand on end.
Why did this little bastard come back again? Look up.
Chao Chang held his mouth and said, "You must go back to college.
The most profitable job in the future is talk show. Although I don't know what a talk show is. But designation is not something serious."
Aunt Wang was holding beans and jumping up and down, cursing, "It's none of your business.
I'm doing this for your own good." The voice gradually faded away. Aunt Wang spat fiercely, "It's none of your business." After that, Aunt Wang turned around, took the vegetable bowl and went home. Who the hell knows if this little bastard will come out and shout again later? What bad luck. I don't want to see him today.
Not long after, scolding was heard from Aunt Wang's house.
You did so badly in the college entrance examination, and you're still playing computer games? How much did you spend when you bought the computer? Isn't it said to be used for learning? Playing shooting games now? What gun are you shooting? Turn off your phone, study, go study. Do you not have to study after the college entrance examination? Haven't you heard that it's never too late to learn? Go and study. Go now. Don't make me beat you. Still in love, right? Do you dare to fall in love before the college entrance examination? I'll beat you to death. Aunt Wang's youngest son yelled, I'm not in a relationship.
The atmosphere in Aunt Wang's house is one of loving mother and filial son, which makes the neighbors envious.
Noon. Chao Chang looked at Ren Yuege, can you cook? Ren Yuege shook her head, I can't, can you? Chao Chang shook his head, who would cook for a decent person? The two were silent for a second. Chao Chang said, go to a 5-star hotel, order a few dishes, and have them deliver them. Ren Yuege was speechless. Chao Chang said as a matter of course, aren't you a sister? Shouldn't a sister take care of her brother's food in daily life? I want food from a 5-star hotel. I can't eat anything else. I am naturally delicate. Ren Yuege laughed angrily. But she knew that this naughty brother did it on purpose. Deliberately make yourself angry. Although she didn't quite understand why her little brother seemed to have some dissatisfaction with her, it stood to reason that her second sister was following her and didn't do anything bad. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't implicate her. Besides, I've been angry for a long time. My second sister followed him a month ago. But Ren Yuege was very keenly aware that her naughty younger brother didn't like her sisters and was even unwilling to let her live at home. Her senses are sharp. Ren Yuege was also a little upset. In the past, whether at school or at some large gathering, those boys would be eager to chat with me more. They will be very happy if you even say one word. As a result, this stinky brother. Still disgusted? Okay, 5 stars is 5 stars, sister treats you, hum. Chao Chang said calmly, don't feel wronged. I am giving you a chance to please me. Most people don't even have a chance. Tisk. Ren Yuege snorted and went straight to the room. She called the third sister Ren Yushang and asked her to check the 5-star chain in Sanjiang and get her phone number to order food and takeout. In those days, there was no food delivery software like the ones of later generations, but this industry already existed. It can be traced back to the Han Dynasty. It emerged in the Song Dynasty. As for now, there are cities such as Pengchang and Yangchang. Many small stores will hire a delivery guy to answer the phone and deliver the food. So there is nothing new under the sun, it all depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Chao Chang plans to invest in this industry in the future. Plus, he studied computer science, so in his dream, his programming level would be many generations higher than it is now. As for cooking, of course Chao Chang can do it, and his level is not low. No matter my father is unreliable now, I have been independent since I was young. Or 100 years in a dream. He always has some specialties of his own. Just too lazy to do it. Chapter 14. Do you know how many people I have offended this month? Draw a treasure chest. Draw a treasure chest. While ordering food, Chao Chang returned to his room, locked the door, and started drawing treasure chests. This is why Chao Chang doesn't want outsiders to live in his home. If it weren't for this fourth sister Ren Yuege, Chao Chang would burn incense, take a bath, and then light 3 cigarettes, with a full sense of ritual. As a result, I am now hiding and drawing the lottery. Like a thief. 10 consecutive draws are enabled. In the void, countless treasure chests are rotating and their colors are changing. Iron, copper, silver, gold. Occasionally, a dazzling diamond treasure chest would flash by, but it was fleeting and difficult to capture with the naked eye, which shows how small the probability of seeing a diamond treasure chest is. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the fine iron treasure chest, gaining strength +1. Congratulations to the host for drawing the fine iron treasure chest and gaining agility +1. Congratulations to the host for drawing the fine iron treasure chest and gaining constitution +1. Congratulations to the host for drawing the fine iron treasure chest, gaining strength +1. Congratulations to the host for drawing the fine iron treasure chest, gaining strength +1. Congratulations, Jingtai. Hashtag. Chao Chang's veins were throbbing. In addition to the pain brought by the strength bonus, there is more heartache. What is all this? Although these attributes are very useful to Chao Chang, it can make the use of fighting techniques more perfect. Personal strength skyrocketed. But this is such a scam. I worked hard to save up my emotional value for a month. That's the result? This month has been really hard. Even though I have collected a lot now, in the beginning, I only had 10 emotion points per day, and 16 at most. Do you know how many people I have offended this month? Can you give some face to the system?
Congratulations to the host for winning the silver treasure chest and obtaining the cooking skills of the 8 major cuisines. Great achievement. Congratulations to the host for winning the silver treasure chest and receiving a pound of Ningxiang tea. Congratulations to the host for drawing the fine iron treasure chest and gaining agility +1.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the golden treasure chest and obtaining the piano skill grandmaster.
Ha. It's okay.
In the end, 1 gold and 2 silvers were produced. Chao Chang breathed a sigh of relief. At least my efforts over the past month have not been in vain, and those people have not been offended in vain.
Thanks, Aunt Wang. Although
the piano skill is not very useful, but it is at least a master skill and can be used to show off. Who knows when you can blind others' eyes?
Anyway, prostitutes, bah, it's always good to have many skills. As for the master level of cooking, ignore it for now. Chao Chang doesn't like cooking. It's very harmful to the skin. In addition,
in this wave of 10 consecutive draws, the best one might be Ningxiang tea. The introduction says that it is a mid-grade immortal tea, a tea from a certain immortal cultivation plane, which can enable cultivators to concentrate and calm their minds during cultivation and comprehend the profound truth as a means of enlightenment.
If ordinary people drink it, the effect will be even better. Eliminate physical diseases and increase life expectancy.
The most important thing is that the appearance of the immortal tea means that in the future draws, you may be able to draw a method of cultivating immortality.
Then,
Chao Chang checked the changes in his body. The strength is increased by 3 points, and the muscles expand directly. The 6-pack abs also began to appear. The attribute strength of an average adult man is less than 10 points. Chao Chang has also been training during this period, but his progress has been very slow. But this wave increases 3 points of strength, which can be said to be a big leap.
If you say,
previously, this physique could exert 10% of the master's fighting skills, so now this body should be able to exert more than 20%.
If you smoke a few more times, your body will become stronger. The future is promising. Soon,
meals were also delivered to the hotel.
7 or 8 people brought it over and filled the table. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The aroma is very nice.
Very rich.
But after taking a bite, Chao Chang understood instantly.
The great cooking skills drawn from the system are at least 1 or 2 levels higher than those of the chefs of ordinary 5-star hotels.
They are completely on a different level.
In Chao Chang's eyes, the dishes in front of him now tasted average, except that the presentation was a little better. The culinary skills of the 8 major cuisines have enhanced Chao Chang's taste buds, and he can clearly taste all the ingredients contained in them. You will know how many flaws there are in it once you taste it.
Why, not to your liking? Ren Yuege noticed Chao Chang's expression and asked subconsciously.
She also tasted it herself and nodded, I think it's okay.
Chao Chang's mouth twitched. You have never eaten anything good. Ren Yuege, have you eaten it?
Chao Chang shook his head.
Can't say I've eaten it. I can't say I can do it either.
Otherwise she would definitely ask herself to cook.
It's not tiring enough.
If I really started cooking, all I would get was her praise and the few positive emotions she had.
Never mind. Just eat it reluctantly. It's not too bad after all. Ren Yuege has a small appetite. Eating is also elegant.
After a few mouthfuls of food, he put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm full, eat slowly, little brother. Chao Chang pointed at the 7 or 8 dishes on the table and said in surprise, you only ate 2 bites, but you're feeding the birds? Chao Chang found that she was not fat.
No need to lose weight? Ren Yuege shook her head. I don't have a big appetite. You eat more. No, can I finish this much? You know you can't eat much. Why did you order so much? I'm just worried that you don't have enough to eat, you stinky brother. You really take my kindness for granted. Then I should thank you too? You're welcome. I'm your sister after all. Hey, you can't tell good from bad, right?
Chao Chang glanced at the dishes on the table and felt a headache. Anyway, it's the 5-star dish you asked for, so no leftovers, little brother.
Ren Yuege chuckled. By the way, are you going out this afternoon? Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Chao Chang was annoyed. I'm not going out, I'm fine. It's great that you're fine. You can go out with me this afternoon. Ren Yuege giggled. I'm going out to buy some gifts first. I'm going to see the teacher in the afternoon. You're alone at home, little brother. You have to be obedient.
After dinner, clean up the table and wash the dishes.
Bang.
As the door closed, Chao Chang looked at the table of food inside. Although the portion of each dish is not large, there are so many varieties, especially a few large dishes.
It's not that Chao Chum couldn't finish it.
He had a big appetite to begin with, and his strength and physical fitness had just increased. He was extremely hungry at that moment and could have swallowed half a cow.
He needs to replenish a lot of food as energy.
However, my taste buds are now sensitive and some of the dishes are very difficult to swallow.
Heat it up. Chao Cheng finally got up and took a few dishes to the kitchen to adjust the ingredients and carry out secondary processing. Soon, the hot dishes were served again. The heat at home is a bit low, so the dishes after reheating don't look as good as before, but the taste has improved by at least a level. With the cooking skills of 8 major cuisines, you can become a chef at entry level and open your own restaurant which will be full of customers. Small success level belongs to the star chef.
If you reach the great mastery level, you will be a big shot in the industry and it will be easy for you to win the first place in a chef competition.
As for the grandmaster,
you can establish your own school of cuisine outside of the major cuisines, develop your own specialties, and also accept disciples.
So,
the great cooking skills produced by the system, the heated food instantly filled the taste buds, and the whole person squinted his eyes.
At the same time, there are some concerns. I won't be unable to eat out in restaurants anymore, right? It's tiring to cook for yourself every day. Don't be like this. System. Can this reward be exchanged? I don't want cooking anymore.
I'll take a little loss and then switch to, how about a great success level cultivation technique?
Chapter 15, the number 1 fourth sister is broken.
Sweep away everything in its path. The table of food was quickly cleared. Chao Cheng burped and was about 90% full.
Get up.
I picked up the thermos. It fell yesterday and the outer shell is full of dents, but it does not affect the use of the inner liner.
Take out the fragrant tea. Pinch a few grams and drop them into the cup.
Even before brewing, you can already smell the fragrance of the tea, which instantly makes you feel refreshed.
Good tea. Boil a kettle of water. Brew tea.
Along with the heat, a rich aroma wafts around.
The tea is a deep purple color. Exceptionally noble and charming.
Brewing it in a stainless steel thermos is obviously not as good.
If you have better tea sets, you can enjoy the tea while drinking it.
Slurp.
Wow. This taste is so hot.
But apart from the hotness, a heavenly feeling emerged from this tea, and the taste and feeling went straight to the soul.
The meal I just had was a bit greasy.
But after taking this small sip, the greasy feeling was instantly cleared, and I even felt like pooping.
Slurp. After a while,
putting down the teacup, Mr. Chow went into the bathroom. Just like the marrow cleansing pills in novels, after drinking it, it starts to clean out impurities in the intestines and body. It is worthy of being called fairy tea. It has supreme benefits for all mortals.
1 pound. That should be enough to drink.
At least I can drink it until the next time I draw it. After cleaning his intestines and speeding up the absorption of today's nutrients, Chao Chang returned to the living room and continued drinking tea.
I don't know how many times I can brew these few grams of tea.
Anyway, just drink a few more cups until there is no color left, don't waste it.
Click. At this time, the door opened. Ren Yuege's pretty figure appeared before his eyes. Hey, stinky little brother, you secretly drank good tea? Ren Yuege looked unfriendly. Chao Chun usually drinks gaosu and xiaology tea. It smelled just normal.
She had been at home for more than a day and hadn't seen any good tea.
Result.
As soon as she left the house, the boy sneaked in to drink some good tea.
Ren Yuege is not from an ordinary family. Although she doesn't like drinking tea, it doesn't mean she is ignorant. This smell is good stuff. Ahem.
Chao Chang pretended to be calm, closed the lid of the thermos and hid it behind him.
Stinky brother, are you still hiding it? Take it out. This is the tea I drink myself. It's not that I don't give it to you, but you can't drink it. Something bad will happen if you drink it.
Chao Cheng had a serious face and eyes that were sincere.
TSK, I don't believe it. Take it out and let me taste it. I'm not stingy with you without a stinky brother like you. But you even hide the tea leaves? Do you think this is appropriate? It's not that I'm hiding it, it's that you really can't drink it, or something bad will happen. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not. Otherwise, I'll call Uncle Chow and tell him that you were reluctant to even make me a cup of tea. Ren Yuege once again brought up old Chow.
Chao Cheng pretended to be helpless. You asked for this, don't blame me.
I won't blame you, give it to me.
Chao Cheng took the porcelain cup and poured some out of the thermos.
Look at the color of the tea leaves. She actually said purple is very charming. The fragrance spreads. Refreshing. It's refreshing. Ren Yuege didn't mind that the tea leaves were poured out of a thermos cup.
He walked forward to take a look, sniffed it, and his eyes lit up. Then drink it in one gulp. As the gentle tea leaves flowed down her throat, Ren Yuege's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter.
She swore.
I have never tasted such delicious tea in my life. No, not only tea, but also beverages or other soups are not as delicious as this one. The flavor of this tea seems to penetrate the soul directly, making one feel a little lighter.
Ren Yuege showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Stinky brother, you drank such delicious tea secretly? And you lied to me that something bad would happen? What would happen?
I was so good to you for nothing.
Finish speaking. Ren Yuege handed the teacup to Chao Cheng, another cup. Are you thinking of drawing a lottery? Would you like another drink?
Chao Cheng curled his lips, poured her another small cup of tea, and said, playing hard to get, something will really happen. She ignored the words and took a few sips slowly this time. And smacked his lips.
He kept nodding his head. It's delicious. What kind of tea is this? It's purple in color. Is there something added to it? Blueberry? No, it doesn't have a blueberry flavor. I've never seen this before. Another one. Don't push your luck.
If you drink too much of this, something serious could happen. Chao Cheng warned for the nth time.
Really? I don't believe it. Ren Yuege was a little dizzy.
Chao Cheng continued to pour her a glass.
After this cup.
She felt it and her face changed slightly.
Chao Cheng was happy and pointed to the toilet. Have a nice day.
Ren Yuege endured it, but after a few seconds, her face turned red and she cursed him as a stinky brother.
Following the trend also provides 20 points of sentiment value.
After going into the bathroom, he continued to provide negative emotions.
Chao Cheng was overjoyed. His sister had also learned how to critically attack. That was great. She is here. The next 10 consecutive draws will not be far away from me.
Chao Cheng leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, and hummed a song. Drinking tea leisurely.
Don't say. It's really delicious. Especially when you are in a good mood, it tastes even better.
From the next door house, firecrackers could be heard from time to time, and each blast was accompanied by 3 points of negative emotions.
Just 20 minutes. The emotion value that was just cleared is about to break 100 again. It's Bulbasaur. About half an hour in total.
Ren Yuege came out of the bathroom with a resentful look in his eyes, and his whole body was filled with negative black energy.
It feels like she will turn evil in the next second.
Chao Cheng didn't meet her gaze and pretended not to know. Instead, he poured her another small cup. Here, if it tastes good, drink more.
Ding, negative emotions plus 10. Okay. Over 100.
Thanks to the number 1 on the list, fourth sister, for sending the emotional value. Ren Yuege was furious, her pretty face flushed, and she walked forward and grabbed Chao Cheng's ear. This was the first time the brother and sister had flesh-to-flesh contact. Chao Cheng tilted his head and said, "How old are you? Why are you still pulling people's ears?"
Ren Yuege was still furious. Did you do this on purpose? Tell me. What did I say? I told you that something bad would happen. I told you so many times, but you didn't believe me? Now you blame me? Besides, it's just diarrhea. Do you really think you're a fairy who doesn't have diarrhea? Ding plus 20. Ha. It's good as long as the defense is broken.
Chao Cheng took a deep breath and said, it hurts, let go. Although I gained some muscle. But there are no muscles on the ears, they are all bones, and it hurts when they are torn.
Ren Yuege gritted her teeth and glared, "Stinky brother, you did it on purpose.
Xiao Chang did it on purpose, and he was still using the 36 stratagems.
But I can't admit it.
Xiao Chang explained, although it is diarrhea, the tea is good tea.
It helps you to promote metabolism. Can't you feel it?
If you drink more of this kind of tea,
it can strengthen your body and prolong your life. I only have these few grams. Most people can't taste it. Don't be ungrateful, sister, let go. Let go, or you won't have anything to drink anymore. Chapter 16, She's Anxious. Physical changes. Ren Yuege could actually feel it very clearly. It's just so embarrassing.
After all, she is the eldest daughter, not the sister-in-law, so it is normal for her to be a little thin-skinned.
So,
as he spoke, his eyes became red. Xiao Chang said inwardly, "Oops, this will provide a lot of negative emotions, ha 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 ha."
Really? She started to score again.
Ren Yuege sat aside with red eyes. Xiao Chang waited until her emotional value stopped responding before pouring her another cup and began to comfort her. Okay, stop crying and have a cup of tea.
I don't want to drink, and you want to harm me again. I've never seen anyone as bad as you.
Ren Yuege shouted with red eyes.
Xiao Chang laughed, "Don't worry, it's just a detox, and you'll be fine if you drink again. Look at me, I didn't even go to the toilet." Real?
Of course.
If you don't believe me, let me drink it first.
Xiao Chang took the thermos cup and gulped down several gulps.
Ren Yuege sniffed and said angrily, "I have never seen a guy as bad as you. Which ordinary man would not maintain his elegance in front of her?"
Forget about playing a prank on her, even saying dirty words in front of her is out of the question. Xiao Chang shrugged, "Again, you can't blame me for this.
I've told you many times that I drank this stuff by myself. If someone else drank it, it would be bad. Fortunately, you were at home.
If you were outside, the consequences would be TSK.
Pop." Ren Yuege raised his hand and gave Xiao Chang a slap.
It didn't hurt, but it was heavier than before, which meant she was still angry.
2. My negative emotions have reached 150, it would be strange if I wasn't angry. Really only once? Ren Yuege looked at the teacup, undecided.
Although her mind told her, Ren Yuege, she should stop drinking and teach this disobedient brother a lesson.
But deep down I couldn't help it and wanted to drink. It's really delicious. Don't worry about drinking.
I've been drinking for so long and there's no effect.
What are you afraid of? And when have I ever lied to you? Xiao Chang looked sincere. Ren Yuege was skeptical, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Don't say. Still so delicious.
Xiao Chang handed over the thermos cup. "Come on, cheers."
"I don't want to toast with you, you stinky little brother."
Ren Yuege rolled her eyes, turned her head, and drank the purple tea in the bowl in 2 gulps.
The penetrating feeling made her squint slightly. Good tea.
As soon as it entered my soul, even the negative emotions disappeared a little. Xiao Chang's face suddenly changed and he stood up. "Oh, my stomach hurts.
I'm going to the toilet first." "Don't come in. Go out and find a way to solve it yourself." Ren Yuege's face changed drastically.
In an instant, 20 points of negative emotions emerged. She couldn't even imagine how socially devastated she would be if she were to go out and get dealt with.
"Xiao Chang." Ren Yuege called him by his name. Anxious.
She was anxious. +1 kept popping up on my head.
Xiao Chang slowly sat back on the sofa, looking relaxed. "I was just teasing you. You look so scared." "I really won't continue to poop." "Don't worry, drink it." Ren Yuege's breathing became a little faster.
Although she knew that Xiao Chang was teasing her on purpose, she became even angrier.
Negative sentiments surged again. "Why are you so mean?"
Ren Yuege stretched out her jade hand and twisted Xiao Chang's ear again.
"This time I really enjoyed the benefits. It's almost 200. It's only been over half an hour." Xiao Chang suddenly thought, should he leave Sanjian City and go to Shanghai?
Go to my aunt's house in Shanghai. There are 4 sisters over there. Just this sibling relationship itself can provide a lot of negative emotions, and if you add some teasing, the negative emotions will be superimposed on the buff.
In the later stages, wouldn't it be possible to complete 10 consecutive draws in one day? Only. This is too much of a drain on my sister. Didn't you see that Ren Yuege was so angry that she cried? It will take at least a day to recover from this stress.
And you can't do this every day, as it will easily make her develop drug resistance, making it difficult to get a critical hit again. This kind of critical hit is okay if it happens once or twice occasionally.
Not too frequent.
So, in fact, it was Aunt Wang who provided more. After all, she had been nurturing the accumulated emotions for a month, and now if she was teased, Aunt Wang would explode.
I just don't know how long Aunt Wang can live and how many years she can provide.
I really hope she lives a long life.
Okay, don't be angry. I've already told you about Saurue.
Chao Chang rubbed his ears.
It still hurt.
Ren Yuege turned her back, ignored Chao Chang, and muttered softly, "I'll call Uncle Chao tonight."
Chao Chang was speechless. How old are you and you're still complaining?
Besides, feel the changes in your body yourself.
You can only drink a little of this kind of tea here. You won't have this blessing if you go somewhere else. Even if you have a billionaire, you can't buy this kind of tea. This is an exaggeration. But Ren Yuege only half believed it.
She had drunk good tea and was knowledgeable enough to feel that this tea was even better than the legendary mother tree de Hongpo. She had drunk it before from the mother tree. A few years ago, my mother got some for someone as a gift, and several sisters in the family have tasted it. But, compared with this purple tea, the mother tree is just a loser. Therefore, from this horizontal comparison, we can see that this purple tea is absolutely a priceless treasure.
I just don't know where this stinky little brother got it from. Really? This stinky little brother is not simple.
He has his own secrets.
Ren Yuege turned around and looked at Chao Chang dimly. Are you really apologizing to me?
Yes.
Chao Chang nodded.
You have to coax her, and then wait until her mood calms down so that you can strike back better.
Only when the spring is compressed can you jump higher. Then give me some of this tea. I don't want much, just half a pound. Ren Yuege said. You'd better take your time to get angry. Chao Chang turned and left.
Seeing this, Ren Yuege hurriedly said, "Stinky brother, just give me a little, 3 taels.
2 taels, 1 tael is fine too."
Chao Chang turned around, 10 grams.
10 grams? Isn't that too little? Ren Yuege frowned.
Chao Chang, I only have less than 30 grams on me, and I want another tael. Besides, this tea is very light, and 10 grams can be drunk several times.
Okay, 10 grams is 10 grams. I'll take it back and let my mom taste it.
Her mother herself is busy with work. My health has not been very good these years, and I always have some minor illnesses and disasters. Drinking this tea makes the body feel light and even the brain feels much clearer. This is very effective for people who do long-term mental work.
Chao Chang said, I didn't realize that you were such a filial daughter. Ren Yuege rolled her eyes. That's right. By the way, where did you buy this tea? Can you buy some more? I'll pay for it, the price is negotiable. It's not something money can buy.
Chao Chang shook his head. I saved someone before, and he gave this to me.
Ren Yuege nodded doubtfully. I think so too. This kind of tea can't be bought with money.
There has been news that the harvest of mother tree de Hongpo is stopped this year, and the price has increased countless times.
Not to mention purple tea of this level. And
Ren Yuege had seen Chao Chang save someone, so she naturally put herself into the previous plot and felt that Chao Chang should not have lied to her.
But she didn't know it all.
There was not a single truth coming out of Master Chao's mouth.
Chapter 17, It's inappropriate for me to come up, right? Accompany me to see my teacher later. Why should I accompany you? I don't even know your teacher.
But you're my brother.
So what?
So I have to introduce myself to the teacher.
The teacher is just like my family. Following Ren Yuege's explanation, Chao Chang also roughly understood the concept of this teacher, which was different from the impression he had of a teacher. Not just the kind in school.
Instead, he has been a disciple since he was a child, and it has been 20 years. The old lady used to be the professor and dean of the Beijing Conservatory of Music and a master of instrumental performance. Now the old lady is retired, although she still holds the position of a re-employed professor and occasionally goes to Beijing to teach at various major music conservatories.
But usually he is in Sanjiang City. This is the old lady's hometown. Certainly.
Chao Chang didn't care much about this teacher. What he cared more about was whether Aunt Wang would be at the entrance of the community when he went out.
This is the key. Pity.
It was too hot when I went out, the sun had not set yet, and the community intelligence team had not yet started work.
The intelligence team only works in the morning and evening. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon and it's hot. I can't see Aunt Wang. Chao Chang was extremely disappointed.
Unconsciously, he turned his gaze back to the teacher of fourth sister.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Chao Chang looked interested. You mean, your teacher is very famous in the industry?
Of course.
Ren Yuege said as he drove. Brother, you are not from the industry, so of course you don't understand.
My teacher is of high seniority, has high qualifications, and is very capable.
He can play domestic and foreign musical instruments with ease. Do you know music? I won't.
Chao Chang shook his head. But also a little surprised.
I just won the piano master. Really? I am the son of luck, and I can pretend to be cool again. But you can't force it, because piano is a joyful thing.
Chao Chang couldn't even imagine how intoxicating the music he played would be with his master-level piano skills.
I guess there should be a lot of positive emotion feedback.
But positive emotions obviously don't give as much as negative emotions.
This is a bit difficult. But the teacher fourth sister is well known in the industry and has a high enough status, so I guess she would give me a lot of emotional feedback, right? The only thing I have to worry about is whether the old lady will be mad to death.
How old is your teacher?
Early 70s.
Ren Yuege said, don't look at my teacher's age, but his level is still top-notch.
Chao Chang asked, is she okay?
Of course.
Ren Yuege nodded, then frowned and looked at Chao Chang suspiciously. No, what do you mean, little brother? It's nothing. I just simply care about you. After all, he's your teacher, and half my teacher too. What's wrong with showing some concern for me? Chao Chang still looked sincere. But Ren Yuege began to become alert. This stinky little brother is so bad.
Especially with this innocent, simple and naive look, he must be harboring some bad intentions.
Ren Yuege is really good at judging people.
At home, Ren Yuege is considered a bit sinister, but after coming to Sanjiang these 2 days, she suffered a lot at the hands of Chao Chang.
While talking,
the car drove into an old residential area. It is also a unit community. The old lady lived in the old house of the family, a 2-story building with a yard. There was a grape trellis in the yard with bunches of grapes hanging on it, which were about to ripen. There are also various old-fashioned large water tanks under the grape racks, with some fish in them. There are small vegetables planted in the yard, and the fragrance of green onions fills the yard.
Everything seems so peaceful and beautiful.
It can be seen that this old lady is a quiet person.
Chao Chang looked around and thought, now that I'm here, there's no peace anymore, right? The two people were carrying a lot of things. Some of them were brought by Ren Yuege from Shanghai, and some were bought just now.
They are all nutritional supplements and various high-end Chinese medicinal materials.
Teacher, I'm here to see you.
The gate was not closed, so the old lady had no idea who was coming.
Until Ren Yuege spoke.
A kind voice came from inside.
Yu Gu is here.
A white-haired old lady in ordinary clothes walked out of the kitchen, looking very kind.
This big girl.
Chao Chang was also observing, and he had to say that this girl must have been a peerless beauty when she was young. Even now, she is still a beauty that time cannot defeat. What we look at now is temperament, cultivation, and bone structure, rather than just skin and flesh.
Teacher. Hey, you're here, so why bring so many things?
The old lady smiled and looked at Chao Chang again.
Ren Yuege introduced, Teacher, this is my younger brother. Do you have a younger brother?
The old lady was a little surprised. Could it be that the teacher has grown old and forgotten something?
No, the teacher is not old. Ren Yuege chuckled, my mother remarried. No need to say it all.
The old lady suddenly realized and smiled, that's exactly what you want.
Haven't you always wanted a younger brother? No way.
Ren Yuege glanced at Chao Chang, I want a well-behaved kid, this stinky brother is very bad.
Chao Chang's mouth twitched, no, shouldn't this kind of thing be said behind people's backs? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say it in front of them?
The old lady was happy.
Ren Yuege snorted, you are a stinky little brother, I said it to your face, what's inappropriate about it?
Chao Chang shook his head speechlessly. The old lady could see that although her disciple said she disliked him, she actually had a good relationship with him, otherwise she wouldn't be like this. The young man is very energetic.
Thank you, teacher. My name is Chao Chang. The old lady smiled and said, "Please sit down, please feel free, just treat it as your own home." As she spoke, the old lady looked at Ren Yuege and said, "Knowing that you are coming today, the teacher specially prepared some dishes for you to eat at home tonight." "Okay, teacher." Ren Yuege was not polite. And at this time, there were footsteps coming from upstairs. Senior sister Yuege. Looking up, I saw a girl in a white long dress, wearing slippers, running down in small steps. Lingling is at home too. Ren Yuege looked surprised. Lingling said, "Grandma told me that you were coming today, so I didn't go out today." The two people started chatting. Chao Chang was like an outsider at this time. I should have known not to come. But now that you're here, wait, that's not what it says. The son of luck should say, make the best of it? Think about how to get some emotional value properly. Although Chao Chang really wants emotional points, he is not without emotional intelligence. The current environment is very warm and there are no villains jumping out to ridicule him. Mr. Chao would certainly not go crazy and deliberately offend others. We don't know how much emotional value we will get by then, but it will definitely make everyone embarrassed. The same thing. The price is so little, there's no need to go crazy. If I could be given 10,000 emotion points at once, Master Chao would even shit on the spot. I don't care whether you are embarrassed or not. At worst, just apologize and pick it up. Chao Chang was thinking. Ren Yuege patted Chao Chang and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go upstairs." Ah. Chao Chang looked at Lingling, then at Ren Yuege. "You two girls are having a private conversation, so it's inappropriate for me to come up here, right? What are you thinking about? I'll show you my level." What level? Piano. Isn't this just walking into trouble? Elbow. Chapter 18. I have a basic understanding. Second floor. There is a separate music room. Although the house looks old, the decoration on the second floor is not bad at all. The instrument room has sound insulation panels and some professional recording equipment. The area is very large. A top-quality piano is placed in the middle. Get the hell out of the way. I'm gonna be pretentious. But before Chao Chang could come forward to show off, Ren Yuege came forward first and sat in front of the piano. Does she really want Chao Chang to see her level? Ren Yuege raised an eyebrow at Chao Chang. "Listen carefully, stinky brother." Chao Chang laughed. How dare he show off his skills in front of an expert? I will let you know what the great heavenly dragon and the Daluo mantra are later. Let us be honest. Ren Yuege is quite unlucky. There are at least dozens of Chinese and Western musical instruments in this room, from pianos to xiaos. If Ren Yuege had taken anything else, Master Chao would have just tolerated it and could only watch her act cool without saying a word. But the piano. Sorry, I'm the master. Soon, a cheerful rhythm slowly flowed out with the movement of Ren Yuege's slender fingers. Not to mention the lingering sound. Not to mention touching the heart and ears. But at least it's a professional level. I didn't see. This girl is a top-notch performer. Chao Chang has never taken a graded exam, but he knows that the piano level cannot constantly reflect a person's professional level, and many masters have never taken traditional graded exams. So, based on Chao Chang's level alone, it can be confirmed that she is able to perform some music in a formal setting. At least for this relatively simple piece of music, I am qualified as I can play it according to my feeling. And there was no sense of awkwardness at all, which meant that she must have practiced every day before coming to Sanjiang. One song is over. Lingling looked intoxicated and clapped her hands, saying, "Senior sister Yuege's level has improved again. This song is so gentle." Ren Yuege chuckled, "You're not bad either, and you're several years younger than me. When you reach my age, you will definitely have your own style. Then I'll be able to see our Lingling's performance on TV." Lingling was delighted. "Really, senior sister? That must be true. Even your teacher praised your talent. When you graduate from university, you will definitely become the youngest pianist in our country." The businessmen exchanged a few compliments. Ren Yuege looked at Chao Chang and raised his eyebrows proudly. "How about it, stinky brother, did you hear anything?" "No, I should ask, do you know what song this is?" For the layman. It is not easy to hear a song and then say its name. Chao Chang smiled, "The Mark of Rain." Ha! Ren Yuege was speechless. "You actually knew?" "I understand a little bit."
Xiao Chang nodded slowly. All he needs now is a feather fan, so that he can wave it casually and the sound will appear natural.
Pity. Ancient style is not particularly popular now. Otherwise, just dress up in Hanfu and show off. Do you know what a Hanfu male god is? Here's a chance for you to see it. You can also play the piano? This was something Ren Yuege did not expect, and she was really surprised. I've said it all. I understand it a little bit. Come. Ren Yuege stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Chang pretended to smile awkwardly. That's not necessary. Ren Yuege snorted and laughed. Don't you know a little bit? Even if you play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, I will assume that you really know a little bit. Otherwise, you are just bragging, my stinky brother.
Lingling covered her mouth and chuckled. But she didn't want to embarrass others, so Lingling said, "Forget it, senior sister.
How about I sing a song and you can see if I have made any progress recently? Talk to you later, let's look at him first." Ren Yuege pointed at Xiao Chang with his chin. Just when Xiao Chang was about to reluctantly start pretending to be cool,
a kind voice came from downstairs. "Lingling, Yuege, Xiao, come down and have some fruit first." Xiao Chang's face changed.
No. The son of luck has not even started to show off and it's already over? What fruits to eat?
What delicious fruit is there?
I've pretended to be this far, but I'm just a little bit short of it.
Ren Yuege shouted, "Wait a moment, teacher, play one more song and we'll be down right away."
Really? This is the plot.
Xiao Chang wasn't waiting either, fearing that he would be delayed by other things.
Well, since you sincerely invited me here, I will reluctantly give you some pointers.
Xiao Chang slowly walked onto the stage.
Sat on the chair. Blue Planet is different from Earth, and there are many details that are different here.
For example, some of the stars on Earth also exist on the Blue Planet, but not all of them.
The same goes for songs, including movies and TV series. There is a mixture of both.
So, Xiao Chang is considering whether to create an original work, which would be in line with the temperament of a time traveler.
Although this beep is a bit loud. It's a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito.
But after all, he had just acquired this skill, and Xiao Chang had a bunch of music scores in his mind, and he always felt a little itchy.
But Ren Yuege doesn't think so.
She saw Xiao Chang sitting there hesitating and in a daze.
She snorted and laughed, looking like she was enjoying the fun. Ling Lingshan couldn't help but whispered, "Senior sister, let's forget it. It doesn't count." Ren Yuege snorted.
She finally got a chance to teach this naughty brother a lesson, how could she let it go?
Besides, this is our own home, why should we be afraid of being embarrassed? And the stinky little brother walked himself into the gunpoint. If he hadn't pretended to know a little and said with a smug look on his face that he was giving her pointers, Ren Yuege wouldn't have really forced him to play the piano. This was completely something Xiao Chang brought to my doorstep. How could she not catch it? She still remembered the tea incident just now.
Seeing that Xiao Chang didn't move for a long time,
Ren Yuege smiled and walked forward and tapped the piano keys. "Dodo. Don't you know which tune is which? Well, let me teach you. This is do, this is la, and this is 11. Do you understand? You know nothing, little brother." Ren Yuege laughed strangely. Lingling almost burst out laughing.
"I knew that my senior sister could be quite sinister sometimes, but I didn't expect she could be so good at hurting others."
Xiao Chang glanced at her unhappily. "Do you think I'm a fool?" "Hey, isn't it you?" Ren Yuege screamed in surprise. "Hey." Xiao Chang was so angry that he laughed. Okay. I didn't want to cheat so much or act so arrogantly, but you forced me to do it. I will show you the power from the earth. Show off the octave of flight of the bumblebee. Ding.
When the first keyboard sound was heard, the following sound was like a flood or waterfall, surging and surging. Before Ren Yuege could retract her smile, her entire face froze in place. Lingling opened her mouth slightly, but her eyes became dull in just a few seconds. Xiao Chang played at high speed. In less than 40 seconds, he finished the 1 minute and 30 seconds piece, without even time to breathe.
When the last sound fell, Ren Yuege seemed to be able to breathe finally.
His whole body shrank suddenly, and his legs trembled. The scene was unusually quiet. Until footsteps were heard outside the door. The old lady downstairs heard it, but she didn't move, for fear that the footsteps would affect the people upstairs and that the footsteps would affect her hearing. So, after it was over, the old lady hurried upstairs.
And into Chao Chang's ears came one system prompt tone after another. Chapter 19. I know a little bit. Have positive emotions. There are negative emotions too.
This music is so fast that it makes people's heart beat faster and their blood boil.
That kind of surge. That kind of tension. Some of it is positive, and some of it is negative. Which school did Xiao Chao graduate from? Who was his teacher?
The old lady went straight to the point.
She heard it.
Naturally, I feel that a child of this ability could never be taught by an ordinary teacher.
It wouldn't be an ordinary school either. Only.
The old lady thought carefully and tried hard to recall, but she really couldn't remember any child with the surname Chao.
It shouldn't.
Although there are millions of children learning piano in China, the top circle is only so small. If there was a young man of this level, she should at least have heard of him.
She is retired. But not dead. Pity.
During the few seconds she went upstairs, she searched countless memories, but she couldn't think of any.
The scariest thing is that the old lady couldn't even remember which song this was from. Is it original? Isn't this talent too incredible?
The old lady hadn't accepted a disciple for many years. She was tempted and even a little nervous, feeling that she couldn't afford to accept such a student. The distance was too far just now, so she couldn't hear it very clearly and missed many details.
But even so,
she also felt that this child was much stronger than Lingling and Yuege.
They are totally not on the same level. Or maybe only myself.
No, only when I am at my best can I be comparable to others.
I can't do it now. The speed alone is enough to discourage me. I'm not from a professional music college, and I don't have a professional teacher. I used to learn at the Children's Palace, and then I practiced on my own. Xiao Chang made up an excuse.
Some things it can't explain too much.
The teacher-student environment is really important. It's not something you can learn by self-study.
Especially in this era, there are not many tutorials online, unlike the next few decades, when many masters started to offer online courses.
He is a real master. Today's masters are all hiding. How is this possible?
The old lady was stunned.
Really?
Xiao Chang laughed. Actually, I didn't practice on my own.
When I grew up, I met an old man who taught me for a while.
I don't know his name, but he had a bad temper.
He liked to smoke and drink, and was drunk every day. It's barely an excuse.
The old lady suddenly realized.
My mind started to storm again, wondering who this old man was.
As for the old man, he should be in his 60s.
Who could it be?
There are quite a few who are of the right age, and some who have strange tempers.
Stinky brother, you. Ren Yuege seemed to have finally come to his senses at this time. You are so powerful? Keep a low profile.
Xiao Chang pressed his hand.
Various emotions would pop up a little bit every few seconds. The old lady asked, "Can you play it again?" Okay.
Xiao Chang slowed down this time. A minute and a half later, the old lady slowly opened her eyes with a gloomy look on her face. As expected, this child's hard power was ridiculously strong and very stable.
It's not someone she can accept as a disciple. Even at her best, she can't compare to you. This song is original. Are you interested in studying at the music conservatory? The old lady invited.
Then he said repeatedly, your basic skills are not a problem, and your ability is also up to par.
Further study is just a pretext. You can get the resources of the school and it will be easier for you to go international. Ren Yuege also listened very carefully this time.
Only then did I realize how powerful that stinky little brother was.
You naughty little brother, why don't you thank the teacher? Ren Yuege said anxiously.
Xiao Chang shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, but I am not interested in this.
The old lady sighed. Ren Yuege was anxious. Stinky brother, you. Although the teacher didn't say much and didn't make many promises, she knew how good this opportunity was. You can enter the hall.
At worst, he will become a world-famous piano master in the future. If it is original, after his death, his name will be recorded in history, alongside all the ancient gods.
When you change your mind, come and see me.
The old lady recovered quickly, and after a period of loss, she became kind again. Okay, teacher. Chao Chang nodded, rarely being serious. After all, after being rejected just now, the old lady must have been hit hard.
It seems that he is really disappointed. The old lady left to cook. Ren Yuege gritted her teeth and raised her hand to twist Chao Chang's ear. Stinky brother, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Do you know how lazy I am?
Chao Chang slapped her hand away in annoyance.
Ren Yuege was even more angry. You are just lazy? So you say you are not interested in this? You are wasting your talent. You know nothing.
Chao Chang shook his head. He probably understands that opportunities are hard to come by, but he has too much talent. His greatest talent is collecting negative emotions. As long as he continues on this path, he will achieve so many things in the future.
There is absolutely no need to go one way alone.
Lingling didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Chao Chang became strange.
So strong. There was some silence in the room.
Negative emotions are still floating around, with a few positive emotions flashing through occasionally.
This time it was a good harvest.
Chao Chang was also happy and relaxed. You guys go play, I'll go downstairs to help the teacher prepare the dishes.
Wait for Chao Chang to leave. Ren Yuege sat on the piano chair angrily. This stinky little brother is so lazy. Lingling whispered, Senior sister, can you let this brother write a score for me? Ren Yuege was surprised. Lingling said, I want to learn the song just now. Ren Yuege sighed, I'll ask him later. I'm upset right now.
Lingling chuckled, everyone has their own choices. He is not interested in this, but senior sister can learn brother's skills and ask him to compose some original songs.
There are so many. Ren Yuege was stunned when he heard this.
Then there was a flash before my eyes.
Yes. You reminded me. Don't even think about being lazy, my little brother.
I want him to write original piano music for me every day.
Ren Yuege stood up, elbow, let's go negotiate. Lingling was surprised, we still need to negotiate? Ren Yuege nodded, no, you don't know how annoying he is. He is also lazy.
He didn't go to work after graduating from college. He played chess with a group of old men in the square every day. Occasionally, he went to the Mahjong hall to play cards with the aunties.
He just didn't go to make money. And I like to piss me off.
If this stinky brother knew that I wanted an original song, he would definitely make some unpleasant conditions.
Lingling became even more curious after hearing this.
If she had heard these words before, she might have thought, like second sister, that this guy was uneducated and a street urchin. But after seeing his level, although I don't know what level it is definitely much stronger than her.
Then the first impression is fixed.
Looking at what Chao Chang did, not only do I not think that he is unlearned, but I find it interesting. What a brother with character.
After the two went downstairs,
I heard a conversation in the kitchen.
The old lady was surprised, I didn't expect you could cook? Your knife skills are not simple. Chao Chang said modestly, I understand a little bit. But, I am not interested in this. Old lady. Lingling. This sounds familiar. But Ren Yuege's face turned dark. He can actually cook? At noon, the dog said he couldn't cook? Wrong.
Ren Yuege remembered that he had said the same thing.
At noon, the dog lied. Ding plus 20. Chapter 20 and Wang. Great cooking skills. In the kitchen.
Chao Chang stood with a knife in his hand, as calm and reserved as if he were in a mountain. The knife flashed like a meteor, as sharp as breaking the void, and then, the shredded potatoes whizzed into pieces. Then swish, 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 like a dragon emerging from the sea and forming a silk thread. Each cut hits the potato's vital point, leaving it defenseless. This sword is impenetrable and never misses its target.
Wow.
All I heard was a strange cry from Chao Chang. His ear was suddenly grabbed by two slender fingers of a delicate hand. The force was so great and the angle was so tricky that Chao Chang grimaced.
Ren Yuege twisted Chao Chang's ear and said angrily, Stinky brother, didn't you say you can't cook?
Chao Chang grinned, but did not refute. Instead, he smiled apologetically at the old lady, I'm sorry, teacher.
I was rude and embarrassed you.
The old lady laughed and shook her head. These two siblings are really a perfect match. I used to think that Ren Yuege was too lively, and as the youngest girl in the family, everyone else would pamper her to some extent.
Now it seems that there is finally a smaller one that can control her. You dare to say that I'm reckless? You little brat, tell me yourself, how many times have you lied to me in the past few days? Just today, it's 2 or 3 times, right? Ren Yuege was furious. Oops. Chao Cheng slapped his hand away and rubbed his ears. We are outside, please behave yourself, don't make trouble, don't disturb me when I cook, go out and play, I'll call you when the food is ready, be good. Ren Yuege reached out his hand again. You are so disrespectful. Whose brother are you? Chao Cheng dodged a few times and slipped out of the kitchen, and Ren Yuege chased after him. Lingling smiled with her lips pursed. The old lady also smiled and continued to prepare the side dishes and cook. It's good to have a lively atmosphere at home. The old lady likes this feeling. The only pity is, it's just that this child is too talented, but he doesn't develop in this direction, which is a bit regrettable. In the end, Chao Cheng reluctantly agreed to Ren Yuege's somewhat excessive request. When I have time, I will provide her with an original piano piece. This is really too much to ask. But, considering that she provided emotional points all day long, Chao Cheng reluctantly agreed. You can't milk a cow and not let it eat enough, right? In the final analysis, the person who currently ranks first in emotional value is Ren Yuege, and Aunt Wang ranks second. It can be seen that Ren Yuege is definitely a big taxpayer. After all, I've only known Ren Yuege for a few days. As for Aunt Wang, it has been more than a month. So, it is necessary to take good care of the eldest sister and make her happy occasionally. On the contrary, these original music do not have much use for Chao Cheng except to show off. If we give it to Ren Yuege, we can make a lot of money from the copyright fees. Chao Cheng will never lose. In the next period of time, Chao Cheng did not go to help the old lady cook. Instead, he went to the second floor, took out the music score and gave it to Ren Yuege and Lingling. It cannot be used outside of commercial purposes, and they can play it at will. Chao Cheng is also an experienced man. How could he not see the occasional flash of admiration in Lingling's beautiful eyes? This feels good. After all, being admired by a pretty girl would make everyone secretly happy. After finishing the score, Chao Cheng guided them in practicing the piece. Chao Cheng naturally wouldn't be idle either. He would occasionally pretend to drink and annoy Ren Yuege, and the whole afternoon passed happily like this. At dinner, the old lady made a delicious soup and Chao Cheng drank 2 bowls. Before leaving, the old lady told Chao Cheng to come home for dinner when he had time. Just now during the meal, the old lady knew that Chao Cheng was here alone, so she made this invitation. Perhaps he also wanted to persuade Chao Cheng through multiple contacts, not wanting Chao Cheng's talent to be wasted. Chao Cheng agreed readily. I also memorized the old lady's personal number and Lingling's number. Take the bus home. There was a large group of middle-aged women from the intelligence team at the door. There were fewer people than usual because many of them were going out dancing in the evening. There was no sign of Aunt Wang. Chao Cheng looked disappointed again. But soon, Chao Cheng saw a familiar figure. Aunt Wang. It's her, that's for sure. At this time, Aunt Wang was holding a wooden stick in her right hand and twisting one of her ears with her left hand. Her child was being carried by her with his head tilted and staggering. It was obvious that this kid had made some mistake and was caught by Aunt Wang. You don't have to guess to know that this kid must have secretly gone to the internet cafe to play games with his friends after dinner while Aunt Wang was out. This scene was common in the past. Stop, stop, stop. Chao Cheng was overjoyed. Ren Yuege didn't recognize Aunt Wang, and stopped in confusion, asking, "What are you doing?" Chao Cheng didn't answer, opened the door and got out of the car. He rushed over in one step. I also broke off a few bamboo branches along the way. Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang's hair stood on end, and she was getting very angry. Turning around and looking at Chao Cheng, who was running towards him with a big smile on his face, he became even more angry. He almost blurted out a curse. Good evening, Aunt Wang. Are you free again and playing with your son? Chao Cheng stepped forward and greeted politely. Does it have anything to do with you? Go away. Aunt Wang snorted. Hey, look at you, how can you not be easily amused? We are all from the same residential area, and there is no overnight hatred between neighbors. Don't be too petty, be generous. Aunt Wang's mouth twitched. These words sounded familiar. Good fellow. Isn't that what she used to say? Boomerang, right? This time he has himself in trouble. I subconsciously exerted strength with my hands. Ah, it hurts, it hurts.
The youngest son screamed.
Aunt Wang quickly let go.
The younger son jumped on the spot in pain.
Chao Cheng sighed. Aunt Wang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the child is still young, so what if he made some mistakes? No one is perfect, how could you kill him like that? Is he really not your biological child? Youngest son.
Aunt Wang's face darkened. Stop talking about these useless things.
My family's affairs have nothing to do with you. Go away.
Chao Cheng shook his head. I'm not meddling in your family affairs.
What I meant is that beating your son is just to teach him a lesson.
There's no need to be so ruthless. You're holding such a thick stick.
Do you want to kill him?
As he spoke, Chao Cheng handed over the bamboo stick. Use this, mine is good, it hurts the skin but not the bones. Even if you get bruised, you can apply some iodine later and you'll be full of life the next day. The younger son looked at the bamboo branches and felt sick all over. Using a stick can at best scare someone or give them a spanking, but you can still control the strength of the blow.
But bamboo sticks are different.
They are light to hold, but the force used when swung is extremely heavy and there is no accuracy.
If you accidentally hit it on the face, it will leave a bloody mark. How cruel.
The younger son glared at Chao Cheng angrily.
Negative emotions are running rampant.
Otherwise, they are mother and son, and both are major taxpayers. Chao Cheng didn't wait for Aunt Wang to refuse. He took the stick and stuffed the bamboo branch into her hand.
Aunt Wang, you can't go wrong if you listen to me.
If you beat him with this thing once, he won't dare to make the same mistake again next time. Of course, if Aunt Wang can't bear to let him go, then forget it.
He is your son anyway.
It's just that spoiling a child is like killing him. If I don't teach him a lesson today, there will be people who will teach him a lesson when he gets out into society. Who knows, the police might even come.
Good advice is unpleasant to the ears. It's up to you whether you listen to it or not. I'm leaving now. Stay, stay. No need to see me off. After that,
Chao Cheng ran back to the car with a stick.
Hurry, hurry, drive, drive, elbow, elbow, elbow. The BMW drove away with a whoosh. Both mother and son looked unhappy.
The younger son jumped up and down and cursed, my family affairs are none of your business, Chao, just wait for me, you at #at.
The scolding is so ugly.
There were some people watching the fun nearby. When they heard the dirty words, they all frowned and pointed at Aunt Wang.
What kind of tutoring is this? A half-grown kid, just a high school graduate, with this quality?
It's true that you have a mother who gives birth to you but not a mother who teaches you. Aunt Wang just felt her face turn red, feeling ashamed and angry, and she hit him with a bamboo stick.
Although there are clothes blocking.
But summer clothes are so thick, and the little son jumped in pain. Mom, I was wrong.
Mom, I won't dare to do it again.
Chao Cheng lay in the passenger seat, watching Aunt Wang take action behind him, and then heard the system's prompt and laughed 3 times. Chapter 21, If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword.
You are just a shrew. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Ren Yuege could see that this naughty brother was always looking for trouble. Chao Cheng snorted and laughed, who dares to retaliate against me?
I have been training since I was a child. I know a little bit of hundreds of boxing styles, and I have also mastered most of the body and leg techniques.
3 or 5 women can't even get close to me. Ren Yuege snorted, 3 or 5 women can't get close to you? You think you're so glorious? What do you know?
If a man can keep women away from him, it means he has great perseverance and self-discipline.
Do you know that? In ancient times, Lu Xiaohui could remain calm even when a woman sat on his lap.
Now, I, Chao Cheng, want to refuse but still welcome her.
Is this how this idiom is used? Ren Yuege was speechless.
Chao Cheng waved his hand, it's okay as long as you understand what I mean.
Just tell me, do my words make sense? How many men can refuse women?
Any man who can control himself has a bright future. Have you ever heard that if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will naturally become a god when you draw your sword?
Wrong logic. I'm going to take a shit. Please boil some water for me so I can make some tea. Chao Cheng went into the bathroom after returning home.
Ren Yuege grumbled a few words in disdain, but still obediently started to boil water.
She wants to drink purple tea too. In a blink of an eye. Ren Yuege has been here for a week.
The relationship between the two people became much closer.
In fact, even Ren Yuege didn't understand how the two of them could become as close as siblings so quickly.
If they walked out together without saying anything, others really wouldn't be able to tell that they had only known each other for a week.
But people always have joys and sorrows. I'm leaving. Today, Ren Yuege is leaving.
Chao Chang walked her downstairs, helped her move her luggage into the trunk, and nodded silently. The scene was a little sad. Chao Chang did not try to hold it back, his eyes were full of reluctance.
This made Ren Yuege feel a little sad. How about you come back with me?
Anyway, my mom and your dad have already returned.
It would be boring for you to live alone in Sanjiang, right? Boring? Which eye of yours sees me as bored?
I don't know how happy I am every day.
Chao Chang slowly shook his head. Not yet. Then when will it be called the time? Ren Yuege was puzzled. Actually, she invited me the day before yesterday.
She said that except for the second sister who was a little xenophobic, she and the third sister didn't mind Chao Chang's visit.
As for the eldest sister, she was the most gentle and would definitely not reject him.
But Chao Chang's answer at that time was, "It's not the right time."
Ren Yuege didn't know when the time would come, and when she asked Chao Chang, he didn't tell her.
"Let's go, be careful on the road. I'll go to Shanghai to play in a few months." Chao Chang waved his hand.
Final. Ren Yuege drove away. Chao Chang watched her go away. I can't bear to do that.
With such a huge pile of emotions and being a big taxpayer, I'm about to get my 10th draw this week.
Among them, Ren Yuege's contribution is indispensable. Aunt Wang couldn't even come close to praising him. As for why it's not time yet. Actually, it's about money.
Just as Chao Chang considered, after going there, he would most likely eat, live, and spend money at the Ren family. Even if he couldn't be said to be living under someone else's roof, at least he would be living under someone else's roof.
At present, all of Chao Chang's money is lying dormant in the secondary market. There are ups and downs every day.
I have made more than 100,000 yuan in total now, but it hasn't reached the real big market yet. So, even if he went to Shanghai now, there was nothing else he could do. It would be better to stay in Sanjiang City and wait until you make money before going to Shanghai, which will also be convenient for investment.
Night. Ren Yuege returned to his mansion in Shanghai.
His face looked slightly tired. But after drinking a lot of purple tea in the past few days, her physical condition has improved much more than before. After driving for a day, she doesn't feel that tired. The car was parked in the garage. A girl who looked exactly like her came forward to help her take the luggage out of the trunk.
He whispered, "Didn't that stinky little brother come back with you?" Speaking of this,
Ren Yuege pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and shook her head. He said he would talk about it in a few months.
I don't know what he is thinking.
He seems to be doing nothing every day, and I don't know what he is secretly doing in private.
Ren Yuege is not stupid.
Chao Chang seems to have nothing to do every day, as if he is retired.
But after a few days of contact and understanding, I realized that this stinky little brother is definitely not a peaceful person.
The third sister, Ren Yuchang, would chat with Ren Yuege on the phone almost every night, so even though she didn't go to Sanjiang, she was very clear about what was happening there.
And the two people were born from the same mother.
Not to mention the mysterious telepathy, just their thoughts are sometimes similar. Even the way they addressed Chao Chang was the same.
It seems that you really want this naughty brother to come and live with us? Ren Yushang asked curiously.
She knew a lot about Chao Chang, but she had never met him in person, so she was a little curious about the fourth brother's condition and was obviously reluctant to let him go.
Ren Yuege shook his head and said stubbornly, "I don't want him to live with us.
I'm just afraid that if he stays alone in Sanjiang for too long, he will be beaten to death."
He, the third brother Ren Yuchang laughed out loud.
She knew what Chao Chang had done in the past few days, which sounded infuriating and like a troublemaker. In the past, the fourth child was already very naughty at home, but compared with Chao Chang, the fourth child can only be considered extremely well behaved.
Forget it, let's not talk about him for now. Is my second sister at home? Ren Yuege asked. My second sister is not here.
Since Uncle Chao and Mom came back, she has hardly come home these days. She only comes back for dinner occasionally when Mom calls her.
She has come back twice during this period and spends most of her time in the dormitory at the unit. Ren Yushang said.
Ren Yuege nodded, and then asked worriedly, "No one knows that I'm staying at his place when I go to Sanjiang, right?"
Don't worry, no one will know. They will only know that you went to visit your teacher and best friend. Ren Yuege shook her head. The two sisters chatted for a while and then returned to the living room from the parking lot. In the transparent open kitchen, Lao Chao is making soup. Uncle Chao. Ren Yuege greeted. Lao Chao raised her head. She still couldn't tell the twins apart. After all, she had only seen them a few times. But I can tell the clothes apart. He smiled slightly. It's Yuege who's back. Have some soup later. Good. Ren Yuege nodded politely. In fact, having an Uncle Chao in the family does not affect anyone's lifestyle. The mansion is large in area and has many floors. Everyone has their own exclusive area and there is no mutual impact. And Uncle Chao is a good cook and he makes some soup or nutritional supplements for my mother every night. After returning from her trip, my mother went back to work in the company. Every night I read materials, documents, and watch the news until very late. With these nutritional supplements, my mother's complexion has improved, perhaps because of the nourishment of love. Although there is an aunt at home. But can the soup cooked by my aunt be the same as the soup cooked by my man? Soon. The soup is ready. Except for the second child, everyone else in the family was sitting in the dining room. It wasn't originally going to be this formal, but my mom asked for it, as if she had something to say. Wait till everyone is gathered. Aunt Ren sat in the middle and cleared her throat. I have discussed with your Uncle Chao, we will move out tomorrow. Ah? What? The three sisters were all stunned. But soon the three sisters understood the reason. It's complicated. There are many reasons. For example, the second sister Ren Fanqing's disagreement with Uncle Chao has led to her second sister not returning home. This kind of conflict must not continue to develop and deepen, otherwise the family will be disharmonious. It is better to live separately first. For example, my mother and Uncle Chao don't want to be disturbed in their world of two. For example, when everyone lives together, there will always be some inconveniences. Even if everyone has their own area, there will still be some impact. For example, maybe they still want to have a child? And so on and so forth. It's a good idea to live separately. My mom has mentioned this before, and everyone is mentally prepared. Only I didn't expect it to be so fast. Chapter 22 The Stinky Brother is Bad. If you move out, there is no shortage of houses. Not far from here, there is a smaller villa. After all, Ren Group has its own high-end real estate projects. This night, neither of the Ren sisters slept much. When the four sisters were very young, Aunt Ren took over the company, stabilized the group, and also took care of the family and their education. In their hearts, no matter how old they are, their mother is the most indispensable person in the family and the spiritual harbor in the hearts of the sisters. Of course they know. Sooner or later, they may get married, have their own families, and even their own children, and they will always be separated. But the later the time, the better. In the hearts of the sisters, this has become a tacit understanding that does not need to be spoken out. This is also the reason why no one has talked about boyfriend in these years. In fact, they are not small. If it were a girl from an ordinary family, she might have changed boyfriends many times, and some might even get married and have children. If it were other wealthy families, they would have intermarried long ago. Only the Ren family. Not a single man was seen. So, even though I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't sleep tonight. Even the eldest brother, Ren Yuege, who was usually very steady, was having trouble sleeping at this moment. He also called the second son, Ren Fanqing. What? Moving out? When my second sister heard the news, her voice changed. She didn't go home not because of her mother, but because she didn't want her mother to be caught in the middle, so she chose not to go home often. She knew her temper very well. If they lived together, she would definitely not be nice to that man, and there might even be a quarrel. It will be difficult for my mother to live then. Now I have an excuse to live in the dormitory, saying that there are more cases and it is convenient to live in the dormitory. This is already giving face to the man named Chao. If they really don't care about their mother's face, then when they come back from their trip, the second son will directly ask about Chao Chang, asking why Chao praised his son so much but ended up being nothing. Because of this concern, I didn't plan to question my mother about this matter in front of her. Unexpectedly, Mom chooses to move out? The eldest sister Ren Yuege took the phone and said softly, "You are not here tonight." Mom asked me to tell you this decision. Then you can move back home. The conditions of your dormitory are too poor.
You work so hard and you also have to practice martial arts. If you can't keep up with the nutrition and medicinal diet, it will hurt your foundation.
The second sister groaned, I know. I will move back tomorrow.
She didn't say anything harsh or obscene, just accepted it in silence. There is no way to refuse to accept it, unless my mother divorces the man named Chow.
But is this possible? My mother is gentle.
But my mother's decision will never change. The eldest sister Rincensi continued, Mom said, don't think too much, this is not directed at you, it's just simple. The eldest sister paused for a moment before saying, I'm getting older and don't have much time to enjoy love anymore, so I want more time to be alone.
I hope you can understand that love is hard to come by for a woman who's almost 50.
The second sister felt a pang of anguish when she heard this.
As expected of a woman in love, this tone is not like that of my former mother at all.
Although my mother used to be very gentle and her tone was very soft, she was actually very strong inside and her words were always hers.
As a result, now, they are always talking about love and saying such dog food-inducing words? Love can really change a person. The unpleasant sour smell gave my second sister goosebumps even through the phone. The second sister sighed and asked, do you think I did something wrong? I shouldn't be so against them being together?
The eldest sister hesitated for a second and said, whether it's right or wrong, I believe that Mom can understand you. She knows that you are afraid that she will be cheated, so you are so resistant.
She won't blame you.
But on the other hand,
you should also understand her. At least, I believe she wouldn't just find a man for no reason and get married right away.
Our mother is not the kind of person who gets hot-headed. Although your previous worries are justified, a woman in love may lose her usual calmness, but I believe that my mother will not lose all her IQ. At the same time, you have to understand that Mom would never let the four of us lose such a huge benefit just for a twilight romance.
The last sentence is the key. Once married, asset allocation becomes a problem.
It also indirectly harmed the interests of the four sisters, after all, they were the heirs.
This is definitely not something a mother would do. Unless going crazy. The next day,
before his mother moved out, the second son, Ren Yuege, took a day off and came back to help with the moving. It's also a face-giving thing. Seeing the second child come home to help, Aunt Ren smiled happily.
Lao Chow also smiled shamelessly at the second brother. If Master Chow saw this, he would die of laughter.
Old Chow is having a hard time these days.
Just like a fucking brothel owner. He has the lowest status in the family. It's really lame. It's not as good as the cool and elegant one when he is at home. TSK, TSK, TSK. The more you live, the more you go backwards. Mom.
Drink this tea quietly, when no one is around. Before leaving, the fourth child handed Aunt Ren a small box.
Aunt Ren was puzzled. What kind of tea is this?
I begged for this with great difficulty.
Just drink it. After you drink it, you will know how good it is.
But make sure there is no one around and there must be a toilet nearby.
Remember, remember.
The fourth brother whispered mysteriously in Aunt Ren's ear.
Aunt Ren was stunned. We need a toilet? You, girl, you won't give me laxatives, right?
Everyone knows that Lao Sipi liked to play pranks when he was a child.
It's better when I grow up. But who knows if it will relapse?
After all, when she was a child, she put super pepper in cosmetics, which almost killed her. This child also put croton powder. It's not a laxative, although the effect is similar, it is definitely a good thing.
Mom, believe me, this thing is very expensive.
The fourth brother whispered.
Aunt Ren groaned, is this given to you by your teacher?
She knew that the fourth child had gone to visit the teacher a few days ago. No, but almost. Ren Yuege pretended to be mysterious, and then shouted, hey, don't ask, just trust me, I won't hurt you. Aunt Ren looked at her suspiciously for a few times before nodding. Okay, if you dare to mess with me, I'll let your second sister beat you.
No, no. Ren Yuege shook his head repeatedly. Final. Go your separate ways. The third child pulled Ren Yuege and said, what did you give me just now? You are so mysterious. Did you take it from that stinky little brother? Ren Yuege smiled without comment. What on earth is it? Tea. Is that the purple tea you mentioned? Right. Well, you have this thing and you don't want to let me taste it? Oh, it's just a little bit. Of course, I'll give it to my mother first. Then we can go to Sanjiang quietly and ask my brother to give us some. He would have finished drinking it by then, right? Didn't you say it was only 20 or so grams? The third brother rolled his eyes. Ren Yuege snorted softly. I don't believe him. From what I've learned about him in the past few days, this stinky brother is very bad. He must be hiding a lot. Chapter 23 I am indeed the son of destiny. The first day that the number one on the list, fourth sister, left. Miss her. Xiao Chang lost the first place in the list. He is depressed. But as a man, he still had to calm down and continue to face An Wang, the second on the list. Men are like that. Don't be defeated by the cruel reality. Only. I haven't seen An Wang for 2 consecutive days. Xiao Cheng guessed that she was hiding from him. As expected of an old widow, she is proficient in all kinds of tricks, such as being lazy, cunning, and greedy. If she can't win over someone head-on, she will just hide away. I guess she is trying to practice her eloquence. Next time we meet, I have to be careful with her. This day. Xiao Cheng had just walked out of his house and had not gone far when he was blocked by someone. 3 people. One is Aunt Wang's youngest son. The other one looked familiar. After thinking about it, I realized that she was Aunt Wang's eldest daughter. Good job. After bullying the smaller one, here comes the bigger one? I am indeed the son of luck. The last one is a man dressed very flashily, in a tight suit, with bulging muscles that look very explosive. At first glance, you can tell he has a hunt from the gym. At this time, the younger son looked angry. The eldest daughter also looked unhappy. As for the muscular man in tights, he crossed his arms over his shoulders, with a look of disdain and sneer on his face. He comes with ill intentions. Xiao Cheng was overjoyed. Is the villain finally going to appear? This will make them bald. Yo! Xiao Cheng held the thermos cup and laughed. It's Xiao Wang, what happened to your face? Did you get hit? Aunt Wang's youngest son had a black eye on his left and his face was swollen, and it was obvious that he had been beaten and kicked. The youngest son was startled and shouted angrily, my last name is Zhou. Xiao Cheng was speechless and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I thought you took your mother's last name. After all, Aunt Wang is so powerful. Who would have thought that you could have the last name Zhou? Ding negative emotions plus 30. Xiao Cheng smiled and shook his head, clicking his tongue. It doesn't matter what your last name is, I don't really care. But I think the injuries on your face are a bit serious. Aunt Wang was too cruel. It's just that you didn't do well in the college entrance examination. Is it necessary for her to hit you so hard? She's too much. Don't worry, Xiao Wang. When I see Aunt Wang later, I will definitely talk to her for you. Mr. Chow, my mother didn't beat me. Xiao Zhou was so angry that he jumped up and down. If he didn't feel pain all over his body, he would have just started beating people. If it wasn't for that bastard last time, would he have been beaten so hard? Look at you, kid. You are so young, but you have such a bad temper? If not you, who will be beaten? Tell me, who beat you up? I will help you vent your anger later. No need to thank me, we are from the same courtyard. Xiao Chun laughed. Aunt Wan's eldest daughter snorted, Xiao Chang, right? Yes, Sister Wang, I remember you. We played together when we were kids. It's been a long time since we last met. Xiao Chang nodded with a smile. The eldest daughter narrowed her eyes and said, I heard that you have been very arrogant recently? I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You bully my mom and my brother. Do you think that since there are no men in our family, you can let you bully us? Xiao Cheng's face turned serious. Sister Wang, what you said is a bit too much. How can you ask me to bully Aunt Wang? My last name is Zhou. The eldest daughter shouted angrily. Unimportant. Xiao Cheng waved his hand. Let's talk about reason. You can't just rely on your brother's one-sided statement, right? You can go and ask around first. Aunt Wang and I are simply fighting for information. Winning or losing is up to fate. We all have to follow the rules of the courtyard. Besides, the fuse of this incident was because Aunt Wang carried my father on her back first, so I carried her on my back later. It's a matter of reciprocity. How can this be considered as me bullying her? Xiao Cheng smiled and said, Sister Wang,
don't think that just because we played house together when we were kids, and I was the emperor and you were the concubine, you can point fingers at me and accuse me at will.
This is not a good thing to do. We are from the same courtyard, so we will meet each other sooner or later.
You are breaking the rules by inviting someone from outside the courtyard. The negative emotions of the Wang siblings soared.
Boy, you are really crazy.
At this time, the muscular man spoke, clenched his fists, making a creaking sound, and looked domineering and scary.
Who is this?
Chao Cheng smiled and looked at the brother and sister. The muscular man raised his head and looked at Chao Cheng with his nose. I am her boyfriend.
You bully my brother-in-law. Do you think I can beat you? Boy, don't say I bully you. I will give you a hand. Isn't this bad? A gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands.
Chao Cheng laughed dryly. All three of them felt that Chao Cheng was scared.
Xiao Wang shouted angrily, brother-in-law, beat him to death.
Sister Wang said coldly, Chao Cheng, don't say that I led people to bully the people in the yard.
If you want to blame someone, blame you for bullying my brother first.
Kid.
The muscular man snorted.
Chao Cheng held the thermos cup in his left hand and suddenly stretched out his right hand. The speed was so fast that the muscular man only felt a black shadow in front of his eyes.
Then Chao Cheng grabbed his left cheek. The next moment,
Chao Cheng waved his hand.
Bang!
He was pressed directly against the wall with his face and body.
The dust on the wall exploded with a bang. The old walls are falling off. Sigma. Sigma. Chao Cheng's strength attribute is now 12 points. How strong is 12? Let me put it this way.
An attribute of 10 points is the peak for an average adult male, but not everyone can reach this peak.
Li Xiaolong can reach the earth in his dreams purely through his physical fitness.
In the later stage, it was enhanced through training, and it must have exceeded the limit by a lot.
So,
although this muscular man looks like a bullfrog, his attributes are far from the peak 10. Even through later training, he can only be close to it at best. And Chao Cheng has 2 points more than his peak. Agility and physique are also extremely strong,
including understanding people's weaknesses.
Chao Cheng's move may seem ordinary, but it is definitely a crushing move in all attributes.
And
being able to exercise and being able to fight are two different things. The man with the muscle fell to the ground with a thud.
Half of his face was rubbed white by the wall and there were traces of blood.
The two sisters were terrified. Chao Cheng turned around and smiled. Fortunately, I am not a gentleman, so I can do it. I was scared to death just now.
Negative emotions are running rampant.
Xiao Wang took 3 steps back, his face full of horror. Sister Wang's face also turned pale.
Don't worry, I don't like violence. Can we have a good chat? Chat, what to talk about? Sister Wang swallowed. Let's talk about Aunt Wang.
Boy, you're a
puff.
Without even turning his head, Chao Cheng kicked back and was hit in the face by the muscular man.
The muscular man spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fell completely to the ground.
The two sisters wanted to run, but their calves were so cramped and weak that they couldn't move.
Chao Cheng's expression did not change.
He smiled and said, let's go and have a chat over there. Don't bother with this person outside the courtyard. The brother and sister trembled with fear and moved forward, reluctantly following Chao Cheng for a few meters. Chao Cheng asked, I haven't seen Aunt Wang in the past 2 days.
Is she okay? Is she in good health? Sister Wang's mouth twitched. From the tone of his voice, it seems that Chao Cheng cares a lot about his mother. This really feels like seeing a ghost. It's okay. Sister Wang stammered. That's good.
I'll go see her later.
Chao Cheng nodded and looked at his youngest son, Xiao Wang. Who hit you? Was it really not Aunt Wang? Don't be embarrassed to say it, and don't be afraid. Tell me if you have something to say.
If it was Aunt Wang who hit you, I will help you persuade her later.
After all, he is her own son. How could she hit him in the face?
You are not handsome to begin with, and you are not good at studying.
If you get disfigured, won't you be useless in the future? Ding, negative emotions plus 20. Face writing output, right?
The younger son clenched his fist and said angrily, thank you, brother.
Hey, what's there to thank you for? We're from the same courtyard. Tell me, who hit you? Me, my classmate.
The younger son lowered his head, holding his breath. with negative emotions lingering around him.
Chao Cheng frowned. Do you need your brother to help you out? Don't worry, he is definitely better than your brother-in-law. Don't be fooled by his bullfrog-like appearance, but most of his strength is made of protein powder. When it comes to fighting, you have to look at me, your brother. No, thank you, brother. Kid, why are you being so polite to me? Are you shy?
Chao Cheng pointed at him and laughed. The younger son smiled dryly.
Chao Cheng's face suddenly darkened. What are you laughing at? Chapter 24 found the real way to play the system.
Xiao Wang watched Chao Cheng's expression change. He took a step back in fright, his legs going weak and he almost sat on the ground.
Tell me, what happened? Why did you fight with your classmates? Chao Cheng smiled.
I haven't seen Aunt Wang these few days, so I haven't earned enough points. I finally caught them, and I would feel really sorry for Aunt Wang if I don't squeeze the fat out of this pair of siblings.
And the emotional value just broke through 1,000 points. I'm in a good mood, so I'll tease them. It was my classmate. We had a fight.
Xiao Wang was almost crying, it was so scary.
Don't be afraid. Come, sit down and talk.
Chao Cheng pointed to the small step next to him and sat down first. Xiao Wang moved to his side and sat down slowly.
Chao Cheng was surprised. You really sit down?
Xiao Wang stood up suddenly.
Chao Cheng smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. Sit down, come on. Why are you being so polite to me? Ding. Negative emotions 20. Nervous. Angry. Awkward. They are all negative emotions. There will be system notification sounds every second, which is wonderful.
As Xiao Wang hesitated,
Chao Cheng understood. Last night, just over 10 hours ago, Xiao Wang and his classmates went to an internet cafe to play games, and everything was fine. My classmate asked me, do you really want to repeat the year? What's the point of repeating the year like this? It's a waste of time. A very common sentence.
But Xiao Wang was anxious. Maybe it was because of Chao Cheng, Aunt Wang's bullying during this period. Xiao Wang is particularly sensitive to this topic.
Then he blurted out a curse, fuck you, it's none of your business. This context is very Aunt Wang.
Naturally, an argument ensued, which led to a fight, and both sides were injured.
This matter is still being processed. It's not just about fighting. Two people broke a row of computers in the internet cafe.
The tables fell over and all the monitors fell.
This morning, Aunt Wang and the other parent went to the internet cafe and also found the police to discuss compensation.
Xiao Wang became angrier and angrier, so he found his sister, told her what happened, and brought back a muscular man. Chao Cheng looked up at Sister Wang. She smiled awkwardly. Chao Cheng, I didn't really want to fight, I just wanted to scare people.
Chao Cheng chuckled, really?
Real.
Chao Cheng's face darkened, I don't believe it.
Chao Cheng smiled again instantly. Of course, we are from the same courtyard and grew up together.
I can't really hit you. The brother and sister nodded quickly. Yes.
Chao Cheng raised his eyebrows. Besides, Aunt Wang and I had a quarrel, which is a matter between us elders and has nothing to do with you kids.
Pretending to be an elder, huh? Taking advantage, huh? Are you trying to play an ethical joke?
The brother and sister wanted to curse, but they held it back. After all, the muscular man is still lying there, and I don't know whether he is dead or not.
It looks serious. No movement. Forget it. I'll just pretend what happened today never happened. We can still be friends when we meet again. Let's go and have fun.
Chao Cheng waved his hand.
Thank you.
Sister Wang quickly thanked her. When she was about to walk towards the muscular man, Chao Cheng spoke again. This muscular man, stay, I want to talk to him.
The Sister Wang's face froze. Why, no? Chao Cheng asked back. Okay. Sister Wang grabbed her brother and trotted away. But he didn't go far. He just crouched at the corner of the far wall and stared at this side. Chao Cheng lit a cigarette.
Looking down at the unconscious muscular man.
Actually, don't say it.
I made a lot of money from the Wang siblings just now, but compared with the muscular man, it is still far behind. This guy's negative emotions are all rising by 30.
Continuously. Although the system did not prompt a name, Chao Cheng guessed that it was most likely that he was pretending to be dead.
The reason why it grows so rapidly is probably because it hurts.
When people are in pain, negative emotions will be infinitely magnified.
Xiao Cheng felt that he had found the real way to play the system.
This guy.
She is almost catching up with the number one on the list, fourth sister.
He's fainted.
I can only splash water on him to wake him up.
Never mind. There's no water around. I'll just have to use urine. It just so happens that I haven't urinated yet when I got up this morning. I guess it's yellow enough.
Ding, negative emotions plus 50.
Brother.
The muscular man opened his eyes, his face covered with black and white marks.
The right side of the face is white. There is a black footprint in the middle.
The left side is the gray and dusty color that was stained when he fell to the ground just now.
It's like 3-color ice cream. Awake? Xiao Cheng looked disappointed.
The muscular man's face twitched.
You are disappointed at all. Do you really want to pee on my face? You are a beast. Brother, I was wrong. I apologize.
Since there was no one around, the muscular man endured the pain and kept apologizing. In fact, Xiao Cheng acted with discretion.
It's not a big grudge, so why bother?
These days, even though fighting doesn't cost much money, killing is still against the law.
No need. There's really no need. What's wrong? I'm wrong. It's all that gossip's fault.
Seriously, big brother, it was that gossip who asked me to come.
I didn't know it was you, big brother.
If you knew, I wouldn't dare to come even if I had 100 guts, big brother, the muscular man cried.
Xiao Cheng shouted, you said it was all that gossip girl's fault for asking you to cause trouble for me? Wasn't it your intention? Absolutely not.
Xiao Cheng sighed, actually, I still quite like your arrogant look just now, how about we fight fair again?
I was wrong. I don't dare to do it again, big brother. I won't fight you anymore.
I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Xiao Cheng grabbed his hair and shook him back and forth, you're useless.
It hurts, brother, it hurts. Brother, I was wrong.
The severe pain of his scalp tearing made him beg for mercy again.
Xiao Cheng let go of his hand and grabbed his collar. You have a tattoo? Are you from the streets? No.
The muscular man shook his head quickly.
Xiao Cheng chuckled, remember, bring more people next time, I'm not satisfied this time. I dare not. Pa!
Xiao Cheng slapped him. I told you to bring more people, so you brought more people.
Why are you not daring?
Yes, I'll bring more people.
You really dare to bring it?
No, brother, please don't torture me, brother, I am really wrong.
It took a while.
Negative emotions continued to soar, and finally gradually slowed down, probably reaching a certain upper limit. Only then did Xiao Cheng stop torturing him.
And there's no rush.
Nowadays, there are a lot of gangsters, and they are everywhere on the streets.
Today's incident can be regarded as a wake-up call for Xiao Cheng.
It turns out that there are more negative emotions associated with beating people than playing Mahjong.
If I had known. I'm going to grab territory and become the boss. Certainly.
That's just what I thought.
After all, if you want to be the richest man, why should you make yourself look bad? Even if it's just for the negative emotions, it's not worth it. Go away.
Yes, thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. The bullfrog got up and ran away staggeringly.
When I turned the corner, I saw the brother and sister coming towards me.
When Sister Wang heard what he just said, she actually called her a gossip? This bastard. Sister Wang cursed, you bastard.
Fuck you, the muscular man took the initiative to attack and slapped the man in the face. Sister Wang was stunned by the sudden impact.
Not only did he call himself a gossip. And hitting yourself? I'm going to fight you.
Sister Wang went crazy and started tearing her hair.
Ah, you bitch, let me go.
Even though the muscular man couldn't beat Xiao Cheng, he was extremely professional when it came to beating a woman.
Chapter 25, Ding negative emotions plus 200.
Xiao Cheng stood in the distance, watching the show with a thermos in one hand and a cigarette in the other, clicking his tongue.
TSK. Ouch, this punch. Wow. Good fellow. Sister Wang is not a pushover either.
Her scalp is torn and bleeding. Hiss, it hurts so much just looking at it.
In fact, Chao Cheng understands muscular men. It's so embarrassing.
He almost knelt down to apologize and put the blame on his girlfriend.
He thought no one saw it. As a result, I met my lover around the corner. This instantly turned the embarrassment after betraying someone into anger.
In addition, if the brother and sister had not come looking for him, he would not have been beaten, let alone humiliated for so long.
He got so angry that he slapped him in the face. And what about Sister Wang?
She was a woman with a bad temper. She felt ashamed and angry about being betrayed, so she was ready to curse when she met someone. The muscular man's slap made her stunned again.
This slap directly caused Sister Wang to develop bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder triggers mania.
In the mania state, he fights very fiercely and is almost invincible. Even if Chao Cheng stepped forward, he would probably suffer at the hands of Sister Wang.
It's gone. Chao Cheng took a detour. It's not that I can't beat him. It was Sister Wang who was crazy at this time. Unless you cripple her or kill her. Otherwise she will be like a zombie and will never stop fighting you.
Why do this? It would be so painful if she scratched you.
Really? Chao Cheng didn't go far.
They were pulled apart from behind, and some of the people who were trying to stop the fight were scratched a few times by Sister Wang. The muscular man's face was covered in blood, and he cursed, "Psycho, fuck."
After saying that, the muscular man ran away. Sister Wang screamed.
Then he looked around, as if looking for someone to fight. His eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, and everyone who was trying to stop the fight took a few steps back. Sister Wang didn't see Chao Cheng and ended up crying out of anger.
Well, why bother?
Chao Cheng shook his head and strolled leisurely out of the community.
It's not a big deal actually.
Chao Cheng didn't beat the brother and sister, after all, they lived in the same courtyard.
I didn't expect it to turn out like this. As expected. There is something wrong with Aunt Wang's education. Next time we meet, I have to talk about her in detail.
According to her age, Chao Cheng should call her Xiao Wang. According to her experience, she has to listen to what Chao Cheng says.
Try not to listen. Snort. Ding, negative emotions plus 200. What the hell?
Chao Cheng was stunned.
Who the hell is this? You don't want to kill me, do you? It shouldn't be these three.
Chao Cheng quickly ruled out these three people because they were still expressing their emotions every second.
Not as much as before.
They all jump out at 1, 2, or at most 3 points.
Suddenly there is a 200. This is data that the top 4 sisters on the list have never achieved a critical hit. Is it Aunt Wang?
Chao Cheng thought about it and thought it might be her, so she went to pay the money.
A row of computers. These days are scary.
Even if it's just a monitor, if the two companies share the cost, I estimate that each of them will have to pay a lot. After all, it affects her business.
If she delays the internet cafe's business for a day, she will lose a lot of money.
So, the one who caused the critical hit was most likely Aunt Wang. Chao Cheng took a look at the emotion value.
Just broke through 1,000. It's 2,000 now. Thanks to Aunt Wang and her whole family. This time, I really want to thank her whole family. I really met a noble person when I went out today. I'll have to bring some gifts and visit Aunt Wang later.
Moreover, Chao Cheng believed that there would be another wave of windfall in the next few days. This muscular man will never give up.
Mixed on the street.
Especially those who hang out on the streets these days. Many people are really not afraid of death, but they have to save face. The muscular man was beaten like this.
He would definitely take a step back and get angrier the more he thought about it.
The more he endured, the more he would feel at a loss. Plus the jumping and laughing of the thugs around him. It would be strange if he didn't come to seek revenge on me. Chao Cheng went out and bought breakfast.
I haven't been to the Mahjong parlor yet. Just take the hot dry noodles and soda meat home. First draw. Improve your strength so that you can beat 10 of them. Noon. Aunt Wang came back angrily. Go home and settle the score with your son. She just wanted to ask this little bastard. It was not easy for her, a widow, to raise this kid, and yet he is still causing trouble outside? I lost several thousand today. Aunt Wang was almost heartbroken to the point of having a heart attack. But once you enter the door, Aunt Wang saw the two monsters on the sofa and exclaimed, "Who are you?"
The negative emotions of the siblings surged.
They were beaten so badly that even their own mothers couldn't recognize them.
The eldest daughter's hair was frizzy and her face was bruised and swollen. The younger son just helped his sister beat the muscular man, adding insult to injury.
After a moment, Aunt Wang recognized her children. "Who did you fight with?"
The youngest son spoke up, "Chao Chang."
Aunt Wang was anxious and stood up in a hurry. "He actually dared to hit someone? Is there still the king's law? Is there still the law? I will go find him."
Aunt Wang knows the rules. In the hospital's intelligence team, everyone is a cricket behind the scenes, but they are just crickets. As for taking action, it is not impossible. If they are provoked, these old sisters-in-law will tear their hair and make a scene. But major conflicts rarely occur, especially in recent years, as the intelligence team's members have begun to age and have developed a sharp tongue.
I basically don't use violence when I can just scold.
No. The daughter said anxiously, "No, Mom, it wasn't Chao Chang who hit me." She was worried that her mother would suffer after she passed away. The bipolar disorder condition was gone, and she felt a little scared when she thought of Chao Chang.
Aunt Wang frowned. "What's going on?"
"I went to find Chao Chang to help my brother vent his anger. I originally brought my boyfriend.
Bah, I brought that idiot,
but in the end." The daughter gave a brief account of the situation.
Aunt Wang breathed a sigh of relief. "In other words, Chao Chang didn't hit you?"
"No." The daughter shook her head.
Aunt Wang nodded. "That's right, we are from the same courtyard, how could he be so cruel?" "No, then what happened to your injury?" "It's that one." The daughter talked about the muscular man again.
After hearing this, Aunt Wang was furious. "Break up, you must break up with him.
He beats women now. If we get married in the future, won't he commit domestic violence?"
The daughter said quietly, "It has been divided."
"Good division." Bang!
After saying that, Aunt Wang slapped her son on the back of the head without warning. "You little bastard, what nonsense did you just say? I thought it was Chao Chang, that little bastard, who beat up your sister. If you lie to me about military intelligence again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." The younger son was not convinced. It was Chao Chang.
"If he wasn't surnamed Chao, how could we be like this?"
Aunt Wang said, "I will look for him about this matter, but you can't do it.
If people in the same courtyard fight, it will make people laugh. And you, don't ask outsiders to cause trouble in the courtyard.
If the news gets out, our family will have no chance of living as human beings."
It can be seen that Aunt Wang is a traditional person.
As the old saying goes, if you ask outsiders to come to the yard to bully our people, you will be despised by everyone. If the incident gets out of hand, the whole family won't be able to hold their heads up. In addition, Chao Chang only beat the outsiders and did not beat his own children, which was considered giving face.
So, Aunt Wang was not angry about this matter. On the contrary, I feel a little grateful.
But, this little bastard named Chao really needs to be punished.
I will give him a good scolding later. I just don't believe it. I've lived half my life and I can't scold a little kid better than that. I'm talking to you, did you hear me?
Don't go looking for people outside the courtyard again."
Got it.
The youngest son lowered his head. The daughter also nodded in response.
Chapter 26, You've taken the bullying too far. Burn incense and take a bath. Lighted 3 cigarettes.
Congratulations to the host for winning.
20 consecutive draws.
1 gold chest, 3 silver chests, and the rest were all iron and bronze.
When he saw the treasure chest, Chao Chang's face turned black. What is the difference between this 20 consecutive draws and the last 10 consecutive draws?
Last time, I got 1 gold and 2 silvers out of 10 consecutive draws.
This time, after 20 consecutive draws, I only got 1 more silver?
But when Chao Chang opened the treasure chest and saw the items inside, his expression improved a lot. Although there are no pretend skills. But they are all very practical things. This system lottery is becoming more and more pragmatic.
That's good.
The 3 silver treasure chests opened.
Ningxiang T1 Gene. Skill upgrade card, 1 piece. Strengthening serum, 1 tube.
A golden treasure chest opens, storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, 10 meters long, wide and high.
This is very mysterious.
When Chao Chang saw the Ningxiang tea before, he felt that there might be things for cultivating immortals in the treasure chest in the future, such as exercises or elixirs. Unexpectedly, the first thing that opened was the storage space. This is a must-have artifact for killing people and hiding bodies, and for home and travel. There is also strengthening serum, which can dramatically increase the upper limit of physical attributes.
Skill cards are good too. Can improve the level of skills below Grandmaster level.
For example, the previous cooking skills can be upgraded to the Grandmaster level by using this. But Chao Cheng did not use it, and kept it for later. After all, it didn't matter whether he had cooking skills or not, his great cooking skills were enough. As for the other treasure chests, they opened up a lot of attributes. Some junk was also released, like green cheap gum and Super Bowl little umbrella, which is ridiculous.
The lottery really covers everything. An hour later, Chao Chun felt dehydrated and went into the bathroom. The strengthening serum made his attributes explode, and his body was redefined and perfectly shaped. Plus the properties of other treasure chests. Chao Cheng's attributes have reached an average of 20 points. More than twice the peak of human attributes. But the combat power has increased dozens of times. You will also be more adept at understanding and applying martial arts. Take a shower. Stand in front of a mirror. Chao Cheng looked at his figure with a trace of daze. Isn't this too handsome? I feel dizzy just looking at it. What girl can resist? And the appearance. It's obviously the same as before, but the slight correction in shaping makes the whole person look more handsome. This kind of fine-tuning is amazing. Now I change into a tight suit, revealing my dog-like waist and bat-like back. When I go out, I am like a human-shaped Shunyao. 8 o'clock in the evening. Dynasty nightclub. Elder brother. Well, you're here. Huh? What's wrong with you? A gloomy-faced man at the main seat stared at his younger brother fiercely. My brother had a face full of injuries and a bandage on his head. It looks extremely miserable. Someone actually bullied his own brother, Quanlong? Court death. Brother. The muscular man is no longer muscular, and his head is wrapped with 2 circles of white bandages. He looks like a loser no matter how you look at him. But even though he was as miserable as Little Chicken, the younger brothers beside him stood up and greeted him, Brother Tiger. The muscular man used to think his nickname was cool. Now it sounds like. But it's a bit harsh. What's going on? Were we blocked? Who did this? Damn, they dare to bully my people from the Dragon and Tiger Gang. I think some of them want to die. The eldest brother Quanglong scolded. The girl next to her shrank her neck in fear. The muscular man Tiger brother made a bitter face and responded weakly, the other party is not a gangster. Quanglong was stunned, closed his eyes and shook his head, suspecting that he had heard it wrongly, and then looked at his brother. What did you say? Say it again. Brother Minghu was also embarrassed. He is not from the underworld, but he is skilled and is a martial artist. This is something you can understand without having to say it. Those present. If we talk about the best fighters, they must be the Dragon and Tiger brothers. Brother Minghu's muscles are not built in vain, he is very fierce in fights. If the other party didn't have any tricks, how could he beat Brother Minghu like this? Quanlong, you mean, there is only one person on the other side? Yeah. The tiger lowered his head. Fuck, you're the bastard. Quanlong kicked him. The muscular man Tiger was kicked to the ground. Quanlong pointed at him and said, where's the ferocity you usually have in a fight? You can't even handle one person? Are you a vegetarian? None of the guys around dared to speak, and the girls kept their mouths shut. After cursing for a while, Quanglong's anger subsided a little. Finally, he asked, where does the other person live? Do you know? I know. Brother Tiger nodded quickly. Walk. The mad dragon stood up. The younger brothers stood up one after another. Brother Tiger said, brother, this kid is quite skilled. Heh, what the hell? Quanlong laughed angrily and kicked Brother Menghu again, causing him to stagger a few steps. No wonder Quanlong is angry. If it is a fight between thugs, there are a lot of people, so it is reasonable to bring some heavy weapons. But when dealing with a person who has nothing to do with others, especially a person alone, what do you need to bring? Are the daggers in everyone's hands fake? And 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. What is the use of the opponent's strong skills? Do you think you are a little flying dragon? Damn it! Who among those present did not come out of fierce street fights? Who doesn't have some fighting skills?
What made brother Quanglong angry was that his younger brother seemed to be frightened.
Such a coward.
Stop talking nonsense to me, hurry up and lead the way.
A gangster's revenge never takes overnight. At this time, Chao Cheng didn't know that a wave of negative emotions was coming. After dinner, he bought some fruit and a box of milk. Visit Aunt Wang. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Here it comes. Why are you knocking so loudly? Crunch. The door is open. Aunt Wang jumped back half a step. Sigma LLL, what are you doing here? Hurrah! The bullying came to my home. This little bastard is going too far. Ding, negative emotions plus 10. Wow. You get angry when you see me, right, Aunt Wang? Chao Cheng smiled, raised the gift in his hand, and said with a smile, Aunt, I'm here to visit Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang? Aunt Wang was stunned for a moment, then her face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? Sorry, it's Xiao Wu, the Xiao Wu brother and sister. The last name is Wu, right? The surname is Shou. Yes, Xiao Zhou brother and sister. Look at my brain, I only remember Zhou, Wu, Zhang and Wang. It seems to be one of them. I didn't expect the last name is Shou. Chao Cheng looked apologetic. Today, I saw that the siblings were injured, and I felt bad. So I brought some fruit and milk to nourish them. Auntie, why don't you invite me in to sit for a while? Where did you learn this as a tutor? Aunt Wang's mouth twitched. Hey! This little bastard. What you do and what you say are completely two different things. You come to someone's house with gifts and curse them, right? Are you mocking me for not having any upbringing? You are just like that, you little bastard. Only you can do such a thing. Come in. Aunt Wang said with a fierce look on her face. Okay. Chao Cheng walked in with a smile and asked casually, by the way, Aunt Wang, I heard that you went to the internet cafe today and lost a lot of money, right? Ding, negative emotions plus 20. Chapter 27 Aunt Wang, I don't know what your temper is like. Let Master Chao come in. Xiao Wang heard the noise and came out of the room. Xiao Wang, with a single panda eye, saw Chao Cheng and subconsciously took a defensive action, startled. What are you doing in my house? Look at you, kid. I came to see you and buy some food for you. Chao Cheng looked sincere. Xiao Wang scowled, no, you are not welcome in my home. Xiao Wang stood up straight. Chao Cheng could understand. After all, a dog relies on the power of its master. He was in his own home with Aunt Wang by his side, and he felt that Chao Cheng wouldn't dare to touch him, so the kid went crazy. But doesn't he usually go out? Chao Cheng was surprised. You don't usually go out? Xiao Wang didn't react immediately. What do you mean? What I mean is, don't you usually go out to surf the internet? Aren't you afraid of being left alone? How dare you talk to me like this? Chao Cheng was puzzled. Xiao Wang felt a little uneasy. Aunt Wang's face also changed drastically. Xiao Cheng, what do you mean? Are you threatening my son? No. Chao Cheng laughed. Aunt Wang, you misunderstood. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. What I mean is that Xiao Wang is usually out and about. If he runs into any trouble, if I happen to encounter it, I will help him solve it. After all, we are from the same courtyard. As the eldest brother in the same courtyard, I can't just watch my younger brothers and sisters being bullied by outsiders. But Aunt Wang, look at this kid. I came here with gifts, and he has this attitude? If I see him in danger in the future, I won't care. Don't let my kindness go unappreciated. I helped others but was still accused of being nosy. Aunt Wang, don't accuse me of not taking care of my brother. Hearing this, Aunt Wang glared at her little son and said, what were you talking about just now? When did it become your turn to be the boss at home? You said you're not welcome, so what? Humph. Xiao Chao, don't mind it. Chao Cheng put down the gift and waved his hand. I don't really care, but Aunt Wang, I don't know what your personality is like, nor do I know what your temper is, but if it were me, if my brother spoke to a visitor like this, I would definitely beat him up. I'm not trying to sow discord. This is an education issue. Chao Cheng looked serious. Let me analyze it for you, please listen. This boy must be educated with sticks since childhood. Otherwise, he would suffer a lot when he goes out. For example, he suffered a great loss today when the internet cafe lost money. If he hadn't cursed the mother, would he have ended up fighting with his classmates? If there is no fight, can you pay so much money? And Wang's face became darker and darker. Getting worse.
You are right. When Aunt Wang thought about the several $1,000s, she became furious. Xiao Wang's face turned green, the one with the surname Chao.
Aunt Wang pointed at him and said, "Shut up and go back to your room."
Xiao Wang shrank his neck, glared at Chao Chang, and went back to his room.
Chao Chang sighed and smiled, then continued, "Aunt Wang, don't be angry. Today's situation is still good. It can be solved by just paying some money. Nothing that can be solved with money is too big a problem. But think about it, how old is this child? After all, he hasn't left home yet and is not independent yet. When he becomes independent, he will study, live and work alone. It will not be easy. If he offends someone again, a fight may break out. Actually, it's not that bad to fight. If you break something, the most you have to do is pay some money. But if you hurt someone, then it's not just a matter of paying money. You might even end up in jail."
The most terrifying thing is not that he beat people up, but that he was beaten by others.
And Wang.
My Uncle Joe passed away early.
It wasn't easy for you to raise two children, especially this boy. He is the only child of the Zhou family and you.
You are counting on him to support you in your old age.
If something really happens to him, what will you do? When you are 100 years old, how are you going to explain this to my Uncle Joe? If that time really comes, won't this family be broken up? So,
Aunt Wang, children need to be educated early, and we must not be soft-hearted. There are too many examples of loving mothers who ruin their children in this world, especially for children without fathers.
If the mother does not educate them, then it is really over. He is only 18 years old now. There is not much time left to educate him.
Once he goes to college, you will not have the chance to educate him.
Now we should beat them up whenever we can. Beat them up every time, and the less time we have to fight.
There was anger in Aunt Wang's eyes. A pair of old fists clenched tightly.
His face turned blue and then pale. This little bastard may be annoying, but he is right. It's no big deal to lose some money today. I just need to apologize to the internet cafe owner in the end. If I really hurt someone, if I stab him with a knife, the consequences are disastrous. Isn't this all because of my son's foul mouth? He doesn't curse his mother, is that true? And Wang. From the looks of you, I think you've figured it out.
So I won't say any more, lest I become annoying if I say too much. Well, the gift has been delivered, and I have also brought my apology.
I won't bother you anymore. See you at the intelligence station outside later.
Chao Cheng smiled and left the room.
Aunt Wang came back to her senses.
Although I don't understand what the gate information station means, I can roughly understand that it is the entrance of the community.
Thank you, Xiao Chao. Hey, Aunt Wang, you're being too polite. Even though we usually quarrel, we live in the same yard, so isn't that what we should quarrel like? That's what life is all about. But if something really happens, we have to help each other.
Chao Cheng said.
Aunt Wang said with emotion, "That's right." Okay, Aunt Wang, don't send him off.
Take good care of the child and beat him while the fire is hot. It just happened today, so you can beat him today.
After a few days, we won't have an excuse.
Chao Cheng said.
Aunt Wang nodded, that makes sense. Aunt Wang, please stay. Chao Cheng turned around and went downstairs.
Aunt Wang watched him disappear around the corner of the stairs. Then he slammed the door and went back to his room to get a feather duster. Not long after, screams were heard from the house. Chao Chang, who was downstairs, heard it clearly and bared his teeth. Hiss, really?
This Aunt Wang really has a strong executive ability. When we open a company in the future, we will hire her to be a cleaner. By then, the company will be spotless. That's settled. Pa lighted a cigarette.
Chao Chang couldn't bear to listen any longer.
Brother, this is all I can do to help you.
You will thank me in the future.
Go to the information station at the door. Wow.
It was almost 9 o'clock, and a bunch of women were sitting at the door enjoying the cool air.
Chao Chang went up and got a small chair and borrowed a fan.
The eldest sister, whose fan he snatched away, looked gloomy.
Chao Cheng quickly said, "I'm telling you, the Wang family is screaming. That guy is screaming so hard that you can hear him even from 2 miles away." The elder sister, whose fan was snatched away, was startled and asked curiously, "Wang family? Which Wang family? Wang Yutian?
No, I said it wrong. It's not the Wang family, it's the Zhou family, that is, Aunt Wang's family.
Oh. Everyone suddenly realized. An old lady asked, I heard about this. The Wang family, bah, what Wang family? The Zhou family member went out today and I heard he lost a lot of money. Why? Everyone was curious. As to why, no one knows. None of them hit the point.
It has to be our Master Chow. Master Chow held a feather fan in his hand and fanned it in front of his chest. He smiled wisely and said, I know a thing or two about this matter.
Are you interested in listening? Tell me about it. Listen.
Chow, please speak quickly. An older sister with a keen eye handed over a handful of melon seeds. Xiao Cheng took the melon seeds and began to say, this matter starts with Xiao Wang. No, Xiao Zhou, that is, Aunt Wang's son.
It also involves De Zhou, that is, Aunt Wang's daughter. Her daughter has a boyfriend. Chapter 28 Our Master Chow, the Greatest Hero.
Speaking of Aunt Wang's eldest son-in-law, he is no ordinary person. He has round eyes, a beard, a tight-fitting suit all year round, and a muscular body, fierce.
An old lady asked in confusion, I've seen him. He is indeed muscular, but he doesn't have a beard, right?
Xiao Cheng glared.
What's wrong with interrupting others when they are talking? Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now.
It's called performance art. It's very popular recently.
Fashion, you know?
The elder sisters nodded suddenly.
Makes sense.
And it sounds high-end, performance art, fashion.
TSK. I learned it. But this guy is a gangster.
Xiao Cheng said. There was an exclamation all around. Xiao Cheng added, think about it, if your brother-in-law is like this, how can your brother-in-law learn well? He is so impressive in school, so his academic performance will naturally get worse and worse. After all, he has started to mess around.
Everyone around nodded. Well reasoned.
There is cause for every effect.
No wonder I failed the college entrance examination.
Xiao Cheng said, then last night, Xiao Zhou got into a fight with someone in the internet cafe and tore down the entire cafe.
There were so many computers, they were so valuable.
So Aunt Wang paid a lot of money to the family this morning, and the police were there.
And today during the day, did you hear? Aunt Wang's eldest daughter was fighting with a man in the yard. I heard about it. Everyone around nodded.
Xiao Cheng slapped his thigh and said, that's the reason. The one who fought with Aunt Wang's eldest daughter was her boyfriend.
I was there at the time.
You know, as a sister, De Zhou still loves her brother very much, so she made trouble for his boyfriend at that time. But his boyfriend was not a good guy either.
He was a gangster. How could he be a coward?
She just slapped him, slap. Xiao Cheng's exaggerated body movements made the older sisters around him grimace in dismay, feeling the same way, and some even covered their faces.
Filled with righteous indignation, what a piece of shit, hitting a woman. There is nothing good about gangsters. How about being a gangster? That's right.
Xiao Cheng nodded, then the brother and sister fought together, but they were no match for the muscular man, and they both got injured.
Aunt Wang is educating her child now.
To be honest, there is nothing wrong with educating children, but she was too cruel.
Alas, my Uncle Zhou is gone, and Aunt Wang is really lawless.
She doesn't feel sorry for beating her son at all.
Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Every family has its own problems.
After all, it was Aunt Wang's family affair, and it was difficult for those present to persuade her.
That's all. Everyone was full of melons.
The database of the hospital's intelligence station has added a new piece of information that people are talking about.
Everyone started discussing.
In full swing. Accompanied by the sound of Xiao Cheng cracking melon seeds.
Not long after, a group of people came to the door.
You can tell at first glance that he is from outside the hospital. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone at the intelligence station. The leader was a man with a slicked back hair, followed by a guy with gauze wrapped around his head, and behind him were nearly 10 young thugs.
Although they were not carrying any weapons, their aura gave off a hostile attitude. Xiao Cheng was instantly overjoyed. Here it comes. It's here so soon.
Originally, Xiao Cheng thought he would have to wait for 2 days, but he didn't expect this gangster to be so efficient.
Came that very night? This work efficiency is faster than that of many congresses. It's a pity to be a gangster. Ouch. Everyone, look at that one with a bandage wrapped around his head and a wound on his face. He's Aunt Wang's eldest son-in-law. He brought so many hooligans here with him. They have bad intentions and it looks like they're here to cause trouble for Aunt Wang. After all, the brother and sister beat him together this morning. Chao Chang spoke. An old lady said, "It's really him. I've seen him before. Is his beard gone?" Chao Chang glanced at her sideways and said, "You have a good memory." Chao Chang said, "I got injured today. When I went to the hospital to treat the wound, the doctor would definitely shave off the hair." Everyone nodded. That makes sense. Then a group of middle-aged women suddenly lost their composure. Although we are all women, people from outside the courtyard always bully people in the courtyard? Grandma! Stop. What do you do? A strong middle-aged woman stood up and scolded. The leading thug, Quanlong, glanced at her with a gloomy face and said, "Stop meddling in other people's business and get lost." Yo! Little guy, so arrogant? Get out of here now, or we'll call the police. A group of middle-aged women stood up. Quanlong didn't expect that this courtyard was quite united. Quanlong pointed and said, "I'll say it again, it's none of your business. I'm here to find someone. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Xiao Cheng sat in the back and the thugs couldn't see him. A group of thugs also pointed at the aunties, trying to shock them with their arrogance. Seriously. The effect is quite good. These ants are also a little weak. After all, these 10 people are all men. If a fight breaks out, won't there be a lot of big men around? My husband is not around, he is at home, and distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. I'm a bit scared. This is when Xiao Cheng has to take action. I saw a dark shadow beside the ant. Xiao Cheng kicked up. He kicked the muscular man tiger brother in the face with the forefoot. It happened so fast that no one could react. Brother Tiger screamed and flew backwards. Xiao Cheng cursed, "You dare to come to our cotton mill compound to cause trouble? I think you want to die. Fuck, brother, kill him." Quanlong saw his brother being kicked away, his face covered in blood, injuries on top of injuries, several teeth flying out. He immediately became furious and pulled out a dagger. Xiao Cheng's strength has greatly increased today, and he is dozens of times stronger than in the afternoon. Especially close combat. One punch or one kick can cause a young thug to fall to the ground. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose his fighting ability. Xiao Cheng hit all the weak points. A knife strike cut off the dagger in Quanlong's hand, and another knife strike chopped his neck. Quanlong covered his neck, his face turned red instantly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Blink. A dozen seconds. A dozen thugs fell to the ground. The aunties finally reacted and rushed forward one by one. Some took stools, some took sticks, some took fans, some took melon seeds. Bang, bang, bang. Smashing everything. Gradually, more and more neighbors came to watch the fun, both men and women. Critical attacks kept appearing in Xiao Cheng's mind, and his negative emotions instantly reached 600. Still rising. After Xiao Cheng made a round of moves, he started to eat melon seeds, thinking in his mind how to maximize his profits. The negative emotions of a critical strike are hard-earned. So, seize the opportunity when it comes. These thugs are good people, we need to deal with them a few more times. The main purpose is to eliminate harm for the people. If our master Chao were placed in ancient times, he would also be a great chivalrous man who serves his country and his people. So, everyone should have no objection to me marrying Huang Rong, right? Soon. There was a group of dead dogs on the ground, some holding their heads and some screaming in agony. The group of middle-aged women were all in good health, and it felt great to beat people up. Call the police. Catch these little baskets. How dare you come to our yard to bully others? You are seeking death. Xiao Chao, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Xiao Cheng smiled and waved his hands. I know some basic boxing and kicking, but it's still easy to deal with a few thugs. By the way, everyone, don't touch their daggers. These are all evidence. I will let the police take them back later. Xiao Cheng began to organize everyone to maintain the scene. Soon. The police also came. The aunties surrounded the police, chattering and nagging. Xiao Cheng looked at the expressions of several police officers, which changed from normal to shocked, then to uncomfortable, and then to pale. 3 women are 1,000 ducks. 3 old ladies or 5,000 ducks. There were more than a dozen old women at the scene. Surround several police officers and spray them. Thinking about that scene, several police officers seemed to have suffered a magical attack and their faces became paler and paler. Even at that moment, the police officers had the urge to draw their guns and fire into the air to make them shut up. It's so fucking noisy. Not only was it noisy, but I couldn't hear a single word. Stop arguing. Speak one by one. Shut up. A young police officer couldn't help it, his face flushed, and he shouted. The ants were all stunned. There was silence for a second. Then, the sound became louder. What's wrong with you, young man? We are telling you about the case again, what's your attitude? These hooligans are blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Hashtag at. %%. All the ants started to blame the young police officer. The young police officer was about to faint. Chao Cheng almost laughed out loud. Okay, stop talking. Everyone, get out of the way. Chao Cheng was helpless as he had to handle this matter himself. No way. He is the greatest hero. The future of this yard depends on me. As soon as Chao Cheng came out and spoke, all the ants became quiet and made way for them in the encirclement. The police officers all breathed a sigh of relief and fell silent, finally silent. No one is talking in my ear, that's great. They looked at Chao Cheng walking slowly towards them, their eyes filled with gratitude. At the same time, I also felt a sense of leadership from Chao Cheng. Chapter 29, Not Here. Comrade police officers, I'm sorry. There was a conflict just now, so these ladies are a little emotional and have not yet calmed down. I hope you can understand. Chao Cheng spoke slowly and smiled. Compared to the voices of the aunties, this is completely heavenly sound. The leading veteran policeman nodded. I understand, I understand. Comrade, can you tell me what happened here? What's wrong with these people? It's like this. Chao Cheng finished his story in a few words. Basically, the gangsters fight with the girls in the courtyard during the day, and then the gangsters bring people to retaliate at night. All the sisters and aunts present here are people who are willing to help others when they see injustice. The story is very logical. After listening to it, the police officers understood the details of the whole incident. But they don't believe it. There were a dozen thugs, holding daggers and butterfly knives, and the worst weapon was a tiger finger. In other words, he was fully armed. But what are these ants holding? The most powerful thing is the bench, right? The ending was that the gangsters were defeated miserably? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. The most terrifying thing is that this group of older women are all unharmed? Never mind the police. Anyone with a normal brain would not believe what Chao Cheng said. Chao Cheng seemed to see the suspicion in the eyes of the police officers. Chao Cheng smiled and said, I know a little bit about martial arts, so I didn't hurt the sisters. The senior police officer in charge asked, besides you, were there any other people who took action? There were already quite a few people gathered around at this moment. There was also an old lady bragging about the battle in the crowd. No more. Chao Cheng shook his head. Okay, then. The police officer turned around and ordered, take these people back. Then he said to Chao Cheng, you guys come with me, go back and make a record. The old policeman started to contact the police station and asked them to send a car over. He also needed to contact the hospital. After all, these thugs looked seriously injured. In addition, someone was asked to inquire about the building unit where Aunt Wang lived and to find Aunt Wang to inquire about the situation. This matter involved Aunt Wang's daughter, who was a party to the matter. Half an hour. The station dispatched a number of police officers, who took the person away in 2 vehicles. Before leaving, he also took away the surveillance camera at the entrance of the community. After getting off the bus, the aunties all held their heads high and chests puffed out, like the return of a king. We talked and laughed along the way. Being able to enter the government office as a hero is a treatment that not everyone can enjoy. The police officers on duty in the station were all stunned. In contrast, the condition of the gangsters formed a sharp contrast with that of the big sisters. Those with more serious injuries were taken directly to the hospital, while those with bruised noses and swollen eyes were escorted by the police officers with lowered heads and dejected expressions and put into cages. The process of taking notes went quite smoothly. When everyone was questioned separately, they said almost the same thing, with only differences in details.
Some middle-aged women are born to make up subjective events.
Certainly.
The key point is the records from Aunt Wang that her daughter did fight with one of the gangsters.
This gangster was also Aunt Wang's daughter's boyfriend, and now his ex-boyfriend.
According to these thugs, it was indeed the big brother who brought them here to seek revenge.
Get ready to get in trouble with a guy.
This confirms each other.
It is also easier to characterize.
Chiefly, this is really strange.
A dozen middle-aged women beat a dozen armed thugs into such a state.
I have been a police officer for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a thing. The deputy director on duty was named Lee. He shook his head when he heard this. Do you really think it was the old lady who beat you?
Director Lee threw the transcript on the table and pointed. It's this guy, Chao Chang. A police officer nearby took the notes and said, Chao Chang? But didn't the aunties say that they were the ones who did it?
Li Suo said, the statements of the gangsters and the aunt are contradictory. If you look carefully at the gangsters' statements, they all said that it was a man who beat 10 people. And the aunties were either trying to flatter themselves or protecting this kid, but the aunties did take action, but that was after the gang fell to the ground, and they swarmed over and beat them up.
The police compared the two sides' records and suddenly realized, it's true. Who is this guy?
He can beat 10 thugs with controlled knives with his bare hands.
This skill is incredible. Just ask and you'll know.
Lee stood up and said, also, arrange a car to take the ants home.
It's getting late, so don't disturb them from resting.
As for these hooligans, keep them in custody and deal with them tomorrow.
Talking.
Li Suo came to a small meeting room. Chao Chang was drinking tea inside.
Hello, young comrade. My last name is Lee, and I am the deputy director of the Zhongbei police station.
Hello, Director Lee. Chao Chang shook hands with him. Director Lee smiled and pointed to a chair. Sit down, sit down. Chao Chang sat down.
Does Director Lee have any questions?
Director Lee smiled slightly. Comrade, you are very direct.
I like direct people. Then I won't beat around the bush.
Comrade, have you ever practiced martial arts?
I know some basic martial arts.
Chao Chang still said the same thing.
Director Lee shook his head and smiled. This isn't superficial, is it? You have a master, right?
Chao Chang shook his head. No, I just practiced blindly.
This boy is not honest.
It was the first time that Director Lee met Chao Chang, but he could sense a kind of tactfulness from Chao Chang. But he had no ill will towards the boy.
On the contrary, I kind of appreciate it. Director Lee asked, you look young, what's your major?
Computer.
Chief Lee's eyes lit up. Oh, high tech? That's great. Are you interested in applying to a police academy or something? That's not my intention. Want to cheat Mr. Chao into giving you a job? There is no door.
Chao Chang was practicing Tai Chi and chatting for a while, but all the words were meaningless. Director Lee was also somewhat helpless. This boy obviously doesn't look very old. On the surface, he seems sincere.
Actually, nothing was asked. Final. Director Lee was helpless. All right, it's getting late.
I'll have someone arrange a car to take you back to the community. As for the matter with this group of hooligans, we will send someone to notify you after we have dealt with them. If you have any ideas, such as wanting to apply to the police academy, you can contact me at any time.
Director Lee is doing this to keep a good relationship. In fact, if Chao Chang had applied normally, he would have been over the age limit. But police academies in various places have their own special recruitment quotas. As long as you have a special skill that you can show off, you can pass the interview and apply. In Director Lee's opinion, Chao Chang's skills are one thing, and his knowledge of computers is another.
He is a college student majoring in computer science, so he can definitely pass the interview.
The police force also needs high-quality talents, especially internet talents.
Recently, each branch has started distributing computers, but there are very few people in the branch who are proficient in computers.
Those veteran policemen were overwhelmed when they saw the computer. As an experienced policeman, I am relatively fluent in playing Minesweeper.
Chao Chang and Director Lee left the small meeting room together.
I ran into a policeman head-on.
The policeman greeted him with a Captain Lee.
Then he saw Chao Chang and exclaimed, "Hey, young man, it's you." Chapter 30. Who's for? Who's against?
Director Lee looked at his own police officer and then at Chao Chang.
Do you know each other? The policeman nodded and said, "Officer Lee, we have met before."
There was a robbery guy who was caught by this guy before.
I was in a hurry and forgot to ask for his information. I couldn't find him when I came back.
Chao Chang rolled his eyes.
I am in the square every day. If you want to find me, can you not find me? And the surveillance cameras on the streets are just for show? Now you are talking nonsense to me.
You are so.
I never thought about looking for labor capital. I'm too lazy to expose you.
You recognized me now, probably because you're afraid that I'll bring up what happened last time.
You are quite scheming, boy.
Chief was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that. Xiao Chao, you have caught a robber.
It seems that you are really suited to be a police officer. Think carefully about what I just said. I recommend that you go to the police academy for further studies. Otherwise, it would be a waste of talent. I'll consider it.
By the way, Chief Li, is there any reward for the robber I helped capture before?
Chao Chang asked directly. Li Suo. Police. Ding negative emotions plus 10.
This wave of negative emotions was definitely coming from an unknown policeman.
Chao Chang smiled and said, a banner will do too. For example, 5 good citizens, brave people doing good deeds, etc.
Li Suo laughed. Yes, of course there is. Not only are there banners, but there are also bonuses and rewards for bravery.
I will help you apply for them. Thank you very much, Director Li. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Okay, that's a deal. I'll wait for your call. The next day. The third day after the number 1 on the list, fourth sister left. Miss her. The situation is still developing. Especially within the hospital, with the publicity from the aunties, yesterday's incident was exaggerated to the point that it could be made into a movie. Especially Aunt Wang. I was terrified after hearing the news.
Fortunately, she didn't let this group of thugs in, otherwise her daughter and son would be beaten at best, or seriously disabled or even killed.
It's so scary. Aunt Wang, you must thank Xiao Chao this time.
If it weren't for him, the consequences would be disastrous.
Yes, Aunt Wang, don't argue with him in the future. Thank you for saving my life.
The aunties around were all speaking for Chao Chang.
This is the trend.
The eyes of the masses are sharp.
Aunt Wang responded awkwardly, how could I have ever quarreled with him?
Every time I was pissed off, I'll bring some gifts to his house today and make peace with this little Wang kid.
That's right.
Oh, speaking of Chao Chao, here comes Chao Chao, here comes little Chao. Xiao Chao, come here.
This way, this way.
Chao Chun walked over with a thermos cup in his hand, smiling.
Some people gave up their seats, some passed melon seeds, and some fanned themselves. Look. Look at our mass base. Oh, Aunt Wang is here too.
Aunt Wang laughed dryly. Oh, yes, well, thank you for what happened yesterday. Hey, it's a small matter. I still say the same thing. The usual quarrels among neighbors are all our internal conflicts. Even if there is a fight, it is our own thing behind closed doors. But once people outside want to bully our yard, then we must unite and fight to the end.
Chao Chang waved his fist. That's right. Right. Xiao Chao is right. We must stand united against the outside world.
Xiao Chao is indeed a college student. This level of awareness is beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Chao Chang waved his hand modestly. He left a back door behind what he said. Aunt Wang will still be angry in the future. Number 2 on the list. No, now it's Aunt Wang who is number 3, how could she let him go so easily? But
Chao Chang was ready to shift her target to her son. Aunt Wang beat her son last night, and every blow was a critical one.
Xiao Zhou has a really bad temper.
Perhaps it is because they are young and at a rebellious age, so the increasing curve of negative emotions is much stronger than that of Aunt Wang.
I get angry at the slightest provocation.
It probably won't be long before Xiao Zhou will be able to surpass Aunt Wang.
And that group of thugs.
It's also a score-boosting monster.
The muscle man is now ranked first.
Mr. Chow kicked him and broke his teeth yesterday, and he couldn't speak clearly on the spot. He is still in the hospital and still has some negative emotions from time to time.
Certainly. The above are all estimates, after all, there are no names in the system. It's about the same.
Mr. Chow is not a person who likes to argue.
There is no need to make everything clear. Everyone, I have an idea, but I don't know whether I should tell it to you or not.
Xiao Cheng smiled as he looked at the group of aunts and sisters around him.
Xiao Qiao, you say. What do you think?
Xiao Cheng smiled. The atmosphere outside is not very good recently.
There are many gangsters on the streets and many petty thefts. It is easy for good people like us to fall into danger. Therefore, we must unite.
Xiao Cheng expressed his thoughts.
Prepare to set up a non-governmental organization.
This group of retired or unemployed housewives were gathered together to form an organization called Jiangbei Masses.
That's right. It is based on the Chaoyang masses in the dream.
Even according to the timeline, on the earth in my dream, this organization has not yet been officially established. It has not been officially certified. It will be 2 years before it is established. It is one of the 4 major mysterious organizations in Beijing. As for the others, the Xiqing Aunties, the Haitian netizens, and the Fengtai persuasion team, those were all things that happened 10 years later.
Now Xiao Cheng is doing it. Be the first to try it.
At that time, don't have too many negative and positive emotions. The most important thing is not the emotional value. But as a good man, a gentleman, and a chivalrous man, Mr. Qiao wants to restore peace to Sanjiang City with his own efforts.
The greatest heroes serve their country and their people.
Xiao Cheng started to make promises. The ladies and girls present were all excited after hearing this, including Aunt Wang. All the sisters, aunts, aunties, and aunties here, some are retired, and some are simple housewives, but I believe that they are all good people.
Me too. That's why we can sit together. Birds of a feather flock together. Everyone agrees, right? Right. That's right. Xiao Qiao is right. Xiao Cheng pressed his hands to control everyone's excitement, and then said passionately, "It is precisely because we are all good people that we cannot tolerate any injustice.
That's why we were able to accomplish that feat last night and wipe out an entire gang of thugs in one go. I heard from Director Lee that the gang was the lookout for a large nightclub. They were always up to no good, fighting, bullying decent women, and even taking drugs, singing, and gambling.
They were a complete cancer of society." Hearing this, everyone present was indignant and cursing.
The cancer of society should be eradicated and the bad guys should be defeated.
We cannot let the good people here feel disheartened. Certainly. This is an exaggeration.
In fact, it was just a case of provoking trouble, and it was an attempted crime. He was detained for a few days and then released. However, we, Master Qiao, must make everyone aware of the dangers of gangsters and their harm to a harmonious society. Xiao Cheng paused for a moment and spoke again. I have applied for a silk banner in bonus from Director Lee. Although the bonus may not be much, I also know that people do good deeds not for money, but for justice and their yearning for a better life. Compared with money, I believe that what people need more is the banner.
What is a pennant?
That is the society's recognition of us, the government's approval of us, the praise for good people, our medal of honor, and the most glorious example that ordinary people can set for their children. Let our children know that even though their mothers are retired or housewives, they are still great. It is possible to make outstanding contributions to the core values of socialism.
Good.
An old lady applauded with tears in her eyes.
Quacking, quacking.
There was a sudden applause at the scene, and everyone felt the same way. So, the purpose of establishing this Jiangbei Mass is to rely on our ordinary people to achieve a unified integration of the community environment, neighborhood relations, and surrounding public security.
It also gives everyone a place to shine. Even though we are retired aunties or unemployed housewives taking care of children, we are not out of touch with society. We are part of society.
We should set up the image of glorious mothers one after another and become role models that children can be proud of.
What do you think? Who's for? Who's against? As expected, no one objected. This is called. This is what the people want. Chapter 31 Emotional Value Surge. Certainly. Establishing an organization requires more than just shouting.
Xiao Cheng is the founder, no doubt about it.
Start assigning tasks. Let a few famous and older people go directly to the street office and report the matter. On the surface, the Jiangbei masses are promoting neighborhood harmony.
If there is a quarrel or a fight between the wives, the aunties from Jiangbei will go to the house to mediate and give advice.
If anyone has a small problem at home, the aunties will help. Including environmental sanitation, which also needs to be managed. It can be considered as assisting the streets. This is all superficial.
In private, everyone should be careful about petty theft, even from some unfamiliar tenants. Once anything suspicious is discovered, whether it is a crime, drug use, gambling, or a spy, it should be reported to the street.
Just one sentence.
Let the bad guys fall into the vast sea of the people, and restore peace to the entire Jiangbei, and even Sanjiang City.
Quack, quack.
The scene was very lively. The number of ants increased, exceeding 40 people. Chao Chang stood in the middle and pressed down with his big hand.
In addition.
2 words, and everyone fell silent.
Chao Chang said solemnly, in addition, we need to mobilize everyone's relationships, especially the surrounding communities, neighborhoods, and streets. Everyone should find familiar old girlfriends and dance partners and let them join in to strengthen our Jiangbei masses.
We must get more people involved.
We need to form a linkage mechanism and respond quickly so that we can ultimately handle all kinds of incidents efficiently. Everyone listened and nodded.
There were a few thoughtful middle-aged women who were recording what Chao Chang said in small notebooks.
Well said.
If you still don't understand something or want to ask a question, please raise your hand.
I have.
An older sister raised her hand. The eldest sister was not very old, in her 40s, and looked like a housewife. Chao Chang was not familiar with her.
Chao Chang smiled and said, "Sister, go ahead."
The elder sister was excited and very satisfied with Chao Chang's attitude.
She stood up and said, "I have a question. What if the aunties and sisters from other communities are unwilling to participate?"
Yes, yes.
If we need to mobilize, not everyone will be willing, right? There is no money to be made, and I am afraid that some people may not be motivated enough. As soon as the topic started, many problems also emerged.
The most important thing is actually the issue of enthusiasm.
What happened yesterday happened in the cotton mill community. Everyone felt the same way and was more motivated. But it's hard to say about other places.
Maybe it's okay for those nearby, but those older ladies who live farther away may not have this kind of energy.
That's a very good question.
After everyone sat down, Chao Chang nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I have thought about it.
Please wait for me for 2 days.
After 2 days, everything will fall into place.
This matter is settled. First of all, we have to report to the street office and also get the street lady in. The organizational structure also needs to be set up.
Chao Chang is not planning to be the boss, he does not have the time, but he must let everyone know that the people of Jiangbei are his own people. This is related to the emotional value.
Immediately, Chao Chang went to find the local news media and reporters to publicize what happened last night. I copied the video from the community again.
I spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy a laptop and made a simple clip of a group of middle-aged women beating up thugs, who were then taken away by the police.
I went to see Director Li again, reported the matter to him, and received a banner and a promise of bonus.
The organization has just been established and many channels are not open. Once the channels are opened in the future, we won't have to worry about this money anymore, as all units will allocate funds. As long as the organization is positive, progressive, official, and well-known. Well, not to mention the various directors of the streets, even the city and even the province will cast their eyes on us.
It's hard to get started.
But it didn't pose a problem for Chao Chang. With the help of public opinion, many things will become easier to handle.
This is not yet the era of the real internet boom, and people have not seen real public opinion. Chao Chang is preparing for a dimensionality reduction attack. These days, melatonin is still very popular.
So, Master Chao has to let everyone see what shock means. Soon, a series of titles appeared in various major forums and bulletin boards.
Shocking. They didn't even let the old lady go.
The hooligans have once again crossed the moral limit.
Shock. Why are ants so strong? Check to see if there is such an ant in your family. Shock.
How 10 strong thugs were defeated by a housewife.
Shock. Jiangbei ants are far ahead. Shock. 2 days. 2 days means 2 days.
I dare not say it outside Sanjiang, but the whole Sanjiang city, especially Jiangbei district, knows about the fight between the ant and the gangster.
Who says you can no longer contribute to society after retirement? Pictures speak louder than words. There are also news reports and interviews with several middle-aged women.
The aunties working in the cotton mill are famous. It makes the aunties in other communities envious.
We are all so old now, and actually we don't ask for much. These days are not like the time we were decades ago when we didn't have enough to eat. When everyone is full and satisfied, they begin to pursue some spiritual realm and social fame. At this time,
the Jiangbei Masses organization started recruiting people, and Chao Cheng asked each ant to bring brochures and explain in person. The number of people began to increase dramatically.
The street side also agreed because of its very good reputation. The street leaders were praised by the district and even the city, so they directly criticized the Jiangbei Masses organization. A small office was also set aside on this side of the street as a temporary office. As long as it is officially recognized. Even if it is just at the street level, the resources that can be mobilized will suddenly increase. Various temporary tenant information can be viewed. Although Sanjiang cannot catch up with Shanghai, Sanjiang itself is not a small city and it has had a temporary residence permit system 10 years ago. This is orthodoxy, and most people will cooperate.
Actually, this kind of mass model appeared many years ago. But with the advent of the new era, this kind of organization disappeared. He suddenly appeared at this moment and caught the person he attacked off guard.
And the effect is better than expected. A number of people with problems were actually found out.
In just 1 month, more than 40 cases of prostitution and singing were successfully reported in the Jiangbei community, including gambling, fighting, and even illegal parking and traffic violations, which were alleviated to a certain extent.
And there are big cases too. 6 cases of drug use. 2 more wanted fugitives were caught. The penance began to proliferate. Leaders at all levels began to show concern. All the openings are open.
This made the aunts and sisters very happy and they were full of motivation.
The crowds are also growing every day.
And some young people began to join, such as security guards in the surrounding shopping malls, security guards at the doorsteps, girls working in snack street shops, etc.
More diversified.
This was also proposed by Chao Cheng, to develop team members with diverse identities and infiltrate various industries. Chao Cheng does not hold a permanent position, but is in name only. Every day, he experiences a constant stream of positive and negative emotions.
And little by little it adds up to a lot. Even though each person only provides a little, there are too many people.
During this month, Chao Cheng had several 10 draw streaks. Including the previous ones, it was a total of 9 times of 10 consecutive draws. On the night of the fight with the gangsters, the number had already exceeded 1,000. Later, I encouraged the aunties and made almost 600 that day. Later, more than 2,000 were provided for public opinion propaganda. Chao Cheng discovered that as long as it was something related to him, the emotional values generated could be collected, even if the person who generated the emotions did not know the existence of Chao Cheng.
But the scope is only within Sanjiang City. That's a bit of a pity. In addition,
the initial state of an event provides the most emotions, which will gradually weaken later. This forces Chao Cheng to keep causing trouble.
Unless you don't want to participate in the lottery.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Jiangbei masses alone to truly lie flat.
Well, the greatest hero has a life of hard work. Chapter 32, More Skills Are Better. Virtual Attribute Panel. Host, Chao Cheng. Strength, 39. Agility, 36. Constitution, 41. Spirit, 50. Emotional value, 908.
Skills: Mixed Martial Arts Grandmaster, Piano Grandmaster, Dance Grandmaster, Ventriloquism Grandmaster, Parkour Grandmaster, Cooking Great Success, Blacksmith Great Success, Makeup Great Success, Tailoring Great Success, Traditional Chinese Medicine Great Success, Comprehensive Pistol Marksmanship Great Success, Disguised Reconnaissance Great Success, Counter Reconnaissance Great Success. The 34th day since the number 1 on the list, the last one, 4th sister left.
Miss her.
During this month, Chao Cheng's skills and physical data have greatly improved. Most of it is useless stuff.
That's not my intention. Like dancing. And what blacksmith? It's enough to just take a look. Are you really going to be a blacksmith? As a man, a good blacksmith must be strong himself.
But, although some things are useless, they give back a lot of temperament, such as the dance posture. Although Chao Cheng does not need to dance all over the streets, that kind of lively energy is embedded in the soul. In addition, the improvement of various basic data makes Chao Cheng more attractive than a month ago.
Didn't you see how greedy the young wives, older girls, and older widows looked at Chao Cheng? Frightened by Master Chao. There are many other items as well.
Not to mention Ningxian tea, I recently drew another good thing, 30 packs of show tea. This thing also comes from the fantasy world.
You know,
Ningxiang tea is used for cultivation and improving understanding, and it also increases lifespan a little bit. This longevity tea is similar to the health-preserving tea in the fantasy world. People in the fantasy world have long lifespans and they also need to take care of their health. You can imagine how good this tea is for your health. The longevity tea contains century-old ginseng, blood amber wolfberry, roasted jujube, deep and secluded snow lotus. This is the recipe in the product manual. There are also 4 types of medicinal herbs that are not available on Blue Star or on the earth in my dreams.
In conclusion,
this health-preserving tea will make you feel energetic just by smelling it, and will strengthen your muscles and bones by drinking a cup of it.
Master Chow didn't even dare to take it out to drink.
He could only drink it secretly in the room with the doors and windows closed.
If someone smells this, wouldn't it be a huge loss?
During the past month, Xiao Chang had been living a very comfortable life. After reconciling with Aunt Wang, Xiao Chang spent most of his time bullying the children of various families.
It was summer vacation and there were many children in the courtyard. Children are hot-tempered and tend to have more negative emotions than older people.
The simplest way is to eat spicy strips, ice cream, and drink beverages in front of them.
Good guy.
Holding spicy strips and iced cola, I ate while walking, and some negative emotions would pop up from time to time along the way.
Greed and greed can also be considered negative emotions.
The number of draws has reached 91 times.
According to the System S introduction, diamonds will definitely appear after 100 draws.
In other words, if you draw 10 times in a row, a diamond treasure chest will definitely appear.
I guess it will only be these 2 days.
Summer vacation is about to end. The 35th day since the last placed 4th sister left.
Miss her.
This day, Xiao Chang is playing chess in the square. What is this called?
This is called not forgetting your original intention.
Now there is no need for the negative emotions of the old men. Master Chow doesn't care about this, but he can't forget these old brothers. Because when Master Chow was in the most difficult times, it was they who provided him with a constant supply of emotions, allowing him to save up his first pot of gold. When you drink water, remember the person who dug the well.
This is our fine tradition. Only, I don't gamble with them anymore. It's not easy for those old guys to make money. Just having fun and killing time. The kind that plays chess without using your brain. If you use your brain too much and become bald, whose fault is it? It's not worth it just for these negative emotions of old men. So, Xiao Chang has lost significantly more chess games recently because he plays randomly. Just like this plate. It looked like we were about to lose. General. The old man laughed. Xiao Chang moved the old general, I'll dodge. Another check. Flash again. Hey, I can still be a general. The old man looked proud and looked at Xiao Chang as if he was sure of victory. Xiao Chang raised his cannon and kicked the horse's leg, I'll dodge again. The old man also set up the cannon, General. Xiao Chang was confused. Damn. No martial ethics. If I don't take you seriously, you are really a dog bullying a tiger when it is down? Give you face? You don't understand what it means to respect the elderly, right?
Our Master Chow is at least 100 years old, at least he has 100 years of experience.
Among these old men present, which one is over 80 years old? I have prayed to the Buddha for thousands of years.
This song is one of the most popular mobile phone ringtones these days. Xiao Chang hurriedly took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button.
Hello? What? No way? So serious? Okay, I'll be there soon, wait for me. Put down your phone.
Xiao Chang looked at the old man and said, this game of chess cannot be finished in a short time.
Leave it to me. I will play with you next time and I guarantee you will lose. The old man was anxious. Don't move, what is this? You only have one move left and I can checkmate you. You have no way to go. What are you bragging to me about? I have many paths to follow, but you have none.
Xiao Chang made a disdainful TSK sound, then reached out and messed up the chessboard like he was playing Mahjong.
In an instant, the chessboard was destroyed. Let's go. We'll continue next time.
Xiao Chang put his phone in his pocket, picked up the thermos and ran away. The old man's eyes turned red. Don't run, don't run.
Come back. Ding, negative emotions plus 20.
Xiao Chang ran with a grin on his face, quickening his pace. It disappeared in the small park on the west side of the square in an instant.
Not coming anytime soon.
So as to avoid being blocked by this old man.
Come back in a few years.
The old man is not young anymore, I guess he won't be able to survive for a few more years.
We are young, what are we afraid of?
If I drink one more packet of longevity tea, I can drive away all the old men here.
Then no one will know that I have no chess morals. Perfect.
I cannot lose the reputation of a great hero.
Brother Chang here.
After running a few steps, I saw a red beetle parked on the side of the road and a slim girl standing next to the car. Chao Cheng came running over and said anxiously, "Quick, quick, elbow, elbow."
The girl was surprised and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who did you offend again?
Get in the car first, then talk later.
Chao Cheng looked back a few times, but did not see the old man. Come to think of it, the place to play chess is in the shade and is cooler. If he really were to be chased out, wouldn't the old man be dried up by the high summer temperatures? I guess he won't come after me. But just in case.
These old guys are very cunning, and who knows where they will pop up from. It would be bad if girls saw that I had no chess manners.
Elbow. Hurry up and elbow. This girl is Lingling.
She is the best friend of fourth sister.
Lingling is kind.
It is also easy to worship people. In the professional field, she rarely obeys others, especially her peers.
Even if it was fourth sister Ren Yuege, who was a little bit stronger than her, she would not admire her enough.
But brother Chao Cheng is different. She felt she couldn't catch up. Grandma also said that brother Chao Cheng's strength is not inferior to any international master, and even more than that.
I don't even know how to practice it.
During this period, Lingling would occasionally send messages to Chao Cheng, and occasionally invite Chao Cheng to her home for dinner. Of course, she would always ask Chao Cheng for advice, wanting her brother Cheng to teach her.
Wouldn't this relationship become familiar after a while? We also made an appointment today to have lunch at the old lady's house.
Because she was leaving soon and school was starting. She studied in the capital, where her grandmother once taught. After she went to the capital, she wouldn't see Chao Cheng for a long time.
I'm really reluctant to let go. Brother Chang, who is chasing you this time? Lingling chuckled while driving. Chapter 33. Come on, show it. Brother Chang, who is chasing you this time? Lingling chuckled while driving.
Every time I see Chao Cheng, he is always causing trouble. Moreover, when she talked to Ren Yuege on the phone during this period, she also talked a lot about brother Chang, and she felt that she knew brother Chang very well. She suspected that Makoto had ADHD.
What do you mean by that?
Chao Cheng rolled his eyes and said, I am nicknamed the honest and wishful young master.
I am just like my name. How could I be hunted down by someone? Everyone respects me. Lingling's little face was filled with the expression, I don't believe you. But because of goodness. Very considerate and didn't expose it. Lingling asked, what are you doing?
Chao Cheng shook his head and sighed, alas, you don't know, I just won several games in a row, and those masters were defeated and threw away their weapons and armor, and finally refused to let me go, and insisted that I teach them some tricks.
You know. I know a little bit about chess. Lingling chuckled. This is magical if you just understand it.
It seems that Cheng Gu understands a little bit, and they are all very strong.
For example, cooking.
The first time I went to his house, I didn't feel how good his cooking skills were, I just saw that his knife skills were good.
But then I realized it.
A few days ago, Chao Cheng cooked a meal at her house and she almost bit off her tongue.
It's so delicious. That's all I know a little bit about. I know a little about piano. Then I guess his chess skills must be pretty good.
Chao Cheng waved his hand, forget it, let's not talk about this, it's all Xiao Dower, when are you leaving?
The ticket for the day after tomorrow. Lingling pouted subconsciously, feeling a little inexplicably reluctant. That's great. I guess you're tired of staying at home this summer vacation, right?
Chao Cheng said.
In the past, I might have been tired of it.
So occasionally during long holidays, I would go out and perform to increase my stage experience.
But not this time. Lingling shook her head, then nodded, Brother Chang, are you really not going to come to the academy for further studies? Anyway, you are fine. This is an invitation. Chao Cheng could naturally see it. A century of experience is no joke. Do you want me to go?
Lingling blushed and looked away, and the car she was driving shook slightly. It seemed as if someone had seen through my thoughts, and I felt a little embarrassed.
It can also be seen from the positive emotional feedback that it was a small critical hit.
One step closer to the last 10 draws.
It's rare for positive emotions to have a critical hit. It proved that the girl was uneasy. Chao Chang was happy. Have a look.
Most girls these days are still pure and cute. This will happen 15 years later.
How can I be shy? I will just say, Brother Chang, you were so bad, I like you so much. Chao Chang smiled and said, I really don't want to do this. Music is just entertainment for me. What I have learned is quite complicated. I can't specialize in one industry. I don't love piano as deeply as you do. So, I won't stick to one industry. This is the open statement.
Ling felt a little disappointed, and she didn't know whether she was disappointed that Chao Chang changed the subject or that Chao Chang refused to go to her school.
The moment provided some negative emotions. Being young is good.
The mood fluctuates greatly, sometimes sunny and sometimes rainy, and you can brush back and forth.
Unlike the elderly who are calm and composed, if you brush your teeth too much, you might worry that they will get angry to death. But
Chao Chang raised his hand and rubbed her head. If you have any questions about piano in the future, I can give you some special lessons. If you need anything, I can fly to Beijing to see you with just a phone call.
Ling spoke in a nasal voice, staring straight at the road, not daring to meet his gaze. Inside the car,
there is a breath called love in the air, which takes a long time to dissipate.
Back home,
the old lady was happy. At her age, she would like to have more children at home, and it is rare to meet a young man she likes. The main reason was that Chao Chang was not shy and seemed very approachable. He is so shameless, he made the eldest sister, the old lady, very happy.
After dinner, I didn't leave in the afternoon.
I taught my sister to play the piano at home.
It can be summed up in one word, elegant. We also had dinner at home in the evening.
I also drank some wine with the old lady. You see, the old lady has a high alcohol tolerance. Her face didn't change after 3 taels of liquor.
Chao Chang ate half a pound of it, but it didn't change color. After dark, Ling drove Chao Chang back to the family compound and dropped him off downstairs. Good night, Chang. Good night, drive slowly.
Chao Chang waved his hand and said, send me a message when you get back.
I know, Makoto.
Watch the car leave.
Chao Chang did not hang around outside.
Although now was the most active time for the community intelligence station, Chao Chang's emotional level was already high enough.
Go back and take a shower and change clothes. 10 consecutive draws. This time I drew over 100 times and got a diamond.
Chao Chang wanted to see what a diamond treasure chest was.
It's so mysterious.
It would be nice if he could develop a skill.
Chao Chang wanted to know what realm is after Grandmaster. It can't be a god, right?
After all, this is a modern society, and it would seem out of place if we really came up with something fantasy. With a lot of questions and curiosity in his mind, Chao Chang went home, took a shower, changed his clothes, and washed off the smell of alcohol on his body.
Message, Brother Chang, I'm home.
Chao Chang came out of the shower and replied, okay, go to bed early, good night Ling.
Good night, Makoto. Look.
After a century of experience, the emotion needed is to go with the flow and be as good as water.
No excessive flirting. There is no excessive ambiguity. Serenity leads to far-reaching results. Yeah.
Also because I was so focused on the lucky draw that I didn't have time to chat.
Otherwise, she would have to talk until she couldn't sleep. Bang.
He lit his lighter, prepared to light 3 cigarettes, burn incense, and take a bath. The hint of superstition brought by a century of experience made Master Chao very concerned about the sense of ritual.
I have prayed to the Buddha for thousands of years. Suddenly, the cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. The fire is out. 3 cigarettes were in his mouth, unlit. Chat. Chao Chang frowned and looked down. Who is calling at this time? Note, Shaoxi. Ren Yuege? Chao Chang took a deep breath. Why?
Without even taking his cigarette out of his mouth, he answered the phone with 3 cigarettes in his mouth. The 3 cigarettes are like musical notes, jumping up and down at different frequencies, as if foreshadowing something.
Mr. Chao didn't even want to participate in the lottery anymore. This is unlucky. Brother, what are you doing? Sister Xiang, I just finished taking a shower. Chao Chang responded. Ren Yuege snorted, I am the elder sister, you are a stinky brother. Ha!
Xiao Cheng snorted and laughed. Get rid of the stink from me, and I will consider whether to call you sister or not. Ren Yuege snorted and changed the subject. I'll inform you, my stinky brother, that we'll leave tomorrow morning.
Depart? Where to? Xiao Cheng inexplicably had a bad feeling. I'm going to Sanjiang City. Where else can I go? Do I need to inform you if I go somewhere else? What are you doing here again?
She was gone for 35 days. Missing her is missing her.
But just think about it. No need to meet, right? Wouldn't it be nice to leave some space in your life? Is it not okay for me to look at the teacher? Do you think I am looking at you? Oh.
Xiao Cheng laughed and said, there is no silver here.
If it's not for me, what are you explaining? Well, being too handsome is also a sin. Being liked is also a burden. Okay, I'll hang out the bedding during the day tomorrow so you won't mind the dampness.
Xiao Cheng said.
Ren Yuege smiled with satisfaction. You are sensible, so that's it, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is a bitch. Just hang up when you say so.
Xiao Cheng threw his phone aside.
After thinking about it, I picked it up again and turned it off. Do not disturb. Etc. Did she just say we're leaving tomorrow? Us? Who else? Another sister? Second sister? Never mind. Let us see tomorrow.
Hurry up and draw the prize.
The cigarette butt is wet in my mouth, I'm afraid it will get damp soon. Bang. Light 3 cigarettes and place them on the ashtray. Then put your hands together. Raise it above your head. Mumbling in my mouth. Let's have something good.
You only get a diamond chest if you draw 100 times in a row.
Hope it's not a loser.
It's not easy for me these past few months.
Bring it on. Exhibit. Chapter 34. I need a method to cultivate immortality. System, you understand, right?
It has been more than 2.5 months since Lao Chao passed away. Mr. Chao drew the lottery a total of 101 times.
Finally, a diamond popped out.
In previous draws, the diamonds would occasionally appear dim and unclear, making people feel itchy.
Only then could I see his appearance clearly. It was like a huge diamond, weighing hundreds of tons. It was dazzling as it floated in the void, radiating light from the inside out. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for his good fortune in drawing a diamond treasure chest and obtaining a skill enhancement card unlimited.
Ah? This? That's it?
Xiao Cheng shook his head.
In fact, I really hope that there will be a method of cultivating immortals, even if it is just entry level.
After all, no one can refuse the offer of longevity.
But the thought only lasts for a moment. There will be opportunities in the future. This skill enhancement card is indeed a good thing. It is unlimited, which means that any skill at the Grandmaster level can be upgraded to the next level. The Grandmaster is already very unsolvable. Going up further. It's scary to think about it. For example, cooking skills. Well, now my cooking skills are only great.
But Xiao Cheng has one skill upgrade card below Grandmaster level and one unlimited upgrade card. If 2 cards are used at a time, your cooking skills can be raised to the level of Grandmaster.
What kind of realm is that? The food you cook should glow, right? Maybe it will have attribute bonuses after eating it. Thinking of this, Master Chao was moved. But he soon gave up.
There's no way he could improve his cooking skills, he doesn't like cooking.
You can try Chinese medicine.
Xiao Cheng imitated the son of luck and touched his nose, rubbed his chin, and massaged his temples.
Doesn't this seem a bit deeper? Although I can't learn the charm of the son of fortune, it's barely enough.
His expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is now at a high level, and he is not troubled by any difficult or complicated disease. As long as you can be promoted to the Grandmaster level, it is estimated that all cancers can be cured.
And above the Grandmaster level, one can probably make elixirs. And traditional Chinese medicine is also pretending to have magical skills.
It's a pity that I didn't meet any old man with adult injuries and a strong background in the square. Otherwise, Xiao Cheng would have improved his Chinese medicine skills without saying anything.
It's just to give the lucky heroine a massage. Pa, if it's bone setting, a Chinese medicine practitioner at the master level would be enough. Makeup skills? No need. Comprehensive pistol marksmanship? There's no need. Tailor? That's even more unnecessary. Piano, dance, beatboxing, parkour. That's not my intention.
Parkour is okay, after all, there are more and more enemies, and parkour is still very practical to avoid being beaten to death. However, parkour has already been mastered, which is comparable to Qigong.
You can't just improve it a little, right? No need. Then mixed martial arts. At last,
Chao Chang decided to use the upgrade card on the most critical fighting skills.
In fact, the Grandmaster level is already enough.
After all, this body has not yet fully exerted the essence of martial arts, but only 80% at most.
But,
on second thought, improving fighting skills is equivalent to raising the upper limit of fighting. Then, while the physical attributes remain unchanged, the combat power will also increase by leaps and bounds as the fighting skills improve. A choice with advantages and no disadvantages.
Who would think that he is stronger?
Use the boost card to improve your mixed martial arts.
As soon as the words fell,
the upgrade card in the void scattered into star-like light and instantly penetrated into Chao Chang's body and entered his limbs and bones. The understanding of martial arts in my mind seems to be undergoing a systematic improvement.
There are many more detailed memories.
Mixed martial arts is not just about external things. In addition to various techniques such as boxing, kicking, palm, finger techniques, body techniques, etc., it also includes standing still and breathing techniques.
It is a combination of internal and external cultivation.
After the improvement, in this short period of time, Master Chao gained more insights into the various details contained in fighting techniques that can only be understood but not expressed in words, as if he had realized something. This kind of experience cannot be shared with others.
Belongs to him alone.
So, even if Chao Chang wholeheartedly teaches the fighting skills to another person, that other person is talented and intelligent, he can only improve to the Grandmaster level at best.
You will never be able to surpass Chao Chang. The same moves, the same routines, Chao Chang has his own charm and momentum. Ding! Upgrade completed.
Mixed Martial Arts Grandmaster, Mixed Martial Arts Basic.
Bah! What is this? Master Chao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. That's good. I really understand it now. Are you okay with the system? I said I knew a little bit of it just to be modest, did you take it seriously? After becoming a Grandmaster, one has a little knowledge. What the hell do you think? Do you think you're funny? Lose. The system is half disabled and won't respond. Chao Chang was too lazy to say more. It's just a name, bullshit. Is it reasonable for this to get out? Chao Chang was speechless for a while, and after calming down for a while, he began to stand in a posture and breathe in and out to feel the changes after the improvement. Soon, I felt the energy in my body was more urgent and surging than before.
This is not the true Qi in martial arts.
It's just a pure force. Using self-awareness to perceive something seems somewhat illusory.
It's not like the immortal cultivators who release their true Qi all the time and even let others see the flow of true Qi, and can also fly with swords.
It's really fucking exaggerated. But it is enviable. Chao Chang's eyes turned red with envy.
I just hope that in the future, a diamond treasure chest will reveal this kind of skill.
That's right. Are there any more levels after understanding it? Chao Chang suddenly thought of a question. The boost card is unlimited. So next time if I get another unlimited improvement card, can I use it on mixed martial arts to further improve my knowledge? Will that lead to a qualitative change? Can we turn these fighting techniques and common standing practice and breathing techniques into cultivation methods, even the elementary ones are okay? The system cannot answer. Chao Chang was unable to confirm it either. But I'll try it out when I have a chance. Anyway, the speed of collecting emotions is now many times faster than before, and the next 100 consecutive draws are not far away. This wave of harvest is okay.
Although the diamond treasure chest did not meet my psychological expectations, I can only say that it is barely acceptable.
But other things made Chao Chang satisfied.
It may be because the items that appear in the final 10 draw series of the 100 draw series are all high-quality items.
A diamond treasure chest appeared. There are also 2 gold treasure chests. 2 silver treasure chests.
The remaining 5 were all bronze.
There is no fine iron.
This also gave Mr. Chao some comfort.
At this time, a prompt suddenly came to my mind. Ding!
Draw the treasure chest 100 times, the system is upgrading. Please wait. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. Master Chow was happy now. It was previously speculated that the system might be upgraded. This thing belongs to the data stream, is it reasonable that it cannot be upgraded? Especially since this system is too simple and doesn't even have a fucking response function. It's not even as good as Xiao AIS. There must be room for growth. After joy comes anticipation. I don't know what improvements the system will have after the upgrade. Will it increase the level of items in the treasure chest? I need a method to cultivate immortality, system, you understand, right? Chapter 35. The twins arrive. The next day. The 36th day since the last placed fourth sister left. Miss her. 6 p.m. There are less than 2 hours left until the system upgrade is completed. It started to escalate after dark yesterday. There is still 1 hour left until dark. And Xiao Si also came. An MPV. 2 identical girls, with the same clothes and hairstyle, including the watches on their wrists and the diamond earrings on their ears. It's like 2 people looking in the mirror. Can't tell who is who. Chao Chang was stunned for 3 seconds. But also a little disappointing. If they are twins, they must be the third and fourth. It's a pity that it's not the second sister. It would be nice if the second sister came. I heard that the second sister is good at abalone. Critical hit. Well, the second one didn't come. Chao Chang said nothing. The twins didn't say anything either. Looking at each other. The 2 girls even had similar smiles as they looked at Chao Chang with smiles. Obviously, judging from their expressions, they wanted Chao Chang to guess their identities. If they opened their mouths, wouldn't they be exposed? Whoever calls me stinky little brother is the fourth one. Even if I deliberately don't call him stinky brother, but since they are twins, there should be differences in their voices, right? This is very confusing. But who is Mr. Chow? Can we indulge them in this bad habit? Chao Chang took out his cell phone. Dialed a number. Moment. Ren Yuege's cell phone rang. Look. Isn't this the distinction? A trifle. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Chao Chang snorted and laughed, looking very proud. Ren Yuege's aura changed instantly. He was furious and gnashed his teeth. He ignored the ringing of his cell phone and stepped forward to twist Chao Chang's ears. Stinky brother, you are quite a thief. The girl next to me smiled very gently, was very well behaved and very clean. Just staring at Chao Chang. I guess she was also mesmerized by the handsomeness of our Master Chow. Chao Chang dodged the fourth brother's hand and said, let's talk nicely. Who would start a fight right away? This is the third sister, right? Why don't you introduce her? Ren Yuege snorted, you are so disrespectful. This is your third sister and I am your fourth sister. How about it? You can't tell us apart from the outside, right? It's impossible to tell the difference. But isn't this more exciting? Hello, my name is Ren Yushang. The third child's voice is also very good. As soon as she heard it, she sounded like a good girl. The aura is also very good. The tone is soothing, making people sound less anxious. At the same time, she held out her hand. Chao Chang also gave face and clenched his hands, which were completely soft. Hello, third sister. Chao Chang called out. Before the third brother could say anything, Ren Yuege next to him was furious at this sound. Ren Yuege's face was stiff. What's the meaning? Are you changing your tune now? No. Why? What about me? Ren Yuege pointed at herself. Hello, fourth sister. Chao Chang said. I'm going to beat you. Ren Yuege jumped and tried to slap Chao Chang, but was avoided. Then he chased me and twisted my ears. Negative emotions are starting to hit a critical point. The system is upgrading, but it does not affect the collection of emotions. It just makes it impossible to draw the lottery. The third brother, Ren Yuchang, was standing by and watching the 2 men chasing each other with a smile on his face. In the whole family, she is the one who most wishes to have a younger brother. Although her expression was not as strong as that of the fourth sister Ren Yuege, only she herself knew what was in her heart. So, she was a little envious. But her personality is different from the fourth child, and she can't play and chase like this in public.
I can only look at them with envy.
Until Chao Chang revealed a flaw and was grabbed by Ren Yuege's ear and twisted back.
Chao Chang tilted his head. Hey, be gentle, these are ears. Ren Yuege panted, stinky little brother, I'll give you one more chance, will you call me sister?
It's not that I don't want to shout, I just need to be mentally prepared and built up. After all, we've only known each other for such a short time. Chao Chang said seriously.
Nonsense. If it was before, Ren Yuege would have believed it.
But the change of words third sister just now made her numb.
Why don't you need to prepare yourself mentally when you call me third sister?
Because the third sister is like the older sister, I called her out unconsciously, but you don't look like that, you are like a younger sister.
You. Ding negative emotions plus 20. Ren Yuchang said softly, let's move the luggage up first, others are watching. Some people around stopped and seemed amazed by the twins. Really?
Twins are rare, and they are rare in the world to be this beautiful.
It's normal to take a few more glances. Chao Chang glanced at everyone and said, what the hell, is this something you can watch? It belongs to me.
Yes, let's move the luggage first, you let go?
Chao Chang shook off Ren Yuege's jade hand and rubbed his ears. Third sister, where is the luggage? I'll move it. Ding negative emotions plus 21. Ren Yuege exploded again. Chao Chang was secretly happy.
If there was only one sister, it would be difficult to deal with the negative emotions, but when two came, the situation changed.
Do you know ancient fables? One monk carries water to drink, 2 monks lift water to drink, 3 monks have nothing to drink.
This shows that it is easy for 3 people to have negative emotions towards each other.
Pull one and fight one. Don't have too much negative emotions.
The moment Master Chao saw them, he had already made up his mind.
So?
Then he changed his words and called her the third sister and teased the fourth sister. It doesn't matter whether the negative emotions in the third child can be eliminated. But the negative emotions in the fourth child must be explored further.
Because she exploded.
She may not be as explosive as the second sister, but after she breaks the defense, it will be easy for her to get a critical hit.
Soon.
Some luggage was carried upstairs.
Ren Yuege angrily put a bag of vegetables on the table. Chao Chang was surprised. Why did you bring food here?
Ren Yuege hummed, I bought this on the way just now.
You can cook dinner tonight. I can't cook.
Chao Chang shook his head.
Ren Yuege laughed angrily.
I have never seen such a person who tells lies with his eyes wide open.
Ren Yuege said, the person who was cutting vegetables at the teacher's house before, was you? Can you respect my memory?
Chao Chang shook his head and said seriously, that's different. That's a side dish. It's about cutting vegetables, not cooking.
There is a difference. I can cut vegetables, but that doesn't mean I can cook.
It's like some butchers who can kill pigs don't mean they can raise pigs.
Ren Yuege was speechless and laughed. Then do you dare to say that the dog made cola chicken wings for Ling Ling? Chao Chang laughed dryly. Ling Ling told you?
Ren Yuege, not only did he tell me, he also showed off to me and took photos of me.
My dear stinky brother, what else do you have to say? Chao Chang groaned, okay, let's be frank.
I can cook, but there is no chicken wings at home.
I bought it. Ren Yuege smiled proudly.
Chao Chang groaned again, no Coke.
I bought it too. I bought a bottle of every brand of cola on the market. You can use any one you like. No more salt. Oh, what a coincidence, I also bought the salt.
Let me put it this way, I bought all the side dishes and seasonings for the cola chicken wings.
Ren Yuege laughed. She anticipated everything.
Because she knew that Chao Chang was not a human being.
But
she still underestimated Master Chao. Chao Chang's mouth twitched, you are cruel, but there is no gas at home.
Have you bought it? Ren Yuege's laughter stopped abruptly. A smile really does transfer. It moved from Ren Yuege's face to Chao Chang's face.
At the same time it turns into negative emotions.
Puff.
Ren Yuchang was standing aside, she turned around, her shoulders shaking.
Watching their expressions is much more interesting than watching a skit.
Ren Yuege was furious and with a negative emotion of critical strike, he went forward to fight with Chao Chang. He kept repeating, I'm going to run out of gas, I'm going to run out of gas.
After being furious for a long time, Ren Yuege went to the kitchen. Boom. Light the fire. Ren Yuege turned around and asked, if this isn't gas, what is it? Hey, how come it's happening? This is weird. Chao Chang was shocked. Who the hell changed the gas tank in my house? Why are you so rude? Ren Yuege hugged his shoulders, with a half smile on his face, saying, I'll just watch you act cool. Noisy enough. The request of the fourth sister at the bottom of the list still needs to be met, because her emotional ranking has soared a lot since we just met. Chao Chang said, I can cook, but I have requirements. Ren Yuege nodded, yes. Chapter 36 Like a sand sculpture. Mr. Chow doesn't like cooking. The whole world knows. But why don't you like cooking? Because before cooking, you have to buy vegetables, pick vegetables, wash vegetables, and prepare the side dishes. After cooking, you have to clean up, wash the dishes and clean the house. It's all trivial troubles. If you just cook, it's pretty easy. So, it's not that Mr. Chow doesn't like cooking. To be more precise, he doesn't like the complicated and tedious process, especially washing dishes, which are so greasy. It's very harmful to the skin. Master Chow is so young now. You buy the vegetables, you wash the vegetables, you prepare the side dishes, you wash the dishes after meals, and you clean up. Chao Chang stated his requirements. Ren Yuege frowned, then what do you do? I cook. I fry vegetables. Chao Chang said. Ren Yuege knew that this stinky little brother was very lazy. Aren't you too lazy? Ren Yuege said unhappily. Chao Chang was too lazy to argue with her. Just tell me whether you're going to do it or not. If you take care of all these things, I'll cook. Otherwise, let's just order takeout. Ren Yuege was speechless, but I can't do housework. Chao Chang was surprised, then how dare you say I'm lazy? Ren Yuege blushed, I have an aunt at home. Chao Chang said, now you are my aunt. Ren Yuege stepped forward and stretched out his hand to scratch his ear. Chao Chang slapped her away and said, stop being so handsy. In a word, I will do it if you take care of everything. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. Okay, I'll take care of it, but you have to teach me. Your third sister and I don't know how to do it. I can. Ren Yuchang said weakly. Ren Yuege turned back suddenly, how did you do that? Ren Yuege's expression was full of, we are twins, how come you have a skill that I don't? The third child, Ren Yuchang, explained, when you were practicing the piano, I often helped mom wash and cut vegetables. Ren Yuege suddenly realized, and then was overjoyed, then you will be responsible for washing the vegetables and dishes. Without waiting for the third brother to speak, Chao Chang said, I don't need third sister to do anything. My third sister is an honored guest in my house, how can I ask her to do anything? Just you do it. Ren Yuege was anxious, I am your fourth sister. Don't talk about useless things. Just tell me, are you going to do it or not? Okay, go and cook. I'm hungry. Come on, wash the chicken wings first, take a toothpick, and poke a few holes in them. I'll teach you how to marinate the chicken wings. The third oldest, Ren Yuchang, also stood up, then I'll clean up the room first. Chao Chang nodded and pointed to the master bedroom where the third brother had lived before. The bedding has been brought in and hung out to dry for a day. Good. The house started to get busy. The bedroom was very quiet, and the third sister Ren Yuchang was obediently making the bed and tidying up. Only from the kitchen could the noisy voice of the fourth child, Ren Yuege, be heard from time to time. Inside the house, it became popular all of a sudden. The rice was cooked and soon the refreshing aroma filled the air. This rice is so fragrant. Of course not. It's a genuine treasure chest product, even though it's only a bronze treasure chest, but the rice is only slightly worse than the fairy tea. Not only is it delicious, it also smells good when cooked. In addition, while marinating the chicken wings, I also asked Ren Yuege to wash some vegetables. The main dish tonight is chicken wings, and the rest are all vegetables. Don't underestimate green vegetables. These vegetables are bought from the vegetable market, but with the addition of Deshang's cooking skills, the taste is not inferior to meat dishes. Both stoves are on at the same time. One is grilled chicken wings and the other is stir-fried vegetables. Remove from heat at the same time. The rice was cooked with a ding sound. A good chef knows how to manage the heat. This heat does not only refer to cooking the food, but also requires that all the dishes be taken out of the pot at about the same time, without too much delay between them,
and all are served on the table together while still hot. Unfortunately, there are few stoves in the house and the fire is weak. If it is a big stove, Chao Cheng can play with the heat in many ways. But even so, Chao Cheng still performed at his best level. The fragrance fills the house. A bite of chicken wings. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's so hot. How does Ren Yuege look like a lady from a noble family? It was so hot that my heart was jumping. Like a sand sculpture. That's great, ho. Ren Yuege's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chao Cheng, wanting to praise him, but she changed the subject. I didn't expect that you are an average person, but you are really good at cooking. Chao Cheng glanced at her and said, as the old saying goes, you beat the monk after reciting the sutras and scold the cook after eating. I didn't understand what it meant before, but now I understand. You haven't even finished eating and you're scolding the cook? Do you believe I'll just overturn the table? Third sister Ren Yuxian laughed out loud. Ren Yuege blushed, how could I scold you? I was praising you for your good cooking. As for whether you are a good person or not, that is debatable, unless you call me sister. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. You should go back to your Shanghai tomorrow. Third sister and I will be alone. You wish. I will protect her and I won't leave. Ren Yuege snorted coldly. Noisy. But the vegetables and rice were consumed very quickly, and more than half of them were gone in a flash. 4 dishes. The portion is not small. Result. There wasn't enough rice. 3 barrels of rice, eaten cleanly. This rice is so delicious. Where did you buy it? Ren Yuege said with a satisfied look on his face. Chao Cheng said, he came from the same place as Zicha. Ren Yuege said happily, I want to drink purple tea. Chao Cheng ignored her and turned to look at Ren Yuxian, third sister, do you want to drink purple tea? Ding negative emotions 25. Ren Yuchang did not avoid Chao Cheng's gaze and said softly, I want to try it. Okay, after dinner, let's drink something to relieve the greasiness. Don't worry, I'll go out for a walk while you drink. Chao Cheng didn't finish his words. But I believe Ren Yuchang understands. Ren Yuchang said softly, thank you, brother. After all, we are not familiar with each other. There is still some awkwardness in the way he speaks. But this awkward feeling also made Ren Yuege wrinkle her nose, and she felt like she was redundant. Negative emotions are running rampant. It wasn't like this when this guy gave himself a drink a month ago. It was only when reviewing the situation afterwards that Ren Yuege realized what was happening. It seemed that the guy didn't let me drink, but in fact he was deliberately luring me into a trap, letting me fall into it step by step, and finally I lost my life. Result. Why are you so gentle now when facing Ren Yuxian? So considerate of your feelings? Why? We are twins. What am I missing? If it wasn't tea for the fact that this stinky little brother seemed to have become more handsome, I would have beaten him to death. Don't say that. Chao Cheng has really become much more elegant and handsome recently. Especially Ren Yuege, who hadn't seen Chao Cheng for a month, felt that Chao Cheng had really changed a lot. However, the third brother, Ren Yuchang, had never had close contact with him before, and now that he had just met him, he didn't have such a strong intuitive feeling. However, the fourth sister Ren Yuege could see from the somewhat reserved attitude of the third sister Ren Yuxian that she was pretending to be a lady. It's not like this at home. Just pretend like this when you see a handsome guy? Cut. No one wanted to expose her. A boring woman. Eat till the end. Chao Cheng casually asked, how is Lao Chao now? The two sisters were stunned, and then realized that this old Chao was referring to Uncle Chao. Moved out. What? He was kicked out so soon? Chao Cheng was overjoyed. Ren Yuege rolled her eyes and said, move out and live alone. Chao Cheng's face turned disappointed, it's been so long, and your mother is still not tired of it? Really, for an old man, she even doesn't want her daughter? This guy, isn't he my biological son? Why is there such a deep hatred between father and son? Chapter 37. Tonight is destined to be a night of harvest. A meal that was devoured in no time. Eat and chat. Chao Cheng roughly understood from their words that Lao Chao's life was not going well. He had to serve him and make soup for him every night. What's the difference between this and an old lady? Even when you reach middle age, you still have to do the work of a nanny. Hey! The more you live, the more you go backwards. Should.
let you run with the widow.
But it can also be heard that the relationship between the two parties is very good and they are unlikely to get divorced in the short term.
After dinner,
Chao Chang brewed a pot of purple tea, filled his own thermos, and left the rest for them to brew themselves. Chao Chang then left home, leaving them with space to poop alone.
Let alone this third sister.
Even fourth sister Ren Yuege, who hasn't had a drink for more than a month, probably has a lot of impurities accumulated in her body, and she needs to detoxify this time. It's just that relatively speaking it's better than third sister and there's not as big a reaction as the first time.
Entering September.
It starts to get a little cool at night, which is very comfortable and suitable for retirement.
Xiao Xiao is here? Come, sit next to me. Come, eat some melon seeds. And sugar.
Chao Chang took the candy and looked at the group of old ladies in surprise. No, we are at a tea party so late at night?
Why are there still candy?
An old lady smiled and said, my distant nephew is getting married today, and he brought back some candies to share with everyone.
Oh, this is great news. Congratulations. Chao Chang congratulated him casually and asked, what were you talking about just now? I heard you guys laughing from a distance.
Unexpectedly, Chao Chang's casual remark made the group of old women around laugh again.
Chao Chang was a little confused. Chao Chang was infected and also laughed. What are you laughing at? Is there something that I, Master Chao, cannot know? Come, share it.
One of the older sisters blushed with laughter. Xiao Chao, do you have a girlfriend?
Not now.
Chao Chang shook his head. The eldest sister chuckled. I can't tell you that. You are still young.
WTF.
What the hell have you seen?
I'll take it out and scare you to death, okay? But Chao Chang also understood. These old ladies must have been talking about some obscene jokes just now. As the saying goes, the Zhang family talks a lot and the Li family gossips. This refers to Koaner's length.
These old ladies are not good people.
A crowd of people gathering here late at night.
With the participation of Mr. Chao, the topic became more serious. Mr. Chao is, after all, a great chivalrous man. I disdain to chat about jokes with old women. Chao Chang was full of positive energy, which indirectly infected everyone present, making them feel embarrassed to talk about vulgar things and bringing the topic back on track.
Xiao Chao, you don't go to work after graduating from college? What do you eat every day? An old lady asked curiously. Chao Chang smiled and said, who said I don't have a job? I studied computer science, so I just bought a laptop and did some private work at home. With a computer, I can work anywhere. Ah. The aunties didn't understand this, but they seemed to think it was very cool. The aunt asked, computers are so convenient? You can make money at home? Isn't the company afraid that you will be lazy? Yes, if we work from home, who will be responsible for management? How will we pay the wages? Xiao Chao, do you think those of us who stay at home and are retired can use computers to make money? I have a computer at home. I just want to earn enough money to buy groceries every day. Please teach me how to do it. This topic touches upon the auntie's blind spots in knowledge, curiosity, and greed. Chao Chang did not hide his shortcomings. After all, those present were core members of the Jiangbei community. He spoke a few words casually. The aunties did not understand him, but they thought it was very sophisticated. Even the way he looked at Chao Chang changed. For a long time, people in the hospital thought that Chao Chang was not doing his job properly, but unexpectedly, Chao Chang had already started to play with high technology. When I go back, I have to talk about my own children. Look at Chao Chang, he can make money at home after graduating from college. And look at you, you have a computer at home, but you only know how to play games. I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch. In fact, Chao Chang was not talking nonsense. He does work from home. This is the laptop I bought when I was doing public opinion propaganda. It replaced my previous crappy laptop. I've been writing some code recently when I have nothing to do. I am also planning to develop a web game. For example, Happy Farm. There is no such game in China at present. Chao Chang is working on it. He knew too well how popular this thing was and how quickly it could make money. As soon as he earns his first pot of gold from the stock market, he will set up a gaming company to make some money and build his own reputation. Business district. It's easier to get along if you're famous. Otherwise, even if you wave money, others may not be willing to let you join the investment round. Chatting and chatting. We talked about computers and then the stock market. Almost all the aunts present played the game.
Even if they didn't play it themselves, someone at home would play it.
Xiao Xiao, do you know how to trade stocks? My husband trades stocks on the computer at home and loses a lot of money, and he won't let me say anything to him. He gets angry when I say anything to him. We just had a fight.
An older sister sighed.
Chao Cheng said, I know a little bit about the stock market. As far as I know, the stock market has been doing well recently. How could it lose money?
God knows how he lost money. The eldest sister cursed. He has no destiny to get rich, but he insisted on learning how to trade stocks.
So far, he has lost more than 100,000 yuan.
When they heard the number was more than 100,000, the aunties became excited again, offering all kinds of suggestions and trying to find solutions.
But I can feel that everyone is just there to watch the show. Sometimes it's really fun to watch others lose money.
Only Chao Cheng has a kind heart.
Can't bear to see others lose money. Also because everyone is a core member of the Jiangbei masses, Chao Cheng reminded. Come to think of it, I do know a little bit.
I know a big financial expert, and he quietly told me that a bull market is about to start.
Chao Cheng looked mysterious. I'm only telling you this, don't spread it out. The eldest sister was surprised. Bull market? Really? Are the experts reliable?
Don't worry, this expert is very reliable.
He is a relative of my college classmate's father, and a friend. We are very close.
Chao Cheng nodded seriously.
Is this a close relationship? Damn, they're not even as close as us.
I saw that no one present believed it.
Chao Cheng added, believe me, there will definitely be a bull market, and it will be here soon. It is already taking shape now. If you are late, you will be too late to catch up. The elder sister was skeptical and asked, did you buy it? I didn't buy it.
Chao Cheng shook his head.
The elder sister rolled her eyes and said, you didn't buy it? What are you talking about? A shovel? Chao Cheng explained, the reason I didn't buy it is because I don't have money. If I had money, I would have just all in. Trust me, don't you trust me to do things? When have I ever made a mistake?
That's true. This sentence made everyone believe it a little. After all, Chao Cheng has had an extremely good reputation during this period.
But they believe it, others won't. Others will just treat it as a joke. Still a bull market? The market index is now at 1,600 points. How long has it been going sideways? 5 years, boss. Do you know how the leaks have been getting through the past 5 years?
The eldest sister hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded and said, okay, I'll trust you this time, and I'll talk to my husband later.
Don't worry, anyone who trusts me will make money.
Chao Cheng made the guarantee directly. The aunties around also asked questions.
Actually,
Chao Cheng told them that it was also for the emotional value. Whether you listen to him or not, you will either have positive emotions or negative regrets afterwards. Those who earn money by listening to him will naturally provide positive emotions. But those who listen to his words and do not believe will regret it for the rest of their lives.
Chao Cheng will never lose. Chatted for a while.
Chao Cheng has sharp eyes. Suddenly, I saw a few figures outside the community, sneaking around and observing the situation inside the community. Chao Cheng had excellent eyesight and recognized these figures at a glance. They were the gangsters from last time.
They were released. Coming for revenge again?
This time, it seemed like it had learned its lesson. It did not rush into the community, but instead wandered around outside, secretly stalking and scouting the area.
Chao Cheng was very happy.
I didn't expect that I would meet this group of experienced monsters when I came out to chat.
Tonight. It was destined to be a harvest night. Chapter 38 I came here today to become your disciple and recognize you as my elder brother. Brother Long, Brother Long.
In a van not far from the old cotton mill community.
A younger brother quickly ran into the car and said urgently, Brother Long, we found that man. He is chatting with a group of old women in the community.
Brother Quanglong took a deep puff of his cigarette and said in a muffled voice, did you see clearly?
I've seen it clearly, it's definitely him.
I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes.
The younger brother nodded.
Brother Quanglong pretended to be cool and flicked the cigarette butt out of the car window, then got out of the car. I'll go take a look.
Quanglong brought a few of his brothers to the other side of the street and looked at the old cotton mill area across the road. The distance is a bit far.
But Qianlong had good eyesight and could see the group of old women and Chao Cheng clearly. I recognized it at first sight. After all, he is so handsome and has such a good temperament. Even among the young and handsome men of later generations, he stands out from the crowd. Not to mention among this group of old women, her temperament and appearance are like the brightest star in the night sky.
Brother Long, let's do it.
A younger brother with a bad temper pinched his finger joints, making crackling sounds.
What the hell are you doing?
Qianlong glared and said, I came here today to become your disciple and recognize you as my elder brother, so everyone should behave yourself.
Ah.
The group of younger brothers were dumbfounded.
I almost sprained my back. No. Why is it to become a disciple and acknowledge the elder brother? Isn't it revenge? Brother Long?
We are gangsters, please don't lead us astray.
We were beaten by this kid, and we still have to recognize him as our big brother? That's right, Brother Long.
We were caught off guard last time and were ambushed by this guy.
We will definitely beat him this time. I've even got my baton ready. Shut up, everyone.
Qianlong scolded in a low voice and waved his hand, let's go and discuss it over there first.
I suffered a great loss last time.
Especially my younger brother Tiger, who was kicked in the mouth, adding insult to injury. He couldn't speak clearly for several days.
The Mad Dragon is also angry.
But during these days of detention, he thought a lot.
The more I think about it, the calmer I become.
The calmer I get, the more I feel that this guy is a martial artist, a very powerful one. My younger brother Meng who was right, that guy is a ruthless person. After carefully reviewing the battle at that time, he killed 11 of them with his bare hands in just 10 seconds. Although there was a sneak attack involved, with this kind of strength, he would be considered a master no matter where he was.
You know, Qianlong is confident in his skills. My younger brother Menghu was no ordinary person either.
They all started out as a bunch of idiots. I have never been afraid of a fight. Even if he doesn't have any tricks or kung fu, he has been through hundreds of battles. Over the years, they have also made a name for themselves, the Dragon and Tiger Brothers Gang. The people we brought last time are all very skilled and are the core brothers of the gang. But just like that, they were completely defeated in just 10 seconds, without even a chance to fight back. Moreover, they were unable to fight again after one move and lost their combat effectiveness instantly. In the end, not even a hair of the other person was touched.
Shameful. It's so embarrassing. It is also because of this that after the cooling off period, Qianlong did not think about revenge, but instead had the idea of becoming a disciple and learning skills and becoming his big brother. But he didn't tell anyone about this thought. The younger brothers don't know. He brings his little brothers to keep an eye on him every day.
Today is the third day, and he finally ran into him. Qianlong did not dare to rush in directly, fearing that it would have a bad impact and that he would anger the other party, resulting in failure in his becoming a disciple. Qianlong brought a few of his trusted followers to an alley on the side of the old cotton mill community.
It's pitch black. Snap, snap, snap.
They lit a few cigarettes for each other. Qianlong squatted on the ground, and his younger brothers squatted in a circle around him. The air was filled with smoke. From a distance, it looked like a group of people were burning something.
Brother Long, what are you thinking?
Yeah, Brother Long, why do you want to acknowledge me as your big brother? I admit that this guy is quite powerful, but who have we ever been afraid of, brotherhood?
That's right, Brother Long.
Last year, we had a fight with Xiao Dao and 8 of us were injured.
We were defeated miserably in the end, but we brothers didn't back down. Now when we see Xiao Dao's people, we'll beat them to death.
That's right, Brother Long, we can't be cowardly, otherwise how are we going to survive in the future?
Facing the doubts of the brothers, Qianlong puffed on half a cigarette in one breath.
Then he slowly said, we all grew up in wild fights, and we all have a fierce spirit. Xiao Dao's side is similar to us, but they have more people than us, so we are not cowardly, nor are we afraid.
But this guy is different.
Qianlong shook his head, he is a real martial artist. Every punch and kick he throws has a traceable pattern. He specifically hits people's weak spots.
This is a technique. Do you know what a technique is? How can we, the younger brothers, be cultured?
Only Brother Qianlong has read some novels. These days online novels have not yet become popular among the general public and are still used for self-entertainment within a small circle, but there are already masterpieces by great writers such as Zhu Xian and Xiao Bing Chuan Qi.
This year there is another masterpiece, Legend of the Urban Yen Emperor. It surpasses the existence of demigods and semi-devils. There is also a book called The Best Young Master. The protagonist is a hero. His skills are invincible in the city, he plays around in the world and has his way with women. When Brother Quanglong read the book, he put himself in the story and thought he was the protagonist. But now, after what happened, he felt that Chao Chang was the protagonist. When he recalled the plot during his detention, he always felt that he was a minor character in the book, used specifically to slap the protagonist in the face. The more I think about it, the more I think this is the case. So, he felt that he had to defy fate and change his destiny. Just like what is said in the novel, you are a gangster, even though you are successful now, you are the same as a prostitute, you only rely on your youth to make a living. Sooner or later you will pay for what you have done. Gangsters will either end up in jail or shot, or die in some unknown corner. Thinking of this, Brother Quanglong was covered in cold sweat. The beating from Chao Chang woken him up. Spell. National martial arts, do you understand? The younger brothers still shook their heads. Brother Quanglong felt that he couldn't explain himself to them and felt he didn't fit in. How come I am so smart? This group of stupid little brothers, they seemed okay before, but now they seem like fucking idiots. I can't understand the general trend. I didn't know how to seize the opportunity when it came to me. Still want to seek revenge? Just these few dog baskets? Brother Quanglong waved his hands helplessly. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. What I'm talking about now is saving ourselves. We are all gangsters. Although many people are afraid of us and rich bosses respect us and pay us to look after the place, in the final analysis, we can't wash away the fact that we are gangsters. Don't be so stubborn, am I wrong? It's not nice to hear, but it's the truth. Everyone follows me for a living and recognizes me as their big brother, so as a big brother, I have to find a way out for my brothers. You can't be a gangster all your life, right? We are still young. You are 20, you are 21, and you are only 19. As for me, I am only 24. We are all in our prime years. But in another 10 years, we will all be 30, will you still be able to fight? Brother Quanglong's words came from the bottom of his heart. But one of the younger brothers laughed and said, Brother Long, 30 is too far away. We are just living a lazy life. We might die on the street one day and won't even be able to see 30. Hearing this, the other brothers nodded. Yeah. We are all gangsters, and you never know when we will be left alone and be blocked by our enemies, and we may be disabled or killed. No one in this line of work would think that far ahead. Anyone with a long-term vision is either a bad gangster or a big gangster. Brother Quanglong had never thought about it before, but after reading more books, he felt that he had a much longer-term vision. You are so fucking. Quanglong stood up and kicked his little brother to the ground. You are still talking nonsense to me? It doesn't matter if you die, don't you care about your mother? We are here to make money. We make money for our families, not to die. You unfilial son, if you say another word of nonsense to me, get out of here. I don't want any ungrateful people on my side. Chapter 39. Bring more people next time. Become a disciple? Recognize the eldest brother? Chao Chang left the community and, with his anti-reconnaissance capabilities, walked through blind spots on the streets where the streetlights were not bright. The gangsters can't find it. Until they entered the alley, Chao Chang followed from the other side and was separated from the thugs by a wall. With sharp ears and sharp eyes, he heard the gangster's words clearly. I just realized that this Brother Long was actually defeated after the last incident and wanted to pay homage? This is a bit difficult to deal with. Master Chao has no intention of gathering the scum of society. He will crack down on them in a few years. Don't you know that? Don't let them scratch you. Although, they could be educated and turned over a new leaf, which would be a contribution to society, but since they were not relatives or friends, Chao Chang was too lazy to put in the effort to help them. Not a woman. I am the son of luck, so even if I recruit thugs, I would only recruit female thugs. Collect a group of men? Is that reasonable? Certainly. Don't let down the female gangsters, and don't waste the male gangsters. With such a large amount of emotional value now delivered to our doorstep, we naturally have to take it. Chao Chang came to the entrance of the alley. There was a group of people squatting inside, discussing something, and Quanglong kept chattering non-stop. When gangsters talk so much nonsense, how can you talk about the truth? You are full of rhymes. Are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination? Hello.
Chao Cheng stood at the entrance of the dim alley and shouted.
Wow.
The gangsters turned around one after another, startled. They all had fierce looks on their faces, and some were holding cigarettes.
The scene looked a bit brutal. So it's you guys. I was just wondering who was staring at me. It seems that we didn't clean it up well enough last time. Don't you remember?
Chao Cheng spoke without giving them a chance to speak.
Quan Long was delighted when he saw Chao Cheng, but then he quickly stood up and tried to stop him, misunderstanding.
As soon as he finished speaking, before he could say the rest, Chao Cheng had already stepped forward.
Another knife strike hit his neck lightly. Same as last time.
Quan Long's face instantly turned red, he covered his neck with both hands, and knelt on the ground, unable to speak. When the other hooligans saw their boss being beaten to his knees, they stood up angrily and said, "Brothers, let's kill him."
Quan Long was in despair. No. Boss, wait for me to say something. We are not here for revenge. Woo woo woo. What did I do to offend anyone with my neck? Cutting the neck with a knife is called drinking coke in the industry.
It is like a person running 1,000 meters and then drinking a bottle of coke. The throat is numb, unable to speak, and feels very uncomfortable.
A few seconds later,
Quan Long watched helplessly as a group of his younger brothers, holding their weak spots, fell to the ground, some groaning in pain, some wailing. Fortunately, no arms or legs were broken. Although drinking coke was uncomfortable, it was not a serious injury.
Bring more people next time.
This little garbage is not enough for me to warm up. Chao Cheng said this and ran away.
No nonsense.
This matter cannot be fully explained, and the misunderstanding cannot be resolved, otherwise it will be difficult to beat them next time.
1,000 points of emotion value have been credited to your account. There are not as many thugs this time as last time, there are only a few less.
But the emotion value is twice as much as last time. This shows that most of the gangsters have a lot of resentment accumulated in their hearts, which exploded this time.
So, the next time I fight them, I think it will be close to 2,000 emotions. Such a good score-boosting monster cannot be allowed to recognize you as the big brother.
Looking at Chao Cheng's back as he quickly left, Quan Long stretched out one hand, wanting to yell at him to stop, but he couldn't make a sound. He covered his neck with his other hand, looking very uncomfortable. Quan Long wanted to acknowledge his elder brother and learn skills, and he really wanted to do that.
But after being beaten, negative emotions will arise.
Even if you don't hate it, you will still feel pain and discomfort. More than 10 minutes passed. A group of thugs helped each other up.
Brother, this kid is too ruthless, a younger brother covered his waist and grimaced as if he was constipated.
Quan Long said in a hoarse voice, "You guys should just be thankful that they didn't treat us as a piece of cake, otherwise they would have lost their arms and legs easily."
Now, do you know what the technique is? It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Do you know what dimensionality reduction attack means? How would the gangsters understand this? I know that you can use money to kill chickens, but what does dimensionality reduction attack mean? These days, everyone is so fucking stupid.
Now, I want to become your disciple and recognize you as my elder brother.
Does anyone have any objections? Quan Long asked again in a hoarse voice. The gangsters didn't object this time, but they were not convinced. Why? After being beaten twice, you're not going to take revenge?
Seeing his younger brother's faces changing from gloomy to bright, Quan Long knew that they were angry.
Seriously.
Quan Long himself was also in a bad mood and shook his head. "Let's go back and rest, and come back tomorrow."
Come again?
The younger brother's faces changed.
No more, brother. Can't we just stay away? This person can't chase us and beat us, right? You must come. Quan Long said firmly. Quan Long has decided. Next time we meet, I won't say anything, but we'll just kneel down and become your disciple. This can't be misunderstood, right?
As for why they didn't go home, it was mainly because they didn't dare to enter the community, otherwise it would bring damage to the reputation of the big brother.
This is the sadness of gangsters.
To mend one's ways, one has to take this and that into consideration. Chao Cheng returned to the community happily. He didn't hit the thugs hard this time. He just made them lie down for a few minutes.
They will be basically fine after going back to sleep tonight. This won't prevent them from coming next time.
Xiao Cheng can tell the difference between one meal being full and another meal being full. As for whether they will come next time, Xiao Cheng is not worried. Even if they are scared and don't come, Xiao Cheng will find a chance to go to the place where they are roaming and deal with them one by one. Such a good score-boosting monster cannot be wasted. If you stack a few more layers of emotion, you can drive them to death. I said good night to the aunties and then walked home. The system upgrade has been completed. But the person was outside and Xiao Cheng did not go to check. There seems to be a lot of content in this upgrade. You have to find a quiet environment and check slowly. Back home. Watching the two sisters drinking tea. The rich purple tea had become much lighter at this time. It means they drank a lot. There was the sound of a washing machine roaring in the house they were washing clothes. The kitchen was also cleaned up. Very good. Xiao Cheng walked around the kitchen. Ren Yuege also followed and said proudly, "How is it? This is my first time washing dishes. Is it clean? What is there to be proud of?" Xiao Cheng picked up the dishes and rubbed them. The detergent didn't even clean them up. Who are you trying to poison? Ren Yuege's face changed slightly. Nonsense? I washed it clean. Feel it yourself, it's a little slippery, okay? Ding, negative emotions plus 20. Ha! This time, Xiao Cheng could actually clearly feel the embarrassment and shame coming from her. This is the change brought about by system upgrade. In more detail. But it's great to be able to wash like this for the first time. Xiao Cheng laughed. Tomorrow I will cook a big meal to reward you and welcome you back. Ding, positive emotions plus 2. There was a hint of happiness and gratitude coming from Ren Yuege. Ren Yuege snorted. Humph, I'll wash it again now, just wait, I will definitely wash it extra clean tomorrow. Xiao Cheng smiled and nodded. Come on. Chapter 40 System Upgrade, God Level? Xiao Cheng took some clean clothes and went to take a shower. Standing under the shower, Xiao Cheng began to check the new system. A lot has changed. The collection area is also larger. This can be seen from the upgrade introduction of Emotion Energy Ring. The collection scope has expanded from one city to one province. The province where the host is located is almost fully covered. You can also trace the sources of various emotions and view the details of the emotions. The content of the treasure chest has also been upgraded, making it richer and containing more goodies than before. At the same time, there is also an additional treasure chest fusion. 10 fine iron boxes, fused into one bronze box. 10 bronze boxes, fused into one silver. 10 silver chests, fused into one gold chest. 10 gold boxes, fused into one diamond. 10 diamond boxes can be combined into one God level. Based on the average of 10 draws to get a golden treasure chest, then it would take 1,000 draws to merge it into a God level treasure chest. The required emotion value is as high as 100,000. How many people will this offend? Xiao Cheng took a breath, a little ruthlessly. But Xiao Cheng was very jealous of the word God level. Want to make one. But he also knew that this thing could not be done in the short term because Xiao Cheng did not have that much patience to save 10 diamonds. Now treasure chests can improve your strength. If you don't open them and keep them, it would be a waste of your early development time. So, you should first set your sights on the diamond treasure chest. After you have grown to a certain level and have some free time, you can save up 10 diamond treasure chests and fuse one, God level, to try something new. Divine equipment is used in the later stage. In the early stage, the main focus is on rapid development. Xiao Cheng understood this principle. The collection scope has been expanded to one province. There is a lot of room for maneuver. Xiao Cheng was thinking about the changes after the system upgrade and how to play it to maximize the benefits. The system is not upgraded in vain. Before, the scope was too small and there wasn't too much that could be done, so collecting emotions face to face was the most convenient. But now, with such a large scale, remote collection has to be put on the agenda. Certainly. If it can be upgraded again, should the scope be expanded to the whole country? At least 2 provinces, right? I just don't know what the conditions are for the next upgrade. It shouldn't be as simple as opening a treasure chest 100 times. After all, the collection speed is now significantly faster. At first, collecting 10 emotion points every day was a lot of work. And now, as long as we seize the opportunity, we can create thousands of emotions in one wave. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. There are more than 1,300 emotion points left now, enough for 10 consecutive draws. Master Chow was not in a hurry.
Take a shower while checking out the new changes. Half an hour.
Wearing beach pants and a short t-shirt, the picture of a handsome guy coming out of the bath fascinated the two sisters.
That's right. Just confused for a bit.
The t-shirt is a little tight, maybe because my figure has improved recently, so it fits closely.
It looks angular.
Plus, after taking a shower, people will look 3 times more handsome.
This feeling.
Not to mention how dazzling it is.
Come to the living room.
The smell of shampoo and shower gel, including the warm scent of the bathroom, hit them in the face, making the two sisters sniff subconsciously.
Women are olfactory animals. Later studies have shown that most women care more about the other person's body odor when choosing a mate, which ranks first. As for appearance and other characteristics, they are ranked behind. Unless there is one aspect of the man that is particularly outstanding, such as money. A fat boss who has so much money that he likes to throw it around can also cover up the bad smell of body odor. In summary, women are olfactory animals.
Both sisters blushed. There were emotions of happiness and shame.
Ren Yuege was furious. Oh, you're blocking me from watching TV, get out of the way. If I didn't have the emotions to collect energy rings, I would still believe you.
Chao Cheng glanced at her with a smile. He also understood why she suddenly became irritable.
She was simply angry and embarrassed.
She didn't want Chao Cheng to find out that she was shy, so she used another extreme emotion to cover it up.
Oh. Little girl.
Chao Cheng pointed at the tea set and said, drink less tea at night.
Besides, this tea is too weak and has no effect. I know. Stop nagging me. Move aside and don't block me from watching TV. Ren Yuege looked impatient.
The third sister, Ren Yuchon, was not so emotional.
She nodded gently and asked softly, is my brother going to sleep? Well, I'm a little tired today, so I'm going to sleep first. Good night, then. Good night, third sister, good night, fourth sister. I am the fourth sister. Ren Yuege shouted. Okay, keep your voice down.
This old house has poor sound insulation.
If you raise your voice, people in the next building can hear it. TSK, that's exaggerated. I'm not exaggerating, I'm just afraid you won't believe it. After a few words, Chao Cheng returned to his room. In this wave, dozens of emotions were collected.
Chao Cheng returned to the room and locked the door. Boys, protect yourself at home. Instead of sleeping, he took out his laptop, put it on the desk, and started surfing the internet.
Nowadays, surfing the internet is called surfing. Playing Penguin, you can change dozens of wives in a day. What a perfect era.
Chao Cheng logged into Penguin, searched around casually, and added a friend named Serious Snow.
This song was released not long ago and many girls like it very much. It also became a huge hit this year.
The other party quickly confirmed it.
Chao Cheng asked. Hello, can we be friends? I really like your online name. Hello, sure. Do you like this song too? Certainly. Chao Cheng typed very quickly and chatted for 3 minutes. We have a basic understanding of each other. Finally Chao Cheng said, can you be my wife? Rose. The girl on the other side, okay. Blush. It's that simple. Chao Cheng replied, forget it, you don't deserve it. Sunglasses. Ding negative emotions plus 18. At.
The other side cursed. The Serious Snow turned into a blizzard. But Chao Cheng smiled.
Certainly.
Chao Cheng was not deliberately looking for trouble, but was trying out the effect of collecting data from the entire province.
The girl I added was carefully selected. Her address is Fancheng, which is more than 300 kilometers away from Sanjiang City. Did not leave the province.
But at the provincial border, you are out of the province with just one step. At the same time, a very strange feeling appeared. Emotions from far to near were collected by the system like threads of quantum entanglement in the dark.
Chao Cheng replied, it's just a joke, don't be angry, wife. Just chatting. Humph. Angry. So easy to coax. Chao Cheng was embarrassed to bully her.
If you come to Sanjiang City, I'll treat you to a delicious meal.
I'm not going.
The other party replied.
Then let's break up. Ding negative emotions plus 11. Tonight, there is a girl who is destined to be unable to sleep and curses people in her dreams. Who made her meet Chao Chang? Chao Chang didn't talk to her for too long. After trying it for a while, he roughly understood the concept of the whole province. It's really within the province, and any extra step won't be counted. Chao Chang tried netizens from neighboring provinces and cities, but got no feedback. Chapter 41 set a small goal. Big forum.
It means a prosperous opening. This forum is a gathering place for stock discussions. There are all kinds of leaks in it, and of course there are all kinds of experts. The seemingly serious atmosphere of stock discussion is filled with all kinds of abusive remarks.
These days, the network management is still very user-friendly. You can even type fuck openly.
This reminded Chao Chang of a piece of news in his dream, where two middle-aged women cursed each other from home to abroad, and cursed each other online for 16 years, and were almost physically destroyed in the end. It's a pity that Chao Chang couldn't find someone with such perseverance to engage in a verbal battle, otherwise, the critical hit's emotional value would be stably earned for 16 years, which would be an astronomical figure just to think about.
But Chao Chang was not too greedy.
As the system is upgraded and the collection area expands, these forums have become new places for collecting emotions.
People can have an immersive network experience without leaving home. That's good. This is very good. After walking around and seeing the analyses of various charlatans, Chao Chang couldn't help but nod in agreement. They were indeed experts, and their financial rhetoric was superb. Anyway, Chao Chang couldn't understand it. I don't understand it because I think it's so great.
After thinking about it, Chao Chang decided not to learn from them. I am doing this to collect emotions, not to show off, and certainly not to sell courses.
Register for a forum account.
After thinking for a few seconds, he came up with a name for the son of luck, stock got out yin.
Vulgar.
Return to the secular world.
But it's unforgettable at first sight. I'm really a little genius at naming.
Then a post was published.
The title is, The Bull Market is Coming. There is not much content, just intercepted my own entry funds, 500.
Claiming that the layout has been completed and waiting for the bull market to start.
Very arrogant post. He doesn't take the ordinary people and experts seriously at all.
So, even though it was night, I received a reply very quickly.
There is also a mood value. Ding negative emotions +2. Ding negative emotions +3. Ding negative emotion +1. Bite.
It is obvious that these emotions include anger, disdain, envy, and jealousy.
The only thing is that there is no positive emotion. Really? Competitors are enemies. No one wants to see other leaks make money. This industry is full of the negative side of human nature.
It is painful to lose money, but you will be happy when you see others lose more.
So, most people in this industry have unstable emotions. There are a lot of people cursing. Similar to bull market, damn. Who would invest in stocks with so much money?
This must be a fake picture.
It's still a bull market? You are a big leak. How can such a person have so much money? What's wrong with me? Brother, I believe you, but I won't buy it, ha ha ha.
I thought there was a bull market, but when I see you say that, I know there is no hope for a bull market.
SB. There are people from all over the world in the forum. The province has a large base.
Soon the negative emotions reached 80. Although it is only 80, this is just a preliminary post. With the fluctuations in the stock market, including the arrival of the bull market in the later period, the sentiment value will explode to a certain height. And as long as you continue to post, new sentiment values will appear in the long run.
This is more meaningful to collect than Jiangbei masses.
Chao Chang looked at the replies one by one, but he was not angry. Except for those who cursed his mother, he would curse the other party's ancestors for 18 generations. Chao Chang ignored the other curses.
And
the rebellious nature of human beings can be seen from these replies. The more you tell these bulls and horses that there will be a bull market, the more rebellious they become and refuse to believe it. Chao Chang wanted to take advantage of this human nature and repeatedly attack them. The bull market hasn't started yet, so it's better to predict it one step ahead. When the bull market becomes more and more popular, he will predict that the bull market has reached its peak.
I guess no one will believe him at that time because everyone will be too eager to fight.
When the price plummets after reaching the top, the wave of emotions will be absolutely overwhelming, and you may even get a God-level treasure chest in seconds. So, what Chao Chang is going to do next, Master Chao has to set a small goal. That is to upgrade the system to the next level. After the upgrade, if we can collect emotion values across the country, we can pocket all the benefits of this forum. After reading the posts for a few minutes, Chao Chang closed the website and said he didn't need to read anymore. There are too few people at night. When the market opens tomorrow, if the market falls, there will probably be more people cursing in this post, which will in turn bring about countless emotions. And these are just appetizers, so Chao Chang will not pay attention to them all the time. On the contrary, it is the game that Chao Chang needs to put in effort and time. Happy Farm is actually very simple to design. But Chao Chang wants to optimize it better. By then, everyone will be excited. This thing is also a magical tool for collecting emotions. I went to steal vegetables, I was happy. My vegetables were stolen and I was angry. Gained happiness. The vegetables are infested with bugs. I'm sad. Back and forth, how many emotions are there? As long as it is designed by Chao Chang, all emotional values are related to him. If the current conditions did not allow it, Chao Chang would have just played PUBG. Chicken is a killing game. Even 30 years later, there are still many people playing this game. Thinking about the massive amount of negative emotions contained therein, Chao Chang became excited. When playing PUBG, who doesn't break the defense a few times? Moreover, if you keep playing, you can keep stacking emotional buffs. So, the same thing. The current goal is to upgrade the system and continue to expand the scope of collection. The next day. The first day that the last placed fourth sister came. Annoy her. Chao Chang got up early and stood in a posture to breathe. Compared to making money and emotional value, healthcare is the key. You can live a few more years and enjoy a few more years. Otherwise, what is the point of making so much money? Half an hour later, I was sweating all over. Leave the room. Ren Yuege happened to come out of the bathroom. Even in her nightgown, she still had a strong aura. Chao Chang recognized it. But he still said, "Good morning, third sister." This naughty little brother is annoying so early in the morning. Ren Yuege was angry. "I am your fourth sister." "Oh, good morning, fourth sister." Chao Chang smiled. Ren Yuege laughed angrily, rolled his eyes, and changed the subject. "Why are you sweating so much? Is the weather so hot? Are you weak? Are your kidneys not in good condition? Ginseng rooster, right? This little girl won't suffer any loss." Ren Yuege had a winner's smile on her face and said seriously, "Don't blame me for scolding you, young man, please take care of your health." Ren Yuege is still a rookie. But after all, we are adults. Even if we have not eaten pork, have we seen a pig run? This is also very pertinent. Chao Chang snorted, "Don't worry, he will definitely be better than your future husband." Pooh. Ren Yuege blushed and spat, "Don't be disrespectful to me, or I'll pinch your ears." Chao Chang smiled. Went into the bathroom and prepared to wash up. Chao Chang suddenly said, "The toilet won't flush? What's wrong?" Ding, negative emotions plus 20. Ren Yuege rushed into the bathroom feeling embarrassed and angry. I looked at the squat toilet and it was clean. Only then did I realize that I had been deceived by my stinky little brother. Ren Yuege attacked again, turned around and pinched Chao Chang's ear, gritting his teeth and said, "Stinky brother, will you die if you don't bully me for a day?" Chao Chang was hit by her while dribbling the ball and staggered. It hurts." Ren Yuege pinched him and snorted, "If you dare to bully me again, I'll twist your ears off." Did you hear me? I heard it. Chao Chang admitted defeat. Only then did Ren Yuege let go of her hand, snorted softly, and walked out of the bathroom. Chao Chang muttered loudly, "Third sister is still gentle." Ding. Chapter 42. Alas, a group of people who have never seen the world. It actually feels good to suddenly have two more girls in the family. At least it's pleasing to the eye, isn't it? Don't be envious either. This was exchanged for my biological father. My third sister got up late today. It's called bed recognition. After washing up, change your clothes. Elbow. Seeing that they had changed their clothes, Chao Chang waved his hand and went out for breakfast. It's impossible to make it at home because I don't have the ingredients and I'm too lazy to get up early. Enjoying life comes first. How can I spend the whole day around the stove?
Third sister, it looks like you didn't sleep well.
I'll prepare a dose of sleeping tea for you later and guarantee you'll sleep till dawn.
Chao Cheng said. Ren Yuege nodded, thank you, brother. You're welcome. Ren Yuege curled her lips and smirked, TSK, you sound like you know Chinese medicine and you can mix medicine.
Chao Cheng raised his eyebrows, fourth sister, please don't provoke me.
I do know a thing or two about Chinese medicine.
Having a basic understanding of these two words brought back some bad memories for her.
Ren Yuege looked at Chao Cheng suspiciously, do you know medical skills? I understand a little. Chao Cheng smiled. Ren Yuege chuckled. She had heard Ren Yuege talk about Chao Cheng's slight understanding before.
Regardless of whether the two believed it or not, Chao Cheng did not explain any further.
This thing is a show-off skill.
Mixing sleep-inducing tea is just the beginning. The real effect is massage. When they sprain their ankle or fall, that's when Chao Cheng will really take action.
Isn't that what's written in novels? Otherwise, what is the purpose of studying Chinese medicine? Can you really cure people's illnesses? Stop it.
It is illegal to practice medicine without a medical license. The greatest heroes among us never do anything illegal. No need to drive, there's a breakfast shop right outside the door, just a few steps away, and there's nowhere to park over there. Chao Cheng waved his hand, if you want to eat local specialties, you have to find a small restaurant. Hearing this, the two girls did not refute.
Following Chao Cheng, the three of them took a stroll. This feels pretty good. Xiao Chao, yo, what is this? That's incredible, Xiao Chao, are you dating someone? These two girls are so pretty, which one is your girlfriend?
There were familiar aunts and uncles along the way. At the door, the twins caused an immediate sensation as they appeared. Twins are not common in real life, let alone such high-quality twins. All kinds of emotional values soared up. Most of the men passing by were filled with emotions of envy, jealousy, hatred, disappointment, frustration, and even anger.
Chao Cheng didn't expect this either. He had taken Ren Yuege out before and had been to a supermarket. But at that time, Ren Yuege was wearing a mask, and only her figure made people turn their heads back. Who would have thought? As soon as the twins showed their faces, the effect was so explosive. Moreover, after the system was upgraded, the perception of emotions was also very interesting. Previously, there was only the system prompt sound. But now it's different, it feels so real in some way. You can tell at a glance what emotions each person has. It does have a bit of a mind-reading meaning. From now on, if someone shows any malice or kindness towards him, it will be difficult for Chao Cheng to escape perception. That's great. Chao Cheng didn't pay any attention to those men. He smiled and introduced them to the aunt at the door, this is my third sister, and this is my fourth sister. A sober-minded aunt wondered, aren't these two girls twins? They should have been born together, so why is one your elder sister and the other your younger sister? Good question. Chao Cheng glanced at her and said, you are smart, right? Looking for trouble? You are so talkative. Ren Yuege chuckled softly and looked at Chao Cheng to see how he would explain. Chao Cheng smiled and said, it's a coincidence. They were born 3 minutes apart. I was born during these 3 minutes. So, one is the older sister and the other is the younger sister. Oh. The aunties suddenly realized. That's such a coincidence. Ren Yuege rolled her eyes at him but didn't argue. Outside, she still gave Chao Cheng some face and turned around to twist his ear. What nonsense. These old ladies actually believe it? I give up. That's not right, Xiao Chao, where did your sister come from? Yes. Wow, this is serious. An I understand expression flashed across the aunties' faces. You know nothing. Chao Cheng waved his hand, okay, everyone continue chatting, we'll go out for breakfast first. Okay. Bye-bye. Xiao Chao, slow down. Xiao Chao, come to my house for dinner later. I'll make you braised pork. Okay. Chao Cheng responded. But it's impossible to go. This aunt has a son who is also in his early 20s. I guess he liked it. You're overthinking it. Don't you look at what kind of person your own son is? He is in his 20s and has been living off his parents since graduation. He doesn't go out to work. Every day, it would be fine if he didn't work, but he doesn't go out to play chess or mahjong and just stays at home playing games. Little hottie. walk out of the community. There are still various emotions superimposed behind me.
Ren Yuege snorted. I didn't realize that you have such a good relationship with these old women.
They all like you very much. Stop being so sarcastic.
Xiao Chang shook his head. Why don't you ask about my reputation in this area?
Xiao Chao, go out for breakfast.
An older woman passing by greeted them warmly, looking at the two girls and saying, "Oh, these two girls are so pretty."
Xiao Chao, you are so lucky. Hey, hey, hey.
Xiao Chang nodded with a smile.
After passing by, Xiao Chang nodded, see?
This is called mass support, which means I am respected by everyone. Ren Yuege nodded politely, agreeing with Xiao Chang's statement.
After some chatting and joking, we soon arrived at the breakfast shop. It's overcrowded. Going to work or school?
The arrival of the three people caused a sensation again.
Xiao Chang somewhat understood why Ren Yuege always wore a mask when going out.
It's true that she's too beautiful and it's easy for people to stare at her. Although wearing a mask cannot completely prevent it, it can block most of the gazes.
Twins are more lethal. Xiao Chang was numb. Isn't it too easy to collect emotion values like this? Taking them out for a walk actually yielded so much?
It increased little by little and it has exceeded 100 in such a short time.
If you do this, it will make me look like a fool at playing chess in the past. Ren Yuege glanced around and frowned slightly. No room left?
Yes. One of the elder brothers stood up suddenly and said, "Beautiful ladies, please sit down.
I will finish eating soon."
Xiao Chang looked at the half-eaten bowl of noodles on his table, and the untouched bowl of soda meat.
How the hell is this what you call immediately? Are you licking the dog? How old are you? Still licking in your 40s? Are you ready to lick for the rest of your life? An older sister suddenly waved her hand. Xiao Chao, here, here. Hey, Sister Lu, you are here too.
Xiao Chang took the two sisters and went to the familiar people. The eldest brother looked lost, and as he looked at Xiao Chang's back, his negative emotions surged. Especially when his friends laughed at him, he felt very embarrassed. But he didn't want to lose his composure in front of the beautiful woman, so even though he was angry, he pretended nothing had happened and slowly sat down. His eyes kept scanning over there.
Most of the people around were watching. Those who are a little more reserved will look away, then look secretly, then look away again, then look secretly again. It's extremely vulgar. The boss personally brought the noodles over, took a close look at them, and then left satisfied. Xiao Chang was convinced. Are twins really that powerful? Why do I feel like I'm just so-so? I look just average, just an ordinary person. What's so good about that? Alas, a group of people who have never seen the world. Chapter 43 Just spoil him. A breakfast. The small breakfast shop was packed. Normally, most people take their noodles and leave, eating while walking. But today, everyone either sat or stood, but refused to walk. The boss even came up with the idea of renting a shop next door and expanding. The system is also constantly collecting negative emotions. It was at this time that Xiao Chang understood for the first time what beautiful women are the root of trouble meant. Look at the situation now. I didn't do anything. But there are many people who have negative emotions towards themselves, or even resentment and anger. In fact, the situation at the scene is okay. Most people watch secretly because they want to save face. But because Xiao Chang had a system, he could keenly sense all kinds of emotions, so he felt the scene was very chaotic. Usually when Xiao Chang goes out alone, he can also collect positive emotions from girls, but the system has not been upgraded before, so the perception is not that sharp. Now it seems that the positive emotions generated by those girls should be admiration and favorability. At the same time, there are also negative emotions of men, such as disdain and jealousy. After all, Mr. Chow is also very handsome. This noodles is too dry. Ren Yuege frowned. When he frowned, the people around who were secretly watching him felt pity and hatred towards Xiao Chang. Damn it! Such a beautiful girl. You brought them to eat this kind of street stall breakfast? Are you so fucking poor? If it were me, I would sell my house and invite them to a big store to eat noodles. Can girls eat hot dry noodles? Ren Yuege said softly, I think it's okay. Ren Yuege said, just spoil him. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Chun laughed. Some people are used to eating this noodle, and some people are not. If not, you can have another bowl of beef noodles. Do you want some noodle soup? No, it's too greasy. Ren Yuege said pretentiously.
The three of them ate and chatted, and the people around them were envious. The emotion value keeps increasing.
Chao Cheng was curious, did you also attract crowds when you went out before?
Ren Yuege subconsciously glanced around.
The men around him looked away instantly. A bunch of cowards.
Ren Yuege nodded, it's okay, this happens often, so I usually wear a mask when I go out, but now I can't wear a mask when eating, right?
Ren Yuege suddenly said arrogantly, what do you think, stinky brother? Sister is still very popular, right?
Chao Cheng said solemnly, yes, you are very popular, but I feel a lot of hatred.
I suspect that some of these people want to kill me. Puff.
Ren Yuchang almost spit out a mouthful of noodles.
Choked. Chao Cheng reached out and patted her on the back to calm her down. Ren Yuege also laughed and complained, don't make her laugh while she's eating.
She has a low sense of laughter. Chao Cheng was speechless, I'm not kidding her, I really feel that someone wants to kill me.
Look, it's even more obvious now. The hatred is overwhelming. Ren Yuege raised her hand and patted Chao Cheng, saying angrily, don't be weird, are you suffering from paranoia?
Chao Cheng laughed and shook his head.
You know nothing. I can really collect my emotions, okay? It really felt like someone was trying to kill me. A critical hit. 100 emotion points. How could this be an ordinary loser who eats? There's absolutely no way that's okay. First of all, the other party's identity is not bad. This is not Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang had a critical hit of 200 before.
That was because she knew Chao Cheng very well.
In addition, the negative emotions kept accumulating, and she finally lost a large sum of money, which led to that level of critical hit. It's different now. Don't know. Not familiar. No overlay.
All factors are lacking, so a sudden critical hit can only mean that the other party's identity is not an ordinary person. One of the military, politics, and business must be included.
And
the system sensed that this was not jealousy, but real hatred. When hatred reaches a certain level, one wishes he would die. Chao Cheng was talking and laughing, but his eyes seemed intentional and unintentional, and he glanced at a black car on the side of the street.
Hate comes from within.
After the system is upgraded, it is possible to trace the origins of various emotions.
There is someone in the car.
Chao Cheng knew that this overwhelming hatred originated when he was helping Ren Yuchang to calm down and patting her on the back.
He is most likely Ren Yuchang's suitor. Well, if this is a novel, then he is most likely Ren Yuchang's fiancé.
Chao Cheng began to get excited.
The villain has appeared.
A new big villain has appeared.
This feels more like a villain than those thugs. There is such a huge negative emotion when hitting someone. What if someone is maimed or killed? The great terror between life and death, the negative emotions can soar to the sky, right? Expect.
Chao Cheng had no intention of telling the sisters about this.
If you really want to kill someone, the fewer people who know your thoughts, the better. Even your own parents have to keep it a secret. Not to mention a stepsister?
Although we have been in contact for such a long time, I am sure they have no other purpose in approaching me. But after all, there is no blood relationship. The bond between the sister and brother is placed on Lao Chao.
Once the relationship ends, the feelings will return to zero. Chao Cheng will not give his handle to anyone. After 100 years of experience, I still understand this principle. A breakfast. The food was very filling. Chao Cheng left with his sister contentedly. Third sister, is there any place you want to go? Some famous places of historic interest or tourist attractions? We have nothing to do anyway, I can go there with you.
Chao Cheng and Ren Yushan walked side by side, without any excessive movements, but from a distance, they looked very close.
Critical strike again. Okay. Are you so irritable?
It turned out to be related to Ren Yushan.
Just these 3 critical hits have surpassed everyone in the breakfast shop. It seems like another potential stock, a future number 1 on the list? Ren Yuege felt jealous and asked, why don't you ask me?
Chao Cheng didn't even look at her, and waved his hand, don't make trouble, I'm asking my third sister. Chao Cheng walked between the 2 girls, and his waving and disdainful body language made Ren Yuege furious.
Shadowless hand. Just twisted his ears. Ren Yuege gnashed her teeth and said, stinky brother, are you trying to piss me off to death? Chao Cheng tilted his head. It hurts, let go, I am wondering why you always like to twist my ears? We are on the street, how can I not save my dignity? You are going too far. Snort. I'll go. The system collected another wave of critical hits. Chao Cheng understood that this guy liked Ren Yuege and wanted to get Ren Yuege. Therefore, when Ren Yuege plays the ear-twisting game with himself, the opponent will also have a high critical hit rate. 2. After all, the sisters are twins. If you like one of them, you will naturally want the other one as well. Men are like that. Chao Cheng could understand. Double the happiness. Inside the car. A young man gritted his teeth and stared at the backs of the three people. The personal butler beside him said worriedly, "Master, please don't be angry. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt by anger. You know shit." Am I angry? I'm furious. If I don't let out this anger, my body will get hurt. Stop talking nonsense. Check for me in 10 minutes. I want his information. Master, I think. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. The butler rolled his eyes and said, "Young master, you are so manly." Chapter 44 Fourth Sister, what do you mean? Do you dislike me? 20 minutes later. The young master got Chao Cheng's information. I'm still not satisfied with this. So long? What a waste. Master, calm down. You keep saying the same thing over and over again. Can you come up with something new? The housekeeper groaned and said, "Master, please be happy." Depend on. The young master cursed and stopped nagging his personal butler, and started looking at the information in the computer. Very complete. After all, it was obtained through special channels, and it contains everything about Chao Cheng. Including the fact that Chao's father divorced when he was laid off, and he raised Chao Cheng alone, and the father and son depended on each other. Chao Cheng also worked hard and was admitted to the university of his dreams, where he studied computer science and just graduated this year. That's strange. The rich second-generation young master frowned in confusion. The butler beside him was also puzzled. Why do you blame the young master? The young master looked at the butler like an idiot. Don't you see the problem? The housekeeper shook his head in confusion. No. Otherwise you are the butler and I am the young master, you are just stupid. Master, aren't we discussing a problem? Why bother with ginseng and rooster? I attacked, so what? Are you stupid? How could someone with such simple information and such a low-level identity be related to the Ren family? Especially, Ren Yuege and Ren Yuege are still living in his house. Don't you think this is strange? The young master pointed at the notebook. Now, do you see the problem? The housekeeper suddenly realized and nodded. I see. The young master said, "Tell me what you think." The housekeeper said confidently, "This Chao Cheng is a pretty boy, and the Ren sisters have taken a fancy to him. Get out of my way, get out." The young master almost kicked the butler out of the car. The housekeeper rubbed his buttocks and smiled bitterly. Master, what did I say wrong? The young master pointed at the computer, angrily. I mean, this information is fake, are you stupid? And you're just a little whiteface. Is Ren Yuege that kind of superficial woman? If she is superficial, can the young master be interested in her? Besides, two people falling in love with a pretty boy at the same time, do you think this is likely? What pretty boy has such good luck? I really want to be a gigolo, damn. Oh. The housekeeper now understood completely, but immediately shook his head. But that's not right, this information comes from the archives, it can't be fake. Are there no fake files? I don't believe it. Keep checking for me. Chao Cheng didn't understand. Anyway, when I got home and was getting ready to drive out for fun, critical hits kept occurring. I don't know where such magnanimity comes from. I don't even know what happened. But it's not very important. What is important is that the emotion value is received. Since the system upgrade, 2,000 points have been stored. You can draw 20 times in a row. At this rate, I think we'll be able to raise enough for 100 consecutive draws soon. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Chao Cheng took them to visit many local attractions, which locals generally do not visit but are new to outsiders. Mr. Chao has a strong sense of perception and always knows that someone is following him. But Master Chao pretended not to know. Anyway, as long as there is a lot of emotional value, it's fine. This day, the emotion value soared to 3,800.
80% of today's improvement came from this mysterious man. The remaining 20% came partly from the masses, partly from the war of words triggered by yesterday's post, and a very small partly from the envy and jealousy heard on the road when I was out playing. So, the mysterious man following the car definitely has the potential to be the top of the list. Even though they hadn't met formally yet, Chao Chang was very grateful to him. Good guy. This kind of person must be kept. His temper was long-lasting and continuous. It was the first time that Chao Chang had seen someone with such a bad temper. I was angry and hateful for a whole day. What great perseverance this is. Return home in the evening. The two sisters were exhausted and only after a cup of purple tea did they recover. I haven't climbed a mountain for a long time. I'm so tired. Ren Yuege no longer looked like a goddess. She simply leaned back on the sofa, took off her shoes, put her feet on the coffee table, and relaxed her stiff and numb feet. Ren Yuchang was better, not as relaxed as the fourth brother, but he also tapped his thigh. They had been walking for more than half a day, most of which was climbing the mountain. He only felt tired when climbing, but now he felt his muscles were stiff. My legs don't even belong to me anymore. Little orange. Ren Yuege shouted. Chao Chang ignored her completely. Ren Yuege snorted, I'm calling you stinky little brother. Chao Chang said unhappily, speak properly. Ren Yuege pouted, a little like a spoiled child, my feet hurt, can you help me get some water to soak my feet? Ren Yuchang felt that the fourth brother was going too far. She is in so much pain for her little brother, and she is still making water for him to wash his feet? Ren Yuchang stood up, I'll go get some water, we can take a bath together. Look, it's still the third sister who cares about people. Otherwise, I would be willing to call you third sister. Chao Chang smiled and gave the fourth sister a contemptuous look. Ren Yuege laughed angrily, pointing at Ren Yuchang, and said angrily, you traitor, what's wrong with a brother helping his sister to fetch water? Just spoil him, he will be spoiled sooner or later. Ren Yuchang smiled and did not refute this. She turned around and went to the bathroom to find a basin to get some water. Ren Yuege rolled her eyes at her back, then looked at Chao Chang and whispered, call me fourth sister, I'll go get you some water. Cut. You're not firm. I dare not trouble you, you are so precious. Chao Chang said sarcastically. He is still using this name to boost his emotional value, how could he possibly change his words? Not only has it not changed, it has become even worse. Third sister, I want slightly hotter water. Chao Chang shouted. Ren Yuchang's gentle voice came from the bathroom, okay. Chao Chang raised his eyebrows at Ren Yuege, as if to say, look. Ren Yuege wrinkled his nose slightly, regretting a little that he had brought Ren Yuchang here. If I had known it would be like this, I would have come alone. Moment. 2 basins of hot water were brought. The two sisters had one pot, and Chao Chang had one pot. Chao Chang took a look at their foot basins. Their white bare feet looked so cute in the water. What a pity. Chao Chang watched the whole day and no one sprained their ankle. My own traditional Chinese medicine is of no use. Well. No chance. Then create opportunities. Chao Chang said, third sister, can I give you a foot massage? You know, I know a little about Chinese medicine, and the reflex areas on the soles of the feet can be relaxed. Ren Yuchang's face turned slightly red, and she didn't know if it was because of the hot water or because she was embarrassed. No, that's fine. Just bubbles. Ren Yuchang felt embarrassed, after all, they had only known each other for one day. Third sister, don't be polite to me, we are family. But Ren Yuege said shamelessly, come on, give me a massage, I want to see how good your Chinese medicine skills are. Forget it. Chao Chang shook his head. Ren Yuege laughed in anger, what do you mean? Do you dislike me? Yes. Chao Chang nodded honestly. Ren Yuege raised his leg in anger, splashing water everywhere and all over Chao Chang's face. Oh shit. Chapter 45 When did their relationship become so good? Most of the water splashing festivals take place in June and July. But the Chao family. The water splashing festival is in early September. Right now. In the blink of an eye, the entire coffee table, sofa, and floor were all covered with water stains. Damn it. Have you ever seen someone splashing foot washing water? Not smelly though. But isn't it disgusting? Is she still a goddess? Fuck you. If it weren't for the third sister Ren Yuchang stopping her, things would have gotten out of control.
Chao Chang didn't fight back much. A good man doesn't fight with a woman.
So, Master Chao is the victim.
After the happy water splashing festival, Chao Chang went to take a bath.
In the living room, Ren Yuege was cleaning up, wiping the floor, coffee table, sofa.
Ren Yuege looked at the hard-working appearance of the third brother and seemed to be thinking about something.
Why didn't Ti realize that the third sister was so virtuous before? There is an auntie who cleans the house, a cook who cooks, and there are also special people to take care of the garden in the yard. The sisters hardly had to work. In addition, Ren Yuege is actually the youngest sister and is often taken care of, which makes her unconsciously ignore some details in life.
Until now.
After leaving the Ren family mansion, Ren Yuege felt that he seemed to know nothing. She used to think she was awesome.
I can play the piano. And the level is very high. But in life, there are some little idiots.
He doesn't even know how to wash vegetables.
He doesn't know anything and can't even tell the difference between grains. Now watching the third brother clean up. Or play the piano for her to cheer her up?
The third sister Ren Yuchan wiped the water stains clean, raised her hand and tapped the forehead of the fourth sister Ren Yuege, complaining, "Look at you, you haven't grown up yet." Ren Yuege smiled awkwardly. "When I get angry, this stinky little brother will bully me."
Ren Yuchan rolled her eyes and said, "Who is bullying who? I didn't splash any water on you." "But he mad at me." "Why aren't they mad at me?" "Well," the soul asks. In later times, it would be Pua. But now, Ren Yuege was left speechless. Ren Yuchang asked again, "Do you think you look like a sister?"
Ren Yuege muttered in a low voice, "It's my first time, I don't know how to do it. Okay, stop criticizing me, I'll apologize to him later." Ren Yuchang said softly, "Don't feel embarrassed.
Apologizing is just a statement of your attitude." He is not angry. His temper is better than you think.
Ren Yuege thought about it and realized that it was true. Although this naughty brother always makes her angry, Chao Chang never fights back every time she pulls his ears or pinches his waist.
Now that I think about it, I was giving in to myself. Otherwise, with Chao Chang's skills, how could Ren Yuege possibly defeat him?
But they knew that Chao Chang was skilled.
After a while,
Chao Chang came out of the shower, and his body was still very hot. The third sister Ren Yuchang gave the fourth sister Ren Yuege a look, as if to tell her to go and apologize quickly. After giving her a look, the third sister Ren Yuchang went back to her room to get her clothes and take a shower. In the summer in the south, it is normal to take a bath every day, otherwise there is no way to rest.
Finished blowing. Chao Chang looked at Ren Yuege on the sofa, and Ren Yuege was also looking at him. The two people looked at each other. Chao Chang tilted his head arrogantly, "Humph."
Ren Yuege smiled, feeling that he had found a way forward, and said softly, "Come here."
"What?"
Chao Chang raised his eyebrows. "Come here." The little girl was still a little bit embarrassed, and there was a hint of coquettishness in her tone.
Chao Chang came over.
Ren Yuege reached out and pulled him to sit down. Smelling the fresh scent of the bath water up close, and feeling the warmth after taking a bath, Ren Yuege blushed and said in an embarrassed tone, "I'm sorry for what happened just now."
Yo, ouch. Chao Chang screamed, "You actually know how to apologize? Ouch.
Hashtag. This tone really deserves a beating. Ren Yuege subconsciously reached out and pinched his ear.
Chao Chang pointed at her hand and said, "What do you mean? Is this how you apologize?" Ren Yuege put his hand down helplessly.
Chao Chang snorted, "That's right, if you want to apologize, you have to have an apologetic attitude."
Talking.
Master Chao leaned back on the sofa, put his legs on the coffee table, raised his hand and pointed at his legs, "Give me a massage."
Ren Yuege looked at Chao Chang's smug look and wanted to bite him. Hesitated for 3 seconds. Ren Yuege finally accepted it.
She slowly placed her delicate hands on her legs, felt the hardness of her thigh muscles, and pinched them.
"Use your strength. Haven't you eaten?"
Ren Yuege gritted her teeth and began to pinch it hard.
Oh.
Okay, this strength is fine, just like that. You are very talented, little girl. It would be a shame if you don't give me a massage with your hands. From now on I will leave the massage to you.
Ren Yuege was furious. "Don't even think about it. This is just the first time. It won't happen again." Chao Chang laughed. "Don't you want to be a big sister? Shouldn't a big sister take care of her little brother?"
My little brother has been out all day, and his legs and feet are sore when he comes back.
As a big sister, shouldn't I give him a massage? Ren Yuege snorted, what a twisted theory.
Chao Cheng smiled and stopped provoking her. Little girls need to be taught slowly.
Don't be impatient.
After a few minutes, Ren Yuege felt his fingers were sore and swollen, more tiring than practicing the piano for 2 hours.
Ren Yuege let go of her hand, is it okay?
Chao Cheng shook his head, the strength of the massage is average, the acupuncture points are not found accurately, the tendons are not pressed enough, and no relaxation effect is achieved.
Bad review. Ren Yuege was furious, I don't understand these. If you don't understand, you can tell me and I'll teach you. Come on, give me your legs. Professionals are professionals.
Once you get started with this profession, you'll feel instantly hooked. Ren Yuege was a little embarrassed at first, but after just a few seconds, the fatigue in his legs from walking all day and climbing the mountain for half a day was instantly healed.
Chao Cheng's hands seemed to have some kind of magic.
It seemed that he didn't use any strength at all, but every move was just right.
Ren Yuege hummed softly.
Her face turned red immediately and she glanced at Chao Cheng secretly. Seeing that his expression did not change, she felt relieved and continued to enjoy the massage that would relieve her fatigue.
Positive emotions continue to rise. No critical hit though. But +1. +1. +1. +1.
It never stopped. And as the emotion values accumulated, it slowly changed from +1 to +2 +2 +2. +3 +3.
A little bit adds up to a lot.
In just a few minutes, positive emotions reached 100.
Chao Cheng found another track.
I will offend too many people in the future, so I might as well become a blind person. I guess I can earn a lot of emotional points by doing blind massage.
This system is really shit. It doesn't introduce anything. Do I have to discover everything by myself? A Chinese medicine practitioner at the master level is undoubtedly one of the great experts in reality.
Combined with the power of martial arts and the understanding of the human body's acupuncture points and tendons, the art of bone setting and massage becomes extremely easy. Ren Yuege came out of the shower with a warm scent. The shower smell can sometimes be quite comfortable. Ren Yuege also looked surprised. Looking at the fourth child, Ren Yuege, who was lying on the sofa with her legs resting on Chao Cheng's legs, Chao Cheng was giving her a massage.
What? When did they get so good together? Ren Yuege was puzzled. Chapter 46 New track, wonderful. Chao Cheng can't let it go. Well,
it's not just about the feel, it's mainly about collecting emotional values.
Continuously.
About 20 points are collected in 1 minute, and 1 point of emotion is generated every 3 seconds on average. Later, the emotional value was 60 points per minute, an average of 1 point per second.
About 20 minutes.
Remove the highest and lowest values, and the average emotion value is 0.75 per second.
So, in just 20 minutes, Chao Cheng earned 900 points. A very exaggerated number.
Chao Cheng himself did not expect that massage could provide so many positive emotions. I used to think that positive emotions were trash.
Now it seems. It's because I didn't find a good track.
So, if it's between lovers,
the longer the time, the more. Oh shit. This track is amazing.
A month ago, you would have had to defeat 10 people to barely get 1,000 points of critical hits.
Even if the Jiangbei masses are established, calculated based on the average value, the benefits brought about by this relaxation cannot be compared. It seems that
we really should focus more on our sister, the rest are just small talk. The fourth sister at the bottom of the list has once again made it into the top 3, and it is only a matter of time before she becomes the fourth sister at the top.
Ren Yuege only felt a sense of relaxation all over his body. All the tiredness of the day disappeared.
When I saw the third brother coming out of the shower, we looked into each other's eyes.
Ren Yuege was embarrassed. Retract your legs. Third brother, come and feel it.
My stinky little brother really knows Chinese medicine. She's countless times better than the female masseuse we hired.
Ren Yuege put on his shoes and stood up.
His body felt light and he no longer felt tired from climbing the mountain. Ren Yuege quickly shook her head. I don't need it, I still need to blow dry my hair.
Oh, I'll blow dry my hair later. What's there to be afraid of in the summer? Ren Yuege was dragged and pulled by the fourth brother. I don't know whether Ren Yuege likes to share or wants to drag the third brother into the water. Since everyone has been pressed, no one should laugh at anyone else. Ren Yuchang was very resistant. She didn't like having too much contact with boys. Although she didn't have much aversion to Chao Cheng in her heart, it was limited to shaking hands or walking side by side. If she got any closer, she couldn't do it. At least not yet. But there is nothing wrong with what Ren Yuege said. Compared with ordinary professional masseurs, Chao Cheng is definitely countless times better. Because when the emotional value was constantly refreshed just now, Master Chao quietly increased his investment in traditional Chinese medicine. Directly used the skill enhancement cards below Grandmaster level. It elevated traditional Chinese medicine Great Achievement to traditional Chinese medicine Grandmaster. This skill was of little use before, but now that there is a new track, Chao Cheng naturally does not hesitate to invest. Besides, with this ability, I can treat my family members' illnesses and take care of their health in the future. In addition, traditional Chinese medicine also has a very thorough understanding of the body's tendons and acupoints, which can also improve martial arts to a certain extent. Indirectly improved combat effectiveness. So it's not a loss, but a huge profit. Final. The third sister Ren Yushang did not last as long as the fourth sister Ren Yuege. She agreed to the massage, suppressing the awkwardness and goosebumps on her skin. After taking a bath, the body's muscles are relaxed, the pores are open, and the blood circulation is accelerated, which is also very helpful for massage. The effect is stronger than usual. Once you get started. Ren Yuchang shuddered. But then, I didn't want to think about anything else. It's really professional. There was a smile in Ren Yuege's eyes. Humph, you dare to laugh at me. Although the third sister didn't say it, the expression on her face when she was standing at the bathroom door just now was definitely abnormal. The fourth brother, Ren Yuege, is a bit sinister and is trying to drag others into trouble. Ren Yuege chuckled in Ren Yuchang's ear. How is it, are you tired? Ren Yuchang responded. Then you take your time to relax. I'll go take a shower first. Ren Yuege skipped away, feeling really relaxed. When they came back just now, the sisters felt like their feet were filled with lead. Now it's empty. Chao Cheng did not make any unnecessary movements. All the meridians are moved and all the acupoints are pressed, with excellent effects. Ren Yuchang fell asleep. She just lay on the sofa with her legs still on Chao Cheng's legs. She had just finished taking a shower and was feeling particularly comfortable. After using a technique that thoroughly integrated the master's skills and experience, she fell into a deep sleep in just 3 minutes. The emotion value is gone. Chao Cheng wanted to slap himself. I should have known not to promote traditional Chinese medicine. Is it normal to fall asleep? Only 300 in total? But Mr. Chao is not a greedy person. Today was a great harvest. Emotional value, 5021. It has only been a little over a day since the system upgrade. This collection speed made Chao Cheng a little stunned. Too fierce. In 2 days, I can definitely draw 100 times in a row, and then I will get a diamond. No, at least 2 diamond treasure chests. Now after the system upgrade, treasure chests can also be merged. If you draw 100 times in a row, you will definitely get 10 golds. If you are lucky, you can get more than 10. 10 gold treasure chests can be combined into 1 diamond. Plus, if you draw 100 times in a row, you will definitely get a diamond. That is, from now on, every 100 consecutive draws will yield 2 diamond treasure chests. Just like that, there was still a pile of fine iron, bronze, and silver left. If you draw a few more times, you can fuse the remaining junk treasure chests into a diamond. The days are becoming more and more promising. More than 20 minutes. Ren Yuege came out. Chao Cheng was not seen in the living room. Instead, Ren Yushang was seen sleeping on the sofa, covered with a towel blanket. Knock, knock, knock. Knock on the door gently. Ren Yuege came to Chao Cheng's room and saw Chao Cheng playing on the computer at the table. There was a forum on the computer. Ren Yuege rarely spoke softly. What happened to the third brother? She must be tired. She fell asleep after a few presses. It's a deep sleep. She has slept for 20 minutes now. Well, it's about time to wake her up. She hasn't blow-dried her hair yet. It's easy to catch a cold if she sleeps like this. Chao Cheng said. Ren Yuege nodded. I didn't expect your skills are quite good.
I will appoint you as my exclusive Chinese medicine doctor from now on.
Call me brother. Bah, don't even think about it. Ren Yuege snorted and turned away.
Chao Chang shook his head and smiled, then continued his war of words with the people on the forum.
Damn it, I have 5 million in capital. I said there will be a bull market. You were so stupid to refute me. Show me your capital? You are not as rich as me. What are you talking about? Damn it.
Chao Chang specifically targets those who curse their mothers and keeps collecting their emotions. Especially those from our own province, they are directly targeted and curse their ancestral graves.
It's really good these days. You can curse anyone you want on the internet and directly insult any organ. It's not like 20 years later, when I can't even send out fuck. Go ahead and curse.
In a few years, there will be no chance.
Ren Yuchan was woken up and was confused at first, not knowing where she was.
He quickly came to his senses and his memory returned. Then I realized that I had fallen asleep. Thinking back to the massage just now, it was indeed very comfortable.
But I feel a little bit embarrassed. Ren Yuchang blushed. I fell asleep?
No, you are in deep sleep.
It took me a long time to call you.
You were a very light sleeper before.
Ren Yuege said.
Ren Yuchang asked, how long have you slept?
About 20 minutes, my stinky little brother said.
Ren Yuchang felt that she was in good spirits. She had only slept for 20 minutes, but she felt like she could go out and climb the mountain for another day.
Chapter 47. Boy, am I funny? The second day after the top 3/4 sister came. Annoy her. Slept well after the massage.
Ren Yuchang did not continue to use the same bed.
Everyone woke up before 8 in the morning. When he saw Chao Chang, Ren Yuege wondered, why are you sweating so much every morning? Are you so weak? I'm practicing. What kind of merit? Martial arts. Cut.
I know Chao Chang has some skills, but his martial arts skills are a bit exaggerated.
Who practices martial arts in his bedroom? Take my second sister for example.
He is very good at fighting and has a special martial arts training ground at home, which even has an octagonal cage. You can see how big the ground is. It takes up an entire underground parking lot.
How big is Chao Chang's bedroom?
It's 20 square meters at the ceiling, and there's a bed and a cabinet.
Is there enough space? If you don't believe me, forget it. Good morning, third sister. Good morning, brother.
As if she had thought of something, Ren Yuchang's eyes avoided slightly.
Ren Yuege shouted, what about me? Good morning, fourth sister. Stinky little brother, call me sister.
There was another commotion.
After washing up. Go out at 8 o'clock. Eat breakfast and go shopping.
If you don't show off a few times when you have two top-notch twins by your side, wouldn't that be like walking in the night in fancy clothes?
It just so happens that today is Saturday and there are many people on the street. It can be seen that today is another day of harvest. The young master is out. Get out of the way. The two of them changed into long skirts, white socks, and sneakers. It's a very ordinary outfit, but the temperament is amazing. How to say it? She looks like a perfect girl straight out of a comic book.
They are twins again, giving people a feeling that they would die without regrets if they could get on.
Only 3 people just came downstairs. I met a fake criminal.
He had short hair and long bangs. When he saw Chao Chang, he blew his bangs with his mouth tilted, thinking he was very handsome.
Nowadays, many men like to blow their bangs with their mouths.
A man who has never had his bangs blown has no soul.
Wang Haodong? Why did you come to Sanjiang City? The fourth brother Ren Yuege was surprised and frowned slightly, obviously not liking the man in front of him. Wang Haodong?
Chao Chang narrowed his eyes. This name seemed familiar.
Is this guy the mysterious person in the car yesterday? High probability. The number 1 brother on the list.
We have to do our best to be good hosts and treat them well. Wang Haodong shook his head, his bangs moved to the side, and he smiled with a crooked mouth, looking very handsome.
Because Yu Chang is in Sanjiang, I came here.
Chao Chang almost laughed out loud in silence.
What a tone and temperament from an idol drama like Meteor Garden. Is this how a rich second generation born in 2006 act?
It won't be like this 10 years later.
Not necessarily. Principal Wang used to be a bootlicker. But it's all for love, not shabby. Ren Yuege said seriously, Wang Haodong, can you please stop following me? I've already said that it's impossible for us to be together. We are not suitable for each other.
Wang Haodong raised his head slightly, chin towards people, a smile that was greasy, but very handsome. How do you know that we are not suitable if you are not together?
Feelings can be cultivated. Love requires courage. Sincerity can move mountains and open rocks.
Ren Yuege sighed softly, don't focus on me, it's impossible.
Yuchang, do you know what I like about you? It's that you are very straightforward.
Most women, when they see me, either fawn on me, flatter me, or despise me. But you, although you rejected me, did not despise me or fawn on me.
You are very straightforward, and I like you very much.
Xiao Cheng turned his head away, pursed his lips, and tried hard not to laugh. Actually, this conversation is okay, but that expression is just like Dao Mingxi, who thinks he is very awesome.
Oh shit. This is a bit tricky.
But this is very suitable for the present era, after all, it is still a non-mainstream era.
Wang Haodong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiao Cheng with his eyelids. Boy, am I funny?
Xiao Cheng shook his head, I'm sorry, I've received professional training.
Normally I won't laugh unless I can't help it. Put. Ren Yuege laughed out loud, on purpose.
Ren Yuege was fine, she didn't say anything, but a smile flashed in her eyes, which she couldn't hide.
Wang Haodong gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you are very good. You have succeeded in irritating me. Before Xiao Cheng could speak, Ren Yuege said angrily, Mr. Wang, are you threatening my brother? Wang Haodong laughed, brother? Can this kind of person be considered a brother?
Don't think I don't know, it's nothing more than Aunt Ren found a man and brought up a son.
Am I right? How long can this relationship last?
Wang Haodong shook his head and said proudly, for such a brother, can the Ren family go to war with our Wang family?
This line is so ridiculous. Not as fresh and refined as before. Directly escalate to the level of family war? Only the brainless rich second generation can set this tone.
Ren Yuchang's expression was also somewhat ugly, and her tone was slightly cold. Wang Haodong, no matter what you think, I recognize this brother, and my family also recognizes him.
As for whether to start a war, it is not up to you to decide. Use your brain before you speak, otherwise it will only add to the jokes.
Wang Haodong suddenly became anxious. Yuchang, don't be angry, I didn't mean that, I just said.
No matter what you say, it has nothing to do with me. As I said before, we are not suitable and it is impossible. You should go back to Shanghai. After saying that, Ren Yuege took Xiao Cheng and left.
The two women were sandwiched between Xiao Cheng, one on the left and one on the right. Xiao Cheng turned around and smiled silently. This smile made Wang Haodong so angry that his heart ached.
You little bastard, I'm going to kill you.
A wave of negative attacks.
Delicious. Today is a good start. Master.
The personal butler appeared.
Wang Haodong panted and pointed at the three men's backs, let the bodyguards take action and beat him to death.
The housekeeper smiled awkwardly, Master, please calm down.
The butler is not stupid.
It is not conducive to the development of the family to cause trouble for a child raised by a middle-aged couple.
The Wang family and the Ren family are in a cooperative relationship.
How can you kill or maim someone just because of such a small matter?
You are the young master and I am the young master? Wang Haodong glared.
The housekeeper whispered, Of course you are the young master, but if you take action, even if you beat him to death, the result will only make the young ladies of the Ren family hate you more, and it will not help at all.
How could there be nothing? I'm so pissed off, can't you see? I just want to vent my anger. Wang Haodong pointed at his chest.
The butler shook his head, the young master is in good health, he will be fine.
Fuck it, get out of here, are you still mad at me? Wang Haodong kicked the housekeeper aside.
The housekeeper smiled awkwardly, rubbed his buttocks and ran back. Master, why don't you change your thinking?
Wang Haodong, what is the idea?
The housekeeper said mysteriously, No matter what, this boy is now a child of the Ren family, and the young ladies of the Ren family also recognize him, so he can be considered your future brother-in-law.
How can a brother-in-law and a brother-in-law be enemies? Shouldn't they get closer?
This is called a roundabout tactic, Master.
Even if the relationship is not good, the worst that can happen is that you just ignore it. There is no reason or logic to make enemies. This will not be good for you, Master.
Master, you can't just look at his ordinary status, you also have to look at his position in the heart of the eldest lady of the Ren family. Since the third and fourth ladies took the initiative to come to Sanjiang and are willing to live in such a shabby house, it means a lot, master.
Master, think about it, isn't this the truth, master?
The word young master made Wang Haodong dizzy.
But
Wang Haodong blinked.
that makes sense. Wang Haodong looked at the housekeeper in silence. What did you eat last night? What do you mean?
The butler was puzzled.
Wang Haodong was curious. How come you suddenly became smarter in just one night?
The housekeeper smiled awkwardly.
Damn, have I become smarter?
I was too embarrassed to show it before, otherwise I would not get along with you, master.
If I were really stupid, would the boss allow me to be your personal butler and assistant secretary? Master.
Wang Haodong stretched out his hand. Give me some of the things that make you smarter.
Young master, you are a second-rate person, right? Where is this thing?
The housekeeper nodded helplessly. I'll give it to the young master when I get back later.
Damn. Think about what to give. How about Maltesers? The young master has never eaten it and doesn't know what it is.
This thing should be able to fool him.
I will say it is an elixir. It increases intelligence.
The young master probably really believes it.
Wonderful. Chapter 48. Damn, I'll kill him sooner or later. There is a saying in later generations.
If she is not very worldly wise, take her to see all the splendor in the world. If she's been through a lot, take her on the carousel. Chao Cheng is well aware of this. So, if they are girls from wealthy families, take them to enjoy the life of the world. After breakfast, today is powder. Then we went to a large, rather dirty, and messy vegetable market. The place was bustling with people.
Where have the two sisters seen this? All very fresh.
It was just too dirty, with a layer of black dirt on the ground, and blood and stench everywhere. Fortunately, neither of them was spoiled, and although they occasionally frowned and covered their noses, they never uttered a single boastful word.
That's good enough.
It was far beyond Chao Cheng's expectations. Before coming, Chao Cheng thought that the fourth brother would curse.
Unexpectedly, she was the most excited.
She also adapts quickly, probably because she is more extroverted. After seeing Chao Cheng bargaining a few times, she also learns to bargain.
More than half an hour.
3 people left the vegetable market carrying things. The fourth brother Ren Yuege had a little sweat on his nose, but his eyes were full of excitement. Did you see that? I just talked about spending a lot of money, and the vegetable seller said I was pretty and was going to introduce a young man to me. This was just to show off to Chao Cheng.
She never lacks for introductions, and even despises them.
But buying vegetables on the street, chatting with strange aunties, being praised and introduced, it all feels particularly fresh.
Only this kind of human atmosphere was soon destroyed by people.
I just walked a few steps away from the vegetable market. Suddenly, 4 people appeared in front of me, 4 strong men wearing sunglasses.
You can tell at first glance that he's a bodyguard.
As soon as the 4 people appeared, the feeling of being close to people's lives in the mundane world just now disappeared in an instant, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, shattering it with a bang.
Yuchan, how can you come to such a dirty place? And carry the food yourself? Is that reasonable? Wang Haodong looked distressed, even a little angry. Let my bodyguard help you carry it. What are you standing there for? Why don't you take it?
The bodyguard stepped forward.
Ren Yuege hid the vegetables behind her back and said sideways, Wang Haodong, are you crazy? What does it have to do with you that we buy vegetables? Do we need you to be so attentive? We don't have bodyguards, right? You are the only one who has one?
When the 2 sisters go on a long journey, they are definitely accompanied by bodyguards.
But not as ostentatious as Wang Haodong.
They are secret guards.
Otherwise it would be unsafe to drive all the way here.
It is not impossible to encounter some highway robberies. These days, many small forces are very rampant.
Wang Haodong smiled awkwardly. Don't I just want to help you? No need, just leave quickly, it's embarrassing. People gradually gathered around, not knowing what was going on here.
The 2 sisters were carrying things and couldn't pull Chao Cheng, so they could only nudge him with their arms, urging him to walk faster. The 3 of them left one after another. Seeing such a close look, Wang Haodong grimaced, but he still followed.
Yushan, let me help you carry it. No, thank you. Hey, you're welcome. I'm just worried that you'd get tired. Yuge, let me help you carry it. Go away. I'm worried that you'll be tired. boy.
Wang Haodong looked at Chao Chang.
Chao Chang stretched out his hand and handed him the bag. Will you help me carry it? Wang Haodong's mouth twitched, and negative emotions emerged. You wish. Then what do you want me to do?
Chao Chang was puzzled.
Fuck, who are you? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Bodyguard, where is the bodyguard? Come here.
Wang Haodong jumped.
Ren Yuege cursed. Wang Haodong, if you dare to call for help, I will make you lie down and go to the hospital. If you don't believe me, try it. Hearing this, Wang Haodong got scared.
He waved his hand and drove away the bodyguard who had just come over. It's none of your business, get out of the way. The bodyguard cursed in his heart, it's so damn hard to make money and so damn hard to eat shit.
Hey, hey, hey.
After walking a few steps, Wang Haodong waved for someone to drive over. Take a ride, don't walk.
How tiring it is to walk with so many things?
Most of the things were in Chao Chang's hands, while the things in the sisters' hands were not heavy, mostly some vegetables and seasonings. But the two sisters felt sorry for Chao Chang. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Chao Chang.
Chao Chang also understood the meaning in their eyes and nodded slightly. There's a free car, why not take it? Seeing that the two did not refuse, Wang Haodong was overjoyed.
He stepped forward and opened the door of the business car. He smiled in a self-proclaimed handsome way, shook his head, and moved his bangs to the side. Please.
3 people got in the car. Ren Yuege stretched out her jade hand and made a gesture of rejection. Don't come up. Wang Haodong was stunned. No, this is my car. I'll give you the money later after I've requisitioned it.
The car door closed slowly.
Wang Haodong said anxiously, am I short of money? Hey, let me get in the car. Damn, you bastard driver, how dare you drive?
Who do you work for? Seeing the business car slowly starting up, Wang Haodong became anxious. He quickly called for the bodyguard's car.
The personal butler also followed. Master, why didn't you get in the car? Are you blind? Didn't I want to get on the bus? Didn't you see that I was kicked off? Wang Haodong was furious.
Wang Haodong cursed, it must be that little bastard, I will beat him to death sooner or later.
The housekeeper held his forehead and said, Master, didn't we just agree that even if we don't please each other, we won't make enemies? How can a brother-in-law and a brother-in-law be so hostile to each other?
Especially since you are still in the process of pursuing me, master. Wang Haodong reacted and was stunned for a while. I forgot, no, I saw the smile of that little naked guy, so I wanted to beat him up. What should I do?
Master, you have to calm down. I'll try.
Wang Haodong took a few deep breaths and calmed down, but when he thought of the half-smile on that little naked guy Chao Chang's face, and his intimate interaction with the sisters Ren Yushang and Ren Yuege, he suddenly became angry.
Damn it, I'll kill him sooner or later. Housekeeper. Take the bus back to the community. Ren Yuege left 20 yuan on the bus.
It was just a short journey and the fare was enough.
Not a cent more. 3 people got off the car. Wang Haodong's car followed closely behind.
Wang Haodong came down and walked over with a shy smile. I'll help you carry it.
Climbing the stairs is tiring. Wang Haodong.
Ren Yuchang frowned, but her tone was still soft.
Wang Haodong waved his hands. I know.
You rejected me, but our two families are old friends after all.
We are always friends, right? There should be no problem for friends to help each other, right? Ren Yuchang remained silent. Instead, Ren Yuege spoke up. You want to help so much?
Then help my brother. Wang Haodong was extremely reluctant, but he kept his composure as the housekeeper said, okay, I'll help my brother. Chao Chang chuckled and handed over the chicken, duck, fish, and meat in his hand.
Wang Haodong almost fell down when he mentioned it. Fuck, it's so heavy. Chapter 49 Master, you've got it. The dish is actually not heavy.
It weighs about 10 or 20 kilograms, but it also contains some bottles and cans of ingredients and condiments, plus a few bottles of beer, prepared to make beer duck. If you take over suddenly, you will feel uncomfortable all of a sudden. I went up the stairs panting and sweating. Just as Wang Haodong was about to enter, Chao Cheng took the bag from him and said, thank you.
Bang.
After saying that, he locked Wang Haodong outside the door.
No. What does it mean? Is that polite? Won't you offer me a glass of water? Oh shit. Little red guy. You are indeed a country bumpkin, not a gentleman at all. Damn. I will kill you sooner or later. He went downstairs angrily.
When the housekeeper saw the young master's gloomy face, he knew that he had been turned away.
The housekeeper tried to appease him. Master, why don't we go back to Shanghai and stop being bullied by this guy? I don't. Wang Haodong snorted.
The housekeeper said, why bother?
They don't mean to do that.
You might as well go back to Shanghai first and let them know that you don't have to have her.
I won't. Stop throwing cold water on me.
Wang Haodong kicked the housekeeper far away, more than 10 meters.
The housekeeper was also a dramatic actor.
He covered his buttocks and ran back embarrassedly. The young master doesn't have that much strength.
But if you kick it more than 10 meters away, wouldn't you look like a manly young master? Wang Haodong snorted, and then asked, what do men like?
The housekeeper was puzzled. Master, are you preparing?
Wang Haodong pondered, give this little bastard some gifts. Didn't you say that it would ease the relationship? If I give him a gift, he will feel guilty.
If he dares to provoke me after receiving the gift, I will beat him to death sooner or later.
Master, you have understood. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, what do men like?
The butler hesitated for a few seconds. Woman?
Get out of here. I don't have a woman, so what woman should I give as a gift? I'm talking about a gift that can be bought with money.
A watch?
The butler groaned. Wang Haodong hesitated. Will a watch work?
It should be possible.
Don't men just like those few things?
For example, you, young master, just like women, luxury cars, famous watches, yachts, nothing else. The butler counted on his fingers the young master's hobbies.
Wang Haodong was immediately dissatisfied. That's what I like. How can what I like be the same as others? I am unique.
Young master, you are still bragging at this time.
You are worthy of being me, young master.
The housekeeper smiled awkwardly, but I feel like all men like these things.
What's the use of your feelings? My feelings are right.
Yes, you are right, master.
Wang Haodong snorted, then tell me, what should I give him? You've read his profile, what are his hobbies? How about we start with his major? He studied computer science, how about we give him a computer?
Wang Haodong pondered for a second, then clapped his hands in delight. Great. It's rare that you gave such pertinent advice.
The housekeeper chuckled and said, then it's settled. Computers are not expensive anyway.
You can buy a good computer with an ordinary watch.
Okay, I'll leave this to you. Go quickly and get it done before noon. So urgent? Nonsense, I'm going to eat. There are so many dishes.
Master, are you greedy? What the hell, I'm going to sit at the same table with you, Chang.
Once, it will be twice. Once, it will be 3 times. Slowly, I'll get used to it. I brought gifts to their house, they can't chase me away, right? Oh, fuck, you know shit, why should I tell you this? Hurry up and do your work. If you're not back before noon, you don't have to come back. Young master. You are so manly.
The housekeeper had no choice but to go to the nearby computer city to have a look.
He's downstairs. Why is he so clingy now? So annoying.
Ren Yuege stood on the balcony, looking at the 2 cars downstairs. The housekeeper was walking in a hurry and no one knew what he was doing. Wang Haodong squatted on the side, smoking.
Look up from time to time.
When Wang Haodong raised his head, Ren Yuege retracted her head, not wanting to look him in the eye, for fear that he would take advantage of her. Xiao Cheng's voice came from the kitchen. 4th sister, stop looking and come here quickly. I will teach you how to pickle fish and cook duck meat.
Ren Yuege pouted, I don't want to deal with fish, it's too fishy.
Wear gloves. Ren Yuege reluctantly started to work, then suddenly realized, you have to call me 4th sister, you stinky brother.
Okay, Sister Xiang. Xiao Cheng nodded. Ren Yuege rolled her eyes at him delicately, stinky brother.
2 people were working in the kitchen, while the 3rd sister Ren Yuchang was making tea and cutting some fruit. She followed the method of her aunt at home, cutting the fruit into dices and then sticking toothpicks on them.
Then he went to the kitchen to feed them. A family of 3, so warm and cozy. The ingredients in the kitchen were processed quickly.
Xiao Cheng taught her as he went along. After he taught Ren Yuege, Xiao Cheng had completely free time. As the ingredients are put into the pot, steam rises from the pot and the aroma begins to spread.
In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Everyone upstairs and downstairs is crying with envy. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock on the door.
Chao Cheng opened the door and saw Wang Haodong standing at the door with a smile on his face and 2 large boxes in his hands. His smile is very much like the grin of a dog.
Ren Yuege also came to the door. Wang Haodong, what are you doing here again? It can be seen that Ren Yuege is really annoyed with him.
He must have been clinging to others a lot when he was in Shanghai. It's like a dog's skin plaster. The toad crawls on your feet, it doesn't bite you, but it just annoys you.
It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. I'm here to apologize. I said something rude to you before. Looking back, I really shouldn't have said that.
So I bought you a computer, which cost tens of thousands.
It's not a lot of money, but it's a gift for you. I hope you don't mind my unintentional words before.
Wang Haodong handed over the computer with a smile.
Ren Yuege snorted,
no need, if my brother wants a computer, I will buy it for him, you can take it back, goodbye, I won't see you off.
Watching the door close, Wang Haodong became anxious and stretched out one leg to block the door. Click. Pinch it. Ah! Wang Haodong's screams shook the entire building. Although Ren Yuege hated Wang Haodong, she didn't want to hurt him. After all, they were old friends. Open the door quickly.
Wang Haodong covered his calf and jumped in pain.
Ren Yuege, I didn't mean to do that.
Why did you suddenly stretch your legs? Wang Haodong hit his calf and sweat broke out instantly due to the pain.
Wang Haodong smiled bitterly, I subconsciously, it hurts so much, let me go in and sit down. Ren Yuege laughed, are you pretending?
No, it really hurts.
I don't believe you. I hate people who play tricks on me the most. Get lost. No, it really hurts. Bang.
He didn't finish his words and closed the door.
This time Wang Haodong didn't dare to stretch his legs further.
I did get hit just now, but the scream wasn't as exaggerated as it seems. Carrying the gift, he limped down the stairs.
The housekeeper was surprised, Master, he refused to accept the gift and beat you? It was Ren Yuege. Wang Haodong said aggrievedly, she actually closed the door and pinched my leg. I need to go to the hospital.
The housekeeper quickly checked it and pressed the surrounding bones, then heaved a sigh of relief, Master, there is nothing wrong, no need to go to the hospital.
You know nothing. I need to go to the hospital. I need to get a cast. Also, I need to order a good meal to be sent to my ward. I'm so hungry. Damn, how come their food smells so good? Master, it's not that serious. I'm just pretending to be pitiful, don't you understand? Do you really need me to make it so clear? You're really not smart.
The housekeeper resisted the urge to explain a few more words, and finally said, Master, you understand.
That's it. Chapter 50. The fourth sister is unhappy. This meal.
It is Mr. Chow's own top level. Only if Ren Yuege wants to eat more, can she have the energy to work.
Actually,
Mr. Chow also likes to eat the food he cooks, but he just doesn't want to clean up before. Now that I have finally caught someone who is greedy, I have to cook a few meals to reward my taste buds, right? Compared to outside, it is cleaner and more economical. Even Ren Yuchang, who usually has a small appetite, ate 2 bowls of rice today. A cup of tea after a meal will make you feel refreshed.
These days, although the living environment is not as good as a luxury house,
the food we eat is definitely not as fresh as those from organic farms.
But it feels really good. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock on the door. Again? Ren Yuege put down the teacup and stood up unhappily. Open the door.
Before I could utter a single curse word, I saw an old man outside the door.
Ren Yuege changed the subject, who are you?
The old man was also stunned for a moment.
This little girl is so beautiful. But, wrong door? The old man was stunned for a second, then asked, excuse me, is this Xiao Chao's house? Brother, I'm looking for you. Ren Yuege turned his head.
Only then did Chao Cheng stand up. The voice at the door sounded familiar, as if it was an old man playing chess in the square. When he walked to the door and took a look, Chao Cheng was suddenly numb.
No. How the hell did you find my home? How do you know my address? Xiao Chao, it's not easy to find you.
The moment the old man saw Chao Cheng, he felt like he had seen a relative, and his turbid eyes were filled with tears of excitement.
The old man came with a gift, a box of eggs. Chao Chang looked surprised. Old Feng. My last name is Lin. Oh, Lao Lin. Puff. The two sisters behind me laughed out loud. Chao Chang glared at them. What's so funny? No manners. Didn't you see the creditors coming to your door? This old man was the one who ran away from Chao Chang a few days ago before the last game of chess was finished. He had something else to do at the time and he didn't run away on purpose. As for coming to your door? Can't afford to play, right? Old Lin, you are such a polite person. Just come, but why do you bring a gift? Chao Chang took the gift but did not invite the man in. The old man was not ready to enter the house, so he took Chao Chang's hand and said, Xiao Chao, why didn't you come to the square to play chess these days? Hey, isn't my sister here? I don't have time. Xiao Chang made up an excuse. Oh. The old man nodded. Well, last time. Xiao Chang interrupted him. Understand, I have received the gift. I will come to see you in 2 days. The old man was overjoyed, his face full of excitement. You must come, I'll wait for you. Of course. Take care, old Lin. Lao Lin could tell that this was to chase him away, so he didn't dare to offend him. Oh, okay, I'll go. You must come, Xiao Chao. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. That unfinished game of chess. I know. You don't have to tell me. I'll finish it with you later. Don't worry about it. How can I not think about it? I have been sleepless for 3 days. Hey, then you should go see a doctor and take more sleeping pills. Lao Lin glanced at Chao Chang dimly and asked, Are you still a human being? Lao Lin was angry. But when he thought about the remaining chess pieces, he had no choice but to endure it. Final. Lao Lin left with resentment. Chao Chang shook his head helplessly. This old man was a man with a lot on his mind. It's just an unfinished game of chess. I have forgotten about it, but he is still thinking about it? People. You have to know how to let go. Learn to let go. Only in this way can your mind be clear. But, thinking about it, old Lin is not even 100 years old, so naturally he doesn't have as thorough and calm vision as our master Chao. Never mind. Find an opportunity to finish the game. So as not to make him sick. After entering the door, Ren Yuege was curious. This old man wants to play chess with you? And he also gives you a gift? Hi. Chao Chang waved his hand and said, I am an excellent chess player. These old men all want to become my apprentices. Last time, there was a chess incomplete handed down from an ancient manual. I explained it to him, but he left before I finished. Unexpectedly, he was worried about it for several days, couldn't eat or sleep well, and finally came to me. I didn't even tell him the address. I guess he found my house through word of mouth and constant asking. It can be considered as perseverance. So, I have time to teach him the art of chess. Although what he said makes sense. But Ren Yuege was still a little suspicious. After all, the old man estate doesn't seem like he is just trying to learn chess. If he was just trying to learn, would he be so resentful? It seemed as if Chao Chang owed him a lot of money. Chao Chang didn't explain much, as he knew that too much talk would lead to mistakes. He said, Okay, let's finish our tea and go out. Aren't we going to see the teacher? Ren Yuege said at this time, I won't go with you. I'm going to buy some things in the afternoon. Okay, then you better be careful of Wang Haodong. I know. Lingling returned to Beijing to go to school, leaving the teacher alone at home. The teacher was happy about the arrival of the two, but also a little resentful. Every time he saw Chao Chang, he felt sorry for him. What a great seedling. If we continue to work hard in the piano industry, a very young piano master will emerge in China, who will definitely enjoy a very high status internationally in the future. What a pity. Although his granddaughter is talented, she is still far behind Xiao Chang, and her upper limit is determined. Unless Lingling can suddenly gain enlightenment someday, she may still have a chance to reach Chao Chang's level. Well, it's difficult. Enlightenment is something mysterious. Outsiders cannot help you. You can only rely on yourself. Although it is never too late to become enlightened, the earlier the better. The earlier you become enlightened, the higher you can reach and no one else can reach. The most important thing is, Chao Chang is not only capable himself, but also a good teacher.
During this period of time, he only gave Lingling guidance less than 5 times, but Lingling made obvious progress. If such a person becomes a teacher, he may be able to cultivate more talents and drive the improvement of an industry.
Pity. The more I think about it, the more regrettable it is.
I didn't have dinner at the teacher's house in the evening and left at 4 in the afternoon. The old lady sought him out the door and said to Chao Chang as usual, "Come and see me more often.
If you make a decision, let me know as soon as possible."
Okay, I know.
Chao Chun laughed. Well. Life. I shouldn't have pretended like that.
In fact, it's okay to pretend in front of girls, but if you pretend in front of an old lady, she will remember it for the rest of her life.
When people get older, they become more thoughtful and have more things to consider. Look at Lingling, she is a very good person.
She also knows that Chao Chang is extremely talented, but she doesn't feel it's a pity. Even if she invited Chao Chang, it was because she is kind, because she admires him, and because she wants to have more contact with Chao Chang.
That's all. Third sister. Please allow me to say something. I love you.
When he got home, Chao Chang was overjoyed. This remark made the fourth sister feel a little jealous.
She pouted and glanced at the third sister. You are indeed a boring person. Doing this secretly? He didn't even greet me in advance.
In the afternoon, the two went to see the teacher, while the third sister went shopping and bought a high-end computer as a gift. It's much more expensive than Wang Haodong's. Maybe he saw that Chao Chang liked computers. When Wang Haodong gave Chao Chang the computer, he acted indifferent, but his eyes flashed with love. After all, I am a professional in this field, so I would feel genuinely happy about such top-level high-end computers. It's just that due to my status, it's impossible for me to accept it. The third sister discovered this very subtly, so in the afternoon, I secretly went to buy a computer to give Chao Chang a surprise. Feeling Chao Chang's happiness, the third sister also smiled sweetly. People's joys and sorrows are not shared.
Only the fourth sister is unhappy. Chapter 51. What the hell are you laughing at? High configuration computer.
After the installation, I checked the performance and found that they were all the latest top-level configurations. Chao Chun provided the third sister with countless positive emotions. His joy was beyond words. It's not that Mr. Chao can't afford it, he really can't afford it. I don't have that much cash on hand right now. It is impossible to spend your first pot of gold recklessly just for a computer.
It doesn't matter if you spend a little time on it. And free stuff is really good.
The gift from the third sister may not be as expensive as the watch given by the fourth sister, but it touched Chao Chang's heart. From this we can also see that although the two sisters are twins, their levels of attentiveness are completely different. The third sister is very gentle, like water, moistening things silently and making people feel comfortable. The fourth one is very violent, like fire, and can roast people.
Certainly.
There is no good or bad, there are only differences in application scenarios. The fourth child is very suitable for dating. If you are a girlfriend, it would be very happy to have such a silly guy when living together. If a man gets married, he will feel comfortable with a woman like my third sister. There are pros and cons to choosing either one, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages.
So, I want them all. Ah!
Chao Chang screamed strangely, his ears were twisted.
Finished. Can the fourth child read minds? She actually saw through my thoughts?
The fourth brother, Ren Yuege, pulled his ear and said in a bad tone, "Tell me, where is the watch I gave you?
Why aren't you wearing it?" Phew. That was a close call. So you're asking about watches?
From the emotional level, it can be felt that this girl is vying for favor and is jealous. Especially when she saw Chao Chang treating the computer as if it were a treasure, she felt that she was being outdone.
At this moment, I remembered the men's watch I gave as a gift. Did you also notice that Chao Chang wasn't wearing it? Obviously don't like it.
Hey, let go.
I don't wear jewelry. You see, I don't have any rings, necklaces, or watches. I don't like this kind of restraint. Chao Chang gave an explanation.
In fact, he was wearing a watch in his dream.
Who hasn't been young before?
He even wore a thick gold necklace, which he wore outside his clothes, making him look like he was very rich. Until old age and death, all restraints disappear and the whole person feels light and airy. It was because of this experience that Chao Chang's personality changed a little and he no longer liked to wear jewelry.
Ren Yuege seemed a little aggrieved. That look seemed to be saying, if you don't like it, just say so earlier, I can just change the gift. Why did you say you liked it last time?
Chao Chang is now concentrating on the computer and has no time to talk to her. He coaxed her, I really don't like the feeling of being restrained, but even though I don't wear the watch, I always keep it with me. If you don't believe me, just look. Chao Chang reached into his pocket and took out a watch from the storage space.
Ren Yuege's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny.
But he still complained, it's easy to lose it if you leave it like this.
If you don't like it, just sell it and get something you like. I can't sell it.
After all, it was a gift from my fourth sister.
How can I sell it?
I have always kept it with me, and when I die, I will be buried with it.
Chao Chang looked sincere. No smooth talk can compare to sincerity. Ren Yuege raised her hand and slapped him on the shoulder, scolding him, what nonsense are you talking about? It's unlucky. The girl is still easy to coax.
As long as there is storage space, you can put everything about her in it and take it out to coax her at any time.
It's very simple, have you all learned it?
Ren Yuege suddenly reacted at this time and snorted, I am the fourth sister.
Then go make me a cup of tea. You're just lazy.
Having said that, Ren Yuege turned and left, going to the living room to make tea for Chao Chang. Chao Chang continued to fiddle with the computer.
At the same time, in the hospital,
Wang Haodong is practicing new skills. With his left calf in a plaster cast and a crutch under his armpit, he was practicing in the ward.
Don't say. Wang Haodong really has a talent in this area.
In just one afternoon, he used the crutches to perfection, as if he were controlling them with his own arms.
With 2 more legs, it looks even more domineering than before.
The thumping sound of the crutches on the ground has a different charm that is no less beautiful than any top music.
Walking fast and steady. How is it? After running around again,
Wang Haodong looked at the housekeeper.
The butler gave a thumbs up, Master, you are awesome. That is. Wang Haodong smiled proudly and said, I am such a genius. Everything is easy for me to learn.
Wang Haodong felt happy. I'll go around again and then come back to Yuchan to complain.
Do you think Yuchan will treat me better?
Of course she will, Master.
Third Miss Rin is kind and kind-hearted.
She will definitely change her attitude, but...
But what? Just tell me the whole story and don't keep me in suspense. Wang Haodong said angrily.
The housekeeper said repeatedly, but the young master can't walk so fast when the time comes, you have to walk slower and more miserably.
Wang Haodong thought about it and nodded, that makes sense. If we talk about bad people, you are the worst. The housekeeper was very upset. Who is the bad guy between us? Damn it, if you weren't the young master, I would have kicked you. Wang Haodong walked out of the ward with crutches and went out for a walk. It's fake anyway, so he's not afraid of being embarrassed. And I'm in a good mood.
Look at our genius Wang, he can walk faster than a normal person even with crutches.
You normal people are all useless, right? Snort. Little hottie. Not long after, Wang Haodong's crutch accidentally hit someone's foot. The other party shouted angrily, fuck, are you blind? Oh my god. Wang Haodong was amused.
He turned around and looked at the fierce-looking burly man, and said condescendingly, little bastard, I don't like your attitude.
FCK, master, what the FCK are you laughing at? Are you laughing again? Wang Haodong laughed out loud.
The main thing is that when this man curses, he bares his teeth, and his 2 front teeth are empty, as if he has no front teeth. Coupled with this ferocious expression, it is actually a bit funny.
Wang Haodong laughed out loud instantly. No buddy, your teeth, ha ha ha. What the hell are you laughing at? Fuck you.
The sturdy man was so angry that he raised his hand and punched Wang Haodong directly in the face.
Puff. This is a hospital, so safety is not an issue, and the bodyguards didn't follow us. Besides,
the young master walked back and forth for more than an hour, and it was impossible for the bodyguard to follow him all the time.
So the safety issue is ignored.
Wang Haodong was caught off guard by this punch.
Puff. If you laugh again, I'll beat you to death. The sturdy man cursed, spat, and turned away. At this time, another strong man came over and asked, what did the doctor say? When can I get my tooth filled? It will be done in 2 days. We need to wait in line. Brother, are you really determined to become my disciple? Otherwise, can we not provoke him? I'm a little afraid of him.
You are such a king tiger, but you are such a coward. How about you just be a cowardly dog?
No, I am a little afraid of him. Why don't we just not provoke him?
Will he still chase us and fight us?
We don't have such a big hatred.
We just don't go to the cotton mill community. No, I must acknowledge my elder brother and become his disciple. The two people's voices were getting farther and farther away. Wang Haodong covered his mouth, it hurt so much that he almost cried.
Pooh. Spit out. 2 teeth appeared in the palm of the hand.
I licked my tongue upwards, and my front teeth were gone.
Fuck. Chapter 52, Why are you pretending to be a brother? Young master, where are your front teeth?
The butler was shocked.
No. How come the young master lost his front teeth while taking a shit?
Here. Wang Haodong spread out his hand, with a tooth inside and one left to eat.
My mouth is swollen too. But the mood is very stable. This punch is really powerful.
It is worthy of being called a tiger.
Young master, who hit you? Chao Chang? The butler guessed. After all, there are no enemies in Sanjiang City.
The only person with whom the argument had occurred was Chao Chang. Wang Haodong shook his head in pain, and said with a bit of regret, it would be great if it was him. I could just move into his house and ask him to pay compensation under the pretext that I could actually get closer to Yu Chang.
The butler rolled his eyes and said, Young master, you are so lovesick, you deserve to die.
You lost 2 teeth, that's the lightest punishment.
The housekeeper sighed, Master, how can you pick up girls when you are like this? Wrong.
Wang Haodong yelled, then hissed, causing the wound on his mouth to move. After a while, he said, this is the way to pick up girls. Chao Cheng didn't beat him, but I can say he did. At least he sent someone to beat him, and it was his younger brother who beat him.
The housekeeper was speechless, how can this work? He is just an ordinary person, where did he get his younger brother from? A local tyrant, what's so strange about knowing a few people? Can you use your brain? Master, why do you always seem so smart when it comes to chasing girls? The housekeeper was speechless. What the hell are you still standing there for? Go call a doctor. I'm in so much pain. Give me some pain relief. I'll come tomorrow.
No, just wait a while.
I'll come after dark.
Also, find the little bastard who beat me up.
Damn it, I'm going to knock out his front teeth too.
No, I'm going to knock out his front teeth after he's fixed them up.
Wang Haodong was furious. The housekeeper was surprised. Master, are you saying that the person who knocked out your teeth also has no front teeth? Yes. So, Master, why do you have a conflict with him? I laughed at him and he got anxious. Then you should.
The housekeeper held his forehead and said, Master, please be more careful.
This time it was an accident. Well.
Chao Cheng began to download some professional software that could not run smoothly on his laptop.
I also bought some accessories online. This computer has many uses.
Chao Cheng left the task of preparing the hot dishes to the 2 sisters, and he stayed in the house fiddling with the computer alone for more than an hour. The system will occasionally collect some emotion values back. There were people from Jiangbei and others, and they were not many, but the emotional value picked up for free was enough to make Chao Cheng happy.
It's like hanging up the game. The more layouts you make in the future, the greater the profit you will get from hanging up.
The ultimate goal is to be able to draw a God-level, treasure-chested wool without leaving the house or lying down every day.
It's time to eat. Here I come.
It is not difficult to heat up the dishes, and the original flavor will not be lost too much.
It may even taste better. The only loss is the taste and color. The 2 sisters didn't mind.
Although they rarely eat leftovers at home, they are not so particular here.
Ren Yuege glanced at Chao Cheng and said, Is the computer fun? You seem to be addicted to the internet. You haven't moved for more than an hour.
Chao Cheng said, We have only just started.
I am still downloading things. I guess it will take me all night.
It would be a waste if I don't use such a good configuration.
Thank you, third sister. You're welcome. As long as you like it.
Ren Yushang smiled softly.
Ren Yuege pouted in dissatisfaction, and a few emotional points appeared. That's enough. Why are you pretending to be a brother and sister? Halfway through the meal,
there was a knock on the door.
Chao Cheng stood up and opened the door. Who are you?
I am Wang Haodong.
Did you have plastic surgery? You're the one who had plastic surgery. I was beaten. Have you offended anyone? I offended you in Sanjiang City. Ha!
Wang Haodong's speech was a bit lisp and his lips were swollen, so his voice was a little unclear. But Chao Chang still understood.
This guy thought he was the one looking for him to beat him up?
I'm telling you, little bastard, we're not done with this unless you let me in.
What are you laughing at? Is it funny?
Only then did Chao Chang notice that he had lost his front teeth, but it was okay when he spoke short sentences without showing his teeth. But to put it in a long sentence, it means grinning, and the injury to the lips causes the lips to turn up a little. Don't even mention how ridiculous that look is. I haven't seen this handsome rich second-generation guy for an afternoon and he has become like this.
I can't imagine what he has been through.
His leg was still in a cast and he was using crutches in his hands.
Are you playing Duan Yanqing's cosplay here?
Chao Chang laughed and waved his hands. No, buddy, it's not funny, it's just fun.
Depend on. Wang Haodong was furious. Little bastard, tell me, did you send someone to beat me up?
No, haha. Chao Chang smiled and shook his head.
Laugh a few times, I think it's you, stop laughing. Wang Haodong was furious.
At this moment, he finally understood why that man hit him in the afternoon.
Ha ha ha.
The two girls heard the noise and came to the door. When she saw Wang Haodong, the third sister Ren Yuege was shocked at first.
How could he be so miserable?
His foot was in a cast, his hand was on crutches, his lips were swollen like sausages, he had a lisp when he spoke, and his front teeth were all gone.
What did he go through? A terrorist attack? Where's his bodyguard? The third sister is said to be gentle and kind.
She frowned slightly, with a hint of sympathy on her face.
Wang Haodong really understood Ren Yuege and wanted to approach her by using sympathy, which was a good idea. Pity. Ren Yuege is by my side.
Ren Yuege chuckled and pointed at Wang Haodong.
Ha, what's wrong with you? Ha, don't talk, cover your teeth and don't show them, wait for me to laugh for a while, ha 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 ha.
With this smile, all sympathy was wiped out, and the third sister Ren Yuege almost laughed out loud. She quickly bit her lip and turned her back.
She doesn't have a high sense of laughter. You. Wang Haodong almost cried. Do you have any sympathy at all? I'm already like this. Ha 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 ha. Ren Yuege couldn't stop laughing.
Wang Haodong pointed at Chao Chang and said, he must have sent someone to beat me up. Ren Yuege turned around and said firmly, impossible.
Wang Haodong shouted, I have no enemies in Sanjiang City.
Ren Yuege's face flushed, but she gradually stopped smiling and squinted her eyes. Who knows who you have offended?
Besides, let alone he is not my brother, even if he is, what can you do? I will beat you up.
If you dare to get close to our third brother again, I will break your other leg too.
Ah. Wang Haodong shouted, you guys are really bullying me, aren't you? I'm in such a bad situation, and you guys won't even let me go in and sit for a while? Are you still human? Ren Yuege blocked the door, don't even think about it. I advise you to leave Sanjiang as soon as possible. Be careful that the next time it won't be as simple as a front tooth. Bang. Without further ado, Ren Yuege slammed the door and locked Wang Haodong outside. Chapter 53, after drawing out the art of emperorship, he became a craftsman himself? Master, you didn't go in? Don't let me in. Back in the car, Wang Haodong pouted in grievance, which affected his wound. He let out a breath of cold air with his mouth wide open. The butler quickly turned his head away, trying hard to hold back his laughter. He has really received professional training and normally doesn't laugh. The housekeeper endured for 2 seconds and quickly changed the subject. Master, tell me why you were not allowed in? I will help you analyze it. When speaking, the butler did not look at the young master. He did not dare to look at him. He did not dare to look at him at all. Wang Haodong looked aggrieved and recounted what had just happened. The housekeeper reacted, Master, you did something wrong. Am I wrong? No? Wang Haodong wondered. The housekeeper was helpless. Master, it's right for you to gain sympathy, but you shouldn't attack Chao Chang so early, or in other words, you shouldn't directly say that it was Chao Chang who sent people. You should guide them and let them guess in this direction, and you shouldn't say it clearly. Besides, Miss Third and Miss Fourth Ron were obviously protecting him. They might have had some sympathy for you, but because you accused Chao Chang, they turned against you. That makes sense. Wang Haodong recalled the details just now, and it seemed to be true. No. Why? What's so good about this pretty boy? Is it really just because of the identity of younger brother? He is not my biological brother. A kid brought by a couple who got married some time ago, let alone blood relationship, they haven't known each other for long, right? Can they protect me like this? Why? Wang Haodong was hit by negative emotions. Forget it, young master. There's no hope this time. Let's go back to Shanghai and find a professional dentist to fix the tooth first. Otherwise. The housekeeper glanced at him, then quickly looked away, pursing his lips, otherwise, it will be inconvenient to even talk. Wang Haodong looked melancholy. Alas, why does Yu Chan look down on me? Can't she see my efforts for her? Is she blind? She should open her eyes and take a good look at me, to see if there is anyone in the world who treats her better than me, but she just won't look. The butler quickly looked away. Dare not look. I don't dare to look at it at all, sir. Hiss. The wound was agitated again, and Wang Haodong covered his mouth and spat out blood. The housekeeper shouted, Quick, quick, send him to the hospital, the young master is vomiting blood. Fuck you, my lip is cut, get out of my way, don't be so mad at me, I'm almost dying of anger. The butler smiled awkwardly. Wang Haodong asked, Have you found the person who beat me? We found the young master. This guy has a criminal record. He's a gangster, but... Speak now, don't dilly-dally. But coincidentally, the man who beat you also had a conflict with Chao Chang. What? Wang Haodong was startled. What conflict? The housekeeper stammered, his two front teeth were knocked out by Chao Chang. Fuck, it's fate. The butler was stunned. Young master, your choice of words really leaves me speechless. Wang Haodong rolled his eyes and said, Well, go find him and I'll take him in as my younger brother. What? I want to kill 3 warriors with 1 peach and use gangsters to deal with Chao Chang. Wang Haodong snorted coldly. The housekeeper said, Master, that seems to be called 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors. You are so talkative. You are so talkative. Isn't it enough if you understand the meaning? Get the spirit. Yes, I understand. What are you going to do, master? I'm going to recruit these thugs, have them organize people, and beat Chao Chang for me. At least knock out his front teeth. He's making fun of me. The housekeeper was confused. No, master, didn't we agree to reconcile before? Shouldn't you please your future brother-in-law? Why have you changed again? You've changed 8 times today. Wang Haodong was also stunned for a moment. Yes, we should reconcile, right? The butler was still sober. Yes. Wang Haodong nodded slowly, then wait a moment, don't touch this gangster yet, keep him, just in case he is useful in the future. The butler nodded and gave a thumbs up. Master, you are so generous. Although the housekeeper looked down on Wang Haodong's brain, Wang Haodong had one thing that others did not have, and that was magnanimity. If it were an ordinary rich second generation, if someone really had his front teeth knocked out, he would definitely kill the person, or at worst cripple the other person. But Wang Haodong is not like that. As long as it is useful, Wang Haodong can let go of any hatred. And they really let it go and won't hold grudges later. This is what the butler appreciates most about the young master. Well, it's just that the young master's brain is like it was soaked in water when he was a child. It can be said that no one is perfect. The butler comforted himself. Master, let's go back to Shanghai for treatment first. Miss 3 and Miss 4 can't stay here forever, right? After they leave, we will come back and build a good relationship with my brother-in-law. Okay, hiss, go quickly, my gums hurt. The housekeeper ordered, drive back to Shanghai. Wang Haodong is gone. The next few days were calm. But the emotional value did not weaken too much, because with the massage skills, positive emotions grew very quickly. Ren Yuege is also a casual person. After going out for a while, she came home and leaned directly on the sofa, putting her legs on Chao Chang's legs. Give me a massage. This situation has become the norm. These days, Chao Chang also completed 200 consecutive draws, spending 20,000 emotion points. There are 4 diamond treasure chests in total, and a pile of unsynthesized refined iron and bronze. The 4 diamonds were opened. Unlimited skill upgrade card, X2. Carpentry craft somewhat familiar. General wilderness survival a little understanding. Skill upgrade card.
After using one, my traditional Chinese medicine skill was upgraded to basically knowledgeable level, surpassing the Grandmaster level. The massage technique instantly reached the enlightenment level, and there was more feedback on positive emotions. Previously, the maximum amount of massage was +3, but now it can be up to +5. As for survival in the wild, this has an indirect improvement on various food, danger, and anti-reconnaissance. When surviving in the wild, the biggest worry is sudden natural disasters and ferocious beasts. So, with this skill, Chao Cheng's perception has been enhanced with the ability to avoid danger. Once a natural disaster or any crisis is approaching, Chao Cheng will be able to sense it. Similar to spider sense. The good thing about skills is that some of them may seem useless, but the indirect benefits they bring are unparalleled. The last one is carpentry craftsmanship. A basic understanding of it can be called enlightenment. I guess if Liu Ban were to be reborn, he would only be at this level. And indirectly brought a touch of imperial nobility. That's right. It's the emperor. The Tanchi emperor of the Ming dynasty was fond of carpentry and was said to be as skilled as Liu Ban. So, the skills that Master Chao learned are all the skills of being an emperor. The next day, Chao Cheng went to a large furniture factory and bought some rosewood. A few pairs of carving knives were also provided. It took a whole day to carve out 2 figures that were lifelike and had vivid eyes. Even though it's just wood. But anyone who sees it will feel that the statue has come alive. The 2 statues are exactly the same, but from the carved eyes, one can clearly tell that one is Ren Yuege, who is as gentle as water. The other one is hot as fire, Ren Yuege. This is a miracle. Chao Cheng himself was stunned for a long time. Have you become a craftsman yourself? Chapter 54. This is a disease and needs to be treated. The 8th day since the number 1 on the list, 4th sister, came. Annoy her. Early in the morning, the 2 sisters were leaving. Just like last time, I've only been here for a week, and I guess I'll have something else to do when I return. A little reluctant. Invitations were also extended. About the same as last time. Ren Yuege complained and muttered, "Look at you, it's okay for you to stay here alone, why don't you go to Shanghai with us? My mother hasn't met you yet. She kept talking about it when we had dinner last time, saying that she wanted to meet you." Although Ren Yuege did not complain like this, she nodded to indicate that it was true. But Master Chao shook his head and smiled. "Who said I'm fine? I'm very busy." "What are you busy with? Are you going to play chess or Mahjong after we leave?" Ren Yuege frowned and looked at Chao Cheng with a slightly resentful look. Nonsense. Chao Cheng now has so many tracks to play, how could he possibly play Mahjong or chess again? Wouldn't it be nice for me to work in a medical beauty massage parlor? Please call me, Top Messer. Yes. This gift for you may not be worth much, but it is a token of my love. I made it myself. Chao Cheng took out a small gift box and handed it to her. What's this? Let's go back and have a look. Have a safe trip. Before leaving, there was a hug full of sisterly love. Skin-to-skin contact may have become a habit, after all, we have to massage every day. Just as Ren Yuege said, Chao Cheng is her exclusive Chinese medicine practitioner, so she has to press the massage button every day to help her sleep. No longer willing to leave. In the end, he left. I waved and watched the taillights of the car disappear into the distance. Inside the car. The driver was driving the car. The 2 sisters sat in the back seat of the business car. Slightly silent. Everyone is reluctant to leave. Until Ren Yuege casually opened the gift box. I am too lazy to complain about this gift box. It is obviously not new. I don't know from which corner this old box was found. I just wiped the dust off it and used it directly. It feels very perfunctory. If I give this as a gift, people will probably despise me. Ren Yuege complained, this stinky brother is really not thoughtful enough when giving a gift. He used such a broken box. Would he die if he bought a new one? If it weren't for the sake of our brotherhood and the fact that he made it himself, I would have thrown the box out without even bothering to look at what was inside. Ren Yuege pursed her lips and smiled. She knew that the 4th brother was just being stubborn. I guess talking like this can dilute the sad emotions of parting. Ha! This is? Wooden carving? Wow. Ren Yuege opened the small gift box and was stunned for a moment, then she was stunned. Pick up the human-shaped wooden sculpture at random.
Not big. Only the size of a palm. But it is extremely exquisite.
The expression of the human-shaped wood carving is lifelike, and the clothes on the body are ancient costumes, which are very beautiful.
The knife skills are so good that even the hem of the ancient dress looks like it is being blown by the breeze. The accessories on the clothes, the tassels, seem to come alive.
Especially facial expressions.
You can tell who it is as soon as you hold it in your hand. This little look. Damn, that's amazing. Is this me? This is you. They are so similar, he could actually carve the twins so well that you can tell which is which at a glance. He did this with his own hands. Ren Yuege was stunned. This stinky little brother seemed to know everything? Moreover, he is somewhat proficient in everything. Ren Yuege, she also knows carpentry?
The third sister Ren Yuchang said softly, I understand a little bit.
Ren Yuege rolled his eyes at Ren Yuchang in anger, you've learned bad things. Ha ha ha.
Ren Yuchang laughed out loud, perhaps thinking of Chao Cheng's expression, how pretentious he was when he said I understand a little bit.
Ren Yuege snorted, why didn't you smile like this when we were at my stinky brother's house? You are just being sullen. You are the one.
Ren Yuchang snorted and reached out to grab the fourth brother's waist. The fourth child, Ren Yuege, quickly dodged, ouch, it's itchy, don't move, if you move again I will tell my stinky brother that you are pretending.
Humph.
Ren Yuchang stopped moving.
Then, the two divided the gift.
Just as Chao Cheng said, it's not worth much, but it's a token of my heart. They have been almost inseparable from Chao Cheng these days, and they don't even know when Chao Cheng carved it. It was probably when Chao Cheng was hiding in the bedroom.
It must have taken a lot of effort.
This gift cannot be carved in a short time and it takes a lot of effort. They have used many handmade items, such as suzhou embroidery, carpets, and various types of clothing. They know that handmade items are real luxury goods.
Top quality handcrafted items are priced sky high. It may even be something you can only encounter by chance. Time consuming and labor intensive. So, compared to the gifts they gave, Chao Cheng's gift was obviously more valuable. In a sense, priceless.
Because what they buy, other people can also buy. And this wood carving in my hand is unique.
This gift touched my heart.
It is also a handheld toy that you can play with in your hands all the time, and the more you play with it, the more beautiful it becomes.
Why only two?
We should carve a family portrait and put it in our home.
It will be so beautiful. Ren Yuege said casually.
Ren Yuchang rolled her eyes at her and said, this must have taken a lot of effort. He has never seen the eldest sister and the second sister, nor has he seen his mother.
How could he have carved something of this level? Don't be ungrateful. I'm not ungrateful, I just feel a little regretful. What's the pity? We'll see it someday. We'll be able to put together a family portrait statue.
The two sisters cherished the concept of home very much. So they began to look forward to carving a family portrait and a wooden sculpture of their stinky little brother in the future.
When you want, you can look at it more. Mid-September.
Chao Cheng was caught in a vast ocean of online verbal attacks. After the two sisters left, Chao Cheng's income dropped sharply, but there was nothing he could do about it.
You can't really be a masseur, right? Give those fat rich ladies massages?
It would be fine if it was just a little bit better looking, but how many good looking ones are there?
And fat enough. Maybe it's just oily hands. It is even more impossible to press it on a man.
So, after the two sisters left, Chao Cheng focused more on the secondary market and the Dafa forum, as well as various local small forums and post bars within the province and city.
In a short time, many netizens know that a very arrogant guy has appeared recently.
Self-proclaimed, stock god out yen. He looks down on everyone and acts like he is the most powerful person in the world, which has offended countless old investors.
And there are winners and losers in the verbal battle. Winning or losing is determined by the day's gain. For example, today,
the market rose from the 1600 plus level that had remained unchanged for thousands of years to 1700.
An increase of 1.86%.
There were all kinds of replies and ridicules to the stock got out yen, and everyone shut up. Entering the weekend, take 2 days off. By Monday, the market had risen another 0.69%.
Keep spraying these leaks.
On Tuesday, it rose by 0.13.
Some people started to fight back.
On Wednesday, it was 0.16 lower.
All the enemies showed up to criticize the stock got out yen. On Thursday, it rose again to 0.49, and out yen responded with a counterattack.
There was a big drop on Friday.
2 days of rest, another Monday, still green. Tuesday, continue to be green.
3 consecutive greens, all the leaks are happy, and they all attack Chao Chang, and the negative emotions are rising. Chao Chang was also very happy, but at the same time he couldn't understand the mentality of these leaks.
If they were green, wouldn't they be at a loss? Is it necessary to be so happy? What a fool! This is a disease and needs to be treated.
Chapter 55. Even if Jesus comes, nothing can stop him, I said. Just through this busy period, Chao Chang earned more than 600,000 yuan.
October. Entering a critical month.
The market index rose from 1600 in September to 1800 in October. It was at this time that all kinds of experts popped up online, warning of risks and reminding everyone that this is not a bull market, but just a false breakthrough, and will fall sooner or later. The war of words continues. Various leaks have accumulated layer upon layer of negative emotions.
When they see the 4 words Gus Han out yen, no matter what post he makes, whether it is constructive or not, they will criticize him.
Master Chao has already stood against the leaks. During the National Day holiday, Chao Chang made a lot of money, referring to his emotional value. Not only did the leaks provide some, but Lingling also provided some.
The girl is back for the holidays. Came back at the end of September.
Chao Chang goes to the old lady's house almost every day to massage her shoulders.
After all, she is old and weak.
Chao Chang was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and knew a little about it, so it was easy for him to treat her.
Who says she is Lingling's grandmother?
Our grandmother is in poor health, so Mr. Chao naturally cannot ignore her.
I found another opportunity and pressed Lingling's button. This thing is addictive. So, after more than 5 days of vacation, Lingling is almost at the top of the list. The 27th day since the second on the list, 4th sister, left. Miss her. Lingling also left that day.
Reluctant to let her go, Chao Chang sent her to the station. Lingling hugged him, then stood up with a blushing face. Brother Chang, come to Beijing to play with me when you have time.
Yes. Chao Chang nodded.
Then they started a war of words again.
The last few months have been crucial. It was still 1,600 points in September. It broke through 1,800 in October.
At this time, no one thought that the bull was coming, especially the pro-America experts, who were all predicting the worst. The leaks were shocked.
It's November. Breaking through 2,000 points.
At this time, a small number of people realized the seriousness of the problem, and it seemed that the bull was really coming.
But most people still don't believe it. Scared.
The bear market was so severe in the past few years that now that the opportunity has come, everyone thinks it is an inducement to lure you in and trick you into buying in and taking advantage of it.
The weather is getting cooler. Master Chao's heart is burning. Caught a monster stock.
The capital pool exceeded 10 million, and then it slowly exited the market and entered into 2 other monster stocks, ready to go. At the same time, you not only make money, but also negative emotions.
When
God of Stocks Out Yen posted the capital chart, his enemies went crazy and furious. No one has made money, many people have not yet recovered their investment, or are short on cash.
How can you make money? And still make double the money? Why? At this time,
a well-known expert also came out and replied to Chao Chang's post.
In the past, well-known experts ignored Chao Chang, thinking that Chao Chang was just a small household and there was no need to pay attention to such a sensationalist. But it's not possible now. Aroused public anger.
Therefore, experts who seek fame and support from their fans come out to support their fans and also to attract more people to join the group. The expert said, "You are a good young man, but when it comes to stocks, you have to laugh last.
Be careful of an avalanche."
Seemingly well-intentioned, but actually sarcastic.
Out Yen replied, "Fuck you. You." The expert was angry.
He didn't curse at anyone, this kid was going too far.
The fans were also angry.
Chao Chang was too lazy to engage in a war of words with the experts.
Just curse and that's it.
Most of the financial big names these days are there to debate for outsiders, and they can curse at will, and rarely make mistakes.
Even if you curse wrongly, it's wrong. We are opponents. I am the one who makes money from you, and you lose money to me. How can we be friendly with each other?
Gradually, more and more so-called experts came out, famous or not, and they all disliked this stock got out yen.
But the market is not shifting regardless of their awareness.
After breaking through 2000 in November. In December, especially at the end of December, it directly reached 2,600.
At this time, even a fool knows that the bull is coming. Chao Cheng's funds increased tenfold in just 3 months. 50 million. The experts shut up. The leaks also shut up.
Except for a few big losers who occasionally quarreled with Chao Chang, most other people either shut up or changed to a small account to lick. The comments section suddenly became very harmonious, with people either calling him Big Brother or Godfather. They are all very polite.
But the human heart is so strange. Everyone knows the cow is coming. However, not many people dare to enter the market with full positions.
Maybe they feel that they didn't get on the train when it was at 1,600, and now it's at 2,600, the market has almost doubled, it must be too late to get on the train now, and after rising for 3 months, there will always be a drop, right?
This is called a callback. Wait for a pullback before entering the market.
Only Chao Chang knew that there was no possibility of a decline, not even in the next year. Next year, there may be a small adjustment, but it will be very short, and then it will rush upwards like crazy. If you don't get on board now, you won't have a chance in the future. When the opportunity comes, the avalanche begins. So, Master Chao wants to add fuel to the fire of this group of people. Made a separate post.
Next month, we will reach 3,000. Even Jesus can't stop us. I say that. The title is misleading.
After entering and reading the content, it is even more shocking.
Who's for? Who's against? Just these 6 words. It makes one's veins jump. Why are you pretending? The enemy who was originally lurking couldn't help himself again and jumped up to spray.
Because most experts say that the market has been in a slump recently and may have a correction, potentially going down to 2,300.
Result? Did you say 3,000? Are you going against the market? Are you looking for death? And these people are just waiting for the callback to get on board, but according to Chao Chang, the callback cannot be made? How can this not make people angry? Mostly despair.
Because even though they cursed him, his enemies knew that Outyen was truly capable, and they had to admit that.
5 million, 50 million in 3 months? What is the concept of this? It's on the news, okay. So, everyone is afraid that what he said is right. Many people have not yet gotten on the train. If there is no correction, these people can only watch others make money. As for why not get on board now?
Because of this post, a lot of rebellious hearts were aroused.
At the same time, I don't dare to buy in. What if there is a pullback? I will lose money first and then rise again? Isn't this the same as getting out of the trap? Just playing alone? If not him, who else should we scold? Certainly. Many people cursed. There are more people licking now. Who can resist money? The brain has a bar.
So, there were many people who flattered the enemy in the replies, and some who flattered with negative emotions. These were obviously the Smurfs of the enemy, and they were really adaptable.
Most people want information on individual stocks.
But Chao Chang did not promote any individual stocks, otherwise something bad would happen. If you don't play well, you might get warned by your superiors.
In other words, we can only talk about the overall market. January.
One day the stock price fell by 3.68%, and all the enemies started to celebrate.
2 days of partying. The weekend is over.
By Monday, it had risen another 4.74%. The enemies were silent. The wilder the weekend, the more miserable your Monday will be. Chao Cheng began to reply to these enemies one by one over the weekend. I'm not targeting anyone, I'm talking about all of you, you're all little bastards.
Then go all the way up. Breaking through 3,000.
There were whales everywhere. In fact, when the bull market comes, more people lose money than in the bear market, and they lose more.
It's a huge blow to confidence. It is estimated that after this year, many old investors will retire from the arena. Well,
it is also possible that, by 2025, the situation has not been resolved yet.
Chapter 56 I've decided. Before I leave, I'll make you mad first. Ding.
Draw the diamond treasure chest 10 times, the system is upgrading.
Please wait. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. Finally.
I Haven T earned much emotion value in the past few months. It's also because of the area problem. Although I have offended too many people in the forum, many of them are not from this province.
But,
even so, the collection speed has a cumulative bonus and is countless times faster than before. It can also be seen that the conditions for each upgrade are different. It seems that before, you could upgrade after drawing 100 times, which means opening a diamond treasure chest.
Now 10 are needed.
The next upgrade may require opening 100 diamonds, or even a god level.
Who knows?
Now is not the time to think about this. Let us first take a look at the changes brought about by this upgrade.
Waiting for the day to upgrade.
Chao Cheng continued to make trouble.
It's now 3,000 points. Wailing Whales. Carnival of Carnival. Life is full of different aspects. Out Yen posted. Title, next month, the price will drop to 2,600. Even if Jesus comes, it will be a loss. I said so.
The content is a screenshot of Chao Cheng, with a fund of 70 million.
Text content, ha. Just one word. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Damn. Isn't the cow coming? Why did you go back again? 2,600 last month, 3,000 this month, 2,600 next month? It's a waste of money, right? Should I believe him? This is a sentence that comes to many people's minds. Now most people, including most of his enemies, recognize the strength of this bastard.
Many people are still searching for his information, but not a single bit of it has been leaked so far.
This guy is mysterious. And it seems that he is preparing to keep his position short for a while? So confusing. Many people are confused. Even some experts were affected. They are optimistic about the rise now, but this guy goes against everyone else? Are you sick?
I want to say more about what Chao Cheng has posted.
As for taking a short break?
It was impossible to rest. Even when the market falls, some stocks rise. Chao Cheng started to enter the market little by little, diversifying his investments and buying various hot stocks. Wait until after the Chinese New Year, early next year. The funds can reach over 100 million, or even hundreds of millions, in minutes. By then, we will set up a gaming company and make a name for ourselves in the business circle. The stock market is something that you can play with occasionally, but there is no need to be involved in it all the time.
Just like the lottery.
What kind of funds flow determines what you do. It's okay to play lottery when you have no money, and you can get your first pot of gold, but you can't play it when you have money.
Otherwise, it's not realistic to make 100 million just by lottery.
The same goes for the stock market.
A few million or tens of millions can be used for fun. If the amount exceeds 100 million or even 1 billion, the situation will be different. The more money you have, the less you earn.
After that, Chao Cheng planned to set aside several million or tens of millions to invest in Mahjong in the future leader. In 10 years, with this amount of investment, you can become the richest man and a real stock god. For example, the one with the surname Ba.
It means enduring with your life. Upgrade successful.
Chao Cheng waited for a whole day and couldn't wait to check out the upgraded introduction.
This upgrade is not as rich as the last one. Only 2 items were upgraded.
First, increase the content of the treasure chest. The items that come out of the treasure chest are richer, and they bring you one step closer to cultivating immortals.
As for the second one,
it has not expanded nationwide.
Previously, it expanded from one city to a province. This time, the expansion is from a province to a region. A moment.
Chao Cheng's thinking soul seemed to have broken free from the constraints of the flesh and was directly pulled up to the height of the universe. From a high vantage point, you can clearly see the entire Chinese land and the entire Asia-Pacific region.
Every place is divided into several areas by the system.
Chao Cheng only needs to make a conscious choice to turn this area into a place for collecting emotions.
7 major regions in China. Chao Cheng hesitated for 3 seconds and finally chose East China. Nothing else? Because East China has the largest population.
The economy is also one of the most developed. What Chao Cheng needs now is population. The larger the population base, the more emotion values can be collected.
And in this way, China overseas is included.
Sisters, you can't escape even if you have wings. Try it. Chao Chang casually wrote a text message. Content of the text message: I will not go to Shanghai for the new year.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ding, negative emotions plus 30. A line of emotion floated over from far, far away.
We had agreed before that we would go to Shanghai during the Chinese New Year in February, which would be the first time I would meet my family.
This is also the promise that Ren Yuege has obtained through constant persuasion from Chao Chang over the past few months. Result? Chao Chang just sent a text message and said he won T-com? You naughty brother, do you want to piss me off to death? I prayed earnestly to the Buddha. The phone rang. Ren Yuege is truly a man of action. Chao Chang laughed and picked up the phone.
Ren Yuege roared in front of him, Brother, you don't keep your word.
Do you think I dare not hit you? Ha! We agreed to spend the new year together, and now you don't want to come? What do you want to do? Exploded. Chao Chang laughed out loud, I'm just teasing you.
There was silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds.
Bang! Hang up.
Hey, this little girl has quite a temper.
Ding.
Then another text message came, from Ren Yuege, and the content was, you can come if you want.
Okay. Really angry. How come this person can't stand being amused? TSK. Another small wave of negative emotions came.
In fact, 30 is not considered a critical hit, especially for Ren Yuege. With all the superimposed emotions, the critical hit now has to be over 100. But I have also felt the benefits of remote input.
It's nearly 1,000 kilometers away, so we can collect it right away. This system is pretty cool except that it can't talk.
I'll go find a few frog motorcycles to scold them. After all, East China also includes frogs.
I just don't know, if the women over there are angry, will their emotional values be low? After all, that's what they look like when they're angry. Master Chow was very skeptical. Could frog have a critical hit? Be sure to try it if you have the chance. And Wang. What? Ouch. What an arrogant tone.
They reconciled, but they still quarreled occasionally. As long as Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhou were not at home, Xiao Chang would make trouble for Aunt Wang. Xiao Zhou is still in high school, repeating a year. Moreover, during this period of time, this group of older sisters, aunts, and uncles provided Xiao Chang with a lot of emotions.
Because of the bull market.
Mr. Chow had reminded them with good intentions before, but it was not known whether they did not believe it in the end, or whether their husbands did not believe it. In short, they did not catch up with the good times, and also lost a lot by chasing the ups and downs. Aunt Wang has been influenced by everyone and has started investing in stocks recently.
I have to say, this aunt is lucky and has made a lot of money. So,
money is the courage of the poor.
Now that she has money, she can be arrogant. Does she really think she is the god of gamblers?
Xiao Cheng didn't care, he smiled and cracked some melon seeds. Aunt Wang, I'm leaving in a few days.
Really? You're not coming back? You're never coming back for the rest of your life? Aunt Wang was overjoyed. I've decided.
Before I leave, I'm going to piss you off to death.
Chapter 57, It's still fun to be a good person.
Master Chow is leaving.
The news spread so fast like a tornado. It also shocked the streets.
Several older sisters came to inquire about the situation. Although the Jiangbei people did not hold the position of Chao Chang, he was a spiritual leader after all. He is the greatest hero.
Naturally, more people will pay attention to it.
Later I learned that he was just going to Shanghai to celebrate the new year and would be back, but it was not certain when he would come back.
This time, the elder sister didn't ask any more questions. But
Master Chow is a man who sees things through to the end. He notified everyone he knew, including the older sisters who played Mahjong.
In addition, I also went to my godmother's place twice. This was not something that Master Chow took the initiative to acknowledge. Rather, it was last month, when the old lady had her birthday, her son and daughter all came back, Ling Ling also came back, and Chao Cheng was invited over. In the end, the old lady was so happy that she insisted on acknowledging him as her godparent. This is not.
In desperation, I ended up having a god-grandmother and god-sister.
Just to say, I know you are dirty, but the greatest hero, that is me, a Chow, will not allow you to be dirty, cut. When I was about to leave, I went to say goodbye to Director Li. The people of Jiangbei cannot do without his support.
It is said that Master Chow is a very thoughtful person who takes care of every aspect. Chao Cheng even found an excuse to go to the place where the brothers Crazy Dragon and Meng Hu were watching and beat them up.
Even the Mad Dragon was numb. After finally resting for a month and healing from the inner shadow, it comes again? I've been beaten a lot in the past few months.
Now Quanglong no longer has the intention to become a disciple and recognize him as a big brother, because the other person doesn't think highly of them at all.
Elder brother. When will this end? Brother Tiger was lying on the ground crying.
Next to him lies the Mad Dragon. The wound on Quanglong's soft rib on his waist was very painful, but he was numb. His eyes were slightly dull as he looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling.
The crystal chandelier is beautiful. But he thought, why didn't the crystal chandelier fall down and kill him? This is so fucking. I am a gangster, that's right. But could you please not insult people like this? I have human rights too. He wanted to call the police several times and seek protection from the uncle in the hat. In the novels he has read, the extras haven't been so miserable, right? Can you kill me in one go? Why are you torturing me? You are the protagonist, aren't you great? Elder brother. How about we leave? It doesn't matter where we go. He comes to my house and beats me up every other day. I changed the place twice and I don't even get a chance to talk. I've had enough of this.
Meng Hu sat up, looking very angry, but his eyes showed weakness and cowardice.
Quanglong said nothing.
Brother Meng Hu said again, brother, as the saying goes, moving is good for life. If we continue like this, even if we are not beaten to death, we will sooner or later have mental illness, the kind that doctors can't cure.
Yes. Why not leave?
There was gradually light in Quanglong's eyes.
Quanglong sat up suddenly, hissed, and his waist hurt. Where are we going? How is Shanghai? Why Shanghai? Didn't my uncle go there before? He has an acquaintance there.
Besides, Shanghai is very developed and there are many foreigners there. I heard that the farms there are full of big foreign horses.
Brother, I want to ride a horse. Do you want to? You are so fucking. Quanglong slapped him on the back of the head. Damn it, you've made me excited. He.
The two brothers sat on the ground and grinned for a long time.
At last. Quanglong said, elbow. Go and prepare. Do you know what to prepare? Meng Hu nodded, I know.
Sell what you can sell, take what you can take, and take away those brothers who are willing to come with us.
Let's go to Shanghai with the Dragon and Tiger brothers. Brother, you are Su Wenshan, and I am Ding Li. Quanglong slapped him again. Ding, your uncle, you want to betray me? And you want to steal my phone, Cheng Cheng? No, brother, that's the plot of a TV show. What I mean is that we are going to be rich. You'd better really think so, otherwise, I will beat my own brother too.
Brother, please apply some safflower oil on me first.
It hurts.
After being beaten for the 7th time, the two brothers finally decided to stay away from Sanjiang City and that devil.
So-called.
The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. The eagle flaps its wings and soars thousands of miles. The giant carp soars into the sky and grasps thousands of sails.
The Dragon and Tiger Brotherhood will grow bigger and stronger and create greater glory. February. It's almost New Year.
Every household is preparing New Year's goods. Chao Cheng packed his bag, stepped onto the platform, and walked alone from then on.
Ling Ling sent the station. Although she was reluctant, she also wanted to go with them, using the excuse of seeing Ren Yuege. But the New Year is coming soon and she can't travel far. A hug before leaving.
Ling Ling buried her head in Master Chow's chest and quietly took a deep breath of his scent.
The taste of brother. Smells as good as always.
Chao Cheng patted her on the back.
Release her quickly. What are you smoking? This is the only smell I have. After you've inhaled it, what else will you inhale? The little girl is quite greedy.
Brother, after the New Year, please come to Beijing to see me when you have time.
Ling Ling's bright eyes were filled with deep anticipation. Sure.
Chao Cheng rubbed her head and agreed. My previous words were perfunctory. The relationship is different now, we are still close friends.
And maybe I really have to go to the capital.
After making all the money from the stock market, Chao Cheng wants to start a company, do investments, and even get involved in the film and television industry.
There will always be opportunities for him to travel around. Bid farewell. Get away.
The train started moving and the city flashed by before his eyes.
Chao Chang felt an indescribable sense of leaving his hometown.
A hard sleeper not far from a soft sleeper.
Quanlong asked his brothers to put the luggage away.
Then the group sat on the lower bunk. The left and right rows were packed. This time, a total of 8 people are willing to go out and explore the world with the 2 brothers. Brother Tiger looked at the scenery outside the car window, the city receded in his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face.
Finally left. No longer afraid of being beaten. Mad. It's all the fault of that damn woman named Zhou. If it weren't for her, how could I have offended such a person? If I don't offend anyone, can I be beaten at least once a month? Woo woo woo, I got beaten 3 times last month. He is sick.
My teeth started to loosen again not long after they were fixed.
I guess if I have to do it again, I'll lose 2 more front teeth. Elder brother. The tiger was excited, we finally escaped from the Devil's Cave.
Although Quanlong did not agree with the name Devil's Cave, after all, they were just beaten and did not really do anything to them.
If such people wanted to kill them, it would be easy. So, it seems like the other party is playing a new kind of abuse. But he also did not correct his brother's reference to the Devil's Cave.
At the same time, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little regretful.
He really wanted to become an apprentice and learn the art. How can there be so many opportunities in life?
If you don't seize the opportunity when you encounter it, you will definitely regret it when you are old.
Pity.
People simply ignored these little thugs and beat them up as if they were giving them face. Quanlong thought of a sentence in the little book, "It's my life that has been lost."
Excuse me, this lower bunk seems to be mine.
At this time, a man wearing glasses looked at this group of thugs. There were 10 thugs in total, and they all looked at him. The man with glasses was very tactful. "It's yours now." After saying that, he turned and left.
Etc. Quanlong stood up and said, "Brother, this lower bunk is yours.
We're just going to sit here for a while and we'll return it to you later. When you are out, don't cause trouble."
The man with glasses nodded, "Thank you very much. You're welcome. When we're out and about, we should help each other."
Quanlong felt that he had helped others and his mood instantly improved a lot.
This can be considered as doing good deeds every day. Really? It's nice to be a good person. Brother, why are you being polite to him?
I'll just punch him.
Bang. Quanlong slapped his brother on the back of the head and cursed, "Fuck you, you have a pig head? Don't you know how to keep a low profile when you go out?"
After saying that, he looked at the other brothers. "I'm telling you guys, keep a low profile when you go to Shanghai. Before you make a name for yourself, stay quietly and don't give in to me.
Zebra, if any of you cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 58. Goodbye Old 4.
The train passed through the night.
We arrived at Shanghai at around 10 o'clock the next morning. More than 10 hours.
Since I couldn't buy a ticket for the Z train, I could only take the K train.
Fortunately, I only slept on the train for 1 night.
When I woke up, I tidied up a little, made a cup of tea, and arrived at the station.
"Stinky brother, this way."
At the pickup point, Chao Chang stood out from the crowd with his outstanding temperament, and Ren Yuege found him in the vast crowd at a glance. But it took Chao Chang several minutes to find her.
It means she is average. Stinky little brother Ren Yuege was happy to see Chao Chang.
Even though she was wearing a mask, one could see joy in her eyes.
"Sister Xiang, hey, where is my third sister?" Chao Chang asked curiously. "What do you mean? It's not okay for me to pick you up, right?"
Ren Yuege's face turned sullen, and she was about to give him a sisterly hug, but when she heard these words, she stopped abruptly.
"Embrace? Hug your ass. Give him a GO. How could that be? I'm just curious. Didn't third sister say she would come yesterday?" Chao Chang laughed.
"Humph, she's not trustworthy.
Don't trust her in the future. Trust me."
The fourth brother threw dirty water on the third brother without a care. Chao Chang curled his lips.
"I guess something delayed it." Ren Yuege took a look at him.
It had been a few months since they last met.
He looked more handsome? And a little taller? Better temperament? Only. You just carried a bag? You didn't bring anything else? One bag is enough, I have checked in all the other things. Chao Cheng said. If Chao Cheng wasn't afraid of not fitting in, he wouldn't even want to carry a backpack. Is there storage space? Do you need to bring luggage? Who are you looking down on? Have you ever seen any cultivator carrying large and small sacks on a train?
Ren Yuege wore a mask and a hat, covering most of her face, but her temperament was also outstanding, so she often attracted people's attention. She is tall, almost 1.7 meters, with long hair, so she doesn't look bad no matter how you look at her. The main reason is that Chao Cheng is by his side. It's unlikely that such a handsome guy would be surrounded by ugly people.
There is nothing wrong with this logic. Let's go home. Your father and mother are here. Okay.
Chao Cheng nodded and followed her out of the station.
Behind the crowd,
Brother Tiger sensed something very keenly. Looking at Chao Cheng's back from afar, it looks very familiar, especially familiar.
Brother Menghu was startled.
He shook his head violently, wiped his eyes, and when he looked again, he could no longer see anyone.
Illusion? Am I scaring myself? What's wrong?
Guanglong handed the luggage to his younger brother, turned around and found that his brother's expression was not right.
Menghu said awkwardly, Brother, I seem to have seen that bastard. Which one?
It's the surname Chao.
Scare. The mad dragon was startled and looked around. Where?
He disappeared in the blink of an eye just now.
Brother, do you think he will follow us? Did you see it clearly?
I didn't see it clearly, but it felt like it.
Guanglong slapped him angrily. You scared me to death, I'll watch carefully next time.
Menghu rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly.
Brother, where are we going now? Go find my uncle directly and settle down first.
When Chao Cheng walked out of the station, he received several negative emotion reminders in succession, including fear and anger. There was no name given, so Chao Cheng didn't know who was afraid.
But it doesn't matter. Now there are reminders from time to time.
Chao Cheng had adjusted the system before so that prompts would only appear when the emotion value was above 20, and no prompts would be given when it was below 20. Otherwise, Chao Cheng would have nothing to do that day, as some emotions would appear in his mind almost every few seconds. This is the power of the stock god. Some new investors just saw the post and immediately became dissatisfied and hostile towards Chao Cheng after reading its content.
Too arrogant.
Shanghai is also prosperous these days.
Most places are much more prosperous than Sanjiang City. But, compared to 30 years later, this place seems a bit run down.
30 years later in the dream, Chao Cheng settled in Shanghai for a while, and the world had changed a lot by then.
In a moment.
Ren Yuege reminded him, when you see your second sister later, be prepared and ignore her. No matter what her expression or tone is, ignore her and don't mind.
Your second sister is not a bad person.
Chao Cheng knew that second sister was good at critical hits.
Bad temper.
It seems that he is dissatisfied with both himself and Lao Chao.
So it is very likely that he will not be in a good mood. This is a good thing.
The worse the second sister's complexion and the worse her temper, the more beneficial it is to Chao Cheng.
It's a win-win situation.
Chao Cheng nodded without saying anything more.
He was looking inward and studying the system. Just now a prompt suddenly flashed in the system. Ding! Range fusion successful, emotions doubled. Just looking at the name gives you only a partial understanding. After a little study, Chao Cheng understood what it meant.
Shanghai belongs to East China and is itself an emotion collection site, and Chao Cheng also has the collection capabilities of the province. That is to say, as Chao Cheng moves, wherever he is, the area of a province will become a collection point.
So now, with Chao Cheng coming to Shanghai, the two areas were integrated.
From now on, all emotion values within this range will be doubled.
Damn.
Chao Cheng was happy, but also a little upset. If I had known earlier, Chao Cheng would have come here when the system was upgraded before.
Why wait until today? Do you know how much emotion this wastes? When will this dog system be able to speak? Fourth sister. Call me fourth sister. Ren Yuege's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Don't say I didn't remind you. I didn't say anything to you in Sanjiang, but here, you have to give me some face, otherwise, humph.
Ren Yuege held the steering wheel with one hand and clenched her fist with the other, gritted her teeth and made a threatening gesture. Chao Cheng smiled and said, Okay, I'll give you face when there are people around, and in private, you give me face and call me brother.
Ren Yuege shook her head and snorted, that won't work. I'm older than you. Even if I'm 1 month older, I'm still older.
We have known each other for such a long time, half a year in total, but I have never called you sister once.
Ren Yuege has deep resentment.
Xiao Cheng knew this very well, so it was impossible for him to call her sister.
Otherwise, with so many layers of emotions added on, wouldn't it ruin the whole plan?
Mr. Chow changed the subject. Tell me about your family situation.
I don't know much about your place. By the way, what kind of person is your aunt? Call me sister and I'll tell you.
Forget it, just drive carefully and don't talk, it's dangerous.
Stinky brother. Ren Yuege rolled his eyes at him angrily. Ding negative emotions 22. Ha! Xiao Cheng was happy. Sure enough, most people cannot enjoy double the happiness. Very cool. Even though it's only 20 emotional points, doubling it looks pretty good, doesn't it? If this is a critical hit, the scene will be incredibly beautiful. Chapter 59. If the relationship is not harmonious, then it is better to break it up.
Ren Yuchang didn't go to pick her up. The main reason is that my mother didn't allow it. Her mother asked her to clean up a house, but she couldn't let the second child do it, right?
As for the boss, she is still in the company and will be back at noon. Mom and Lao Chao cooked the meal themselves. It can be considered a high-level reception.
Ren Yushang also had her own selfish motives. She chose a guest room that was very close to her, in her area, and a little distance away from the other 3 sisters.
Finished cleaning the room.
Ren Yuchang came downstairs to the living room to help.
The second sister sat cross-legged on the sofa with her long legs and a pot of wine at her hand.
When she is not working, she likes to drink the most.
Never drunk.
Instead, it makes her more awake, and her fighting speed, agility, and ability to withstand blows will be greatly improved.
Sister, what fruit do you want to eat?
Ren Yuchang came to her second sister and asked in a low voice.
The second sister Ren Fanqing glanced at her and said, You look very happy? Is it because that boy is coming? No.
Ren Yuchang felt a little guilty, and at the same time felt that her second sister's criminal investigation ability was very strong.
She hid herself very well, so how could she be found out? Oh.
The second sister, Ren Fanqing, curled her lips, and seemed not to be prepared to delve into this issue.
She just snorted, I don't know what you are so happy about. Mom is really something. Do we need to be so grand?
Except for the eldest sister who is in the company, everyone else has been mobilized.
This kind of ceremony, is he worthy of it? Second sister.
Ren Yuchang soothed her softly, Uncle Chow and Mom have been together for half a year.
This is also the first time we meet our brother, so it's only right that we make it a grand occasion. I don't recognize you as my ghost brother.
The second sister felt uncomfortable when she thought of the things she had seen.
You may not admit it, but we have to give face to our mother. I know this is true.
The second sister, Ren Fanqing, opened her mouth and finally snorted, Go and do your thing.
Cut me some avocado, less soy sauce, and more mustard. Okay, sister. Ren Yushang turned and went to the kitchen. After a while,
the eldest sister Ren Chenxi also came back, wearing a professional suit, long pants, and a small suit. After coming back, she changed into slippers and there seemed to be silk on her feet. In this family, on the surface, the eldest sister is the most like the mother, and she looks like a strong woman. The eldest sister Ren Chenxi put her bag aside and frowned slightly. You drank again? I'm in a bad mood, what's wrong with drinking some wine? The second sister was also bolder than usual. She would never talk to the eldest sister like this. The eldest sister Ren Chenxi warned, Mom is in a good mood today, don't ruin her mood, otherwise, don't say you are a squadron leader, even if you are the director, I will punish you. The second sister Ren Fanqing exhaled angrily, the third brother just gave me a lesson, and now you are here to give me a lesson again. There is no place for me in this family, right? Then I will leave? The eldest sister Ren Chenxi chuckled and shook her head, with a hint of doting and scolding in her tone, Don't play pitiful games with me. Anyone in this family might argue with you, except the third child. You're lucky enough not to bully her. Hearing this, the second sister giggled and burped. The eldest sister waved her hand quickly to dispel the alcohol smell, then took the wine pot from the second sister and said, Don't drink anymore. You seem to have drunk too much. I've never been drunk. The second sister was anxious and stretched out her hand, Give it to me, I'll eat the avocado later and drink it with wine. You drunkard, why are you the only one in our family who drinks?
I don't know where you learned this bad habit. Go get a physical checkup and don't drink yourself to death. The eldest sister's tone was full of concern. I've never been drunk. The second sister shouted. It's harmful to your body even if you haven't been drunk. The less drunk you are, the easier it is to drink. So be obedient and be good. Oh well, don't take it away, drink a little more, just a little. 20 minutes later. The BMW drove into the mansion. This was the first time that Chao Chang saw a luxury house. Even though the dream lasted 100 years, I was just an ordinary citizen during those 100 years. The homes of the next few hundred years or so will be very technological. But it is still far from a real luxury house. Brother, we're here, get off the bus. Okay, Sister Xiang. Chao Chang got off the car. Just now on the way, Ren Yuege had wanted to take Chao Chang to buy some gifts, so that he could bring the gifts to the door, which was a matter of etiquette. But Chao Chang said that there were gifts in his backpack and they were all ready. This saves time on the way home, otherwise it would take more than half an hour. Where's the gift? Take it out, don't put it in the backpack. Good. Chao Chang responded, opened his backpack, and transferred some spare clothes inside directly to the storage space. He then took out a pound of Ningxiang tea from the storage space. This thing is good enough for gift giving. And there are enough of them. You can't finish drinking it. You can't finish drinking it at all. Purple tea? So much? Ren Yuege's eyes lit up. No, I spent a lot of effort to get it. Even this one can weigh a full kilogram, and I couldn't bear to drink it. Chao Chang lied. This is too expensive. Ren Yuege also had an idea in his mind. Don't think she always asks for half a pound. But a few dozen grams can satisfy her. What's more, she knew the value of it. When she gave it to her mother before, her mother's evaluation of this tea was that it was priceless. So this full pound is not just a matter of money, it may cost a lot of favors to sell it. Since this is your first visit, bring some for Aunt Ren and share the rest among you. Chao Chang completely forgot about Lao Chao's existence. Lao Chao, would you like some tea? I don't think I should drink it. Thanks, stinky brother. You're welcome, Xiang's sister. Pooh. Ren Yuege immediately threw away her feelings of being touched, stepped forward and twisted Chao Chang's ears. I warn you again, give me some face at home, otherwise, I will twist your ears off, did you hear me? Okay, let go first, and we can talk. In fact, she never twisted her ears too hard. But Chao Chang always gave her face, pretending to be very hurt and teasing the little girl. It was like in a dream, teasing my 3-year-old granddaughter, making her laugh. The two quarreled for several minutes. It's been agreed upon. Then he took the tea and went up the elevator in the parking lot. Change into slippers at the entrance on the parking lot side and open the heavy security door. This mansion has a total of 4 gates, not counting the outer courtyard gate. Show your nobility. It's easy to get lost if you live here. Second sister. Open the door and walk through the corridor. The woman was seen on the sofa in the hall. Ren Yuege immediately became obedient and greeted him. The second sister turned around and looked at Ren Yuege, then her gaze moved to Chao Chang. His eyes were like the sharp edge of a sword, piercing straight into Chao Chang. A bit fierce. Refers to facial expressions. Not a body organ. But I have to say that the Ren family has really good genes and is very beautiful. This gene is almost catching up with our master Chao. TSK. Ren Yuege reached out and quietly pulled Chao Chang. Without moving her lips, she whispered, call someone. This is my second sister. Chao Chang smiled and said, hello, beautiful lady. Mr. Chao did it on purpose, mainly to feel. What is a critical hit? What a fucking critical hit. What the hell is this called a critical hit? Besides, the other person's expression was so fierce, it was obvious that he didn't like him. Why would Chao Chang bother to try his best to please him? If the relationship is not harmonious, it is better to break it up. You have to choose between like and dislike. The most terrifying relationship is one of indifference. Ding negative emotions 302. So explosive? This time, I really came to the right place. Chapter 60. That year, the sun was shining. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. When encountering danger, we subconsciously choose to avoid it. For example, the fourth child, Ren Yuege.
When Xiao Cheng said hello, beautiful lady, she took a step back because she felt the beast-like anger coming from her second sister.
But subconscious behavior cannot be the final choice.
After Ren Yuege took a step back, he gritted his teeth and stood beside Xiao Cheng, pulling his arm.
He scolded Xiao Cheng in advance. What nonsense are you talking about? What beauty? This is my second sister, call someone. What this means is, I have already scolded you, so you can't scold me anymore, second sister. So clever. Even though the fourth brother always bullies his stinky younger brother, he will really do something when something happens. He is very protective of his own children. It can be seen from what happened to Wang Haodong that every time Xiao Cheng saw Wang Haodong, she didn't have a chance to speak and she would just drive Wang Haodong away. How could Xiao Cheng not see the fourth brother's little thoughts? With a sincere smile, he said hello, oh, second sister, hello.
Ren Fanqing didn't say anything, just kept staring at Xiao Cheng.
Ren Yuege quickly pulled Xiao Cheng and said awkwardly, second sister, I'll take him to see our mother first. After that, Ren Yuege grabbed Xiao Cheng and ran away. Not until he was out of his second sister's sight range did Ren Yuege feel cold sweat on his back. He raised his hand angrily and pinched Xiao Cheng's ear. Do you want to kill me? Xiao Cheng laughed. No, are you that afraid of her? Nonsense, she really hits you. Do you think I'm just pulling your ears for fun?
I'm telling you, little brother, put away your temper from back in Sanjiang City, especially when facing her.
If she really hits you, I can't help you. I'm afraid of her.
Ren Yuege reminded in a low voice, and his timid look was very cute. Those words were unpleasant.
But you can still hear the deep concern. I know. Thank you, Sister Xiang. Shut up and call me fourth sister.
After passing a central hall, we came to the open kitchen, where there was a water bar, a wine cabinet, 3 refrigerators, and an external balcony leading directly to the backyard.
The environment is really good. The area is also very large. Mom, Uncle Chow, my brother is here. Ren Yuege said.
Several people who were busy looked up.
In addition to Aunt Ren and Father Chow, there were 2 other aunts and the cook helping out. Xiao Cheng is here.
Aunt Ren's voice was warm and her smile was gentle, easily giving people a sense of closeness and goodwill.
Hey, hello Aunt Ren. This time Xiao Cheng didn't act silly and greeted her seriously. When I spoke to Lao Chao on the phone before, I also chatted with Aunt Ren. So, not too unfamiliar. Chao's father was unhappy. Boy, change your words, why are you calling me aunt? From now on, call me mom. Aunt Ren smiled slightly. It's okay, it's the first time for the child to see it. Lao Chao, don't worry about these things, I will communicate with the child ourselves. Father Chow nodded helplessly. Okay, then you can communicate among yourselves. As he spoke, he glared at Xiao Cheng, as if warning him to be honest and know what to say and what not to say. Xiao Cheng was a little confused. Any idea? You can tell me about the things that happened to those ants in Sanjiang, right? But we can't talk about Aunt Wang's affairs? Clear? Just wait and see. I have to break up with you, you want to be a gigolo? I don't do it, why should you? Humph carrot. Mom.
Ren Yuege stepped forward and handed over the gift. This is the tea my brother brought, the same kind you drank last time, a full pound.
So many? Aunt Ren was surprised. She also knew the value of this thing and it must have taken a lot of effort. The more I look at him, the more I feel that Xiao Cheng is a good kid. Taking off the disposable gloves in her hands, Aunt Ren stepped forward and helped Xiao Cheng to comb his hair intimately, whispering, I've always wanted to meet you, and today I finally got my wish. You're even more handsome than I imagined. What a handsome guy. Aunt Ren is in her 40s. Although she looks young, the details of her skin show the ravages of time. This old Chow is no good either. Not moisturized at all? Xiao Cheng glanced at Chow's father who was not far away, as if to ask again, can you do it? It's no use. Chow's father glared back, get out. Aunt Ren is enthusiastic. I took Xiao Cheng aside and chatted about a lot of family matters. But there is only one central idea, that is, this home is also Xiao Cheng's home, so don't be shy, we are all family. The main purpose is to eliminate the blood relationship barriers. From this point, it can be seen that the relationship between Aunt Ren and Lao Chao is very stable. Lao Chao is also a coward. When he was in Sanjiang City before, Lao Chao always looked superior to all kinds of aunties, thinking that they were trying to climb up to their heights. But here... well... Life is not easy for a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family. Soft rice doesn't taste good. Then I met my third sister. I saw my elder sister again.
You can tell a person's general personality from simple conversations, tone of voice, and body language.
Certainly. These are definitely just surface characteristics.
I also have to say that her genes are really good. Not only does she have fair skin and beautiful looks, but she is also of good height. The third and fourth children are the shortest, but they are almost 1.7 meters tall.
The second sister is the tallest.
Although she always has a stern face and sits cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, you can tell from her figure that she is definitely over 1.7 meters tall, maybe 1.75 meters tall, or even taller.
Finally, after recognizing it around, the father and son had a chance to talk alone. In the hospital,
Chao Cheng took out a cigarette and handed it to him.
Chao's father waved his hand. I'll quit. Sigma.
Chao Cheng's hand, which was handing over the cigarette, froze in mid-air.
After more than 20 years of smoking addiction, can you quit just like that? Then didn't you smoke in vain before? What is the point of living in the future?
Oh, very good, very good. Chao Cheng smiled and said, it's really not easy to be alive and son-in-law.
Get lost and stop talking to me about this.
Your stepmother and I have a stable relationship and we're planning on having a child, so you can't smoke, said Chao's father.
Are you serious this time?
Chao Cheng asked in surprise.
Of course it's true. I've been waiting for 20 years for your stepmother. In life, how many 20 years are there? Don't you see, my hair turned from black in the morning to white in the evening? Father Chao is still pretending to be cool.
With his hands behind his back, he looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle.
The weather is average.
There was a lot of fog in Shanghai today, which made Chao's father look a little less impressive. Because there was no sunlight shining on his old and handsome face, it looked gray and his skin did not look very good.
There are some dark circles under the eyes. Wow. There are no monitoring devices nearby, right? Can you please speak properly?
Chao Cheng looked around. Father Chao coughed lightly and said, what I mean is that your stepmother is old, so we can't wait any longer. If we don't want a child now, there will be no chance.
From what you said, what do you mean by waiting for 20 years? You knew each other before. Didn't you meet in that dilapidated ancient town? Chao Cheng was curious. Father Chao nodded, yeah. Hey. It seems there is a story behind this. Tell me about it. Well, how should I put it? Your grandfather did business in Shanghai back then. Did you know that? I've heard a little bit about it. Didn't they say he went bankrupt later? Chao Cheng nodded.
Father Chao nodded inside. I studied in Shanghai, but later your grandfather's business failed, so we returned to our hometown.
Chao Cheng frowned. If you have something to say, can you please get to the point directly?
Just say that she is your classmate and you are first love.
Isn't that enough? Is that what you want to express? You are very smart, worthy of being my child. Father Chao praised. Chao Cheng rolled his eyes. Go on. That's all. No, where are you? How did you break up? What's the reason? Come on, show me your bloody youth so that I can see it.